It's the first day the whole field in the most prestigious tournament in the game is in the same building. Their sights most immediately set on making the money. And with that, we welcome you to the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. This is the World Series of Poker Main Event. Jeff Platt alongside Jared Blesnick and Brent Hanks. Natalie Bodie on the sidelines today. She has your interviews covered. Blez, it's day 3 of the event of the year. How do you sum up the significance of this day?
Day 3, this is the day where players with a lot of chips, they're going to be very active, play a lot of pots. Players that are short are going to want to try to get into the money. Usually in this tournament, you hit the money at the end of today if we're lucky, if not early tomorrow. Again, this is the main event. This is the greatest poker tournament on planet Earth.
I love it. That look at the chip counts brought to you by PokerStars. And Brent, of course, one name does indeed stand out.
Who's that, Jeff?
That would be
Daniel
Negreanu.
Daniel Negreanu, yeah, of course. You know, not feeling too great, a little under the weather. He's got his hands full today, a little shorter than he likes, but one of the best players in the world, perhaps the best player when it comes to this particular tournament. I know Blesnick thinks much the same.
Well, the hunt for bracelet number 8 has been full of adventure this year for him. 2nd place in the 10K Omaha High-Low Championship, 4th in the 2,500 Big Bet Mids, and a 3rd place finish early this morning in the 1K Online. He hunts for number 8, while Phil Hellmuth hunts for number 18. Blez, what a career it has been for the Poker Brat.
Yeah, and Phil Hellmuth, there is no one that has had more success playing no-limit hold'em tournaments than that man right there, Phil Hellmuth. I read something earlier. He hasn't cashed this tournament, I believe, in almost a decade.
What?
I think I saw that earlier.
Is that why he was trying to never play?
He kept complaining about what it's like when you run deep, and we're like, how would you know? Hellmuth involved in a pot here against Leon Sturm.
How are there 87,000 chips in the middle?
Hellmuth has clearly gone zoom mode. Is he 3-bet pre-flop?
7 high, he said.
Wow.
But again, you know, this is what you see out of a guy like Hellmuth, right? You're going to start seeing the pot get really big with hands like this. But when all the money goes into the middle, Hellmuth usually shows up with the best hand.
Great call. No one's called me all tournament with a king and a queen. I always have it, or I always have a
Sturm open pre, Hellmuth 3-bet.
I have a feeling I might beat you
from
a
the
big
small
pot
blind with
later.
the 7-3 off.
I earned it, right, from that first hand?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Bet
When
the
I have
flop,
queens and you
bet
have
the
queen
turn.
jack, don't put the bad beat on me.
At least I underwater already. I'm good to go.
King queen in the main event. What a good call.
Oh, no time to waste.
Yeah.
But you were thinking
hours are only 2 levels. I already know what's going to happen. I'm going to have queens. You're going to have like king jack offsuit. You're going to call another big raise. I need you to hit a jack, not a king.
I might beat you with that.
This Shrum guy, by the way, is an up-and-comer.
I give you credit.
Really young.
Really tough.
Really tough, has really good results.
Always beat them huge pots later.
Already has almost $9 million in career live tournament earnings. Here you go, Brent. Some
maybe you'll be
deuces
the
right off the
Yeah,
bat.
we got the mallards.
Perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
This is how I busted the main. Somebody
Just
cracked
ripped it
them.
in there. Oh, somebody cracked the
I
deuces.
just open ripped 100,000. I thought it was best hand in poker. Not true.
You had a good run in the main yesterday. Signed up late,
Yeah.
out early.
Yeah. Very grateful and blessed to have had the opportunity to
My son has 80,000.
participate in the greatest
Please don't show him
poker
that hand.
tournament in the world.
The, you know, the blinds here, 1K, 2,500. 2,500 big blind Annie.
No, I thought he had king. I thought he'd fold.
We talked about it earlier. This is the
think
day
Riverbend
where
would've done it.
guys like Shrum are going to be attacking all day long. When you have a stack
he's
of
a
at least
caller, man.
250,000, which
He
is
got all the
100
chips,
bigs,
meaning he's playing a lot of hands.
it's a ton
I
of
can
play
teach
in a
you
tournament
something.
like this.
He has all the chips and he has a GTO, so he's playing too many hands. So he's going to go like, you watch this all day. He's going to go like this. He's going to get low.
No
He's going to go like this.
No GTO for sure.
gonna
but
move in with ace
you know,
five of
guys like
spades, and then
Crampton
pick
here
him
with
up with ace king.
48,000,
All the
Rufino with
stuff.
40. This is an interesting table in the sense that the
Probably might
stacks are
take
just
me an
really
hour
high
before I
or
pick up
really
queens
low
to
here.
his
There's a
king
bunch of
jack
people
offsuit.
here. Half the table has under 55,000.
Sometimes faster.
You're going to start seeing like Queen 10 there folded
6,000.
with a 290K stack.
Nobody should be afraid of me. I showed a 7 and a 3.
Hellmuth on one early. Crampton with 2 8s on the button with about 20 bigs.
The Cramptons should just be stuffing it here. Yeah.
Thanks, Dean Eggs.
Hellmuth
Oh my
might,
God, you must be
Hellmuth
tired.
and Negreanu.
he may erupt
Great run
on
though. I bluffed off 40,000
Hellmuth
with
shows an
7-3
ace.
offsuit the first hand. Yeah, first hand. They don't know, but you know what I'm going to do to them. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
You heard Negreanu say it to Hellmuth. Finished third in the online 1K.
Jeff, how many players are they playing? Are they paying out in the main event?
1,461. See
Okay.
the field size top of your screen, how many players are left.
So it's about a third of the size
Yeah.
of the field is left right now.
That time I did not have 7-3.
Yeah, of course.
Expect to hit the money either late tonight or first thing tomorrow.
Now, if we get into the money late tonight, Jeff, are we sending you out onto
I
the
might
floor?
join Natalie on the floor
You
later.
gonna get out
It's a
there?
possibility.
You love the bubble.
Love the bubble. Love our bubble coverage. Merdinger, all of it. The 2 jacks.
I would love this hand for my last 36,000. Sturm has the stack size to absolutely be able to call here.
The problem here with Sturm's hand is he knows he never can have the best hand.
He is always right.
I like his
Losing
fold
down,
there.
Oh my God.
He's losing a lot of money against the range. Sturm is going to be very active, very aggressive.
But yet make those types of folds, right?
Yeah.
He's very easily just going to raise fold king queen while continuing to raise a variety of hands and attacking these shorter stacks.
Maureen Merdinger from Israel lives in Long Island. Studied accounting at Binghamton.
That's impressive. Daniel Negreanu, 3rd place in the online tournament last night.
Online.
That's some points too. Dean Eggs, you got some points, right? Impressive. He's having a great summer.
Maybe didn't hear him, maybe chose to
What?
ignore.
$80,000 for 3rd? Wow.
Now, didn't that get over at
Daniel
about
doesn't need
4
money.
a.m.?
Yeah. And he's
But
not
he does
feeling well
drink
either.
Pathwater like me.
Hellmuth
He really
tweeted
does.
that he's not feeling that well either.
6.
Went into AFib, I believe.
He did?
Says, I am in AFib, atrial fibrillation, but beware of the sick man. All right. The sick man has 2 8s here.
That might be a slogan. Beware of the sick man. Tough spot here for Bill.
And this is really
This is
good
not fair.
by
This is
No.
not fair. See, just 8s.
And that's
You guys
why,
all call
yeah.
with this hand or whatever, but
And
it's
you
not
know,
fair.
Hellmuth,
You're
people,
supposed to think
the
I'm
way
weak,
that
so
he
you
plays
probably raised me
pre-flop
light.
is he opens a lot
But
of
now I'm
pots.
gonna have it for the next 2 hours.
Got it.
But that's okay. You won't know.
You know, Hellmuth is very aggressive pre-flop
What do you do with
and
eights?
actually very
Ship on it,
passive
right?
post-flop in a
I'll
lot of
never fold.
spots.
All in, all day.
But he actually
You
folds a
never
lot to a
fold
lot of
eights.
pressure.
No,
Impossible.
And he doesn't realize, Hellmuth, that if he's going to be
Never
folding
fold
hands like that, I hate the fact that he's showing
I'm
that he's
feeling
folding 2
somebody's
8s
gonna give me
there.
some chips. It's going to be a little better than 8s next time, maybe. Are you shocked I'm that strong?
No.
No? You were expecting me
You're
to
a
have
solid
8s.
player.
Again, 6.
Thanks to Nick Starro for the
I'm going to
super
show
chat.
this hand at the end of the hand, though.
We welcome you all in.
I got to get some credibility back.
And see, Hellmuth's opening again here, just because from a poker
Long
player
every hand here.
standpoint,
Oh, my gosh.
oh, Novik
Now,
just shoved for
I don't think
153.
Novik, unless those are all green chips
I don't
underneath that
believe
button.
so. No, that is probably 53K if I had to
didn't
No,
guess.
there's green there.
There are a
my
lot of
God.
green chips there.
Called me down.
Wow.
Novik
Oh
just
my
rips
God.
it in.
No, this Novik.
And
this
Garner has the ace-king suited.
He's either dead or has
Fans.
is, wow.
He moved
What
it
an
on me,
what an
he raised
awful.
me, and now he moved
I mean,
on.
Novik, what is he doing? Just moving in for
And only go
153,000.
uphill from here.
And the sick thing is that Gardner almost has to call.
But he folded ace-king suited. I mean, honestly, I don't know if he has to
he
call.
had it.
It's a massive shove.
You don't shove 150,000 into a Phil Hellmuth raise without having a big hand. He thinks I'm playing around. He knows.
I think we'll get this back in just a second.
Yeah?
If not, that's not
Is this
great.
going dark for everybody or just us? We are dark in here, fellas. Gang. Our monitor's completely out.
Yeah, it did go out for everybody, so we will work on that. Apologies to give you the gray screen. I was
Now wait,
shocked by the
Can the
jam.
good people still hear us? Yeah, maybe it was the jam that set things into orbit.
Yeah.
Disrupted
the
the
feed did
system.
not expect.
Oh,
Okay,
we're back.
We're back. All is
Okay.
good.
Hang in there.
They already know you're going to be like this.
By the way,
already know. They
I'm
gave you a
shocked that ace-king suited got folded there.
That means they're afraid of you.
They might
They
just
don't
have-
know
But
you're gonna
again,
go
they
this
might
is
just
what
have
we
more
talked
patience
about
with you and fold
in
bad
this
cards, you
tournament.
know?
A lot of guys are going to play super tight and want to get into the money, while other
No,
players
don't-
are going to be
don't
overly
patient.
aggressive.
I want you to play every hand against me.
And
What
Hellmuth
about
is just
them? What about
picking
me?
on the wrong
You
guy
got
at
me
this
already.
table. I mean,
Nice hand.
Strum is one
No
of these
problem.
guys that
I don't know hard feelings.
has
I
almost
just don't
$10
want you
million
to-
in
when I-
earnings.
when I
I think
re-raise
he's
with ace king and you
24,
play ace
25
jack
years
for
old.
re-raise, I just don't want you to hit a jack.
I probably will. The way this day's been
I
going.
don't
One of
think
the
you will.
elite
I think generally people get what they deserve in poker.
young players in the game.
Now Hellmuth
Man
is
of
deciding
fate.
to limp here with ace-10
armor.
off. I actually like it if his intention might be to limp re-raise with a hand like this, having an ace in it. I see Novak in here, limping behind with ace-9 suited.
Delq with ace-8 off.
I don't know who's in the booth.
Well,
That's
it's
4 times now.
But I mean, Hellmuth, it just seems like he's...
And I wonder in the booth if I have the best hand. It's possible at this table.
well, you do here. He's looking right at us.
I had you beat. I had ace-10.
You both had me beat.
I believe you.
Pocket 8. No,
I believe you.
Let's listen
Forget
to Hellmuth.
eights.
He might just go off early.
Yeah.
He
I had
might.
Something's
ace-10. I
coming.
had you.
That's a gutsy raise.
And again, though, this is why I don't really like the limp.
No, he has to raise. Because every time they raise me, I folded. Everybody's been trained
Easy
to raise
money.
me.
You see how
Easy
it
money,
is?
right.
Yeah.
Squeeze. That's a good play.
That's what they think until there's going to be a minute soon where something happens. There's always a minute. The commentators don't like my limp with ace-10.
He knew.
No, I'm fine with it, Phil. It was
Raise.
just the backer here.
Well, the problem is I like it if your plan is to limp re-raise potentially. Then it looks super
Yeah. And
strong.
That was a perfect opportunity, obviously, being results-oriented, seeing the other players' cards, but that would have worked out very
Yes.
well.
See, the thing with Hellmuth is he has such a great image in poker, but there's times where he needs to use it to his advantage.
One more.
A little bit more. Maybe started with 280.
This is Michael Garner versus Narcisse Nedelcu. Top pair for Garner to accompany the gut shot.
And Garner here in position here. I'd like for him to go smallish, maybe a quarter pot, 6,000,
About
completely
a third, a little
fine.
more.
Nedelcu is going to see a card here.
So he does flick in the call. Turn deuce of diamonds.
Now, I would like Gardner to check a lot of turns, and I was going to say this is maybe a turn he should probably keep on betting. Nedelcu actually can maybe turn his hand into a bluff here.
Absolutely.
As the pre-flop
You know,
opener.
having a king in your hand is very important.
Something's
If he
out of
sized
balance.
up here,
What happened?
I feel like
I
it
fold
would
two
get
eights,
through
he
here a
calls me
decent
with
amount.
queen.
The ace is supposed to be his range when he raises and
something's out of
call and then
balance.
check calls flop. He's thinking about something here. He knows that his 8 is not the best. And look at this. He's going for chips.
Gonna continue
And I
playing eights
love
and
it.
ace 10 and see if you guys
It's
can
a
beat it.
great, great bet here. It looks believable. It looks like he called the
And I'm
flop
gonna
with like
take
ace
some flops
10,
against you.
ace 9, had a straight draw, backed into an ace. And if I'm Gardner here with queen 10, it's very hard to call here. What do I beat?
I don't think you're a folder.
What type of
I'd
hands
make
do
a
I really
straight.
beat?
You beat very little. And ace king is really the premium representation whenever you have king 8 in this spot.
And he does look
Does
him
flick in
up.
the call.
What a
Nice
call.
call by Garner.
What a call.
Both players played the hand phenomenal. You know, Gardner with a great call there. Him having a 10 helped him make that call a little easier because he blocks a lot of the straight draws. But either way, both players played it great. I would have liked to size up there maybe a little with king 8, maybe go closer to pot. But I like the idea. But again, this is the main event, and you're going to see things all day, folks, that you've never seen in any other poker tournament in the world. And that's what makes this tournament the greatest event on planet Earth.
And because it is the main event, we realize that a ton of you out there are watching or kind of new to poker, to the game. So Blas mentioned that 10 blocking some of the straight draws, like a king 10 or a 9-10, which would have made a straight on that queen jack 8 deuce ace board, making it a little less likely for Nedelcu to have those hands.
Massive audience, by the way, folks tuning in. I want to use this as an opportunity.
Okay.
In about a half an hour, we're going to need to be ready and select a new feature table. I'm not saying that
audience
table will
control.
be here in 30 minutes.
No. We'll have Hellmuth and Negreanu for a while.
We will have them a while, but we are going to get prepared. You guys in the chat, no matter where you're tuning in from, what platform, doesn't matter. We're keeping an eye on it. Let us know. What table do you see out there in the field? Maybe it's this dog.
This is Bruce.
Maybe it's Bruce.
As we look at our tournament summary, it is presented by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. So more than 9,700 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $92 million and a first place payout of a cool, clean $10 million. About 2,000 players to go before we make the money, either late tonight or early tomorrow. Have Phil Hellmuth and Daniel Negreanu at our featured tables. As Maureen Merdinger is all in with the ace-king after Novik just limped in with the ace-jack.
I think Merdinger here is a little too deep to just be moving in from a limp. And this is a spot where she would like to have action from ace-jack, and I think she's moving in for too much for Novik to actually call her. If she opened, Novik might have gone over the top and made an error here. So and if Merdinger had like 30K or less, I would have preferred a shove. I think it's too many chips. I feel like you're not really going to get called by a lot of hands that are worse than yours. Maybe ace-queen suited, ace-queen off. I feel like ace-jack's a little too light. And we see Novik with the fold.
I believe she showed as well.
Yeah, and again, like in a poker tournament, you know, you'll see a lot of people move in for a lot of chips when they
Limp like
feel
me,
like they
huh?
don't have an advantage post-flop, and they just want to get the money in pre-flop. We just saw that
I do that
with
too.
Novik with 2 9s. He just moved in for 150,000. You know, the great players like Sturm at this table, you're not going to
My
see
ace
a
10
lot of
limp
that.
got you to limp with ace 9. But everybody thinks I don't have it, so he raised with 8s or whatever.
And it's crazy because I believe Hellmuth started the
Something's
day with
coming,
close
though,
to
I can tell you.
200,000,
He did.
and he's
He's bleeding.
He
is
lost-
bleeding out.
He's lost almost half his chips in spots where he's just either folded or, you know, decided to play 7-3 for 40,000.
He came into the day. I mean, let this sink in.
Right.
He decided hand one. He was going to win that pot no matter. He lost more than 40,000 chips with 7-3 offsuit out of position
So I've been drinking the
against
plastic
probably
bottle all summer.
theoretically the
just
best
tastes
fundamental
different.
tournament
It's much
player
better.
at this table.
It's like
in
he
Sturm.
wanted to set the tone
Yeah.
early.
You notice again, drink
Look at this.
It's not cheap.
Crampton raises the button to a min raise.
Yeah, we've been.
Rufino
I think
moves
I
in.
think they're doing 75 million a year. In sales
Crampton's
right
going to call.
now. Yeah.
I feel like both players, small blind to button, completely standard.
What are you going to do? You get the money in.
They also have, you know, they have it at arenas.
Caetano
So
Rufino out of
these,
Brazil.
All
lives
these
in
teams
Brooklyn.
sign with Pathwater, and then they make the.
All in and at risk against Crampton's Ace-Queen. Ace-Jack 4. Good start to the proceedings for Rufino. And a clean turn. Just has to dodge a queen to stay alive. And just like that, Caetano Rufino is back up to about 30 big blinds. Hey, day 3, you get an ace-jack versus ace-queen and spike a jack.
That might be one to remember for a little while. Let's keep our eyes on Rufino if he can keep spinning it up.
You know, and for those that are playing, I've said this in this tournament for 15 years. This is one of the only tournaments where you could have 40, 50,000 in chips and it can last you so long. Be patient, okay? You could have 6. Listen, I saw Negreanu earlier today. I said, how many chips do you have? He said he has 80,000, right? And he tells me, he goes, Blaise, that's plenty. I said, for him, that 80,000 can last in 2 days.
Plenty. This is Omid Nikzad.
You see so much bad play in this tournament that people make. You make 2 errors, 65,000 turns into 200,000, just like that.
That's Nikzad with the ace-king. Corey Kempson in seat 1 has the queens. Nikzad's tournament life on the line, but a good flop for him, good start for him.
Don't give up on it, Kempson.
The ace-king 4.
I know. I always. He's got an earpiece on. They're telling him what's coming.
They're telling what's coming.
Or maybe now give up.
Information.
I was gonna say.
I
2 outs,
also
which
had
we know is
personal
actually 1 out, as the Queen of Hearts was in the muck. That's why it's in gray top of your screen. River is a 4, and Nikzad finds the early double.
Queen 10 all. Thank you. Well, he won.
Oh my God, that was brutal. It is good.
Nikzad from Iran lives in Laguna Beach.
You know, folks, when you're playing this
Nothing you can do
event,
ace king, right? You just
your
put the
chip
money in.
stack is not what's
I
actually
would have played your
important.
hand too.
The number
I mean,
one
I'm
thing
not-
in this
yeah, ace
tournament
king.
is actually
So
your
what if he
table.
has queens?
So the top players, if they have 100,000 in chips, but they have a great table draw, that's way more valuable than having the worst table draw and having 150,000 in chips, right? And the other thing is, because we're playing 2-hour levels, it's very important that there's so much. Most tournaments are an hour level or less. So you're getting double hour levels, okay? You look at Daniel with 65,000. He still has north of 23 to 24 bigs, right? It's a lot of play. You know, you start getting short when you have 10, 12, 15 bigs. But again, because of the long levels, it gives you a lot more time. We're playing 5 levels today.
Jack Strauss, right there.
We're going to go to 1,500 and 3K next.
It was under a napkin because we used to have like drinks on the table. You had a napkin
And again,
underneath.
what I love about this
Chip there,
tournament is
and
look
nobody
at the
noticed it until the end.
diversity
He's
of
like, well,
people
it's still in.
at these tables. They're from all over the world. This tournament has just grown to a level
It
where
can be done.
so many people have found the game of poker and have fallen in love with poker. And I'll tell you this, when people start playing this event, I feel like they never stop, right? I feel like it's one of these things. I've said it before. If you're going to play one poker tournament every year,
raise, sir.
it's the main event.
$5,000.
Negreanu announces raise. It's 5K.
First hand. This is fun.
And again, you're watching the difference between a Negreanu and a Hellmuth. Hellmuth limped with ace-10, and now you're seeing Negreanu show aggression here and raise.
5,000 butt, 5,000.
And I believe this guy's from
5,000.
Japan.
5,000 going once.
Yamanoche.
He's supposed to be
5,000
Japanese.
is now 15. 15 is a new bet. We're up to 15,000.
I love this guy already.
Yeah, and he's
Small
going to
blind,
15.
15,000.
By the way, I couldn't
15,000
believe. I would
once.
love to know the statistics on the amount of
15,000
Japanese poker
15,000.
players
You three bet,
that have
right?
played this summer.
15,000.
It's got to be more than any other summer,
Yeah.
right?
And see, this is why I like raising with ace-10, because
Let me
I
look,
think
see
Daniel
if
will get away from it
I
now.
have good cards, but my guess is your cards are better.
That's a good guess.
Take my money.
Yeah.
Nice hand, nice hand.
And again, well executed by Daniel. I've been saying this for the last 4 or 5 days.
First hand.
I really believe that
First
Daniel
hand.
Negreanu is the #1. I would value him the highest in this tournament, just because there's so many guys here that just want to be able to say that they played with Daniel
How's your English?
Negreanu.
A little bit?
They're going to gift him chips. Same with a guy like Hellmuth, right? They have a big
All
edge
in?
with their image. Same with Ivy.
Yeah.
You know, Yamanachi is going to go back to Japan And he's going to say, I played with Daniel
Yeah.
Negreanu. Where else can he play in a tournament with Daniel Negreanu? I want the viewers to think about that.
If you could put a price on Negreanu, you've got 100% of Negreanu's action in this tournament, and he makes you pay for it. How much would you pay?
Want to give me 2 of those purple ones? Sure. Thank you.
So the thing is, I'm used to overpaying in spots. I think Negreanu's 10K is worth probably 50.
Wow.
Pay 50. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
50,000. Like his 100% is worth like his 10K is probably worth 50,000.
Wow.
Hisashi Yamanoche.
So if he,
Opens here.
folks, the viewers, what I'm saying is that if Negreanu played this tournament for 100 years, on average, he'd earn 50K a year playing this tournament. That's my guess. It probably seemed a little rich, but like I said, I mean, a lot of the great players would say they're worth 35, 40. I actually asked Alex Foxy. I said, how much to buy like 10% of you? And I think he valued it at like, I think he wanted 5K or something. It was like I put him in the tournament. I think he wanted 50K for half or something.
Wow.
Or something like that. You know, so the top players in this field are worth a ton. They're worth a lot. Negreanu's now down to 60K in chips. He's going to be somewhat tight in the early positions. This is an event where you want to be aggressive in the later positions, okay? You're playing 9-handed.
Huh?
You know, it's very important.
3 things or something?
She comes out with the smart remarks when they're timed
Every
perfect.
so often I'll be in there.
She'll give you a little jab when you least expect it.
Loni Hui.
She's probably said more things
Oh,
than
she's
you.
at the table?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
To Negreanu's right. Our left.
Huge Pokemon collector, Loni.
Assassin.
Loves it.
Got me on the nervous talking.
Henry in the chat says Blaise is the Van Gogh of poker commentary. I love that. And
Thank
says
you.
shout out to the commentators for talking to the viewers. Yeah, we're with you guys all day, all night.
And again, with Kemp's in there, but see, look at this. Yamanoche, ace-10, just instantly folds it, and we discussed it. We're going to keep, I want the viewers to see some of these hand selections. Negreanu's in the big
Defend.
blind here.
Defendable hand.
Getting too good of a price, he has to call. They're head up to the flop.
Comes Jack 6, 7.
I don't know.
Was that
if-
Jack
I thought I
6-5?
saw an 8
I
up
thought
there.
it was Jack 6-5.
There
There
it
we
is,
go.
Jack
Jack
6-5.
6-5. Winner.
No mas.
I know I didn't see a 7.
No pair, no draw.
Isaac Rajan.
And this is the problem, guys, when you're short in a tournament.
We used to share
If
a
Negreanu had a lot of
house
chips,
all
he
day.
wouldn't just
We were
fold the
like-
flop like
You and
Jack
who?
5-6.
Oh, really?
He would at least see a turn card.
We were the original-
He's handcuffed right
we were
now
like
with his
the
chip
Negreanu
stack.
Ivy.
He knows his
Yeah,
chips are
Juan-
so valuable to him in this tournament. And one thing that's great about
You were
Negreanu is
like
he's
that.
very
Yeah.
aware of
Yeah.
his surroundings at the
Young
table.
kid. I got
He
you.
knows everything
It was
that's
me,
going on
Phil,
here. He's got a
Juanda,
very
and
good
Cunningham.
read.
Right.
And we used to go like to talk about hands or whatever, and Phil would always take the aggressive line. I'd lean that way. Juanda would always be like, well, did you win the hand? And that's how we decided whether you played it right. And then Alan just gave us the right answer.
Me and Jawanda were at a table this summer that they let the max late reg 20 minutes after
Oh,
reg
that's not good.
closed. And we were trying to like get it to prevent it, and it still happened.
Yeah, next year we'll fix it.
Raise 5,000.
Dustin
Chips
here. Cutoff opens. Queen 10 suited. 5K. Negreanu should be folding here in the small blind with ace-7 off. And again, it's very important to see this, okay? Negreanu's in the small blind. He only has 1,000
next year
committed.
we'll just
But the
have
big
updated
blind's
maps
actually
and some randomization and
2,500.
The guy waited
So
for the
in
button to
this
pass on max
structure,
late
when we
reg.
go
It
to
was crazy.
1,500 and
Yeah, we were trying to
3,000,
stop it, but
you're
they-
going to
they
see
called it
more
to the
play
floor
out of the
and
small
they ruled
blind.
it fine.
But because this is a smaller blind
Yeah,
and it's
it's
less
that
than
20
half the
minutes.
big, the small blind in general is going to play a lot tighter pre-flop.
But they penalized them for 1 round. And I'm pretty sure the same guy sat with me yesterday and did it again, but
Oh,
I
really?
didn't want to like start a big stick.
You didn't wanna fight?
But he showed up like in the middle of his big blind, like 20 seconds in, like, oh, is this the table? And like this dude's been
Like when you-
walking
yeah.
around for 5 minutes.
Was he registering?
No, he was
moving,
tables and
yeah.
purposefully trying to
Yeah.
scoop the extra few. And he was big stack too, it's no reason.
Yeah.
Do we know what average stack is right now?
Karma comes from
It would be about 180K.
Okay, so 180,000's average. Dustin here.
Raise 5,000.
Look at this. Negreanu wakes up with
Okay,
two queens on
here
the
we
bottom.
go with about 20 bigs.
I would love to see him go really small on the 3-bet. Go to 13,000, Daniel. Go small. Don't go big.
About that. Looks like 13.5.
I love it. And I'll explain why that's really good. That is very, very good in position. A lot of guys there would go 15 to 17K. 13.5 is really good to target a hand like ace-9 off. Dustin should be folding right now.
First 3-bet has to be queens, right?
Yeah.
Pocket queens.
Dario Dusan.
Huh? You played it, why can't I?
And by the way, Daniel knows
Pocket queen,
exactly
pocket queen.
what he's doing right now. He's
Yeah.
showing a lot of hands. He's giving information
it.
to get more information down the road. Okay, he's setting it up. And again, this is why I love Negreanu in this tournament, is because he's doing everything with a purpose and a reason. And usually he will end up with a lot of the chips.
The new Spaceballs coming out.
Is there? I want to see the new. I was watching Happy Gilmore yesterday.
You want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots? GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation and any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off of your first purchase.
I don't think Jungle's using GTO Wizard right now, but I'll tell you what, every time he's on camera, he is on his phone. Not quite literally making a
locked
call.
in.
There is no chance in hell that Jungle's using GTO anything at this point.
Comes in all in with King 10.
But Jungles loves texting me girl advice as we continue.
Oh, does he? Is it good,
yeah.
good advice?
Yeah, how's he doing out there with the ladies?
Not great.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been trying to help him a little bit? Some coaching?
He needs a little help.
Yeah.
Do you do cars? Do you have cars? Are you a car dealer? No. You don't have a car dealership?
And look at this,
I bet that's a
Negreanu's
thing.
trying to get
Like-
more
Yeah.
information.
You know, like in LA, a lot of Iranian guys
Persians,
have
yeah.
Persians. They always have cars.
Yeah.
You luxury car lots. You're not that guy.
I'm retired.
Yeah. From cars?
we have any information on Yamanouchi?
Medical?
Yes.
I need a shopping center.
Oh,
He
nice.
just looks happy to be there.
He's great.
I'm just
Hisashi
a huge fan of the
Yamanote.
shirt. It's a bunch of whales on the shirt, right?
Is he from Japan?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
Born in Tokyo.
perfect.
Looking for his 15th World Series of Poker cash.
Well, I mean, it's a shopping center.
Finished 9th last year in the 10K stud high-low.
Oh,
Raise
wow.
5,000. Pays the
You know, I've noticed a lot of, in the mixed events, there's a lot of Japanese players
Okay.
playing the mixed events this year. The mix is big overseas.
No, Toronto, Canada. But I moved here 20 years ago.
We, of course, have
In
seen
Canada?
two
Yeah.
Japanese superstars pop
Toronto's
up
very
on our coverage.
multicultural.
Masato
People from
Yokosawa, star vlogger worldwide, and Shina Okamoto.
Okay, so Rogden here
I'm going to fix that law, by the way.
decides to
I've
call
already
on the
been working on
button.
it.
Yeah, what are the steps to fix
Kind of hate
I had a
it.
conversation with somebody kind
Ace
of like
deuce off is not a
very,
hand you
very
want to be
important
calling a raise with.
about it, so.
It's a hand that you want to be folding a lot and maybe three betting
understands.
some. I'd prefer it to be suited here. Dustin here is going to raise pre-flop and check. I feel like it's hard for Rogden to bet here. It's just such a wet board here. He could take a stab at it. It would work.
I mean, in theory, that board isn't so bad for him, right? I mean, obviously, we can see it's ace-deuce off, but
It's a good board
he should
check,
have
sure.
a lot of queen-jack, king-jack, king-queen type holdings.
Yeah, I
If
just
he's not three-betting.
Yeah, I feel like it's a spot where the initial raise was going to check a lot there. Got it done. And again, you're going to see a lot of bad play today in this tournament. And that's what makes it so great, is the amount of weak play, the amount of recreational players that play this because they play in their home game back home in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And they want to say that they played with Daniel Negreanu or a Phil Hellmuth or a Jungle Man. And that's what makes this unbelievable.
It's a Puerto Rico home game for Isaac. We'll go Isaac Rajan out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, born in Massachusetts.
And now Huey here with ace king off.
Rajan with ace 10.
Careful with your picking your cards up over there, boss. Careful.
Oh, okay.
If he's calling with ace deuce, I
didn't say
expect
them.
him to call with
Yeah,
ace 10.
chips are going in with ace 10.
Yeah, and you could already tell that Rogden is more of a recreational player. He's now called with two hands that
Not that I
are
can do much about.
marginal in spots where I would prefer 3-bet or fold. Yamagachi, he's getting a good price in the big blind, but that hand plays so badly post flop
Could
that
get you in some trouble too with some queen high flops in theory.
Yeah, I would have probably gotten away from that. And you know, you see Huey here has two options. The board is so dry. I don't hate a check. A bet is completely fine. Rogden here, his only play here is going to be to call. I don't see, there's no reason for him to raise or fold as he calls.
That's what he does.
We're going to get head up here to a turn card.
Already about 43K in the middle. Turn is a 7.
Okay, and the board is completely rainbow here. I'd like to see Huey continue the betting. It's very hard that she's beat here. She doesn't need to size up. Maybe half pot-ish. 18 to 24,000 if she can.
30,000.
Goes huge.
I think it's
30K.
Yeah, I think it's a little too big. The problem with the sizing is that she doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, right? She bet the flop into two people on a dry board. So she has to assume her opponent has at least an ace. But she's made a sizing that can actually get a hand like this to maybe fold. And
wow, nice laydown.
And see, that's the problem with the sizing. That if she did like an 18,000, she's basically forcing her opponent to stay in the hand. But the fact that she's rarely bluffing in that spot made it easier for him to fold.
Huh?
I said he's right.
I mean, would you have ace jack? Yeah, same shit.
Because the other problem with that is that, you know, he didn't 3-bet pre, right? So he doesn't have a lot of ace jack, ace queens in it. His hand is a lot of times what it's going to end up being, like ace 9, ace 10. And then the rare chance he flops a set, she's basically just out of the tournament. So I felt like the sizing there was a little too much. Let's move on to the next hand.
Or we could move on, I guess, after this hand to Natalie Bodie.
60, 70 something?
She's got an interview. I'm not going to be specific about it. I just think you are going to be relatively familiar with her guests.
Really?
Yeah. This will be a good one.
Oh, he's not supposed to.
The two of us will?
I think Blaise will be the most familiar.
Okay. All right.
With our next guest.
Raise 5,000.
I can't wait.
And with that said, let us send it down to the floor for the first time. And Natalie Bodie.
I'm here with Chad Blesnick, brother of Jared Blesnick, who told me that this is your first poker tournament ever. Is that true?
It's true. I haven't played poker much in my life. This is my first buy-in. Decided to play it this year. It's going well so far.
So what made you decide, I've never played a poker tournament, but the main event, that's the one?
I heard it was a pretty soft field. I thought it would be a lot tougher. The players, honestly, they're not that good, honestly. Day one, pretty easy. Yesterday was a little bit tough. It's a soft field. I think anybody should play it if they have a decent amount of money. Even if you don't like poker that much, you could win 10 million. I think it's a good gamble.
So what about the atmosphere here is special? Notice it sets apart.
It's just a lot of fun. I've never had this much fun. Honestly, this whole year, this is probably the most fun I've ever had. And it's just an amazing atmosphere. Everybody's excited. It's a great tournament.
All right, well, best of luck. I'm going to send you back, okay?
I want to shout out my coach, Thomas Marchese. He doesn't play anymore, but Thomas, I'm doing this for you.
There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Natalie. I wonder who told him that about the soft field and the...
Yeah. Chad, you have as much chance of doing well in this tournament as your Indiana Pacers losing in the NBA Finals. He has no chance in hell of doing well in this tournament.
He's got like 300K in front of him.
He might. He's probably a dog to make dinner.
You would do $1
Okay, I'd say that. He's probably
more than 100
30% to make
whatever
dinner.
Whatever. It's every
but this is his first tournament ever playing.
How rich are you? Yeah.
That's just such a small water, too.
I know.
It is such a small one. I usually take 2 and give $1.
Yeah.
Coached by the Big Cheese.
Let's put it this way, now that I know it's $5, I'll be getting from the water fountain.
Well, you know what? Next time, just ask for 2.
That's what I
Right?
do, yeah.
Ah, that's how you
Then
do
I don't
this.
have to tip
Then you pull the scam, you know?
And rocking the Tyler Hero hoodie?
Yeah.
That is a boss move. $5.
So for those that don't
small
know,
water.
he had one of the most insane sports bets ever.
Yeah.
He bet the Pacers to win the title at 125 to 1 this year.
That's some value.
He bet 1,000 on it to win it, and he never hedged.
He didn't hedge at all.
It went viral. He never
Been like this
hedged.
for a while.
He had him to win the East,
It's a pleasure
and then he had him to win it all,
What just happened?
and he never hedged.
I was aware
You know why we're
of
sitting
this
here?
bet, so I wore this
He
T-shirt today
accidentally.
in that honor. Just for when this story would be brought up on air. Of course, this is Reggie Miller choking himself out
At the Garden.
My wife
at the
likes
Garden.
the beer.
Yes.
Make sure I take a picture before.
But it was actually one of the
you
greatest
need to
sports
make
bets
sure.
that lost in the history of sports betting. Think about, he bet it during the season. Think about getting 125 to 1 on the Pacers during the NBA season.
Appreciate it. I agree.
That's insane.
It literally, and he wanted to bet 10,000, and they only let him bet
That's, I
1,000.
didn't recognize you either.
Back to
So
the action
Rajan,
here.
Rajan limped in with the
He's
ace queen.
on the
Stamey
ground.
came along with the deuces. Dusan found the ace king in the big blind, made it 12.5K. Rajan makes the call
I've
with
had
the
it for a
ace
while.
queen.
Wife likes it. She likes scruff.
Now, if I'm Stammy here, I really don't like that fold, just because you're closing the action and you're putting 10,000 in to potentially win a massive, massive pot.
That it's the best hand in poker.
Yeah, I mean, the beautiful thing with small pairs, and a lot of people don't understand this, when you play a small pair like 2s, it's very easy to get away from your hand when you don't hit the flop. Okay, so you don't put any more money into the pot when you miss, but the small chance that you hit, you win such an insanely big pot. And position almost doesn't even matter as much because you're just basically calling to hit a deuce. Look at this. Rockin leads 4,000 here into a pot of 30.
Dusan king of clubs in hand.
So Dusan here just decided to check the flop, which is great.
Does make a flush.
I expect this to go check, check. Rogin should be checking a lot of his medium flushes if he has one. Dusan here, Rogin should be checking behind. He's checking all his flush. And again, you're seeing another poor play by Rogin here. He's been very loose pre-flop. He's been making a couple errors post-flop. Dusan here should only be flatting just because you lose so much money if he happens to have a straight flush or the ace of clubs. And there's really not a lot of value here in actually raising. Your hand, it's not a bluff catcher, but the problem is you're targeting hands, that are like Rogin, that have nothing, that maybe can bluff
Semi,
rivers
I'm trying
here.
to get there.
He does decide to call. He should be checking here. And I'd like to see Rogin just shut it down. But if he bets, he's got to size really, really big.
One day I'll be like Daniel.
Big
I could probably grow one.
And he does decide to give it up.
King high flush.
If you're Rogin there, you're way better off checking turn and then seeing what your opponent does on the river. And then if he checks to you twice, then you can go big.
No, because there wasn't a raise. So I guess you just raised.
Oh, you limped.
Wasn't sure if I had the ace of clubs or the ace of spades. But
I didn't say it loud enough.
the ace of clubs.
Somewhere in between. Might have just been in my head.
Sorry, and I think it's my right ear. So.
No, you're good. Yeah, not really. You didn't say. Oh, okay.
You didn't say anything yet.
Car Park with $25, 25 Canadian dollars. Not sure the exchange rate, but thank you for that. Not sure where the money goes, but still thank you. Blaze on commentary, beautiful. This channel has officially been goated. Hope all is well, my friend.
That's main event rake back right there.
There you go.
That's, by the way, that's my boy Jason. Jay, I love you. He's watching live in Canada. By the way, I want to say this and shout out him. You ever heard of the company Dirty Hands Clean Money, the clothing company? That's his company.
Nice.
He owns that company. So he's watching live. Huge poker fan. Loves sports cards. Huge wrestling fan.
Do they make hoodies for fat guys?
They do. They do.
We got to get some. Not you, me mainly.
Yeah, by the way, he'll send them all to us for free.
My God.
Look at this. Okay, Kempson's all in for 14,000. Good fold by Yamanouchi. And here's the thing, if you're Yamanouchi, you're not worried as much about Kempson, even though he has ace-king. You're more worried about the people behind you that can wake up with a hand here. Dusan here in the small blind. This I don't necessarily love.
Shove, Loni, shove.
I had a great hand.
Just because.
My favorite hand, actually.
Suited?
Queen 9 of hearts.
Yeah. Dusan's call here, it's not terrible, but it's a spot where
somehow I feel like
you just don't need to get involved in the greatest tour in the world. You can be patient.
By the way, just a quick side note before we watch this run out and move to the other table, keeping an eye on the stats for our other feature table, and Phil Hellmuth did indeed lose another pot to Leon Sturm.
Poker 5?
So Blez said it, Hellmuth entered the day with about 200K. He's down to about 100K. So when we get back to the Hellmuth table, could be a little more steamed up.
I've been running really good when I've been short, so we'll keep it going.
It's in a good spot here when short. Spot's still pretty good on
Fairly
the
bad
9-6 Backdoor draws do emerge. For
Come on, don't be
Dusan.
greedy. Just 8 of spades. No, 8 of spades gives you a gut shot too. 10 of spades, 10 of spades.
Our card is a 9, and now
Huey
chop
would have
out.
3 9s.
Is it coming, Daniel?
I don't know. I'm not connected to this.
Okay.
Well, the good news is he saved you at least.
You had
A
9-10
chance.
you had 9-10 suited, I think.
That's right.
Queen 9 suited.
Dusan doesn't call. Lonnie's in there.
Oh,
The 5-ball rolls off on the river.
God.
Oh,
God.
Eliminated in
So it
brutal
goes, brother.
fashion. Is
I might
Kempson.
get sick.
Wow. Crazy how poker.
I don't.
Well,
Jared, your brother Chad, by the way, who we saw a moment ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you aware of how many chips he has?
See, Blez?
Yes.
I don't think it matters. He's got no chance. Go ahead,
I
tell
know
me.
you said he won't make it until dinner, but he's got around 400,000.
Really?
Yes.
I'll tell you this. If he can get something going here, it's going to be very good for the poker world. I promise you that. And look at how miserable. You were just talking about this, Jeff. Look at Hellmuth. He looks defeated here. He looks exhausted. You know, we talk about it. I called Hellmuth last week, and we were talking about this tournament. And, you know, Phil not playing, we all knew he was going to play this event.
Right.
We all knew that. He just means so much to poker. And here's the double up here for Crampton. But Hellmuth, I feel like him not playing this event just wouldn't be right for poker.
What has happened today for Hellmuth, going from 200 to 1, that is all on him.
100%.
Yeah, can't blame
know,
anything.
I don't know what he's doing in the greatest poker tournament in the world, as you've pointed out many times. Why is he just giving it away?
Well, here's the thing,
You
though.
can bet if you want.
No, I know.
A lot of it's
I don't think
image.
you're allowed to talk and not bet. You got to choose one or the other.
Hellmuth is very good at dusting off chips, but he's also very good at you know,
put your money where your mouth is.
he can get to 400 here pretty
He's
quickly.
steaming. Hats on backwards. He's running the mouth. I mean, let's sit back and relax and enjoy. I think Mount
we got a show
Hellmuth is
coming.
about to erupt.
We'll listen in whenever Phil talks, for sure.
Okay.
With the ace-jack suited.
5 pounds.
Raise 5K.
Leon Sturm on the button, ace-9, throws it away. Hellmuth in the big, just folds.
Fucking good.
He looks furious.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's very frustrated right now. His table looks great.
Back to Negreanu versus Stamey here. Negreanu misses on the flush draw. Stamey's hand best. Pre-flop, Stamey opened. Negreanu defended in the big blind. Negreanu check called,
King
7,500 on the flop. Turn went check, check. River goes check, check. And there is one for Roger
Yeah, I didn't
Stamey.
just
They
call
call him
random
Rocket,
king.
so we will as well. Rocket from San Antonio, as you note the Spurs slip over. We asked him what his profession was. He says, I'm lazy. All right.
Always can change.
He's got the whole Alamo City on his rail, he says.
Have you guys ever been to San Antonio?
I worked there for a couple years, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
He worked for the Spurs. He
Not
held the
for-
boom mic for Popovich. No, this
I
is
did
true.
hold a boom mic by Popovich.
That was his job.
Wasn't for the Spurs. That wasn't the only job.
Raise 5,000.
Yeah, you were a boom mic guy.
Well, yeah, there's so many reporters around.
Did you ask questions as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
Got shunned by Pop on
So
many
you
an
left
occasion.
the NBA for poker.
Yeah. Just to sit next to you for the next 7 years of my life or so.
What a step up.
It really was.
Yeah, we got a raise here. 2 callers. 3 ways to the flop.
3 players.
Roggen's definitely
up,
the most
Wheeler?
active player at this table.
How you doing, Wheeler?
Oh, look
Action.
at this.
Jack 9-4. The set of 9s for Raja Nikzad. Flops top pair.
7,000.
Now, if I'm Ningsad here, I have.
Uh-oh.
All in. Call.
In the quick call, Nikzad will see the bad news.
And again, with his stack size, I don't really fault him. Flop top pair. The Jack-10 suited type hands play way better when you're deeper. But this is an unfortunate spot, and he's most likely going to be out of this tournament.
Let's see if he can turn any hope.
Well. Okay.
That would be a no.
Yeah, that's a no. Jared, you're familiar with this
Oh, yeah,
hand.
the quad 9's on a feature table.
Hard to beat that.
I gotta take a picture with you.
All right. You have a camera? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, get a picture with D-Nex.
I'll come to you.
We revisit the Blesnik bust down
Bravo.
hand.
Here, let me.
Sorry, I didn't
Was put in
It's
the
okay, I
6
didn't
bet
recognize
with
you.
the
I got
aces
this for
free,
you.
called by the
no.
9.
Daniel just grabs the phone right out of his hand.
Let me do it.
Yeah. Turn. Oh,
This
your
guy
phone
just
is
paid
off.
10,000 to get a picture
the
with
phone
Phil
is
Hellmuth
off.
in the main event.
This is going to take
No,
some
you didn't
time.
See that cash?
Okay, you let me know when you figure it out.
You know, I can't tell you the amount of people that reached out to me.
I swear, it's just going to ask that. How much did you hear
70K.
from people?
Well,
Now I
but
have
here's what I would say to people.
I had a flush draw. He did.
I mean, that was day 1 of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, if that happens on day 6,
I have
day
plenty of
5,
chips.
I may not
Last
leave my
longer,
bed for 3 or 4
$50,000 me
days.
versus you.
But day 1,
Big
I
shot.
mean,
That was a crazy, sick needle, right?
Is the guy still here? Or does he feel like he just got showered?
No. Daniel said just
I'll take
find a way to
that.
turn
feel
the
like I
phone on,
peed.
come back.
Kind of like my chances.
Nah, you're dead. I got you.
I don't see him. I think he's.
I think he's still trying to turn his phone on.
All right. Oh, there he is. All right. He's just.
He'll get a picture with
lingering around,
D-Nex.
yeah.
We will tell you about the NAPT. It is coming back in November to the Resorts World in Las Vegas. They've got a high roller. They've got a 5K main. Fantastic work that the NAPT does at Resorts World. I think it's the 3rd through the 12th, but I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have the promo script for that one.
I believe they just released the official full schedule.
You got the whole schedule?
Yeah, I saw it on
Fantastic.
Twitter, or X, I guess we call it now.
Oh, Negreanu with 2 kings on the
baby.
button.
Yeah.
Jason Wheeler just moved to this table, opens with the ace-queen.
And again, I expect Daniel here to actually get a full double up if his hand holds. Wheeler's got over 150,000 in chips, but this is where Daniel gets paid off more than most in this tournament, where people believe he's more action than he is pre-flop. So I can see Daniel here coming in to a 3-bet here.
Raise.
And notice how big he goes on
He's gonna go with
sizing.
it.
I love it. I love it. Again, and there it is, instantly. You see how fast Wheeler put the money in against Daniel?
All in. It's nice playing with you.
Daniel
98K in the middle.
He's done this for decades.
Negreanu all in and at risk on day 3 of the main event.
I was figuring what to do, like, you know, like jam or give you a little rope, I don't know.
3-3 deuce, safe for the Kings. Wheeler needs an ace to bust D-Negs. Doesn't find the ace, but does pick up the wheel draw.
Not like that.
What do you mean, oh? What, oh? Oh, because he can hit a 4?
The 4 is the dirty way to go.
For an ace is not there. It is
Where's
a 3.
my chips here? Here, where'd my chips go? Where'd my chips go? Here, I told
There's
you
a
that.
double up for Daniel Negreanu.
He's back.
6, pay me this man his money. Better question, where did
But we've been
the chips
talking
go,
about this. Daniel will get more action than most in this tournament.
You paid it right.
A lot of people might fold ace-queen there to a lot of other players.
What a pro.
But Daniel is happy there, gets it in as a 71% favorite, and now has close to 100,000. And if he could double up again with the blinds and antes,
you would have just mucked.
if he gets over 200,000, I'm telling you,
We're cooking for deep run.
I'm surprised that Jason Wheeler took the rope. I really am. He's an experienced player. He knows Daniel well. He's played with him. He's seen him enough.
He can't fold. You think he could fold?
I don't necessarily know if you can fold.
I think you can. Well, you
But
can't.
he made it 30K off his
What's that,
46K
Mr.
stack. You just gonna call?
Well,
16K behind?
No, I'm saying yes. Sorry, you can fold. I mean, had he opened ace queen off and then Daniel just moves it in, I think.
But he did move it in, is what I'm saying.
I think you can fold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you think open, Daniel rips, then you fold.
I think you can find the fold with ace queen.
Listen, I'm blowing up.
I really do.
Daniel's the type of player, he's not doing that with 8s, 7s, 9s, okay? And he's definitely not doing it with ace jack off.
Yeah, you see the fixes.
So against Daniel, you should be folding in that spot. People don't realize the ranges in this tournament are way different
Great
than
point by you guys, for
yes,
sure.
the ranges are different in this event because people value more than anything your tournament life and how valuable is just being in the event.
Let's do the picture, me and you. All right. We got it.
I'd be shocked if Daniel even had 10s. Here's the
Phone's back.
selfie. Yes.
Daniel says, "Give me this. It'll
Make
be
it
much
a good
faster."
one.
We got 2. You're welcome.
There we go. That that was worth $10,000 to that guy.
Yeah, it took him 30 minutes to turn his phone on, but yeah.
Cheers. Appreciate you.
Might want to get a new phone.
Huh? Yeah, what the heck? Why not?
So Stammy here, Huey's been playing fairly solid.
Huh?
They're both somewhat deepish.
For sure, Lonnie's starting the hand with about 50 big blinds.
Another one. How about this on the rail? Yeah.
How many selfies do you think Negreanu has taken this summer?
Hundreds.
Wow,
It's already
and
grinded or
look
no?
at this.
Oh,
Yeah,
puts in the 4-bet to 40,000.
And it's a great play, Jeff. It's a really good play with a hand like
Appreciate
that.
it. Thank you.
You know, people are
gifts
wondering,
this
oh,
year.
why
Yeah,
is
a
this
lot
a
of
good
gifts.
play? Huey has
Wine
ace
and
queen.
coffee and
This is a hand that she
Appreciate it.
maybe could
Ethiopian
fold
coffee.
in a spot like
Coffee,
this,
but
right?
not Colombian.
When you get
Ethiopian.
4-bet in a no-limit
He's
home
Colombian.
tournament and you have ace queen suited,
Nice, appreciate it.
what are the type of hands that
Sweet,
my
I'm gonna try
opponents
it.
have?
Thank you.
A lot of it's ace king. A lot of it could be queens, kings, aces, maybe jacks. But you don't beat a lot of the 4-betting ranges after you 3-bet. And I could see her folding this, and I would not fault her.
You're already thinking of your needle.
Do not trust Coach Beard.
Planned ahead.
I mean, this guy, look at him. My guess is that Lonnie and Stamey are
Way more
familiar
funnier
with
no.
one another
Yeah,
to
I mean,
some
not that
sort of
long.
extent.
Yeah,
If she does
a
rip
lot,
it,
maybe not as much.
it's based on past experience and history.
But see, the stack
right
sizing
over
is
there.
so important here, right? I don't think she's ever ripping a hand like this, okay? She's too deep to rip this amount of chips, I feel like, with ace-queen suited. You know, ace-queen is one of those hands where it's like kings in PLO, right? You don't want to face a lot of aggression because you feel like you're always beat when they put money into the pot. She's in a tough spot here. I think she is going to fold. And look at that. She does.
The ace-10 gets through for Stamey.
Yes.
Coach Beard.
And I'm telling you, Mr.
Not
San
sure
Antonio, I mean, that was a really next-level play. And again, I don't fault Huey for the fold. What is she supposed to do when she faces a 4-bet with her stack size? It's very difficult to play. Do I call and see a flop?
think so?
Probably not. I mean,
Do I
usually
shove
people
and then
have
if he
good
has
cards in
ace king,
their
I'm out of the
board.
tournament? I don't know what to do.
Unless they're kids who do the thing and then they look ace four suited. Okay, I have to put 5 bluffs here.
That doesn't mean anything.
Have to re-raise 4-bet against the guy who has aces. Oklahoma John, who's 84 years old, who just 3-bet you from under the gun one. I gotta have bluffs here, buddy.
That's why betting against Landon for so many years was so good. So you finally stopped.
He stopped doing that?
I think finally.
Oklahoma John in this case is actually Texas Rocket, but get the point. But he did have a bluff.
Okay, Desan here opening with 2 3s. Wheelers in the small blind here can go either way.
Bad 3-bet fold.
Remember, if the small blind was 1,500 instead of 1,000, it's more likely that he would call. But see, now he's folding because the small blind's 1,000. Yamagachi should call here in the big.
Real quick here, shout out Mari AC. Just gave out 50 PokerGo memberships to our YouTube channel. That's a pile. Thank you, Mari.
And look at this, bottom set for Desan.
Yeah.
Go small. He goes really small. I love it.
4,000.
Going very small, and he's attacking a big blind with a very wide range here. And the turn now brings a backdoor flush draw. I expect Dusan here to go bigger. I'd like for him to size up between 14 and 15,000 here on the turn. He has to put more money in right now. His hand is too strong. Yamanouchi has a hand that probably should not continue out of position. Doesn't have a heart or a diamond, makes it harder to bluff rivers that make flushes. And there he goes, fairly big, pot size bet.
Dario Dusan out of Colombia lives now in Miami. Married with 2 kids, Maria and Fernando. Mr. Mateos, that's our guy, Brent, as we remind you about Play Poker Go. It is free, it is fun.
Yes.
And now you can chase your share of 1 million in gold every single hour. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half hour. So next one coming up at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time.
4:30?
That's 4:30
I'm going to play. You want to play?
Sure, I'll join you.
I am going to play on playpokergo.com. I encourage everyone in the chat to get in here. My name on there is Ralph Drizzle. So maybe we'll be at the same table.
Available on web, iOS, and Android.
If anybody stacks me from the chat, Jeff will Venmo them $20.
What? No,
yeah.
No.
No?
$10.
$10.
But yeah, you
there
gotta
it is.
prove that you're the one.
The backer here might even do 20.
I'll match. I'll do whatever you guys want.
He's a match. Okay, there we go. So
if they bust you, I'll give them $100.
Oh baby,
they
the $100
bounty.
bounty.
They got to send a screenshot of them busting me. So
That's
they got to find Ralph Drizzle. Sign up, get in there. Gold free roll. 4:30 coming up. I'm going to be firing.
Sturm 2 pair here.
Yeah.
Check raise.
And I don't see any world here where that Dougal can continue. No diamond. Completely whiffed the flop. By the way, we just saw a screenshot of it, in my opinion, the greatest no limit hold'em player on the planet in Mr. Mateos.
We agree.
He and look at this, Jeff.
Oh my.
Jeff, look at this.
He's just a non-believer in Sturm, knowing that all these one-tone boards, Sturm probably has a lot of check raises that don't necessarily provide strength. There's plenty of air.
Just the click to 16,500.
And now Shrum's only play here is to call. He's never. He realized that now he only kind of beats bluffs as he's going for the call. The way this hand looks is I think Shrum just doesn't want to see a diamond here roll off. And look at this.
Oh, the turn is an ace.
And now I expect Ned Lakou to check behind now that he turned equity. He can't bet this turn. He semi-bluffed the flop or completely bluffed, and he's going to bet again.
That's 5,000 into about 50K.
All of a sudden, he's sniffed and discovered some equity.
Yeah, and you know what? It's actually an interesting bet because it freezes your opponent. Sturm can't raise here off this bet. He really can't. Even though he has 2 pair, he has a hand that loses to a lot of different hands. And again, this is why this is the greatest event in the world. Where do you see guys betting 1/10 pot in the main event?
I would be absolutely sick to my stomach right here in
there's
this moment.
And does it also freeze him from betting big on some rivers?
Yes. Now the river is going to go check, check, okay? And Strum's going to be happy to win this pot. Here's the thing. The 5K bet, this is why position is so important in a poker tournament, is because now you can just check back if you don't improve, and there is the check. Again, though, this is another misstep by Ned Leclue, okay? This tournament, folks, be patient. Don't get out of line with hands like ace-3 off. There's no need for it.
Hey, can
There's
we
so
trade
many
shares?
bad players in this field that you can find better spots than that.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to go get one of these chairs. So.
I'll tell you right now, Sturm has 445,000 in chips. He's the best player at this table. If I'm any of these guys, including Hellmuth, I don't want to play pots with that man. I just don't. There's so many better spots, Brent, in this tournament.
100%. I mean, if I'm in the big blind, and if he opens a pot, I'm not even looking down at my 2 cards. I'm just throwing it into the muck.
Exactly.
It's not, but Jeff,
But you certainly aren't 3-betting the 7-3 off in the small blind against him.
Hellmuth could not have taken a worse approach to kick things off.
Thank you for a couple super chats. One from Damo, $15 is nice. Hey team, grab coffee on me on the break. 2 questions for y'all. What do you think of the new Senate bill? Well, let's just hope the new House bill passes.
It's god-awful.
Move on. And if the WSOP needs to move, where would you like to? No, WSOP is not moving anywhere. He says up the Blez. Let's go. And then Brian Springman, $50. Coffee for the crew. Crew's going to be very well caffeinated.
That's who? Bruce Springsteen? Who said that?
Brian Springman. He says, and a little money back for Blez's
Look at
aces.
Hellmuth here, guys.
Oh, remember at the end of day 1, we saw him sleeping, and he's out again.
I know he said he's under the weather, not feeling great with the AFib, but
hopefully he wakes up to play his
maybe it's really affecting his play.
Remember, folks, what Brent said earlier, as we would like your help in deciding our next featured tables. We'll be on Negreanu and Hellmuth for a while, as hopefully they stay in for a while. But when they're off, who do you guys want to see on? Help us choose.
I don't know if the chat is able to figure this out, which we know from a production point of view. The table has to be within the horseshoe side of the arena. It cannot be in Paris.
All of you can look at the WSOP Plus app, download that, look at all the tables yourself, give us your best pick. Of course, I see a lot of love for DePaulo, Polk. Some love for Wolfgang. He's out of the tournament. That's going to be tough. Rigby. We're going to start diving in. Got about 3,000 players left.
I think one table that is certain right now of the next 2, we've got to bring in Kasuf. He's got almost 700,000 chips, and you know he will never shut up.
What will our job be if we have a Kasuf table?
Sit
You
back,
trying to get a break for us?
enjoy the show, grab a little popcorn. I know the backer here, he wants a little Nobu. Get a bite to eat.
All right, so we have an open here, 8-7 of spades to 5,000. That should be your standard open. These blind levels. Hellmuth in the small blind folds queen 8. I'd like Rufino here to defend his big blind, queen 3. Again, with the big blind ante, for the most part, you should be defending your big blind there at a very high frequency, just because you're calling 1,500. You're getting more than 3 to 1 on your money on just a call, so your equity of hand value doesn't have to be that high. You should be, folks, you should be defending the big blind head up a lot. You should be folding hands like 7-3 off, 8-2.
Yeah, just dust.
Yes. but-
Anything reasonable, you're in. Sometimes even, we've seen this from time to time, especially when stacks are deep. You've got a hand like King 5, King Little. You should be 3-betting in a decent frequency rather than calling.
I'll tell you this right now. You want to be defending the big blind with almost any 2 suited cards.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
It's nice.
You know. We continue the action. Novik looks down at 10s.
What is this sizing? Did he just...
And
is that 7,500, I believe?
It might be 12,000.
Yes, it is. 7,500.
7,500.
All right, that's reasonable.
Okay, so he's going 3x. He's playing 2010 poker right now. And again, we've seen this multiple times with Novik. Novik made a mistake earlier with 9s where he put in 150,000. He got ace-king suited to fold.
Oh, yeah.
If we see Novik here in the next hour or so, look for him to make a massive mistake where he's going to get all his chips at risk and he's going to be behind.
Yes.
And that's the beautiful thing about a no-limit hold'em tournament. You can play perfect for 5 or 6 days. But if you make that one error against someone that has more chips than you, you can be out of the tournament just like that.
That was Michael Jin moving to our feature table, by the way.
And Jin's got 142,000 in chips. Merdinger here is going to open here a little more than 2x, 5.5 off of 27,000 behind. I like it a lot. She doesn't want to just move in here because if she does and gets called in 2 spots, she knows she's in really bad shape here. Novik, again, we talked about it. He should be defending his big blind. You know, he's getting too good of a price with an ace.
Novik, clearly recreational type player. You can almost understand what's running through his mind, thinking, all right, the price is great, but I've got a bad ace. I'm not sure what I want. I'm going to call, but I don't love it.
But
that's what he wants.
Open-ender.
Yes. And the beautiful thing is, if you're Novik here, when you're short, it eliminates a lot of bluffing from Merdinger, right? So because she's so short, she's basically playing her hand to hit the flop. And she, you know, she had a spot there where she can't really continue. Good play by Novik to take aggression there on the turn. Where's Novik from, Jeff?
Let's see. Let's pull. Great work by our bio staff, by the way, throughout the course of this tournament.
Is that
a
our
lot
guy
of
Sean
people flying
Chimtov?
through.
Did he hook us up with the bios?
Sean, Keegan, Steve, like just a fantastic crew. Noah Novik is from New York originally, lives in Connecticut now. Went to
Very
school at
rich.
Stanford.
I believe he's very rich. I can just tell by the way he's dressed.
Profession is retired medical research.
Okay, extremely wealthy individual.
And he went to Stanford?
Yes, he did.
Rufino here opens. King 10 off of the cutoff. Novik here. I would love to see this is a spot where I know he's a little deep, but I wouldn't hate a shove here.
I think this is just a
would,
pure shove with ace queen off out of the big blind and all that dead money. I'm certain it is.
Yeah, and he does do it, and I like it. And you know what's great about it? See, this is the problem with Novik, right? Is that when Novik calls the small blind, he almost never has a very strong hand, especially the type of player he has. So he knows that 4,500 is almost dead money. But he just picked up, you know, a little more than 10% of his chips without showdown.
Shout out to our guy Richard Simmons in the chat. Jeffy is back.
Oh,
the
dear.
backer. You may not have met him before. Richard Simmons owns your soul. It's hug time for everybody.
Hug
Load
time
us
for
up with
all.
rainbows. Give us it in the chat, Richard. All the emojis. Load us up. This is your time, Mr. Simmons.
And Blaise, Run Good Life has given a super chat at $50. Thank you, Run Good Life. Says,
Wow.
please tell backer that even though his aces got cracked, he'll always be our hobby ace.
I love you,
How
Run
about that?
Good. Thank you, Run Good.
Very nice.
I'll
Blaise the best in the business when it comes to sports cards.
I'll tell you this. I've been playing every form of poker for my whole career. High stakes, low stakes, tournament poker. That hand, that was the craziest poker hand I've played in my entire career. I want you to think about that. Only in the main event can you play a 6-bet.
That is wild.
Well, because I never played tournaments my whole career. So for a tournament, I mean, 6 bets pre.
I meant to. Had you ever experienced anything like that? It had to be a first in your career, which I believe is what you're telling us right now. The most insane pot you've ever played.
I mean, the hand, it's got over 1 million views, I believe, across all social network. I mean, just think about that. I can't walk into the horseshoe and not get stopped.
You know, that guy just had it out for you, right? I believe I told you on the side. I watched him when you were opening the sports cards. I believe it was a Todd Rizzo.
Anthony Rizzo.
Anthony Rizzo, excuse me. Who's Todd? Is that like his dad?
I'm opening the greatest baseball product on the planet in Dynasty Baseball.
He hated every moment of it. I was watching him on camera, rolling his eyes. He was about to call the floor on you.
And you know what?
Yeah.
But you know what I want to see with that man?
I do.
I want to see him go deep in this event.
Yeah.
I want to see a story, okay? I want to see him play a hand as poor as possible, get rewarded, and actually go deep in this event.
Well, let's check in. I believe last I looked, that man, the psycho from France, had around 600,000.
Hellmuth is out again.
I'm sorry, he's out? Oh, out cold, yeah.
And, you know, Hellmuth didn't want to play this event because of the stamina. And it's day 3, and he's already had multiple days off of rest. And look at how, look at this, right? Oh, my God, look at this, Jeff.
Oh, Gin with the Kings.
Oh, no.
And you know what?
Oh, no.
Gin with the Kings.
Watch this, right? I'm going to make a prediction
and
here.
This is a brand new player.
That's right.
Let me make a prediction.
Okay.
Okay? These are the moments in life where Phil Hellmuth is the best. Okay? Watch this.
I'm watching.
I can see Hellmuth getting away from a hand like this.
I can't fold.
No, I can see it happening. I'm telling you. If there's anyone in the world that can
true.
fold,
It would be Phil Hellmuth.
This is where he's better than everyone else. I'm not saying he is, but I would bet you if anyone could do it.
Just wait.
I'm telling you.
He's going to erupt.
No. Look at this. I'm telling you, I think Hellmuth can fold this. And I'm not being results oriented. I'm telling you. He's that good in these spots. I've seen him do this over the years.
Yeah, I agree.
Rumco's in the booth?
Look at this.
No.
Look, he's talking. I'm telling you, he's going to get away from this. I believe it.
He does.
I told you. I told you.
Are you kidding me?
I told you. No.
And he
gets shown the Kings.
I told.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
He's the only one in the world that can get away from this, and I can explain this why. I'm telling you.
I know Rumco. I'm the only guy on the whole planet.
Look, he's saying what I'm telling you right now.
At Ace King.
You can't make this up.
How you doing, sir?
I'm waiting for my guy to give me
But
the
why is he showing this?
I raised with Ace King. He's going to 3-bet with Ace Queen. He's going to give me 100 bucks. I'm not going to give him another penny.
I'm telling you, this is where Hellmuth is better than everyone else on the planet. As good as a Foxen is, or a Mateos, or a Negreanu, they're not good enough to fold in that spot. But Hellmuth is. And I'll tell you why, right? He just sat down at the table. He raised, I believe, under the gun, correct? Was Hellmuth under the gun?
He was UTG-8.
Yes.
At a very early position.
But Hellmuth knows his image.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing at the table. Absurd. And he doesn't need to. He knows his opponent's most likely not 3-betting him with Ace-Queen, right? So in Hellmuth's head, it's either Jacks plus or maybe Ace-King suited, but it's never something worse. And Hellmuth doesn't want to risk it out of position in the main event. And he still has 93,000. And the best part is that if he's still in on day 4 and day 5, we're going to remember this spot where everyone else, Jeff, everyone else would go broke. Everyone else would be out. But this is what makes Hellmuth so good.
What would you have done, Jared, in that spot?
Here's the thing. I am not, in that specific spot, I would not have folded.
Would you at least call, right?
I would call and see a flop.
Yeah.
I'm not good enough to fold there.
Magic.
Look at this, though.
Yeah, I think we might see another double up potentially here for no.
People have to appreciate that fold, though, right?
Yeah.
Less than 0.01% of people. Of 9,500 people in this tournament, there's probably less than 5 in the entire world that would fold there. And by the way, so Jin just sat down. He 3-bet Hellmuth with kings. And now he's facing a 3-bet with ace-queen off.
Change, please.
And he's confused.
Pure fucking
Well,
magic.
I'll tell you what, results oriented. He just watched Hellmuth windmill over ace-king. That might be immediately in the mind here for Jin. Can he now just fold ace-queen?
The thing is
I really
this,
did have
right?
ace-king.
You've been inspired to make big
That's
laydowns.
done. I should have.
I'm telling you, I can't believe that I came out and told the world that Hellmuth
You
can
called
get away.
that from the beginning.
Because I know Hellmuth, right? He's a dear friend of mine. We talk
I
strategy.
folded for 10 more. He calls
And look at
20,
this,
30,
ace-queen
and
now
fucking
face
king
up,
queen off.
fold into the
And
money.
he's showing face.
Fantastic.
He was inspired by Hellmuth.
Yes, he was.
He just said, Hellmuth, you folded ace king. I'm going to fold ace queen.
Me versus GTO.
Brent, this is the greatest tournament in the
I
world.
love it. I love it. I want to get back in.
What? Why you keep calling
Taking too long, GTO. Taking too long.
Me?
Why think what?
Oh.
You. I know I'm going to get you, but
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah,
if you have kings and I have ace king, I fold.
What do we got, Jeff? Cue the
Well-
music. We've got an ad.
Yes, we do. This is the time to get PokerGO. Starting tomorrow, our broadcast shift to PokerGO exclusively. If you have a high roller membership on the YouTube channel, you're good. Promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of the new annual plan. PokerGo.com to watch the entire 2025 World Series of Poker Main Event. And remember, in 9 minutes, we have our Play PokerGo free roll 1 million gold coins. Brent's going to be in, and Blez put a $100 bounty on his head as we look at the action here mid-hand.
What a spot for Lonnie. This is going in.
She 3-bet pre. Dusan made the call, and Dusan checks and faces the 18K bet. Does jam and is met with the snap call. You said it, Brent. The chips go in, and here we go. Loni Hui in a fantastic spot to get up to 216,000 in chips.
And what a force she already is and will now become if these aces can hold. Lonnie is outstanding at No Limit Hold'em. Here we go.
Turn is a deuce. Just has to dodge a 10. She's up to more than 200,000. She does just that. And look out, folks, for Loni Hui.
She is going to be a problem. Give her a bunch of chips, now near 100 bigs in the main event.
She's got more than $4 million in career live tournament earnings.
And this is also why we keep talking about you can find great spots in this tournament. You pick up aces, and someone wakes up with 10s, and now you just doubled your chips, and you have over 200,000. Which is why I didn't like to play earlier with ace-3 off, with no diamonds. I'm telling you, folks, there's so many good opportunities. Be patient. Being in this event, okay? Just being in the event is so valuable, and you need to understand that.
No. It's usually bad news.
There was going to be like a cool catchphrase or something.
And we've lost roughly, I want to say about 300 players. We're still on the same level. 2-hour levels, folks. They're playing 5 levels today. If we're lucky, we'll get to the money late tonight. If not, we'll reach the money early tomorrow for day 4. The min cash, I believe, is 15,000.
It is.
First prize is $10 million.
It is.
There is not a greater investment in any form of gambling than buying into the main event for $10,000 for a chance at a $10 million first prize and an event that will change your life forever.
Hisashi Yamanoche.
I love this
the
guy.
Ace-Jack 3-betting here.
And it's hard to fault him for putting in the 3-bet. I love the flat by Rodkin here with the ace-queen of hearts in position. Remember, this is the same guy who flatted ace-deuce off earlier on the button. there may be a method to his madness. A lot of flatting.
So Hui here facing a 3-bet. She just won a big pot. I'd like to see her fold. Even though Queen 10 suited doesn't play bad against a 3-bet, the problem is it's a good fold. Yamanouchi's been playing fairly solid. And look at this. So to your point, Brent, you know, he flatted pre-flop, which you like, okay? But now if I'm Yamanouchi, I'm thinking I have the best hand here. So if I flop an ace, I'm assuming it has to be good. And look at this.
9-8, 4-2 hearts.
He flops the nut flush draw. And I would like to see Roggen put more money in now. Why? And again, he continues, in my opinion, to make the wrong decision. But I like him putting more money in.
Turn deuce.
Okay. That should slow down Yamanouchi. And I'd love to see Roggen put money in now. And he doesn't.
Goes check, check. River 3 of diamonds.
Just to play devil's advocate on the turn, Jared, there's a world in which if he bets ace-queen of hearts and it's the smaller sizing, you would hate to get check raised and blown off your hand. Now, maybe you just call it off with the nut flush draw. Well, you don't love it.
Well, here's I'll tell you why I don't like it, right? Because a lot of times there, Yamanouchi's going to have a hand like ace-king, right? So if he has ace-king, you're just allowing a hand like ace-king to just beat you when you have ace-queen, right? So it's more likely that he actually has ace-king there than ace-jack because of his 3-bet pre.
What about 2 jacks?
2 jacks.
2 tens.
Yeah.
Some of those, you know.
But it's also harder to make. His hand is way more weighted towards an ace-high or a smaller pair. It's not easy to make a pair of jacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he does have a pair of jacks, you're right, he's going to lose more. I just like seeing, you know, a hand in this event where I just love applying pressure in spots where you just have a very strong
Totally
hand.
understand that. Yeah, you were, and he was happy to get the money in on the flop if that was going to be the case. What do you have there, Jeff?
Just a minor correction, as we have been corrected. We'll go with Roggen.
Roggen, okay.
Yeah,
Anyone
Roggen.
else we need to correct while we're at it?
I think Yamanouchi instead of Chi, even though it looks like Chi. And we have a new player in seat 9. Brent, you'll love this one. Jean-Francois Alexandra.
I can't say any of that.
Just John Francis Alexandra.
I'm calling him Alex.
That works.
Okay, so we're head up here. Lopez opened the king 5 suited. Roggen.
There we go.
Calls with jack 10 suited. Okay, I mean, Lopez here doesn't connect with the flop whatsoever, but it's a flop that his opponent should not be hitting on a ton. But, you know, Roggen has been very aggressive when check 2. You know, flops top pair. Has to assume it's the best hand right now. And Lopez here is just going to take the cautious play and fold.
Odds again?
3-minute warning, by the way, folks. Yeah. Play PokerGo if you want to play in the $1 Million Gold free roll. I'm in there, Ralph Drizzle. If you bust me in the free roll and you take a screenshot,
Definitely my first time.
Send it to me on X. Make sure you tag myself at Buffalo Hanks, the backer at Harrington25, and Jeff Platt at Jeff Platt. Send it to us, a screenshot, and my friend here, the backer, will send you $100. How about that?
Just a couple minutes away. No late reg for these.
There's 0 late reg. If you're going to do it, you got to do it now. Get in.
And again, you're seeing Roggen here being very aggressive, has a lot of chips.
Wow. Jack 9 off in mid position.
Yep, Alexander here, new to the table, has ace 5 suited here. I believe he's from France.
You are correct.
I would like to see either a fold or a 3-bet here. And look at this, he's going for chips. Again, an unknown to the table.
Alexander from Canada, sorry, but from Montreal, which is pretty much France.
And again, Wheeler here, I expect Wheeler to fold these 8s, yep. And he's been playing very tight pre-flop, as we've seen. Again, don't mind his fold with 8s. It puts him in a tough spot. Rajan been very, very active here. Very good 3-bet by Alexander. You know, ace-5 suited is a hand that, the reason why that 3-bet is so good is because you look at someone like Wheeler behind with 2 8s, right? What does he do? What does he do with 8s there against an unknown that just got to the table to a 3-bet? It's very hard to play pre-flop and post-flop, right? And another thing with ace-5 suited is, let's say Rajan had a hand like ace-9, ace-10. In that spot, a lot of times, he's just going to fold. So you're going to fold out a lot of better hands here. Onto the action here. Wheeler, very tight pre-flop. Look at this. Stammy has kings on the button. San Antonio with 2 kings.
Go get him, Coach
Son
Beard.
in the small blind with the 7-5 suited. He's been relatively aggressive. Here, though, less than 30 bigs to start the hand.
Now, this is the problem. Okay, Dusan's in the small blind. It's a little loose based on his chip stack. He only has around 60K in chips. That hand plays a lot better when you're 100 big blinds deep. Let's see a flop.
King 3 deuce with 1 heart.
And now I would love to see Stammy here go beyond small. I would love for him to bet like 3,500 to 4,000. He has the flop crippled.
Can he check back some versus small blind?
He could, but I don't know if he's good enough to actually do that. And he does, Jeff. Look at that, Jeff. He does. Wow.
Turn
Hey, Phil.
deuce.
You're still here. What are you napping over there?
Now, even though that's a great card for Stammy,
ace-king pre-flop, it took
it's not a
17
great
seconds,
card
so I'm
for him
getting a
to
little
actually
slow.
make more money.
Right,
But it was very
Because
frustrating.
Dusan doesn't have any
7
deuces in
times.
his range.
To fold ace-king in 17 seconds. I should have folded it in 4 seconds.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you.
You showed kings.
Wasting 17 seconds?
I know. Like, he showed kings. Like, I just knew right away.
Phil had to
How much
tell
you got now,
somebody
Phil?
else he folded the ace king.
I think I've won 1 hand, maybe. I don't know.
He still doesn't realize you're trolling him. It's so fucking good.
A little disappointing for Stammy, of course.
Well, he started off telling me that he bluffed out 40,000 with 7-3 off today.
That's his style. And then he's like, but you know, I run so bad.
But I folded ace-king. Yeah. I lost 40K with 7-3 off, but I folded
Wow,
ace-king.
an ace is coming.
Yeah.
And Negreanu's exactly right here. I mean, Hellmuth has been known for making some of the greatest folds in the history of poker, right? But he's also known for going ballistic with 7-3 offsuit. And
He said he was a
Calls
better
it zoom
tournament
mode.
player
Yeah.
than Phil Ivey.
Yeah, I know you. Didn't you see that bit where I was like, you're not better at him than anything?
Oh, I know. I
So that bit
didn't
is
see
really
that
funny.
one.
We're on stream once. And he's like, literally, name it. What are you not better
No,
than
he
anything?
said he was a better tournament player than Ivey.
At our other
That's
feature
pretty
table,
strong.
Sturm eliminated Nedelki, so Leon Sturm has almost 540,000 in chips, which is bad news for the rest of the field.
Wheeler here hasn't really played many hands. Opening to 5,500, king jack off. Stammy here in the cutoff. Knows that Wheeler's been fairly tight. Has a hand that a jack-9 suited hand in position. His hand plays better as a 3-bet, I feel like, than a call a lot, but decides to call in position. They're going to be head up to the flop. And the way that Wheeler's been playing has been very passive and on the tighter side. So,
Ooh, Jack 10 at 3, which could be some trouble for Stammy.
and Wheeler here, based on the way he's been playing, this is a spot for Stammy where he actually hit the flop fairly hard, hitting top pair, but I expect him just to call here. He doesn't need to raise. I like the call. And look at
Turns
this.
the 9. And Wheeler does turn a straight draw.
But it's actually a card that Wheeler doesn't need to actually be betting here. it improves him, right? But it's one of those cards where now a lot of other hands actually improve. Okay, so he decides to go for 8,000.
87,000.
Stammy here
Started with 71. How much do you think I need?
will raise here a fair amount. I feel like he'd raise here about 75%, call 25. Again, he knows that Wheeler is very passive, so he's just taking a line of calling.
Good tables every day.
He catches a great river card.
What are you playing?
At this point, I would like to see Wheeler slow it down a little. Just because all the draws missed, maybe my opponent can bluff. Is my hand strong enough to get value? If he bets, though, Jeff, he's going to go small.
Yeah, I was like, I cashed like 82.
That's exactly what it looks
Yeah,
like.
and he's going very small. And if I'm standing there, I need to put more money in now.
Sure.
Look at that. Wheeler went for 7,500. I'd like for Stammy to go up to like 25.
Just going to flick in the call.
I would imagine Wheeler's trying to target a 10 there.
Now, I got to tell you, man, Stammy's been playing great poker up until that hand. When you make a hand like Jackson nines and the board runs out the way that it did, you just have to put more money in the pot. You're just beating such a wide variety of value hands at that point.
All the queens, kings, aces.
And the other thing too is, right,
Jackson.
is that you can raise there, and if Wheeler happens to shove for his last 45,000, you can then get away. But your hand's too strong to not get value out of hands like kings, queens, king jack, ace jack. There's just so many hands that you beat. And that's the thing with the main event is a lot of people play super tight and passive and they don't want to get value.
If you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, then GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation, any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off of your first purchase.
You want Phil?
Garner betting pocket threes on this board, Queen 6-5. Seemingly dry texture.
Well, I'm so fucking tilted right now.
With the, is that a check raise, 7-5 suited?
Yeah, and it's a good one too.
Yeah,
Because
backdoor stuff going on.
even though he had the best hand, he's actually getting a lot of better hands to maybe fold. A lot of queens aren't folding, but like a hand like ace-6 suited would fold.
And if you get called, so be it. You've got a lot of backdoor potential to get there.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Be off the stage.
It all depends on the traffic, but
But if you go at the right time.
yeah, it's about 35 minutes.
There's blood in the water, by the way, in this free roll that I'm playing.
Yeah, I like Seattle.
I'm down to
I like
800 chips.
Seattle because all the streets are like circles.
Yeah.
It's like the
Took a
opposite of
horrible
Seattle.
bad beat back.
It's not a great.
Is anybody in the chat at Brent's table? His
I
name
don't
is
know.
Ralph Drizzle.
Ralph Drizzle, yeah.
Drizzle?
Someone in the chat has to be here. If you bust me, you got to
Yeah,
prove
that-
it,
the outdoor is nice.
and you'll get $100. I'm going to be playing just about any two, no matter what.
Incredibly beautiful. Like
That's when I was at the
I'm sure you've played great poker so far.
Very solid poker. Great player. I'm all in.
I live in Connecticut, and it just feels so much more.
Well, so is Merdinger. We'll focus on her all in since it's the World Series of Poker main event. All due respect to the free roll.
Yeah, you don't want to go down downtown and start
Merdinger. Garner flicks in the call with the ace-3 off. Sturm with Queen Jack. Absolute mountain of chips in front of him. He will call as well. So Merdinger looks to get up to more than 20,000, trying to claw her way back into this thing. She's got the best hand at the moment, and it comes ace-8-6.
Now Sherm here, really no value in betting. As we see him check behind here, he has no. He knows he doesn't have the best hand. There's no side pot. I actually wouldn't mind Garner actually checking again to maybe catch. Okay, so he folds there. And Merdinger is in phenomenal shape here to get back to 20,500.
He's going to love to see this. Just has to dodge a 3.
This is the deal, yeah, because there's like, that one has a name, you know, there's like 5 feature tables there, so.
And then back up to 8 bigs. You just never know in the main event.
You really don't.
for 5. The start of the spin up, perhaps.
Triple O.
More than that.
More than
Marie
triple.
Merdinger.
Yeah. 4 times.
From Long Island.
I'll take it.
Looking for her 5th World Series of Poker cash. Rocking the Mets hat.
Yeah.
Hellmuth, I believe, taking selfies on the rail. His patented shrug. Okay, Brent, didn't mean to disrespect your all-in, just wanted to respect hers.
Well,
in the
I'm
main.
out. A guy got me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who it was. No, okay, something 83. I don't know.
Oh, you were
Great player.
quite ahead. Yeah, I'll spin it up. Change.
Back here at the feature table,
We only play one level here, right?
What?
We get moved to the other section. I mean, I'm asking, are we playing 2 levels on the feature?
I don't think they're planning to move.
I could, maybe.
okay, Shrum here.
10-3 off, Merdinger in the big. Just gonna bump it up. Winner.
And again, you know, a great player like Shrum is not playing his hand, he's playing his opponent's. He knows that if Merdinger doesn't have anything decent, that she's folding no matter what. And there's a very high frequency chance that she doesn't have a hand there. And on top of that, she has a stack that's almost never going to be calling. It's either going to be shoving or folding.
And then he just gets out for 2 bigs instead of jamming in the small
Exactly.
blind, losing 8.
Exactly, Jeff.
Yeah, I think it's the only one I have is in Seattle.
And again, we've noticed, I want to say about 400 players have been knocked out in the last hour and a half of play. So that number, I would assume by around dinner break, you're going to see roughly around 2,000 players left.
That's, by the way, where I think things really start to tighten up and go slow.
When you can see it.
You get 2,000
Yeah.
and you realize you are oh so close to the money.
And the thing is, people need to understand that a guy like Shrum, with
This was
540,000
supposed to be me
chips,
versus GTO. Was going to be a fun hand.
the frequency where he cashes this tournament, it has to be about like 90% in
Oh,
his situation.
absolutely.
Because he's just going to bully people, and he's going to put himself in good spots to just chip up. And as we get closer to dinner and the money, you're going to start seeing ranges play a lot tighter pre-flop. You know, people are going to be open folding hands like ace-jack suited, ace-queen off. You're
I
going to
was
start
pretty
seeing
connected,
crazy
GTO.
folds because people don't want to go broke in the main event.
And who's going to be there to pounce? That would be the guys like Leon Sturm.
Yes.
I say the guys, the women like Reva Arthur, who has an absolute pile of chips out in the field.
You got the
Yes.
bottom one, I think. You can have the top one if you
You
want.
build a big stack in the main when it's bubble time or you're approaching bubble time, you are in prime position to accumulate.
All right, Gardner here has a good stack, has almost double the average, opens with king-jack. Sturm, look at this on the button, in position as ace-king in the cutoff.
Garner's just in a brutal spot, a brutal seat.
And look at this, he
just
decides to
calls.
flat.
Oh, Hellmuth.
And
Just
Hellmuth
calls with
calling.
7s and Jin
Wow.
with ace-queen in the big.
And this could get very interesting,
Oh,
Jeff,
my.
because Jin, I wouldn't fault Jin if he put a 3-bet in here just based on the fact that, look at all this. He knows Hellmuth doesn't have a great hand.
How good is this by Sturm?
And
Just flatting the ace-king.
he looks like a genius, Brent. And he is going for raising chips.
It's at 20,000.
And now I'm interested to see what Sturm's going to do here. Does he put more money in now or does he flat? He's not worried about Hellmuth behind. Hellmuth flatted out of the small blind. If I'm Sturm here, I would like for him to maybe go to like 45, 50K in position.
He very well might. There's also a merit in which you just call and continue to keep these worse hands in play, like the ace-queens, ace-jacks that felt so confident 3-betting out of position.
But the thing is this, Brent, is that
All in.
yeah, he shoves.
Just rips it. So under-repped.
Wow.
It's really good, though, by Sturm, right? Because even though he has his opponent dominated, he necessarily, with all the money that's in the pot, he's kind of happy just winning it right here. And again, what makes Sturm's call pre-flop so good is that it allows a guy like Jin here to 3-bet ace-queen because his hand looks weaker by flatting. So by him flatting pre, if Jin had a hand like ace-jack, he would probably just complete here. But he has to assume ace-queen is the best hand because he's not concerned with Sturm. And now Sturm fires back. And by the way, there's no way that Jin can continue here. He's not going to call off his tournament life with ace-queen off.
Oh, no chance. Yeah, I should not even be thinking this long.
Well, here's the thing, right? We just saw him fold ace-queen to a 3-bet, right? So he knows that he's kind of got raised on before. But in this spot, you know, Jin is going to enjoy his moment. He's not going to put any more money in here. You don't want to call off pretty much 100 bigs in the main event with ace-queen off. You just don't want to do it.
This is why this is the best tournament. Good structure, and it's a freeze out, so it's like it's fair for everyone.
And but you know, and this is, I feel like if Jin had a pair of jacks here, I feel like he'd be forced into calling.
Fold.
And he folds and he shows, and again, this is the problem I have with some of these players. I don't like that he's showing that.
I like this by Sturm. I really do. Nobody believes him. They did not believe him there in that moment. Now they do.
Does
and
it
he's going to
open
get
the
away
door?
with more and more havoc as we move forward.
And like him calling behind, they're like, oh, maybe he could have a big one like that last hit.
So
it seems, Blez, like Sturm and Negreanu kind of know when to show, when not to.
Yes, exactly. So I like Sturm's show there.
How can you fold top
I
pair?
just don't like the fact that Jin keeps showing that he's folding ace-queen.
Yeah.
He's opening himself up to be very bluffable here in a lot of spots. And I'll tell you right now, the reason why you're so right, Brent, is that the next time he does that, he might do that with an ace-10 type hand.
100%. He's going to get away with more and more. He's building up that reputation, that credibility, which I believe was starting to lack due to his nonstop aggression. That anytime someone has all the chips at the table,
I've been waiting.
You don't give them credit, right? You think they're bluffing left and right.
Exactly.
Now I can have a hand I can call again.
Care if I join?
Oh, come on in.
Rufino asked for permission. Let's listen in and see if Hellmuth keeps up the top.
Finally, I got a shot at GTO guy.
I don't love the call with King-8 off for Rufino. Obviously, we can see it.
3,000.
It's just fine, and he's a big favorite. But oftentimes, that King Dust can be in a lot of trouble whenever even you do flop top pair.
Now, Hellmuth here going very small. I don't like it unless he's planning on having a future here in the sense that he has a plan of going aggressive. Rufino here is going to peel. Again, he has a hand that has no value in raising. He can't fold top pair to this sizing. He's going to call. And, okay, Sturm just gets away here.
Let's keep an eye on Hellmuth. You mentioned it. Maybe he does have a plan.
Well, I hope he does because he needs to.
6,000.
Okay.
Very small once more.
He's hoping to be targeting some sort of queen, a jack, maybe a 10x type holding for a straight draw. If Hellmuth's plan is to bet flop, bet turn, and then just give up on river, I'll be sick to my stomach. This has to be a triple barrel sort of scenario, correct?
I'm telling you right now, I've watched Hellmuth for 20 years. He doesn't bluff a lot in this spot on the river.
Maybe not now.
He's going to check. Yeah, I told you.
Does just snap check it back.
You know, he doesn't. He just does this a lot where he's betting a size where his opponent. Here's the problem, right?
I mean, he's got no pair, no draw, and he bets 6,000 on the turn with in hopes that bet's going to get through.
Yeah, well, here's the problem with what he's doing is that there's a lot of jack tens or, you know, there's a lot of straight draw pair type hands. Queen 10 is going to call any king.
Right.
So I don't know what you're targeting to try and get to fold on the river. It doesn't make any sense.
And then he's just going to give up when he's called.
Yes.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
Why bet?
As someone that loves bluffing, I like bluffing in spots where I have some sort of information or a hand that's very good to bluff with. Having no connection to the board there is just... And again, you're seeing Sturm here. He's now opened again. Ace-9 off. Hellmuth here is just beyond frustrated. Jin here calls on the button.
By the way, Merdinger.
Yeah, well, let's go Merdinger.
Merdinger. Notice she's flatting 5K with less than 10K behind. Believe it or not, I don't hate it. The hand flops just fine whenever you get in the mix. Not putting her tournament life on the line. She was 100% going to get snapped
for sure
by Sturm.
Hang on to 4 bigs in the main.
It's frustrating when you don't connect. She's going to get to the turn for free.
Okay, now I would like to see Sturm go small here. It was checked around. He does have a heart in his hand. I'd like for him to bet like 12,000-ish. He's got to put money in. He has to assume he has the best hand. Goes even smaller. And look at this, actually. No. Actually picked up a flush draw and an open-ended straight draw. But what's interesting about his hand is that it's very disguised if he were to make it straight. So I like calling in spots like this where my opponent can't really put me on a hand necessarily if I make it. And it looks like he might want to do that. He's getting a decent price. But what I love about this is if he happens to hit a 7 or he hits a deuce, it's a spot where he could actually win a big pot. And he does fold. And again, we've been talking about this, folks. You're going to see a lot more tight play as the day goes on. This is the #1 tournament where people just want to cash. They want to go home and say, I cashed the main event.
Leon Sturm, almost $9 million in career live tournament earnings. A force to be reckoned with in the high roller scene and here today.
Yeah, he's nearing on 600,000 in chips. If you look at this table, no one even has half his chip stack here at the table, besides Gardner here, getting to 300. And again, look at this. This is the 4th hand in a row that Sturm is opening, and he actually woke up with 2 queens. And look at Hellmuth, by the way. He's away from the table. He is livid right now. He can't breathe. And look how tight. Look at all this, right? Novik showing a king 9, folding.
Folding the king 9 in the big.
Folded it face up.
But again, this is why having chips in this tournament is so valuable. Because you're not really supposed to fold king 9 off in the big blind. But Novik doesn't want to get involved.
Modest guy.
Likes the attention though. Right there.
So which part of Germany are you from?
Western Germany, Dortmund area. You might know the football club.
Yeah, of course.
Borussia. Have you ever been?
Yeah, I played the WPT in Berlin.
Oh, really?
And they had the 10,000 there a few years ago.
How long ago was that?
It was a while. It was probably
another open for Sturm. He will be relentless.
Yeah, they were thinking of bringing the EPT back to Berlin. That would be amazing. But I think they have
I think you got to go with it if you're Merdinger. With ace-9 suited, you have to be recognizing that Sturm is opening a very high percentage of hands and holdings.
This is the 5th hand in a row, Brent, that he's opened.
City is crazy. It's getting a little
and again,
out of hand, perhaps.
By the way, Hellmuth's not even at the table.
This is a disaster for Hellmuth. How are you not at the table? Maybe he had to run to the restroom, but you know, it's not like he's got walking chips. He's down to 25 bigs.
And again, the power of aggression in No Limit Hold'em. Sturm has raised 5 hands in a row, and I believe he's won
Is that one of the states on the East Coast that have like all the cute little towns with all the gentrified cafes?
And now Merdinger with 9,500 in chips. She is less than 4 bigs, and she's under the gun. If she has any ace-X, she's all in.
I was shocked she folded ace-9 of hearts a moment ago to that open.
I was too. But here's the thing, right? If she gets dealt like 9-10 suited here, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10.
You have to go with it.
Yes.
I've been once, I think. It's pretty great, yeah.
You have to go with it, is right.
Fast. Like, if you go to the forest, you know...
But see, Brent, remember earlier when she called the raise with King 10 suited a couple of hands ago?
Yeah. Also nice.
Every chip is so valuable, right? Because if she folded that hand, she'd have about 15,000 in chips, which would actually give her more play right now. But the fact that she called pre-flop and lost more than a third of her chips, it now puts her in a really tough spot where now she has to go with anything of any mediocre type hand here.
That's it. That's plenty good enough. King 6 of clubs.
You're exactly right.
You have to go with this hand.
Yes, because you're putting in half your money the following hand, and King 6 suited is a favorite against a blind hand next hand. And Jin here with King Queen off. He has enough chips where I would like to see him maybe flat. He could raise. That's fine as well.
Please exit the tournament area. That's going to allow these players to get to the restroom faster on their break and exit the tournament area. So all spectators at this
And Novik here has a very weak holding on the button.
You don't have to go. You're with me.
Not sure what he's thinking about here.
I have no idea what Novik is thinking. I actually have no idea what he's been thinking about all day.
I was just about to say. Okay, so now they're going to be head up. And again, I don't fault Merdinger here. She had less than 4 bigs. Okay, she's dominated by King Queen. But again, her money was going to have to be in the next hand anyway.
I want the 6 ball. You know, keep her in. Come on, Merdinger.
Merdinger's from Long Island.
You're from Long Island, aren't you?
I am.
You guys know each other?
We don't. You know who the best poker player on the planet is from Long Island?
I'm going to go with...
Alex Foxen.
Is he Long Island?
Yes, he is. Alex Foxen, the greatest player in the history of Long Island. And look at this.
Hit the 6 ball,
baby. He does
baby.
hit a 6.
Yeah. Good start. There she is.
Yeah, Foxen's a Cold Spring Harbor.
I didn't realize that.
Yes, he is.
I knew Jason Somerville was from that area.
Jason is.
Brent Roberts, I believe, also.
Brent's from Staten Island.
Yeah, okay. Not the same thing.
I was talking to Brent earlier today. He's still in the main.
Big cash game guy now, right?
Yeah.
Real estate as well.
Great guy. And look at this.
There it is. Little shimmy, little shake.
Yep, and now, again, she's got 25,000 in chips.
I know, he called it right on the window.
She can play poker, Brent. She could sit there and now fold her big blind and play poker.
Of course, we're back in business. This is the main event.
This is the greatest tournament in the world.
Oh.
4 days Queen twice.
Don't go anywhere, by the way. We are, I realize the players are moving about.
95. But
We're not going to be taking a break.
Oh, but that's not a good sign. Now you're telling me.
No, I'm saying I won't know. I can't. It's not based on who it is.
Yeah. You just.
Yeah, I just know.
Crazy.
yeah. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Somewhere around 100. King 6.
What a chat we've got here, Blaz. How many people? We've got 50,000 people on the YouTube channel alone, and there are a number of platforms bringing you day 3 of the main event, this live coverage. Shout out Sean Rice, Brent, Jeff, Jared. Notable. What notable will final table the main event this year? Besides Negreanu, Sean Rice asked, and thank you for the $20. I actually might get that full buy-in back for the main event if all these donations keep coming in. That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, Brent, you're acting surprised that we have 50,000 people on YouTube alone watching this. I'm surprised it's not 100.
It might get to 100 at some point today. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you like and subscribe. Click that thumbs up. My man right here, the backer, he loves nothing more than an old-fashioned thumb job. So go ahead, click that thumbs up. Make his day. Top pair for the chip leader, Sturm, who is going to be a problem all afternoon, all evening.
He literally lost 9
Garner, he's in a world of hurt. Now it's the 3 aces, but we've got outs for Garner. We've got clubs cooking, puppy paws.
Yeah.
In a rowdy mood.
And what happened here pre-flop, Brent?
No, he's just trying. For some reason, he's trying to get him.
Do we know what happened here?
Well, Garner, I believe, had to have raised, which he did, to 5K on the button, which is very understandable. Sturm just called. He's come along for the ride, very under rep. Now leading 14,000 on the turn, which, by the way, he would do this with a plethora of holdings.
Yes.
He could have a hand like Queen Jack off, no club. He can have a 7 and be leading. And, of course, as we can see, he'll do it with trips.
And this is why it's so difficult to play against a guy like Sturm. Wow. Again, what Sturm here is doing, okay, he's basically telling his opponent, I'm in the small blind. It's very hard to make 3 aces in the small blind off a button raise, right? So he's looking at the range of what Garner can have here on the button. And by Sturm flatting pre-flop and not 3-betting an ace, it's making Sturm here potentially win a massive pot here if he doesn't fold.
He's not folding. He's getting everything that he wanted with this very creative line. As you pointed out, very under rep, just flatting small blind, leading turn, which has induced a raise from Garner, and now Garner is looking to complete the story.
And again,
sizable.
Yeah, and the problem with this bet is, if I'm Garner, right, is it's too small to try to get folding hands. That the problem is this, right, is it's a good bet because it looks like milky, you know, that he wants to get called. The problem is Sturm has at least an ace here a lot, right? When he raises flop and then bet calls turn, okay, it's his hands heavily weighted to ace plus type hands. And again, if I just feel like, let's say Sturm had like a king queen or a king jack with the club, king with the jack of clubs, a hand like that, I don't know if it would raise the flop. So when Sturm raises the flop and then bet calls turn, he has a lot of ace X type hands or better. And I just can't see Sturm getting away from this. It's a good try by Gardner, but it's not the best spot based on the position of where he's at. The fact that he's on the button, his hand gets a lot less credibility. And Sturm here, I expect him to think about it a little more. I'd be shocked, Brent.
I don't know. To me, it looks like a flush. I think that Gardner's probably going to be reducing his range, limiting what he's going to open from the button. But that float from the check raise on the flop is very strong. That is well done by Garner. He was saying, I have a flush. That's exactly what he was doing. He told a story. He got it through. He got inside the mind of Sturm. And Sturm was a believer. By the way, I have to point this out. Nick Telford in the chat, he just sent us $100.
Wow.
That's my boy right there.
That's your boy, Nick?
Yeah.
Get to Nick in a second as we remind you that this November, the NAPT returns to Resorts World, the 3rd through the 12th. It's the 5K main. There's a 50K. There's a women's high roller. It's all about the NAPT come this November. Brought to you by PokerStars. So they go to break, but there are no breaks here. The magic of TV. We'll do a little bit of fast forwarding. We'll show you a new look at the chip counts, and they are presented by PokerStars as we move into this next level. Loni Hui with more than 240,000 in chips, certainly a threat to the rest of the table. You see Daniel Negreanu's name towards the bottom of this list of counts, but Blaise, as you said, 70K, still very comfortable in this tournament.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know the guy that was in that photo, that was my biggest idol coming up in poker, Stu Unger, arguably the greatest gin player that ever played gin, arguably the greatest tournament poker player for his time from New York. What an interesting hand we just witnessed, by the way. I still can't get over. I can understand why he folded, but he had a plan and he wanted his opponent to bluff, and then when he got his opponent to bluff, he actually folded here. Back at the action here, Wheeler who's been playing really solid poker, hasn't been getting out of line, is taking advantage of the fact that Rajan has been overly aggressive. And again, I keep talking about this event and why it's so great. Folks, the fact that there's almost 10,000 participants in this tournament means that there's a very high chance that you're going to be at a table with people that you've never played poker with before from all over the globe. And I want you to understand that you are going to see so much unorthodox, unique poker play in this event. You're going to see people folding like Hellmuth, ace-king to a raise and running into kings. You're going to see Hellmuth putting in 40,000 with 7-3 off. You're going to see Sturm, an elite player, folding 3 aces, you know, early on today. You're going to see Dasan here moving all in with King Jack, and now we're playing 15 and 3,000 blinds. He's got 8 bigs, standard a shove here. And I keep talking about it, Brent. I want you to explain to the viewers why an event like this, right? You could see people folding hands like ace-queen and then going crazy with hands like king jack, and, you know, people folding eights. Like, what is it about the main event that people want to make these plays? What is it?
There's levels of randomness, right? You can never predict when somebody is spazzing out, just clicking buttons, which you will see throughout the course of this coverage. That 9-9 shove for 150,000. That you're not going to see often, but we did see it during the main event. This, you know, I think Dusan is a very competent player. You know, he knows I'm under 10 bigs. I've got king jack. I have to get it all in here. If I get called, so be it. Best case scenario for him, he's flipping a coin. Opportunity to get back in. Let's see if he can connect.
Does connect on the Jack-9-4.
Another thing, too, you know, people ask me this all the time, okay? A lot of people don't like playing.
Oh, wow, that's it.
Is the 8.
Look
that's
at
Lock
that.
City. It's
a
over.
Dramatic way to run out a flip.
Just over.
For Dusan.
Wow. But you know what's another thing that's so amazing about this event is that a lot of these people that are playing on these featured TV tables, right? This is their only opportunity all year to be able to play on a TV table. And I want people to realize, someone like myself, I get off. I love playing in front of hundreds of thousands of people. I love it. Okay, that's when I play my best poker. A lot of these people, they're afraid to make a fold where they're going to get laughed at home. They're afraid to bluff, right? So people are playing differently in this moment than they're used to playing. It's a lot different playing on a TV table than just being one of the tables out there. Jeff, explain that.
Along those lines, you see some of the panic jam, right? Brent referred to it earlier with the 2 9s. Guys, I'm on TV, somebody raised, I don't know what to do. I'm all in, I guess, I don't know.
The other thing that you have to keep in mind, I think Jared asked this earlier, what's the average stack in the tournament? Recreational players are seeing that on the monitors out in the field. They're seeing average stack 180,000. They're looking at their stack of 80K, thinking, "Oh my gosh, I've got to get back into this thing." And they start making poor plays, chasing the average. They're not aware of how many big blinds they have. They're not aware of that tournament life. Daniel Negreanu, great example. He's fully aware. He's got a little bit more than 20 bigs. He's fine. Peacefully grinding.
And look at this. Alexander's
wow,
with jacks.
While Wheeler looks down at 2 kings on the button.
Wow.
Absolute cooler. This is a stone cold cooler as played.
Alexander's starting the hand with about 40 bigs, a little more.
Now, because Wheeler is in position here, he doesn't have to size up as much. I like him going 22-ish thousand. If he was out of position, I'd want him to go bigger.
And it's the dream, too. He's on the button, so it just
Look
looks
at that.
very
Perfect.
squeezy.
Look at the 3-bet by Wheeler. He goes 21. But see, here's the problem, Brent, when you have a hand like jacks and you flat pre. Because you're under-repping your hand pre-flop, it's more likely that your opponent now is going to raise. And wow.
That jam's going to get snapped off by the 2 kings.
And Wheeler here needs to beat him into the
I guess
pot.
not snapped off.
I'm actually surprised Wheeler hasn't called it off. I mean, he has to know. Roughly 40 bigs, you're just in.
Okay, there we go. That does make the call after a couple seconds. That couple seconds, the best couple seconds for Jean-Francois Alexandre.
Okay, but again, like I said before, Alexander there put himself in a tough spot once he flat the raise pre-flop. Is he under disguised his hand? But the problem is when you run into 2 kings, a lot of times you're just going to be out of this tournament.
Alex is feeling it. He's calling the jack.
Yeah, right? I bought my ticket on the exact time that me and my
What do we say, one time? C'est ça? Pause, beep, pop.
Well,
straight draw.
Yeah. Not going to be eliminated, at least, Alex.
That's true. So we do have him with about
All
3,500.
right, it was fun.
Not going to win the pot, though. Now, hang around there, buddy.
I have to
got
remain
life.
seated?
It looks pretty close.
They told me to move all in over here. So?
Oh, you have more than him.
I think you have.
I have more than him?
It's close. Yeah,
really?
I'm not sure.
So I'm still alive? Shit, good. Let's go.
Let's go.
How come you have it here, man?
Ooh, it's real close.
I told you I bought my ticket. I had the lady wait 7 minutes and hold up the line to purchase my ticket.
That's crazy.
You're still in.
That's the
Yeah.
date that me and my wife got married, so I feel very good about this thing.
100, 120.
I'm still in.
Yeah. So you're 127. You're gonna have 3,500.
Give him the purple.
Wow.
I have changed.
Perfect. I send Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, sir. I would have rather taken it from someone else. Being honest.
Me.
You got
got 6. You got 6.
enough money in life, so like.
Worst hand I've had today that I opened with.
It's okay, Danny.
And I got raised and re-raised.
No, I didn't raise.
Yeah, you didn't raise. He did.
I flatted, expecting that guy to do that, and I was like, yeah. Because I
Get him.
know. Yeah, you know.
Good squeeze.
Yeah.
Younger me is still paying dividends today.
Good for you, man.
Heard it from Jean-Francois. He was excited
Yeah.
to see the Wheeler 3-bet.
That's it.
But we did have this discussion a couple hours.
That is going in.
Here is all of it.
Good luck, bro.
Thank you. Yep.
Can't do it, please.
Finish me, man.
No, I can't.
You know, Mortal Kombat type. Yeah.
What does Coach Beard's hat say?
That is a podcast that his cousin hosts, I believe.
Say True Anon?
Yep.
Is that right?
It's a political conspiracy podcast, so certainly one that we will not be getting into on this show.
Glad I brought that up.
Yep.
That's great.
It's very popular, though.
Yeah, no.
Good for her.
Good. That's great.
What was your favorite episode?
Well, you
Okay,
know
back
what?
to the action
I'm
here.
going to play it on air. I'll find it and we'll just roll it.
I had king 4. So the finish him would have been pretty accurate.
See if Alex can find a jack or a 10 and become a story here in the main event and stick around. And yeah,
4.
Wow,
great.
One more 4.
Sure.
No, you
Four
folded
ball.
the 4.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Quad force, jack high.
Pause, jack. Hey, boy.
Nope.
All right.
Now we say good game,
Yeah.
Jean-Francois Alexandre.
Ciao.
Good attitude about it all. Leaves mid-day 3 in the main. Want to remind you that our next Play Poker Go free roll comes up at the bottom of the hour.
We're not doing another
17
bounty, are we?
minutes. Well, was the first one claimed?
Let me find out. If nobody
If not,
claimed
I
it by
think
the
we just
time
run it
this
back.
free roll happens, then no. Oh, yep.
My bad.
It was claimed.
Just made a full house with that card.
Sorry. it's
I
not
believe
his
it was
fault at all, even though you
Jared
apologized.
Pitcock.
Stuck my huge-
Ah, Jared gotcha.
Jared Pitcock. He got me with the ace king.
9 of clubs will be the burn card.
No,
Great,
sorry, it was King
7,500.
10 because he had the other guy covered, which busted me. Yeah, oh no, 83, Jared Pitcock. All right, there's proof. Well,
That was nice.
You like that?
I like that. That was cute.
You need a 9? Or no?
we'll get it to you,
You need
Jared.
a
My
9?
man, Harrington 25 will reach out.
Defending here, King 4, 2 diamonds. This one. All Wheeler Negreanu does have the Queen of Diamonds in hand. Still, the 2 cards in front of him go into
Queen
the
Jack.
muck.
Yeah.
I got another 9, but I'm not sure if it was. Probably saved me some chips.
He would rather have queen, because then he gets me.
Blinds are 15 and 3,000.
I particularly am
You don't-
fond of your presence at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do want to go back to my hip hop.
Are we playing 2 and 4 next, or
What kind of hip-hop? Old school?
okay?
90s?
So 2,000, 4,000 is going to be the
NWA?
level
No,
where you're
no,
going to see a
You're not
lot
allowed
of
to
people
sing
be
those
going
songs.
broke.
No, more like
15-3.
Jay-Z.
People, this is the last level for the shorter stacks. Once you hit 2-4,
You got the New York vibes.
you're going to see a lot of just open shoves with people that have around 35 to 50K.
No, I do not.
Who's that?
Wheeler here, obviously just won that massive pot, is up to almost 300,000. Opens with ace jack off,
Problem is, I want to do mushrooms or
6,500.
kind of happy drug when I listen to that.
It's called Afro House. It's kind of a genre, and he's one of the like head.
Again, we talked about this
I'll put it on
earlier.
my
You should be
Spotify.
defending
I've
almost
been
any suited
looking to
cards in the big blind here. Lopez has enough chips, he can afford it. I like the call,
And
let's
I
see a
was looking on
flop.
YouTube of like
been here the whole day, but
concerts
been
in like
relatively
Brazil
quiet,
and
John
stuff, and
Lopez.
just how wild they are. Oh,
20K.
it's so like I saw like a System of a Down, and they just had all these guys holding torches,
We were on a heater.
and just like it looks like the whole place is on fire. It's a wild thing.
Is this
like,
some
it's a cool
conspiracy shit?
video.
What's this?
Is there a specific festival that you do?
Something
I'm
about-
not sure. I just and then I was reading the
Festival.
comments, and it just said like any concert in Brazil is like that. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Carnival, you know.
Oh, but I listen to this stuff too. Since I live in Europe, I listen to some UK stuff.
You still live in Europe?
Yeah, Prague.
Huh?
It's a beautiful
In Prague?
Yeah, it's just a beautiful place to raise like my daughter.
I don't go back there anymore.
Just a few pleasantries and a few unpleasantries, and like how to order a beer. And
What's wrong with Prague?
just a little. It's one of the top 10 hardest languages in the world to learn. My daughter speaks it, but they just raise them the old way. Like it's her school. She goes to the park or playground every day. If it rains some, they throw on the raincoat and rain boots. They
Yeah.
still go. Good school system, good healthcare.
Huey's got a couple
There's some-
sixes here.
It's not near a beach, and they have winter, so that's the only downside. But beautiful city. Like most people have only been there in the winter, and when you're there in like the spring. Fall.
Quick update for the Stoolies that may have tuned in
Oh,
for
yeah.
the chat. Barstool Mincy is up to about 200K.
Oh my.
He's having himself a ball and a biscuit, a party for Mincy.
Where do you
We'll
live?
keep tabs on him.
Czech Republic. Yeah.
Still alive in the main, trying to cash this thing.
The Destroyer.
The Destroyer.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
really great city.
You're in the city.
He cashed in the main in
I'm right next
2018.
to it. Like Prague 1 is the old town, and I'm in Prague 2.
The city center has like the big clock, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And went
yeah. We're
pretty
right
deep,
next
I
to it, so
believe,
we don't really get tourists, but like
years
we can see it.
before.
Like we have
Feel like
this,
suburbs, but next to the city.
yeah. Like we have this huge park, like a block
Didn't he get
away,
into it with
there's this huge
Antonius
hill
and
over
showed him a
it.
bluff?
75th in the 2011 main.
Oh my.
People just
The
sit out there and
Destroyer.
drink and like watch the sunset. Don't make me look.
Alright, since we've been bonding, I feel like we should just keep it friendly.
It really makes me want to raise you. But
Chat asking about Brad. Oh, and yeah, Brad is still thriving. He's at about 330,000.
I consider
That is a table we will watch carefully. He and Steven Chidwick
Absolutely.
are together.
although the marijuana's starting to wear off. 4,000.
4,000.
Another one for Wheeler.
I might have had you there.
Just a
And I believe Jeff. Bad news for us. I believe Adrian Mateos has been eliminated.
Oh, God.
Is that everybody from our fantasy team
Yep,
that's out?
that's all of them. Good runs.
No. Christian Harder has 200K.
Oh, phew.
We still have Christian Harder.
One of the first places to like have like kind of legal weed. Like even like early California, Colorado, Prague was there. You'd go to
You know, Mateos won a bracelet, I believe, online this summer.
Didn't count for fantasy, by the way.
Ridiculous rule.
Terrible beat.
2010. Weed at a pharmacy. Like
Seablaz up to 440K.
Oh, my.
That's crazy. 2010, that wasn't a thing in anywhere else in the world.
He and Adam Walton, who you may remember, final table of the main event a couple of years ago, they are at the same table battling.
Have a beer, play like pool, have a smoke. But they all have.
So I guess we just need to draft you every year in 25K fantasy, huh? No matter the messaging we may receive going into a summer.
I told myself this summer, I'm done playing cheap. You know, the smallest buy-in I played the whole summer was, besides the main, was 25K.
Okay.
So I did what I said I was going to do. I played about 7 events.
That's it? You played 7 events?
Yeah, I got a third, or maybe 8. I played 1 no limit. I got third in the no limit. I played, I bricked all the PLOs, which was the first summer I've done that. But I didn't play any limit events. I was in Japan, so. But the problem is some of these events, they're 4 or 5 day events.
Yeah,
and
the smaller binds especially.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Look at this, by the way. So, Yamanuchi, I would like his hand better as a raise than a flat here. He's just going to fold. And again, the reason why I probably would have raised there is because Rajan has been so active at the table. We just saw the type of hands he's opening with.
I think for Yamanuchi, it's the bubble, right? You're at the point now where you're looking up 2,700 remain. I've got about 115,000. He's not trying to lose any chips, and if he does make it, is that Bill Murray? It's not Bill Murray, right? Isn't he a Mets fan? That looks like a well-disguised, cleanly shaven Bill Murray. Anyway, people playing tight at this point of the tournament.
And I think it's a mistake because people don't realize that the bubble in this event can take a really long time, and you are so far away from cashing that for you to be comfortable right now to cash, you need to have at least about 250K in chips.
That's about right, yeah.
You know, so when you have a stack that's like 112, you're going to have to win some hands here.
That's Soren Christia, by the way, who's joined us.
It turns out Murray's a
Jersey
Cubs
City.
fan, not a Mets fan.
okay.
Thank you, chat. I knew it was one of the blue baseball teams. Does look like Bill Murray,
I got 40% of a royal flush.
Don't tell me I'm wrong there.
There's one for Negreanu. He's at about 20 bigs. Hellmuth at our other table now. Interesting developments there, which we can see on our stat screen in here. Sturm opened. Hellmuth called. Gin 3-bet, I believe, out of the big blind.
Which has got to be a premium to go 18,000.
Sturm and Hellmuth called.
I miss that there's not characters.
10-4-4 on that flop. It checks around. The turn is a 9, so it's 10-4-4-9.
Hellmuth leads
for 15K, and we'll keep you posted on that. Might go
Hellmuth
over
has
to it.
9s plus
He
here.
was just being a character.
I believe that. I really do.
When he calls Sturm's open and then calls
And
the
then
3-bet.
calls the 3-bet. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he has aces.
Raise 7,000.
But I'll go watch it.
And look at Rajan again.
Wow, at the 5 deuce.
And he's continuing to open.
Yeah, here, you put him in here for a few seconds.
And again, we saw this earlier with ace-5 suited. The ace-8 suited hands, they play way better as a 3-bet than a flat, especially against the guy that's playing a lot of pots. Rajan's been opening up a ton. Wheeler decides to call in position. And again, you're look at this, Christia.
With ace-queen.
Ace-queen off, and this is a spot where you can call, But the fact that Rajan is opening so many hands, I'd like for him to put a raise in here. And he does decide to just call.
Just back to the Hellmuth hand real quick. Hellmuth bet 15K on that turn. Jin, who was the 3-better, folded. Sturm called. River 7 of hearts. The board is 4, 10, 4, 2 spades, 9 of hearts, 7 of hearts. Goes check, check on the river. And I believe Hellmuth wins. We are unclear as to what hand he had. But he's up now to 107,000. That's a big pot for Hellmuth. He's at 35 bigs.
Please don't put me like in a future table.
And here you are.
Yeah.
Obviously, we will cut back over there when we can. You got to bear with us.
Think about how many people
with the production.
They wanted it so bad.
We are logging it and tracking it on the side for the time being.
Remember, in 5 minutes, our next Play Poker Go free roll. PlayPokerGo.com. That ace queen's in the muck. The 5-deuce off. Rajan a winner. Not to be too results oriented, but Blez did bring it up. The opportunity perhaps there to 3-bet ace queen pre. Put him in a better spot to win the hand. Instead, Rajan gets one through with the 5-deuce.
And you're seeing another example of how these players are playing so tight pre-flop, right? They don't want to put a lot of money in with ace queen. The thing with Rajan is he has the right strategy. He's just going to end up running into a hand where he's going to lose a lot of chips. You can't continue to play like that, and eventually it's going to catch up with you. And notice he's folding the king 2 suited here. He's been opening a ton. Wheeler here folds. Stammy here on the button's going to open here. I'd like them to go for 6,500 or so on the button. Ace 4 suited.
Okay.
Seat 9, by the way, you're seeing has just joined us. Rui Pintos Campos. Christie at 2 5s.
Now Christie here, this is the second hand we've watched him play at the table. He flatted ace queen in the big. He's flatting 5s in the small. Nothing wrong with this. They're head up to the flop.
997, 1 diamond.
And Christie here is getting chips to lead. And it's a good play, okay? Because you can easily get called by worse. But it also puts your opponent in a very difficult spot. Nice hand there by Christie.
Yeah, Christie, I'm sure you're right there pronunciation-wise. So we check back in with Mr. Hellmuth. This is a hand he is not involved in, but it is a big one.
He's not losing much.
all
He's
in for her
making
tournament
money.
life.
He actually breaks even.
And it seems like based on the pot size, there was someone else that entered the pot.
Maybe a straight.
If Merdinger here can hit one of these 10s, she's going to get to 43,000 in chips.
It was Garner opening, Sturm 3-betting, Merdinger calling it off, and then Tabirica with the aces just ripped it in pre. That cleared Garner and Sturm. Over those 7, good game. Ari Merdinger.
Did her best, fighting, trying to stick around. Fortunately, out.
She was a great sport. I love seeing more women play poker.
Absolutely.
We talked about it earlier when I was commentating the 50K PPC. I would have loved to see Ite win that tournament. So good for the game of poker. Such a class act. Merdinger, she played well with the cards she had dealt. She couldn't do a lot. Good run. Hopefully we see you next year in the greatest event on planet Earth.
Well, it used to be more, so.
I would guess this is more narrative-based, but I've walked the field a decent amount that this will be the highest percentage of women in the main that we have seen.
And it should be, right,
Yeah.
Jeff? Because, you know, I've been fortunate enough to teach a lot of women and help them and play poker and talk to them. Like, I don't know anyone that's gotten into poker that hasn't really enjoyed it. And I think for a lot of it,
so true.
It is, right? I mean, I can't think of many people. Once you get into poker, you fall in love with the game. My favorite thing about poker is that every day you see something different. You can play this game the rest of your life. You're going to watch plays in this tournament that you've never seen throughout the last 30, 40 years of playing poker. And that's what makes this event so special.
Call through.
And again, how about this? You look at everyone at this table, Jeff. They're all from different parts of the globe, right? They're all from different countries, you know, for the most part. It's just great. And look at this. What is Hellmuth doing here with Jack 8
Limping
off?
in the cutoff.
No, he's
I did that on purpose. It was so smooth.
sort of in semi-zoom mode. I think after Sturm folded, Hellmuth just felt like he had to find a way to get involved. That's the lowest variance approach, just limping in.
Thank you. It's Stephen Piper out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, our newest player in seat 4.
Oh. Sorry, it's 15.
Piper cashed in the main in 2015, finished 471st.
That free roll, by the way, about to start on Play PokerGo. Click tournaments. You got to watch a little ad thing and then register. There's almost 1,200 people. We've already got one winner that is contacting us via Twitter for a bounty. Cannot disclose the prize. It will not be the same as the first time. Apparently, that's a no-no. But we're going to do it anyway.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
We're allowed one mistake.
Yeah.
And if you're tuning in, folks, hit the like button here. Let's get to 10,000 likes here. There's 50,000 people here watching live on YouTube.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Hit the like button.
We very much appreciate y'all being here, being with us.
I am not getting off this stream until we hit 100,000 viewers in this room.
Baby, we could do it.
We're
We're going all day.
I will sleep here in the chair. I don't care if they're not even playing. We
Well,
need
that
to hit 100,000
Might have
viewers.
fall off. Tibirica the aces again.
Look at this.
Caetano Rufina Tibirica.
And again, we've seen Jin raise ace-queen twice, get 3-bet and fold, right? So here it's a spot where Tibirica actually has aces, but Jin needs to be second-guessing himself now. Oh, did I really regret showing that I had ace-queen? To let people know that you can take advantage of me. You know, I have no problem with showing big hands when you win, but when you show big folds, it's really bad for your image because people are going to take advantage of that when they see you folding hands like ace-queen over and over.
Hellmuth at about 115,000. Negreanu on our other feature table, a little less than 75.
And again, it looks like Hellmuth here is waking up a little. He stepped away for a few hands.
Got some energy back, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe it was in the form of Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, or his M&Ms.
Or his M&Ms.
I think it just helps when you win a pot.
That also can help.
Right?
Yeah.
He's rejuvenated.
And again, Novik here, small blind here. This is the second time we've seen him call the small blind with a suited ace. Again, you're watching a guy like Novik who's not a professional, okay? He's making plays where he's giving himself smaller opportunities to win the pot, right? If he were to 3-bet, he would win this hand. Instead, now he's putting himself in a position, out of position, this small blind against 2 opponents. And it's going to make it very difficult for him to play as he actually flops the best hand here. But 3 ways, he's actually in bad shape.
It's Michael Zolker joining our feature table. He's the one with the open ender. Zolker about $1 million in live tournament earnings. Studied sports journalism at Arizona State.
Now notice how Novik, right? He flops the best hand, but he can't continue because he's worried about the big blind. He knows he's out of position. That's why it's much better in a spot like that to 3-bet pre-flop and try to take control of the hand then and there instead of flatting, trying to hit a big flop here. Open-ended straight draw for Zolker. He continues with a call.
Turn brings another 8.
And now you'll see a lot of players in Zolker's spot here actually lead.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to do it, but it is a really good lead because it's very unlikely here that Tybricka has a 8 in it. So even if he had and he is leading, look at the lead. And these are what a lot of the top players do, Jeff. And the reason they do this is I'll tell you why. First of all, you can fold out better, okay? Number one. Number two, let's say Tybricka had a hand like Queen 10, right? You're basically telling your opponent, your opponent's never going to raise there with a queen, right? So you're getting to the river at a cheap number. Great lead, by the way. Those are the type of things you see guys like Alec Foxen do.
Yeah.
Mateos, the great players in the world. Great lead. And that was, I believe, the first hand he sat down at the table.
Nice start to the feature table proceedings for Zolker.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if your opponent has 9s, right? And you just lead the turn. What do you do with 2 9s? How could you call?
You're just kind of stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing that a river bet could very well be coming.
Exactly.
Hellmuth.
And again,
just limps in.
Yep. Hellmuth limping in here. Not a fan of it. Not a hand that you really want to be limping, and it's a hand where you'd rather just win the money pre-flop in position. Zolker here, I expect him to complete. And I can already tell that Zolker, you know, has a very good sense of what's going on here. Sat down, made a really good play. Again, Hellmuth calls pre-flop is allowing this to be 3 ways.
6-6-3. And I clearly, my bad, I don't have the updated stats on Zolker. He finished second at the 10K PLO Championship to Mike Wang just about a week ago for a cool $930,000.
There you go.
It's been on a nice little run, thanks to producer Joseph pointing that out.
8.
And again, you're just watching play here by Hellmuth where he's calling pre-flop bad, okay? He's checking the flop when he has the best hand, and now he's betting the turn when he's allowing his opponent to get there. So he's putting no money in as a favorite and now putting all his money in when he's behind here.
River brings another 6.
And now Zolker here should not be betting. Even though he has the best hand here at a very high frequency, it's a good check because his, and Hellmuth's upset, but he can only fault himself for this hand.
Get there.
Yeah, as he said, he let him get there.
Zolker up to about 200K, Hellmuth down to about 100.
Yeah, I can already tell, Jeff, that this Zolker guy, he's going to be very difficult at this table. He's going to be a problem for everyone else here.
No, I like to limp with King Jack suited and Ace Queen. I play a little differently than y'all.
Well, that much is true.
I've seen.
But I played that bad.
You got unlucky.
I'll tell you, Jeff, I love sitting here next to you watching this.
Great, huh?
I really enjoy being able to call the greatest tournament in the world and just sit here and just watch all the different plays. It's funny because most people would think, oh, you know, I busted, you know, the end of day 1, and it took me a day. I had to enjoy it. I had to relax. I had a nice dinner. But in a weird way, I'd rather be here than playing a lot of poker. Not necessarily the main because it's such a great event.
Of course.
But this is so much fun. I'm enjoying this so much. And as a pro, I never used to watch a lot of film. I want the viewers to understand this is the best way to learn poker, by watching. Okay, you can learn so much by watching the way that these people are playing.
you will see so many different player types in the main, so many that you will run into when you're just getting started, when you're playing your $100 daily at your local casino.
But the two best ways to learn poker are to watch it and play it.
Yeah. Novik checks flop, also checks on the turn.
And now Novik is getting very tricky here, checking again. He's checking again, and it's almost baiting Zolker, into putting money in at this point, but he doesn't. Look at the discipline by Zolker.
Zolker's been terrific thus far.
And now Novik at this point has to put money into the pot.
And Zolker, it's like he knows.
Yeah.
It's just out. Novik gets perhaps a little more, though, than originally anticipated, as he made it more than 4x pre-flop. Noah Novik, from New York originally, now lives in Connecticut.
Yeah. And again, we've noticed Novik make multiple errors here, right? But again, you're going to start seeing as the field keeps dropping, we're under 2,700 players left. Again, every hand that goes by in this tournament, look for the players to play tighter and tighter and tighter.
How can I be lying? I'm not going to say. You watch it. Oh, is that where it is? YouTube? Probably.
Can I read you the Tamayo bust out hand and get your thoughts on the defending champion's exit? So he starts this hand. We're in this level, 1,500 3K. Tamayo starts the hand with about 110K, so a little bit less than 40 bigs. I tell you that hand in just 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, boys. Let me get back to it. So 1,500 3K, Tamayo opens in early position, okay, to 6K with 2 8s. The hijack, I don't know anything about this player, Alan Tenorio, 3 bets to 17,500. Action back on Tamayo with the 2 8s. He jams about 110K, a little less than 40 bigs. He's called by Tenorio with the ace-king. They flip for it, ace-high flop, and good game to the defending champ, Jonathan Tamayo.
Tamayo's out.
Tamayo's out.
I just walked back in.
The early position open, hijack 3 bets. Tamayo rips it in there with the 8s, gets called by ace king.
How many?
Little less than 40 bigs.
It's a little too many bigs to be doing that. But again, you know, he might have had a read on his opponent.
We don't know the dynamics there.
Absolutely.
That he's opening a lot of hands, but it seems a little too loose to rip that many bigs with 2 8s. And again, you know,
6, right?
you're going to see another example here of a guy like Jin, who he's just flatting pre-flop with a suited king-queen, and it's a line that a lot of players like to take here. They know that he knows Sturm's a better player. He knows Sturm has him covered. He's out of position, and he's disguising his hand here.
Yeah, and if you 3-bet, you open the door to the potential of being blown off of the hand versus a Sturm 4-bet.
And look at this, by the way. So Jin flops 2 overs and a flush draw. And again, is playing this hand very slow. Again, you'll only see this in the main event. Turns an ace. And the problem is for Jin that if he doesn't improve, you know, he's never going to call the river with king high, right?
Yeah.
So if Sturm's here is going for more chips. So the problem with Jin is if he doesn't make his hand, then he's going to not necessarily win the pot. And that's the problem when you don't raise a 2 overs and a flush draw type hand, and the fact that you're out of position here. You know, again, Jin now picks up a 10 as for Broadway.
13.
He's not going to go anywhere here, but I'd love to see what happens here if the river just bricks, because I could see Sturm here being as aggressive as he is, making a play at this if he doesn't improve. Now the fact that Jin called the flop, I'd like to see him call the turn. If I wanted to see him raise, it would most likely be on the flop. The ace is a really bad card for him to actually raise and represent because he just flatted pre. Let's see a river card, Jeff.
That river card is another 7.
And this is where that card is very interesting.
Could be open for Jin, who does quickly check.
Oh,
And
wow.
King high is just good.
Now,
Good.
Sturm there,
What's good, sorry.
I'm surprised he checked as quickly as he did. Just because if he actually thought about it, it is a spot. That 7's actually a really good card for him to bluff, because he knows his opponent doesn't have a 7 in it. He's not calling the turn with a 7.
Play PokerGo is where the action never stops, and now you can chase your share of 1 million in gold every single hour. A lot of y'all are probably already playing the gold free roll. It runs every hour at the half hour. No buy-in, no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now at PokerGo. No, I'm sorry. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Get in those free rolls. Million gold. He's about 90K. We're keeping an eye on Negreanu at the other feature tables at about 70,000.
Zolker here, opening Jack 10 of diamonds. Garner here, for the most part, been playing solid. He ran a huge bluff earlier that worked with 9-10 off. He's going to 3-bet here in position. And if I'm Zolker here, okay, I have a hand
you're in a hand, sorry.
that plays very well deep. I know I'm out of position, right? But you have a hand that can potentially win a massive pot here. And I would put in a call here. It's way better for Zolker to call here with Jack 10 suited than like Ace 10 suited, because a lot of times with Ace 10 suited, you're actually dominated. But Jack 10 against 3-betting hands, you're going to be very live like you are right now. He does decide to call. We're going to see a flop here.
Thank you.
Head up.
Good luck. I did that once to you in a Starbucks. I didn't get that kind of warm reception.
Queen Jack Deuce all clubs. Garner has the king of clubs.
Maybe not.
I'll make her life.
And now, even though Zolker flopped the best hand, Garner actually is still a favorite, having the flush draw and the straight draw with the 2 overs. And this is a spot where I'd love to see Garner put money in now, just because a lot of the hands that Zolker has, they can't necessarily continue for 2 streets. And the turn rolls off the 9 of clubs here,
You did get a photo, right?
So Zolker's going to check.
Okay.
And if I'm
can show it to
Garner
you.
here, the way that he played this hand, the fact that he checked the flop, I actually wouldn't mind if he checked the turn, because it's harder for him to actually have enough flush draw when he checks the flop. So Zolker checks, and if I'm Garner, I prefer a check over a bet here. And he does, check.
Back.
I love it, Jeff, and it's good. And look at this. He makes a straight flush.
The straight flush for Garner.
He makes a straight flush. And the reason Garner checked the turn there is because the fact that he didn't bet the flop, he wants to continue the story on the turn that he doesn't have a club. So he's better off inducing a bluff on the river than getting value from his hand on the turn. And look at this. He is going to get value by checking the turn. He's getting Zolker to bluff the river into him having a straight flush here.
Almost a pot size bet of 35,000. Yeah, look back at it. It's the good one.
And the fact that Gardner checked flop and turn That is the only reason why Zolker is making this play, and I don't fault him. Garner here, he has to go big on the raise. It's very polarized. Why does he have to raise big? Because on the off chance Zolker has the 8 of clubs or the ace of clubs, he's getting it all, right? So if you're Garner here, I'd like to maybe go 100,000 plus here. It's just a spot where when Zolker bets this big on the river, it's either all bluffs or the 8 of clubs or the ace of clubs in this spot.
Yeah,
and look at
pretty
this.
defined.
He
color
is
fold.
going big, Jeff.
Makes it, I do believe, 100.
Yep, and I like it a lot because he knows that Zolker's betting bluffs or a hand that is very, very strong. Zolker's never doing this with like the 7 of clubs or the 6 of clubs, right? He could do this with the ace of clubs, the 8 of clubs. But again, you have to give credit to Garner here because his check on the flop it ended up being brilliant. His check on the turn made this bluff on the river it looks, if I'm Zolker, it looks like Garner has a hand like ace king off. You know, he makes a straight, he can't call with 5 clubs on the board. Well played by Garner, and again, I do not fault Zolker at all there. He went for it. And again, what's great is, Jeff, in a regular tournament, Garner probably would have put money in on the flop, right?
Yeah.
But he's telling himself, hey, it's the main event. I want to play slow, and I want to make sure I put a lot of money in when my hand is nutted.
Michael Garner found $100,000 in live tournament earnings, lives in California in Redlands, cashed in the main in 2023. And a great spot here, has played really well throughout the course of our feature table coverage.
Yeah, he made a great bluff earlier against Sturm, and now Garner has over 400,000 in chips.
Still with Sturm to his left.
And again, I said it earlier, folks. The next level is where you're going to see a lot of eliminations. When we get to 2,000 and 4,000, you're going to see a lot more all-ins. The blinds are going to go up by 33%, which is the biggest jump when the blinds are going bigger here. You know, we were at 10-15. Now we're at 15-3.
You make a very big laydown.
And again,
it's respect.
Sturm is going to continue to apply pressure.
Yeah. Good read.
I believe he showed the ace.
All that's really going to happen here is, as we continue to watch this table, is you're going to continue to see Sturm open a lot of pots, and you're going to continue to see a lot of passive play from everyone else at this table. Novik, you could tell, wanting to cash here, playing, enjoying this event. Tribrica has been playing solid, picked up aces. Jin's been playing really well, has made a lot of good decisions. Hellmuth probably cares the least about actually cashing and more about winning.
Yeah.
So you'll see him play more hands. Zolker here, look at this, Jeff. He wakes up with 2 queens.
Opens here under the gun, 6,500.
And now Sturm looks like he has a hand that might be playable.
Has
and
2 8s.
Yes, and I'd love for him to just flat here with 8s. He sees that Zolker's a solid player, raised under the gun, comes in for a call.
93,000.
Hellmuth.
Wow.
With ace king. And he and Zolker could collide here. Hellmuth just ripped it with the ace king for a little more than 30 bigs.
Don't believe me.
I believe you. You're probably always right on it.
And I'll tell you this right now, if I'm Zolker here, you can't call. If you're Zolker, you have to move in. He's not going to fold. I know it's Hellmuth, and Hellmuth's range there is super tight. But, I mean,
Queen's
Zolker's
just too good.
Zolker's hand, exactly. Queens is just 2 hand. If he had jacks, I'd consider folding to Hellmuth. Queens is just too strong of a hand. And, you know, we know this, that there's already been an ace and a king that's been folded here. So if Zolker actually puts his money in here, he's going to be a decent favorite. With, by the way, on top of that, Jeff, Sturm has 6,500 in the pot as well. Which
moment has arrived.
Yeah.
The 17-time bracelet winner do believe he will be all in and at risk.
And the other thing too, Jeff, is Zolker, he also has to realize he's still going to have 38,000 in chips even if he loses his hand. So it's not like Hellmuth has him covered. I'd be shocked here if he folds his hand. He also, the problem here is, Jeff, Zolker,
You'll get good press if you.
he's in a spot where he's
some
not
good press if
happy
you call
about
and win
it
this one.
because it's Hellmuth, okay?
Might even get berated.
Zolker actually wants to fold, but he knows his hand is
Well, I'm
too
goofy,
strong
I
and
could
he,
have
and he
anything.
can't.
I already folded ace king for 10,000 more today, so I'm a little bit drunk, eating a lot of sugar.
He was eating some candy.
I don't know if you guys already stated this, but would Hellmuth ever just rip kings or aces?
He would. He would rip either, but the problem here is that. Okay,
Here we
so
go.
he does move in. Yeah.
Queens?
Queens versus ace king. 200,000 in the pot. Phil Hellmuth all in and at risk, day 3 of the main. What an opportunity for Hellmuth. Get up to almost 70 big blinds. Could make a real run at this thing.
You had to hope, right? Like, I'll never have jacks there.
You see what I said before,
Yeah.
Jeff? It's never jacks there. When you have jacks, it's a tough spot.
Jack 4-3 safe flop for the queen.
Well, he wishes he had jacks here.
King
it hits it.
on the turn for Phil Hellmuth.
Wow.
Now just has to dodge a queen.
Only one out left.
Oh, and there it is!
Oh, my
And
God.
there it is! Hellmuth's out!
Oh, my God. That's a one-outer.
Hellmuth is out!
That sweat made it worse.
Oh, my
As
God.
Farley used to say, that'll leave a mark.
The last queen in the deck. And the 17-time bracelet winner has been eliminated. The hands of a one-outer on the river.
Dramatic run out to say the least. The 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner eliminated. Midday 3 of the main event.
I am stunned.
He'll still honor it if I knock you out later.
Yeah, I have to ask him. He would definitely pay if it weighs.
The man knows how to go viral, doesn't he?
There he goes.
Not like this.
Oh.
Oh.
I saw you chuckle. I thought they said something in your ear.
They chuckled because they were like, listen, we're going to
I'm
get
stunned. I mean, I know it's just a flip, but it just feels so
Just the way it all went down.
important, dramatic. How much longer do you think these people will stay on the rail?
I think they're going to stick around. Certainly this rail's not
Well,
going
this
anywhere
rail,
with
yeah.
Daniel Negreanu, who's in rough shape, but can find a way.
In this pot, Christie opened, Negreanu defended. Negreanu check raised on the Jack-Jack deuce flop, deuce in hand. To 16,500, the turn went check-check, the river went check-check. Tens best and Negreanu down to 50,000. Perhaps the two biggest names in the game. One's out, one is in a little bit of trouble.
Thank you, dealer. God bless.
Thank you.
Look at our other table, by the way. Sturm opened a 6K, went call, and Novik just jams 170K.
Oh, wow. And I think we're getting right
and I
back
think we're going to
to
see it.
Yeah, Novik did it with ace king. And did Piper just call it off?
Piper called it
button?
off with the 6s.
What?
So, again, Sturm opened, Tiberica called, Piper called, Novik jammed, folded back around to Piper, and he says, let's go with the 2 6s, racing for his tournament life.
I mean, best case scenario.
It was this.
My moment of fame will be around.
Oh, yeah.
That's might make
6 in the window.
No problem. Right away. Now we got problems. Yeah, now we got problems.
River, though, 10 of diamonds. Stephen Piper doubles.
What a hand. Novik, again, just over a single raise, just piles it in there.
You used your one time for that? The whole tournament. You only get one.
Oh, wait, Novik lost all his chips?
Well, no, he lost some. He lost like 35,000. He tried to lose 170.
He jammed, what, 60 big blinds over the open?
Okay, so Stammy here been playing really solid poker. Opens king 4 of spades. Negreanu here really he's been floating around this chip stack all day long. Again, we've talked about it earlier. When you're head up in the big blind, you're getting a great price to call. Lopez decides to flat in the big with 9-7 off. Lopez here flopping a good straight draw. And again, you're not seeing this a lot in the main event here. But if Stammy here bets, which he's going to, I would love to see Lopez put a raise in, okay? Instead of calling 7,500 here, I'd love for him to make it like 18, 20K, right? Because my thinking is this, okay? If you're going to call here in a spot where you have a mid-end draw, you make more money here by actually raising and getting your opponent to fold out hands like this, because a hand like this that Stammy has, right? It's a hand that didn't connect with the flop, but the problem is it can turn a lot of equity. So when you're out of position here by Lopez, there's not a lot of improvement from you out of position, where now you're allowing Stammy here to outplay you when you call in a lot of spots here. Lopez is going to check the turn here. Stammy doesn't have a diamond. It's a spot where, you know, the standard line here would to check back here on the turn. But again, the problem here is when you don't check raise the flop. And again, I love this by Stammy, okay? He doesn't have a diamond and it doesn't matter. The fact that Lopez doesn't raise the flop, it now puts him in a bad position here where he has a diamond draw, he has a straight draw, and he doesn't know it, but Stammy doesn't have anything. And now the problem is when you're Lopez, when you don't raise the flop, you can't really bluff now because it doesn't look believable, right? If you had a flush draw on the flop, you're more likely to raise it than call. And now it forces Lopez to fold here at a spot where if he was able to raise the flop, he goes from losing a pot to now winning a big pot. And I want to point out, Stammy, this guy's been playing great poker at the table. He's very aware of what's going on at the table. He's been bluffing multiple times. We saw him 4-bet ace-10 suited and got Huey to fold ace-queen suited. He's giving nothing away. And these are the type of players, in my opinion, that can get deep in this tournament. People that are focused, that are just sitting there, they're not really talking.
So good at predicting the future. Whatever episode he's in probably comes true.
He's going to win the main, yeah.
Focused and not talking? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, then the next two tables that we're going to be watching, your theory, none of those players will be making a run for the remainder of the event, because we've got something else right around the bend.
You could talk, but my point is Stammy's really in the zone right now, okay? He's a guy, he's from San Antonio. Huey here, wow, look at this ace-king. Wakes up with ace-king suited here in the cutoff.
Your authenticity is your greatest asset.
Tough sledding today for Negreanu. Had it cooking a little bit with queens and kings earlier, but
he doesn't care if you're a mess and you're a train wreck. But if you're
able
real,
to maintain the momentum, not panicking.
He hates the ones that, hey, how are you? How have you been?
Yeah. You can tell by the way she talks that she's seen both sides of life, and she just likes people who are real. And
she likes authentic.
Yeah.
Shout out Anex, Amanda Negreanu.
I always felt you were cursed by your wisdom.
I think your guys' shows are good.
You said some things that people take the wrong way. Like, the more rake is better. Like, you're right. Like, I play in Texas.
Well, it's like you got to finish the sentence. That's the thing. You only take 4 words, you got to finish the sentence. There was a sentence there.
Like, in a weird way, like, I mean, I've played, like, underground Texas games where we didn't care what the rake was.
Well, I mean, the point is simple. If you see a game with a really high rake, right?
Yeah.
Who's in that game?
The worst people. And it's 1,000% true. Like,
pros don't play it. That's all the point.
And it's just like no one.
Different suits, though.
Just like the troll army, I mean, I guess, you know, like, and so that's why I always, like, in my head, it's like, you're cursed by your wisdom, which is like a lot of people are in life, like philosophers and stuff like that. Or
Elon's cursed by his wisdom.
Yeah.
Same way.
Queen Jack of Diamonds. So could you, if you were on the...
Yeah, I mean, just anybody with...
I think the show you do with your wife is really good. I really enjoy it.
I do too.
Mania podcast.
Well, you guys talk about...
You know, we ought to get Anex in here with us this week. If Daniel keeps going deeper and deeper in the main.
Amanda?
Yeah.
What a beautiful,
I always wanted to do it.
super supportive wife of one of the greatest poker players that we've seen.
Yeah.
I've always said
I
this.
wouldn't do it to make money. That was
Daniel
never me
Negreanu
anyway.
is the number one guy for the game of poker.
Oh, yeah. My cousin,
you know, the amount of times I'm playing with Daniel, he's taking pictures and signing autographs. To me, that's what this is all about. Poker is all about having fun, right? And win or lose, Daniel is such a class act.
I was going to talk about all
Yamanochi
kinds of things.
here
Just talk about poker, it gets stale pretty fast.
has been overly tight, opening king-9 suited here, finally waking up with a hand. Rajan in the small blind, okay, already has 1,500 invested.
You set that up in your house?
Yeah, in our office.
That's so awesome. I wanted to do that with, I have an extra room in my house, and I was like, why don't I just like try Twitch or something? You know, it's like the new future, just like have an extra studio in your room, you know?
And I'd like to see Yamanochi here continue here.
There we go.
Goes for 6,000. Has the image to do it. Takes down the pot. And Jeff, we're losing players left and right here.
We are. You see the number on top of your screen, about 2,500 left. 1,461 will make the money.
Yeah.
But it's slightly smaller turnout than the last 2 years when they made the money at the very beginning of day 4. We have also lost players at a faster clip, to your point, this year percentage-wise versus last year. So we could make the money tonight. They could get close and say, you know what, let's stop because this is a long process and bring you back tomorrow. We'll see. We've got Natalie Bodie on the floor. She'll keep us apprised of any developments. Also a couple interviews coming up.
Huey here. Opening in middle position. Has a really good image. Really strong, no limit hold'em player. Wheeler here's in the big blind. Is going to defend here with a pair of 2s.
Mallards, please, Blaise. Just call them by their proper name.
Is that a fact?
Yeah,
you really
you.
do? Heads up. Your own or other people's?
And I'd love to see Huey here continue the betting here. She didn't really hit the flop, but it's a flop that she should be betting. It puts Wheeler in a tough spot. She goes for 8,000. Now, if you're Wheeler here, you do have the best hand here most of the time on Jack 9-9. But the problem is how do you continue and what turn card are you looking for? And it was well executed by Huey because the problem in poker is when you're out of position and you have these small pairs, what do you do when the turn card's a 5 and your opponent bets? It's very hard to play a guessing game and call down. And that's the powerful thing about aggression in no limit hold'em when you have chips. Even though Wheeler had the best hand, it actually was a good fold by him.
Ready to come in?
Negreanu at about 16 big blinds. He's had quite the summer. He's been very close to bracelet number 8, second place in the 10K Omaha High-Low Championship, 7th in the 10K No Limit Deuce, 4th in the 2500 Big Bet Mix, and 3rd place finish in the 1K Online, which wrapped up at like 3 in the morning today. He's not feeling that well, stayed up late, but still in.
Well, $80,000 cures just about anything and everything. I believe that's what he wants.
Do you think he even looked at what
Jeff,
the
look
payout
at this.
Oh, wow.
Yamanouchi
Wow.
picks up aces, Jeff.
In the big blind.
Yes.
Raise 21.
And his 3-bet is to 21,000.
Also, I really like the sizing.
Here's
Lonnie's going to call for sure, but at least I would imagine.
No, I actually don't know if she will, because Yamanouchi doesn't have enough chips behind. The sizing is good because of his stack size behind. If he had 300,000 in chips, I would have wanted him to go bigger.
Yeah.
But you are right. Look at this. She's calling here in position.
I think she's deep enough to call, but you're not nearly as incentivized when Yamanouchi only has 107K behind.
Yes.
6 deuce.
And see, here's the thing, Brent. This is the problem when you're not deep with a hand like threes. This is an above average flop for you with threes against the 3-bet, right?
18.
You're supposed to have you beat all ace king, you beat all ace queen, you beat all ace 10, you beat a random 7-8 type suited, and now Yamanouchi, look at the sizing.
I like it. The 18,000, a little bit of a down bet. You know, you're keeping a wide range of hands coming along for the ride.
And I don't fault Huey here for calling because she does still beat a large majority of hands. And now if I'm Yamanouchi, I don't necessarily love that card, but he's going to continue to bet.
And this should end the proceedings.
Yes.
Bet 26.
Yeah, certainly, Lonnie.
No, 36.
And see but here's the thing, Jeff, is that when you flat pre-flop with threes and you're in position, it's not always about flopping a set, because when you comes Jack 6 deuce, you're almost forced to see a turn card, right? So she just lost, you know, a fair amount of chips on that spot, in a spot where I probably would have just folded pre-flop because they weren't that deep. You want to play these small pairs, folks, as hands to bust hands like aces when your opponent has a lot of chips. The fact that he was so short, he picked up, what, 40, 50,000?
Almost 40 bigs. I mean,
good.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? Is that this is the main event.
Sure.
And when you have 40 bigs in the main event, it's
Just
not the
sit
same
there
as
and
having
wait for
40
the-
bigs in a different tournament. The ranges are tighter. You know, like, he's not 3-betting there with a lot of hands that he would 3-bet in a random 1K no limit. And I think players need to understand that. That's why I love playing big stake poker. Because I can take people out of their element where they're used to playing a certain way in a 5K or a 10K. I want to play with you in a 100K. I want to see you bluff me for 500,000 in chips. And that's the beautiful thing about the main, is that the ranges are different. Look at this. Negreanu has ace queen off. I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? Negreanu has 42,000 in chips. I promise you that it is going to be very hard to eliminate him with 42,000
I'm going to
chips.
tell you this right now.
Go ahead.
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stamy the Jack 10 suited in the big.
And he moved in.
And we're
rips
getting
it
it in.
in.
Yeah, Negreanu. He hates this, by the way. He does not want to call it off, but
Jacks?
I think it's too much of a hand to
Scorpio's
fold.
getting revenge.
I know, but you got jacks.
Now,
Does not have jacks.
I'm shocked with this shot, by the way, for Stamy. This
no,
is...
I'm not at all.
Wow.
I'm not. I'm going to tell you this right now.
Yeah.
Okay? Negreanu's going to fold his hand. He's not calling it off.
Really? Wow.
Yes, he will fold. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Negreanu does not want to call off his tournament light with ace queen off. This is a next level play.
He's trying to pry for information. Let's see what he's going to say here.
For the record, Negreanu's folding.
Well, as things fold, what do you guys in the chat think? Does Negreanu go with the ace king or queen or not?
He's
Have
folding.
ace king? Jacks? Anything? No.
Negreanu's not going to call it off for his
I'm
tournament
not
life.
telling
What
you
he
anything.
believes is a
Fair
flip.
enough.
Stamey talking too. He's comfortable with his decision. That
So, but let me say
more
something.
strength.
This is such a
think
good
it's either
shove
jacks
by
or ace
Stanley
king.
because the hands that call him are not hands that necessarily dominate him. So let's say Negreanu at ace king, he would call, but you're not doing that bad against ace king. But then you could fold out a ton of
Right.
pairs. Look,
Take it
he
down.
did
Yeah.
fold.
Yeah.
And I'm-
Just out
Very
with the
nice.
ace queen.
But here's
Wow.
the thing,
Was it?
I know this by playing with these
had
guys
that
all
beat.
the time.
Oh,
This
you go to jack?
Stanley,
Oh,
I'm
no.
telling you, mark
Damn
my
it.
words.
If I knew you had a
Watch
jack
him
in
make
your
a
hand, I
run.
would have played.
It's a great play with a hand like that. Because when you get called, you're not necessarily in bad shape,
Huh?
but then you could fold out so many
Yeah,
better
jack.
hands.
Well, cue the music.
Cue the music, cue the promo. It's GTO Wizard. If you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation, any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free. Save 10% off of your first purchase.
And the thing is, you know, Daniel Negreanu, it looks like he should have called, but again, I don't fault him. And the reason why is Negreanu knows he has a great table draw right now, and he's probably going to find a spot where he's going to be a bigger favorite with his last 40,000 in chips.
He's undeterred. Look at him back to work with ace-4 suited, min raising away. Did not put his tournament life on the line. I'm not saying I agree nor disagree with the fold. I fully understand why he did it.
Negreanu doesn't want to call off his tournament life with ace-queen.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do it. He wants to be the one being the aggressor, and he wants to be able to play small ball here. So, for example here, right, he's probably going to bet 5K here on the flop. He wants to be able to slowly win small pots here. Look for him to size small here. How well do I know Daniel Negreanu, by the way?
No,
How well do I know Mr. Negreanu? That's exactly what he bet.
Let's see if it gets through. Bill Murray, thinking Groundhog Day. And can we take it back, by the way, to Stamey, whatever you want to call him? I'm going Stamey. Remember about 20 minutes ago in the show, the small ball
nothing?
conversation.
That's good news.
Stamey was
Jack
telling
nothing.
Daniel about the no rake is better,
nothing, though?
talking
Knocking?
about the
Just
podcast, right?
You think he had Jack
Stamey
nine?
was doing his
I'm not
thing.
gonna- I'm-
He
I'm-
was working his magic. In a
Jack
way, it
nine,
set
though.
up that all in.
I don't think so. You might. You mean you could be right, but I just. You know what? Jack 9 doesn't feel like the one. Yeah, that he watched you do it.
If he didn't show the jack, I would have said it was a random hand all
Yeah.
the way.
You just wanted to bluff Negreanu on the street, right?
Well,
I don't think so.
not that.
As the table speculating.
Three to come in.
We're in the range.
Let's send it out to our Natalie
that's
Bovey
Anita.
out in the field.
Hey, Natalie.
With another interview. Hope we can get to Natalie more often. And that starts right now.
I think he had Jack X.
Now,
Catching up with Susan Faber, who we just discussed it. You won 2 circuit rings last summer. One of those heads up versus Maurice Hawkins. What do you remember from that one?
I just remember that he was being very aggressive and he was a very tough player.
That's why he's a record winner for rings and circuits.
Right. And he bullies a lot, so he just made a big bet, went all in, and I just was tired of it, so I called him and I happened to win the hand.
And it all worked out. And I also read that you are in your 3rd World Series of Poker main event, looking for that first cash. What do you take away from the first 2 experiences for this one?
A lot. I mean, I learned a lot from that because it's very educational when you play. So I know what mistakes I made.
So what's the strategy this time? Can you let us in on a little bit of it?
Just play good cards.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to send you back. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Susan. We're rooting for you. I had the whole poker world rooting for you against Maurice Hawkins in it. Look at the pile of chips in front of Susan.
Pretty coming.
I mean, Susan had
Let's
what,
go, Susan.
600,000?
Yeah.
Play good cards, folks.
Play good cards.
It's that simple.
Sometimes the main's simple. Wow. Appreciate you all tuning in. A reminder that you can jump into the Play Poker Go free roll bottom of the hour in about 12 minutes. PlayPokerGo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android.
Look at this. Christie on the button with aces, Jeff. Look at this.
Raise 7,000.
Oh, and Daniel's in the big blind.
With?
Oh, perfect.
Oh, the jack deuce off.
Good.
Good thing for him in that spot.
Good. We need Daniel in this tournament.
I know what he had. He had the insurrection hand.
What's that?
Jack 6.
Oh, you think he had Jack 6? Yeah, I'm going to go against that one, too.
Suited.
I'm going to say no.
All right. I guess we'll see.
Would you say you had Jack suited?
Jack suited.
Jack 6 suited.
Negreanu finished 11th in the 2015 Main.
Now we have to pull the floor for that.
Oh, so close.
3,000 coming.
To a D-Next final table.
Pinto here hasn't played a hand since he sat down. Again, a ton of open folding here with mediocre holdings. 7-6 suited, Queen 4 suited. Christie opens King Jack here on the in the cutoff here. Should be opening.
You to open the Queen 4 suited there?
I would be with their stacks, yes. I would be. My rule of thumb is if it's folded to me in middle late position, and I have a decent suited hand, I would be opening a lot.
And he folded the King Jack in the cutoff.
Wow. And again.
That's very, with, 90 bigs?
Yeah. And here's the problem, right? Decent.
I see a lot of problems with that one, but carry on.
The announcer said I made a bad
Decent
fold.
players want to
I don't know
cash,
who.
and the best
So.
players play to win. Okay? And you're seeing in a textbook
least I
example of some of the weaker players at this table that are not putting themselves in higher variance spots where they want to make dinner, they want to make the money, they want to go home to Iowa and say, hey, I cashed the main event. This is their moment, okay? And this is the problem that I have with so many people that play poker right now. I want to see more people play to win than try to cash, okay? Because here's the thing. A lot of people don't know this, but when you're playing in a poker tournament, a lot of the money is up top. You're playing for 10 million first prize, 6 million for second, okay? If you make the final table, you're a millionaire, okay? You want to be playing hands. You want to be getting chips now so you can take advantage of your opponents on day 4 and day 5 and day 6.
I think it's probably fair, and to add on to your point, I would bet that more than 60% of the remaining field, they're actually playing for that 15K min cash.
Yeah,
they're
but-
more concerned about just cashing the main event than winning the main event.
Yeah, you're right. But think about that, right? In life, when everyone's doing something, you want to do the opposite.
Yeah.
So when everyone's trying to cash, you have to try and play to win.
I tried to win on day 2.
And here, and now you, and here you are. You did it all right. But again, look at even Rajan, right? Rajan was playing so many hands, an hour ago, and now he's tightening up. Okay, I'm telling you right now, I want to see Negreanu get to 150,000 in chips, because I promise you, he is going to open up tremendously. He is just waiting to get into a good spot. He knows how soft this table is. I'll tell you this, right? Out of the 9 players at this table, I can't imagine more than, I guess Huey's a pro, Negreanu's a pro, right? The other 7 players, maybe one of the 7 would be considered a pro. In all fairness, Stammy's playing great poker, but even him, look at this, he's open folding King 5 suited. I personally would be opening some of these hands again, right? Just in poker, folks, I learned this in Doyle's Super System book. One of the first things I learned about poker is when everyone's playing a certain way, you want to play the opposite. Okay, so when the whole table's playing tight, you want to play loose.
65.
When the table's playing loose, you want to be playing tight. Okay, Lopez raises the button here. Ace-8 of diamonds. We have yet to see Pinto enter a pot. He should be calling here in the big blind with a king-6 off. They're very deep. Again, he's getting a great price with the ante. He might 3-bet this, which... Okay,
chooses call.
Okay. I'm very interested to see how this Pinto Campos guy is going to play here at this table. He strikes me as a guy that's capable of making plays.
Queen 3-3, couple clubs.
More of a black beans guy, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Now Lopez here, you know, ace high is a favorite against most defending hands here in the blind, and he knows that.
4,500.
And here, if I'm Pinto, I would like to see him continue in some way. You know, I'm not saying he needs to raise here, but I wouldn't hate him flatting. Again, we're going to learn a decent amount about this guy right now. Is he the type of player that just folds on a flop or he misses? Okay, so he does. And again, viewers, why would I flat there or maybe put a raise in? Because it's a flop that doesn't really connect a lot with the pre-flop raiser, right? So the way I look at poker is it's not about what I have, it's more about what my opponent has and how can I get him to fold. So even though he didn't have the best hand, it was a spot where if he put more money in, he could have won the pot.
Jonah Lopez from Illinois lives in Costa Mesa, California. Won a 1100 Winter Series event at Gardens this year for about 150K. Looking for his 4th World Series of Poker cash. As he sits to Daniel Negreanu's left.
Danny seems tired. It's almost like he was up till 4 a.m. playing online poker.
Oh, he was.
Raise 6,000.
Negreanu 2 4s in the muck.
Notice Daniel, you know, folding 4s there, being aware of the fact that he has around 15 bigs, okay? Very good fold. He realizes every chip he has right now is so
Where you want me to go?
valuable.
Just waiting for a hand. Huh? That's my plan, just chill here. I'm not going nowhere.
And now if I'm Stammy here, I would like to see him continue here on the flop. This guy's played perfectly from what we've seen today. Has not made any mistakes.
Negreanu sings the handpan boy band hit, the Negreanus.
And
Oh, Stanley half pot.
Yeah, and the thing what's interesting is that,
nice song.
You know, Jeff, we haven't really seen a lot of check raising on the flop. This is another good board texture where if I'm Wheeler, I would like to see a check raise. I want to see people taking control of board textures that favor them.
And here you go.
And I like it, Jeff. I really do.
27K.
It's a good board texture where you're better off raising a flop like this with a hand that has some equity than calling, okay? If your opponent calls, you can hit an ace and then check and maybe he can bluff. You can make a wheel and then you can win a massive pot here. You could also get a hand like 10 high to fold, which I know you have beat, but the problem is that if you're Stammy, you can bluff at it again. You're eliminating a lot of Stammy bluffing here by raising. And the way that Stammy has been playing, again, well played by Wheeler. I like the aggression. We haven't seen a lot of it today. A great board texture to do it with. Wheeler, Jeff, has been playing, you know, we noticed him playing very tight early on. Then he started opening up a little. But he has played super solid here this last stretch.
He has quite the resume, more than $5 million in live tournament earnings. You heard him, or you perhaps heard him say earlier, he lives now in Prague.
They're all watching on live stream and they're like, we saw you wear the sweatshirt for the company earlier. They're excited, so I told them I'd put it back on and sweat it out for the last 30 minutes. And then I got to go put in my headphones on the next table and have air conditioning. And it'll be a whole nother game.
What do they do?
The company, we run infrastructure in the blockchain space. Engineering. Yeah, it's tested. Pays the bills.
Pays the entry fee too.
No, that's good.
Rajan here.
7? Raise 7,000. 7,000.
Wheeler ace king in the small blind.
Now for sizing with ace king, I'd like for him to go a little bigger here.
24. Raise 24,000.
I would have preferred maybe sizing up even more, just because he's out of position in the small blind. So folks, when you're out of position, you want to size up. You want to go bigger because you're at a disadvantage if your opponent calls because you're out of position. So you want to make your opponent pay more to the 3-bet here. If Rajan had a hand like 5s or 6s or even 7s, you want to size up to make him pay more, where that's a spot where he would probably call either sizing. But, you know, Wheeler, you know, here earlier won the hand with kings to jacks. He's quietly, Jeff, got over 300,000 in chips.
Been cooking at this table.
Yeah.
I'm anti-manifesting.
Finished 309th in 2014, turned pro in 2008. At 309th, I do believe is his best main event
I wouldn't dare
finish.
say a word about Loni.
I'll tell you this from experience, going deep in this tournament, and I've done it, it is the greatest feeling in the world.
Nothing like it, right?
It really is. When you get to day 7 and day 8, there's no better feeling in any industry than being deep in this tournament. And watch this, Negreanu wakes up with 9s again.
Raise 6,000.
You know, min raising.
And not all in, right? But how many players would just rip it in there with 15 bigs?
But Daniel knows that when he opens, right, and let's say someone behind him raises and then someone else re-raises, then he could easily fold his hand. He saves all his chips. So he knows in this spot, and now by not shoving, he gets a hand like 7-5 off.
I love it.
To call in the big blind, where if Stammy flops a pair, this might be trouble.
Against his nemesis.
Doesn't flop a pair, does flop a gut shot on the ace-8-4.
And now Daniel here has an interesting decision, okay?
5,000.
He's going to bet here. His hand here is the best hand a lot. Stammy doesn't have a lot of aces in it. Let's see a turn card.
Turn brings another ace, perhaps making Negreanu feel even more comfortable, though to your point.
It's a great
Stamey
card for
not
Daniel.
as many aces.
It is, and
10,000.
10,000. 10,000.
He's hoping to be targeting an 8 or
Yeah.
a 4. He just, no chance does he think that Stamey has an ace.
No, and this is a very standard good bet by Daniel, protection. But again, to your point, Brent, he didn't shove pre-flop. He gets to get more money from the big blind with a hand that he has crushed.
He got max value for those 2 9s.
Yeah, and
back to 20 bigs.
And again, on the off chance that his opponents behind him wake up with big hands, he loses the minimum by doing that.
Exactly.
So
that gets in my head. Stop. What's up, Brian?
now keep in mind,
Grinding.
when Daniel had ace queen
Grinding
off,
as I do, huh?
and he folded
That's
to the
right.
shove, I
You know, I
believe he
came
was
third
down
last
to
night.
42,000 in chips. So he's gained
So close.
almost half
While
his
laying in
chips
the
since
bed.
then by just
Laying in
playing
bed, I left,
a few
right,
hands pre-flop.
this.
A fucking dream, you know?
He is really hard to beat. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you just have to. You just have
Confirmed
to
hard
jam
to
Jack
beat.
6
You guys
off
both said
on
it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
jack
Stamey's saying.
nothing.
He's just hard to kill.
Suited.
I thought he was going to
Raise 7,000.
I would have called that time. I was going to call that time.
Confirmed, hard to beat. Bad turn for me, Daniel. Or maybe for you, I'm not sure. I think he could have, I think he couldn't have. I think he could have had a flush draw. Could have. He had me beat anyway, that's for sure. But ace shut down my bluff.
About 1,000 off the money at this point.
Almost lead turn. But I like to skew a little bit.
You would have been called.
Should have put them all in.
Raise 6,000.
Yeah, and I would have folded.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm still learning.
Rajan's back, this time defending, or not defending, calling with the Mallards. Saw one dead.
And Yamanuchi here wakes up with a pair of threes.
Yeah, he's got craps.
And
Out on the button. I'm shocked by that.
So am I. Again, you have a chance to win a huge pot here to invest 6,000 in
Flipping
chips.
2 big blinds.
And now Stammy here folds on the button with ace-9.
Let's see what Lonnie decides. These ace dust offsuit holdings, three ways, are not particularly fun to play. Obviously, we can see if she calls, she would have the lone ace. And instead of calling, she's going to squeeze.
Makes it 30,000. I do like this a lot. I know in this specific scenario, she's run smack dab into jacks.
Yeah, but putting jacks into an uncomfortable spot.
Very true.
We don't know about Lopez if this is something that he would want to continue with. This close to the money in the main event, which the backer, Blesnik, has pointed out time and time again, people have a tendency to really tighten up, but Lopez is in.
You know, to your point, though, Jeff, it's like it is a good play by Lonnie, right? But the thing is again, you still have equity, okay? But more importantly, if you're Lopez and you have jacks, you're not really happy with what's going on right now.
Right.
You really don't know. You know, the flop can come king high, and you might just have to get away from it.
Or it could come ace, king, king, and you just have the worst.
Yeah. And now, this is a situation where I could see Lonnie maybe even checking in this spot. She's either way ahead or way behind, and look at that, she does decide to check. And it's a very good check, right? Because your hand now becomes almost like a bluff catcher. So you make more money by checking here, because now a hand like jacks, you know, might make a move at it, turns a 10. Now, if I'm Lonnie, I might check it again. You know, if I'm her, I wouldn't mind small sizing either, but I don't hate a check, because again, and look at this, she's listening, she's checking. And now, if I'm Lopez here, right, what do I want to do? Most players would just want to get to showdown with jacks. Do I want to do that, which is most likely what he's going to do? Or do I want to actually make a real play at this? Let's see a river card. And it's a 4. Okay, so at this point of the hand, Lonnie's checked twice. She's 3-bet. Now I'd like to see her put some money into the pot. Not a lot, but I want her to size down. Because now she has to say to herself, what will call me on the river? If he has jacks, what amount will he call? Maybe go for 15,000 or so? Look at this. Perfect.
They're switching. They're switching us out after break.
Goes 20,000.
Yeah.
I don't know if
How does that
Lopez
work,
has it in him, but he has a hand that is a fantastic bluffing candidate.
Well, the problem is, Brent, is that he had it on the turn and now the river. He doesn't have it when it goes check, 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 check. So it's very hard for him to bet here because now it kind of looks like, oh, he either has the best hand or he doesn't. So it's like, yeah. So I would have loved, I think you're right. I think the turn is where he started. He would have wanted, I would have wanted him to put money in the pot.
Loni Hui takes this one down, the two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
What events has she won?
She won the national championship in 2015.
That's really where she made her mark. Coming out party for Loni, and then again.
The 1500 no limit in 2013.
Oh,
It was supposed to be
reversed.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Does she play mix like her husband or no? Or she just plays no limit?
I'm not sure. Husband Phil, best mix players
Look at
out
this.
Jacks
Lopez
again.
has jacks again, Jeff. Wow.
Yeah, we're not. We're truly not.
Two
The
black
table talk
jacks.
was
Look
good,
at
but
this.
The problem is the announcers probably talked over everything we said anyway, so.
How rude.
Well, Wheeler is kind of a dick.
That's what they said. They were bluffing.
And I like him.
Loni did cash the 10K PLO 8 along with the mixed no limit PLO, so she's in the mixed streets. Stamey calls it ace jack.
No, I'm definitely not staying here through the break, so I was just curious where we might be headed.
7-6 for Negreanu. Let's it go.
What kind of dog is it?
Negreanu.
Oh. Oh, I thought you were showing him a picture of your dog.
Hey, here's my dog.
Negreanu tanked and is sick about it as it comes ace 7-6.
Lopez here, unfortunate flop for
Yeah, I
him.
say that to him sometimes too. And then he looks with that like annoying look, and then he starts to say, it's like, yeah, sure, hurry up. And then he sees it's me, and he's like, fuck off.
Man, I'm so glad I'm not Negreanu.
4,500.
Okay, now the fact that Lopez bet here
I mean, his hourly is okay
Small.
for what he has to do.
after being the initial raiser under the gun
But
here,
it
Stammy,
must be
it's a great
annoying
spot
to
for him
not
to just
have
flat.
like you're at a dinner.
He's
or
either way
something
ahead or
somewhere
way
where you just wanna
behind.
be.
I don't go to dinner. I stay home.
Oh, Negreanu.
I mean, I just go to my room by myself.
And I expect Lopez here to check the turn.
She's DoorDash. She doesn't cook.
Again,
No.
he knows he's not going to get any
DoorDash.
aces to fold. He loses now to his
good
7.
customer.
DoorDash
The way that
frequent-
Lopez has been
frequent flyer.
playing
You
has
got
been
it.
pretty passive.
gotta pass.
We don't see a lot of bluffs. He decides to check. And now if I'm Stammy here,
We actually cook quite
I would
a bit.
like to see something small, but check
But
is
then
fine
we,
as well.
We don't have DoorDash. We have a service called Wolf. We wolf a lot as well.
And now if I'm Lopez, I'm happy checking here again. There's no reason to block bet here. 8-9 now gets there for a straight. He loses to an ace. He loses to any 7. And now at that
Their
point,
kitchen is just
when Lopez
pristine.
does check,
You cook.
I want to see Stammy go for value.
me.
Yeah,
Here is
because-
that check.
She does DoorDash.
Because of the
She does
vegan
DoorDash.
stuff.
No, she just.
That's rough. Back-to-back hands. Jacks. Trash.
My
That's why
friend and
Uncle
his
Ron, if you're not
girl,
familiar with Uncle
he
Ron,
was non-vegan, she was vegan.
always
he would have to
folds
cook on
pocket
only one side of
jacks.
the grill.
Just open folding, Bree.
So that
Doesn't
he
matter.
didn't- Yeah.
Did you feel
And now he's sized up here. He almost made a bet where he really doesn't want to get raised here. And the
Many
problem
years
is with
ago.
Lopez here is he's asking himself, what do I beat? Because it's not a lot.
I've changed to eating twice
Okay.
a day, and I feel a lot better doing that.
You know,
I don't eat 3 meals
it's a good
day.
fold by Lopez. He's very frustrated here. He just picked up jacks, back-to-back hands. His opponents both had aces in them. They both flopped aces. Lopez, you know, keep your head up. You're making good decisions.
And you have 40 bigs in the main event?
Yeah.
Exactly. You
Problem
have
is
40
whenever I
bigs.
do that, I snack too much and I grab something bad at some point. When I do the twice,
I feel good. Yeah, it's over.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
Big bags of the Sour Patch Kids.
I leave all that stuff alone. My metabolism sucks. I eat an apple and gain some weight.
Sour Patch Kids going to the movies, that's the best, I think.
Although I've seen a lot of fat vegans, so it's not necessarily you lose weight if you eat vegan.
Just food. You eat a lot of food. You eat more food than you burn, you're going to gain weight. Doesn't matter what.
Doesn't matter.
You know, Oreos are vegan friendly.
They are indeed.
Which might explain the obesity that Wheeler was pointing out.
My wife went back and forth a few times. And then how I knew she was pregnant was she ordered a 900-gram smorgasbord of meat.
18,500.
Stamey coming after it. Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, and again, I would say Stammy's definitely been the most creative player at this table. He's taking advantage of the fact that Rajan has been very active. We talked about it earlier. Jack-9 suited plays really well as a 3-bet. Rajan here making a fairly loose call with ace-10 off. See a flop.
In the window comes ace-5-9.
$16,000. Call. Call.
Look at this, Jeff. He's going for chips. And not a lot of them.
19,000. Call.
Not really understanding the sizing here on the turn.
So the 19K does get called quickly.
What's up, gentlemen? We move after this, right?
River 6.
And now, see.
Well, in fairness to him, the small bet on the turn, and he avoids facing a big bet on the river.
Yeah, but the problem is in that spot, you're losing so often.
Yeah.
Once your opponent's calling the 3-bet.
There's a brand called Pudgy Penguin.
You would just like to get to showdown as cheap as
No, I mean,
possible.
if I'm Stammy, I want to put pressure.
Oh, you want to go big if you're going to do anything.
Cue it.
Cue it. This is the time. If you're ever going to do it, this is the time to subscribe to PokerGO.
Yeah, do it now.
Because starting tomorrow, this main event coverage shifts exclusively to their promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. You can watch the entire 2025 World Series of Poker main event. Go do it.
Buy, all on PokerGO starting day 4 through the final table. We will be live.
Brag. Look how,
Every level.
Les will be joining us again, not tomorrow, because he's playing, I believe, Les. Talk to me, Becker. You've got a 50K event?
Yeah, I won the event last year.
Yeah.
I'll be playing the 50K no limit.
Yeah.
And then hopefully be back in the booth here.
Wow. Well, 2-day event, 3-day event?
It's actually, it's a turbo. It's going to be, it's like 2.5 days.
So 2 days, all right, two and a half days.
So what's the plan tomorrow?
I believe it's me and, well,
oh dear.
I got to find somebody.
Negreanu opened 6K on the button.
And again, Hello
King
Kitty
Jack.
is worth billions.
King Queen for
And
Lopez.
There's only 9,000 penguins. So to own 1/9,000th of the IP of something that you believe in is cool. They just ran the Vanek.
Raise 25,000.
They just ran the bell for the Nasdaq with Vanek. they're always sold out at Walmart in Puerto Rico and all over. Like you can't get the plushies anymore because
Sizable raise. Negreanu pretty handcuffed here.
Yeah, he can't do anything. He has to go with his hand or just throw it into the muck.
Oh, it's always cool.
Can't imagine King Jack is the hand Negreanu's trying to bow out with.
The space overall, though, has run its course. Too much greed and too much scams.
Yeah.
Kills many things.
Yeah, the average NFT project is definitely not thriving today.
No, it's just outright scams.
So we have about 20 minutes left in this level. And then we will shift our featured tables.
I don't see nobody showing their ape anymore.
We'd love, of course, to have Negreanu on feature table for the entire day, but it's not that fair.
Not nowhere near
Not
like
just to him, but to everybody at this
The only
table.
thing that will maintain for sure among those is the crypto punks, because they were the first.
I can't afford a punk yet, but when I win.
Yeah, punks I think will always maintain value.
We're gonna have some fun with these new feature tables.
Because they're not based on some scam or who's running it at the time. It's just history.
Lucas has done a good job leading the Penguins.
Yeah.
Nothing better than crypto talk.
I mean, the fact that Stella Round.
Can we just get him out now?
Is
Can we
better
move
than
him now? Is that allowed?
So surprised it's Wheeler leading the action.
But there's still a lot of people who lost money buying them. That's all. Just depends when. I used to own crabs at one point. A bunch of crab NFTs.
That's great.
Bruce, 18,000.
Lopez the 3 bet.
That really works. Like you pick one and then you drink.
By the way, questions, concerns in the chat. If you are a high roll
Yes.
Takes a while.
and have a
You're
membership on YouTube, you're good. You're going to get the coverage right here on YouTube. So you're fine.
High roller or subscribe to PokerGO.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It's over.
Like I didn't drink.
No, I drank like 2 times here in Vegas. I didn't drink for like 1 year. Like the headaches, and the next day, even if I drink a lot of water before I go to sleep, it's
5,
Try
4,
it.
3.
Next time you drink, why not?
Eights are best.
Yeah.
Best. The gutter.
and then it sells in Europe.
Zbiotics.com/Daniel for
There you go.
15% off the first order.
But it's only American.
I'm not sure. Where do you live? You live in Portugal, yeah.
Sure, you can find some equivalent or something similar.
Yeah, it's like unique. We have like a unique brand. Or,
Yeah.
But like the base ingredients, you can't like.
Oh yeah.
You can't copyright, you know.
16,000.
But you do get drunk, right? It's not like.
Yeah, it doesn't affect anything.
It's just for the
next day.
Yeah. That seems like a very good.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Louis check call 16K. Turn 10 of diamonds.
$31,000.
31,000 on the turn.
Yeah. Really trying to tell a story on this type of texture. I don't think Lonnie's going to buy it.
Does set up well sizing-wise for a river jam. Would that jam come now, or would Lopez shut down?
I mean, considering how this hand has played out, Lopez being the 3-better pre-flop, it looks like a lot of Ace X. Not a card that Loni enjoys seeing, but it's also a perfect card to bluff at, which Loni is fully aware. Is Lopez really going to go for it? I mean, does he have a choice? He's only got 60K behind with about 140 out there. He's put himself in this spot.
What table will we be at after break?
Yep.
Because I'm running out of here when we get close.
Deep in the main on day 3. Looks like he is going to go
He is
for it.
indeed,
Just about all
and
that.
draws
Wow.
the snap fold. That's got to feel good.
He wants to helicopter it over, maybe. No, just waiting for the hands to get out of the way. Put that in the muck immediately.
Jonah Lopez back up to about 200,000 in chips.
What a bluff. He earned it.
That was nice. Financial analyst out of California.
That's a tough river.
I think it might have saved me.
Making some moves in the main. All right, right now let's send it back to the floor. And our Natalie Bodie.
That was a good spot to blow.
I'm here with John, a sports radio host out in DC, playing in his very first main event. Why this year, John?
My good friends at, let's get this in the shot, GulfCoastPoker.net that I met through MGM National Harbor back outside of DC. They just reached out to me about 6 months ago and were like, do you want to go play in the World Series of Poker main event? We'll stake you. We've got an arrangement. I don't want to give all the details, but I was like, yes, of course, I'd love to play in the world's biggest poker tournament, the most prestigious poker tournament in the world. So I jumped at the opportunity, and here I am. It's been a blast so far, and just want to keep it going, obviously, as long as possible.
Very cool. And here you are on day 3. What is it like to be in the World Series of Poker main event on day 3?
It's awesome. I mean, I've watched WSOP, live highlights over the years. I drive my wife crazy every night at bed. I turn on WSOP like from 5, 10, 15 years ago. And I've always wanted to come out and play. And because I've gotten this opportunity, I'm taking full advantage of it. And it's a blast. I mean, just look around. Look at all these people that came out to, it's the 3rd largest field, I believe, ever. And poker's just still killing it. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Glad to be out here.
It's going to be the last one for you because I'm going to have to send you back shortly. Sure. But what's been the coolest part?
I think just being here in Vegas, because I've envisioned myself here, for so many years, and to finally get the opportunity to get staked to do it, and like hang out with some of my poker buddies from back in DC that are here, also playing in the main, has been awesome. So just taking in the whole thing has been fantastic, and I can see why people want to come out and play the event every single year. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time. Best of luck.
It is indeed awesome. John Avil from the Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan in DC.
Oh, he's got a great
Has
seat
some
directly
chips.
next to Bryce Yockey, who's got about 6.4 million.
The Gulf Coast poker thing, I might need to recheck my DMs. It sounded like quite an odd. They just asked him if he wanted to play the main.
Why are you checking your DM? You think they invited you to play?
Maybe I just missed a message.
Yeah.
DMs are open.
Yeah. You slide in.
Slide.
If you're out there and you want to put Jeff in the main event next year.
Yep. Good to see John. I believe John is friends with Barstool Nate, who played the main for about 12 minutes.
There we go. He played great. Great player.
Indeed.
Still in Vegas somewhere, I believe, is
he blasted
Barstool
off
Nate.
somewhere?
Yeah. A lot of people in the chat asking about Mincy the Destroyer. Still sitting at about 200K last I've heard and checked. Just grinding is Minty.
Now again, here's the problem. When you open a pot here as a limp, okay? You allow your opponent to enter the pot in a spot where he would most likely fold. But it's very interesting because, you know, if King Queen opened, then Ace 9 would actually just fold on the button. But now that King Queen was the limp, it brings in a limper like King 7 behind it. And now Pinto's just thinking, oh, there's a lot of money out there. I want to take an aggressive line here and just be able to
just come out and get it right on the button.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen a lot of limping today. Hellmuth, you know, some others have limped, and it generally has not worked out.
Except my 45,000.
I think if you're going to limp in this tournament, it's fine, but be creative and come up with some limp raises and, you know, find different hands to necessarily do it with. I think doing it with hands like King Queen are just not the right type of hands to be limping with here, especially when people are going to play ultra tight here as we're getting even closer. You know, roughly half the field at this point is going to cash in this tournament.
Let me tell you this, Blaz. I'm at this stage of the tournament looking at the WSOP Plus app. Okay, so remember, we're on a bit of a delay, bringing you all the coverage for all of day 3. The average chip stack is around 240,000. That is mind-blowing as far as the depth of these remaining near 2,400 players. Now, of course, that is ballooned by folks towards the top. There's a lot of huge stacks in the field. Mike Mizrachi, the grinder, being one of them. He's sitting at around 900,000. The outright chip leader about 1.2 million.
What I would say is that if you have a stack that's roughly 175 to 200,000, and you really want to cash in this tournament, you will, unless you absolutely get coolered.
Which will happen, by the way, and we're going to try and capture as many of these horrendous, horrific coolers as possible because it makes great TV.
Now, Loni here picks up an open-ended straight draw here, and it looks like she's going to continue betting.
17,000.
Very good. Very good play. Again, it's hard for Stammy to continue here.
Players in our main event, the season you are now on a 20-minute break.
I need you to put the chips in your bag.
And they are announcing a break. However, everybody tuning in, guess what? We're not taking a break. The power of television. We are going to be removing this break. Fast forward. Don't go anywhere. Before we do head out, we have got a big one developing.
Wow.
How many times has Taberka
had the birds?
Had aces today.
No good at the moment as Sturm is top 2. Garner is the open-ender.
And remember Sturm's image at this table, right? We haven't been here in quite some time since Hellmuth really busted. He's been the table captain, extremely aggressive, and on this type of texture with top 2 out of the big blind, we got problems if we've got aces. We may not get off of this hand. And it's hard to fault him.
It also doesn't help the fact that he has the ace of spades as well. If he had 2 red aces, it's more likely that he can get away here. And it looks like he is going to decide to call here. Now, if I'm Garner.
What a price. What a price.
Exactly.
And all the chips for Garner as well. Look at, he's got more than 400K. We're playing ball.
I mean, he's in a situation here where he almost is forced in, like you said. He's getting a great price to call, and he's going to here. This could get very interesting here if a jack rolls off.
136,000 in the middle, still 3 ways. The turn is the 5 of spades.
And now Garner's going to check. And watch this, by the way. I believe that Sturm is actually going to check.
I think he has to, right? You did not want to see a spade on the turn.
But here's the problem, right? If it was head up, Sturm would most likely bet. The problem is he got called in 2 spots, right? So he's more actually concerned maybe with Garner, who overcalled, who can have a lot of draws in it with a lot of flush draws. Let's see what Sturm does here, because I'd actually be a little surprised, even though he does have the best hand, if he actually goes and bets again. And it is. Look at this.
40. Amazing that he's betting.
And you know what? This is, again, a size, Brent, that's smallish, but it's also really, it is really good in a lot of ways, because you do beat pretty much any hand that's not a flush, because, you know, Garner happens to have a straight draw, but it's very unlikely that he would have like a 6-9 straight. So if you really look at all the hands, the only thing that Sturm is losing to now is a flush. Straights are kind of out of the picture based on the hands that they could have. Now, the problem is with Tabricka is he has the nut flush draw and he has aces, right? He's also getting a really good price in a ways to make his hand. He also knowingly has the ace of spades, so it's hard for Garner to actually put money in behind him. But if I'm Tabricka right now, I mean, these are the type of spots in No Limit Hold'em where it's very, very difficult. We've seen the cards, it's even difficult to understand, because you look at it, and it's so hard for Tabricka to actually get away from this right now, having the nut flush draw. He also has to assume that there's other cards that are going to help him.
It's a really fascinating hand. I'm still really, I don't even know, I guess, intrigued. I'd love to be deep inside the mind of Sturm. Check raising flop, and again betting here on the turn when the flush does come home. In a way, seemingly merging. He can have a lot of Queen X of spades. I think he realizes that with his range when he does check raise flop. And the sizing, let's say he was up against the nut flush. Would the nut flush ever jam?
Well, that's the thing, right?
I don't know. Maybe they just continue to trap. So, and he's got boat outs.
Well, here's the thing. If Tabricka had ace-jack of spades here, right, he would most likely flat. Why? Because he wants to keep Garner in the pot. So let's say Garner happened to have a hand like a straight. It's more likely that he would stay in if Tabricka just calls here, okay? I'll tell you this right now. In PLO, this would be a spot where if you have the nut flush blocker, you can kind of raise here to maybe get your opponent to fold a weaker flush. But in this spot, if I'm Tabricka, you can call here with your whole range, right? You can call with your flushes. You could also turn your hand maybe into a bluff by calling here. So let's say the river breaks a 3 of diamonds, right? Sturm is most likely going to check a lot of rivers, even brick rivers, right? Look at this.
Into the muck.
He folds it. Wow. You got to give a lot of credit to Sturm here. This guy could play poker, man. I mean,
wow.
He's going to take about 570,000 to our outer tables. We'll fast forward the break by reminding you that the countdown is on. The North American Poker Tour is back at the Resorts World in Las Vegas this November, the 3rd through the 12th. It features a 5K NAPT main event presented by PokerStars. Raise your game.
somehow this guy won the main back in 2003.
I still don't
and
believe
that's,
that happened.
That's the reason why we all are playing.
All right, here we go. A look at our new featured table presented by PokerStars. We see John Kite in the mix, and we see and we will hear Pat Lyons. We see John Kite twice, actually. Great player.
Boosted J, Justin Smith. That is
Juan
a blast
Pardo.
from the past. Juan Pardo, one of the best players in the world.
Greg Dyer.
Yeah, we're in for
720,000 in chips.
We're in for an extremely talkative bunch. This is just one of our tables. Wait till you get a look at the other.
Carpet. It's like whatever, my chair.
Adrian Mateos and João Vera have gone on record to tell me that they believe that Juan Pardo is arguably the best no-limit hold'em tournament player online in the world right now. And for me to hear that from them, I am super excited to watch
This
Juan
might be a different
Pardo.
Juan Pardo.
This is not the Juan Pardo that we were thinking about.
I apologize.
Just FYI.
No. I thought it was. I thought it was.
It
too.
still probably is a Juan Pardo, but it's not the one that you and I were referencing.
Okay. Juan Pardo.
He could be terrific as well, though, at poker.
So there's actually 2 Juan Pardos in poker.
There may be many more, but this is not the one that Mateos was referencing, nor was it the one I was talking about.
Okay.
To lead into the table. So, yeah.
Okay, well, this Juan Pardo here has his opponent dead here. Decides to check here. Will Dyer here make a play at this? Let's see. He has absolutely nothing. And he has a lot of chips. Looks like he's going for chips, Brent.
Now, I played with this Dyer.
My ace-5 of diamonds any good?
It just snaps it off. Yeah, lovely.
Nope.
By
That's
Pardo.
why you
Yeah,
don't
you
play
were right,
ace-5 of
Blitz. One of the best in the
diamonds
world.
World famous Ichikawa. That's exactly what
You are
I
watching in real time,
That's why
folks.
you don't play the ace-5
One of the
of diamonds.
greatest no-limit hold'em tournament players in
It would've been
the
played.
real Juan Pardo.
Had
This
there
is
been
the
other
real Juan Pardo.
seats here.
He's the guy.
Those are like RFID chips. They're like good. They have all their little mines.
And the chat
Little mines
clamoring
around.
about Doug Polk. Well, don't worry.
Oh,
We got a level
Hilarious.
with this group
Nice
as
hand.
well as the other feature. And then following the
if
real
Doug's
dinner
still in,
break, yeah, we're going to have a Doug Polk feature table, assuming he's in.
Let me. The guy that you just saw on your screen there. I want to talk about him for a second. right?
Boosted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a lot of you that don't know, he never played a lot of tournaments. That's Boosted J, Justin Smith. He is a legend in the game of poker. He's one of the true, original crushers in the online poker streets. Massive winning poker player, knows how to play all the games. He's now in the production business, actually. He does films. He does a lot with music. I believe he's from Kissimmee in Florida, if I remember back in the day. Great guy. Very interested to see and watch him play. Doesn't play that much anymore. Has been playing poker for over 20 years. And look at this. He wakes up with sevens. And now Overton behind him. Jeff, he's got 2 queens.
This is Aaron Overton from Sacramento, California.
And again, we keep talking about why this is such a great tournament. You're looking at players playing from everywhere. Kite's at the table. We watched him a little in the 50K PPC. We watched him misplay a bunch of stud pots.
Which is funny.
And Smith here has a decision here firsthand.
He's got plenty of depth to want to continue, but does get off the sevens correctly. Interesting outfit from Overton.
And, you know, Boosted J, you know, he used to play very aggressive poker. Not sure if he still has that type of style. First hand, faces a 3-bet, can get away from it. I'm rooting for Juan Pardo.
We have to.
You have to at this point. You know, you set the stage. So Justin Smith is back, huh? He has risen. Back in the game.
No call, right?
I was, I had the pleasure of talking with him a couple days ago. And
yeah.
I asked him, I said, how many tournaments have you played this summer? He said he's played like 16, 17 tournaments, playing a bunch of the mixed events. He didn't play a hand of poker, he told me, for like 7 years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's he been? And he's just been making films.
Yeah, and look at this. Brand Kite's got Ace King on the
9,000.
button. Wow. Ace King. Now, you know, from my limited experience of watching Kite play,
It's like a string call.
very aggressive. From what I've been told, very good player. Not as familiar with some of the mixed games, but I've heard he's a very good no-limit hold'em player.
You ever seen this guy play? This Pat Lyons
I
calls
haven't.
himself the world's greatest.
World famous.
World famous. Sorry.
No, I haven't.
He's got a lot of rings on. I know that. A lot of arm jewelry going on here.
He has top pair on the 7-6-4. Immediately reaches for
Just-
chips. Plays very fast.
Yeah. No tanking from Lyons.
Don't call. You'll see it later in 40 minutes.
He's got the gift of gab, no doubt about it.
Very inexperienced on televised tables. Don't know what to do.
And now Kite, I want the viewers to know the type of player that Kite is. He's very aggressive, like I said. He doesn't like to fold.
He's got the ace of hearts. He can't fold
Yeah.
2 overs in the ace of hearts. That much we know. It's just a matter of what path will he take.
Can't help yourself out.
And he is deciding to call here.
Turn 10.
And now Lyons here
Instantly.
decides to bet at it again. I'm excited to watch Lyons play.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, yes, you are.
As famous as he is, I've never heard of him. But we could see some
Can we make
interesting
an
hands here at
announcement
this
to the whole
table.
room? We're just going to keep us on the final table the whole time. Anybody object?
Final.
You got a world famous Pat Lyons show up here. I think it's a good idea. I mean, you got whatever you guys want to do. They're going to see my hands in 40 minutes. You're going to see how I play funny ass shit. It's worth it. Worth it galore.
Lyons, a WPT champion, has a WSOP bracelet.
No, I said I don't need to look at the cards, but since we have to show them, I have to change the game.
You all might remember back in 2021, he played an all-in hand blind at the main.
Make me lay that hand down. Damn, that kills me.
And won.
All they wanted was $1 million. You're like, here you go, Pat.
Is it true that he's a hand model?
Oh my God!
Yeah, Am I seeing this correctly in the bio?
He's always cold in his damn
With the
ass
rings
room,
and
so
the
this would make me
that I
honest all
believe
these
that.
lights.
So that's how he makes all his money.
I'm looking at the same bio. I don't
Yeah.
see anything about hand modeling.
No. These lights are hot.
Yeah, they are. You want?
That's why in my WPT, I had like 20-something waters here. Kept drinking them, Glory.
How many did you finish?
Huh?
Drank 20 waters?
Yeah. I have a bad pancreas. I have pancreatitis.
You know,
That's
if
my
he
buddy right here,
continues
Peg.
to do well tonight, you
John,
know what
right?
I'd love to see at the
That's your
feature?
wife, right?
Who's that,
Girlfriend,
Les?
yeah.
The grinder.
Okay,
She's
so
a good
just so
girl.
you
She
know,
brought
and
him
for everyone in the chat as well,
In a salad.
we're going to be doing a
salad
level
looked
with
damn
this
good.
group.
We've had a lot of crazy
Then,
ass battles.
to
We've
finish
had
us
some good
off,
battles, yeah.
after dinner, assuming everything is going swimmingly, we'll have Doug Polk and Chance Kornuth there at the same table.
Nice.
And then we will also be featuring Michael Mizrachi, the grinder, to your wish,
Nice.
much of which the chat has also asked for. So, non-stop. We've got a table full of talkers here. Well, maybe just one talker.
That's enough for everybody here.
And then what you haven't seen yet is our other feature table with
wait.
Will Kassouf, Brittany, Vanessa Kay.
Doesn't lack confidence, I know that.
We're in for a treat. Cue the music. Might be the only time you get a chance to get an ad in, or at
As we
least the
take a
leaderboard.
look at the chip counts presented by PokerStars. Brent said it. Here he is, William Kassouf. 570,000 in chips. We're going to hear a lot from him. Brittany's here. Vanessa Cade is here with almost 200,000 in chips. Son Kim.
Yeah, watch Son Kim very carefully, too. This guy is an absolute lunatic.
More than 927,000. Got to be one of the biggest stacks in the room, I imagine.
Wow, the one time I bluff, huh? The one time I bluff, he looks me up.
Already here.
It's the perfect river card. It's a perfect river card for me. I'm repping all day long. I have ace queen, ace jack, ace 10.
There
all
he
day
is.
Maybe you got to tell.
Long. Wow, tell my ass. Tell my, as the Americans like to say, Tell my ass. And kiss my ass, and kick your ass, put a cap in your ass. I'm losing my ass. I'm in Vegas. I'm losing my ass. I love it. It's my favorite line. Never heard of that before. I'm losing my ass. I'll fold one time.
Okay.
I'll do it the hard way now. I have to bluff one time on the feature. I get looked up by the king jack. He called me with the king. You
Well,
called the king
luckily
jack
for
down,
you,
Oliver?
we didn't see it, man.
I'm repping the ace, right? I'm repping the obviously. I raise pre-flop. I c-bet the flop. Check, check, turn. Ace comes. I bet 35,000. I'll make this the exact same bet if I had any ace.
Did Brittany
Any
just
ace.
get a walk with
This
kings?
is true. That's because you've been knowing how. Please don't give him information how I'm
I
playing.
believe so.
Please, please.
3-5.
Back
Oh,
up.
no.
So, but the
Is
point
that
is,
right?
you would think that I have the best hand. That your king jack is no good, and you would fold your king jack.
I don't know, man. I
You
was
still
listening
call?
to
You
Kazoo.
You still call even though you're worried about the
Fascinating
deuce
story.
more than the ace?
You're going to hear a lot of stories.
You just said you're worried about the deuce. I could have the ace or the deuce. Two combos. So you're going to call with your stack. You're going to call exactly for half your stack with king jack. Always hard. Now to need to lock up, knit it up like Vanessa. Back the truck up with jacks. Win a coin flip, brick with brick. Jack on the river for insurance. Life is good, huh?
Yep.
Still sitting here pretty, looking pretty, sitting pretty. Life is good, huh?
All right.
Raise 8,000.
Okay.
Life is good.
That's James Buckley. They call him clean. Clean. With the ace king makes it 8K. Here is Kim.
Canadians here. A lot of them didn't come over. You know that, right?
And immediately, look at this, 35,000 with sixes out of the big blind. A lot of players would just elect to call, not Kim.
They're not coming over because of a certain individual who's in a certain house that's painted white.
I don't know anyone directly who's decided not to come. But, I mean, obviously, I've heard people canceling their trips.
But because of Trump, basically.
Yeah.
Well, what are they worried about?
I don't know, because like I
Are
said,
they
I don't
worried
know.
something will happen to them, or they just don't want to come to
The
US?
4-bet
because
comes in
of Trump. Trump's been
to 100,000 and Kim jams.
Flip.
Yeah.
Well, you said to watch out for this guy.
Just a normal 356,000 chip pot.
Unbelievable.
Just once?
Ace king versus sixes.
It's up to these guys. Come on, no cards, no comments.
Let's play a big one
One time.
for Clean Buckley's tournament life.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Take your time, dude. No rush. Take your time when you're ready. No rush, honey. Just like burn one card, then 3 on the flop. Same. Perfect. Thank you. When you're ready, take your time, honey. No rush. That's it. Burn and 3. Perfect. You dealt this game before. Oh,
Jack
look, it's not even a
6,
sweat.
4.
Look at
Couple backdoor draws for
this. Got
Buckley,
running
but
Vanessa said running clubs, yeah.
standing
Like
up for a
queen of
reason.
clubs on the turn for a fun spread, like a poker
Queen
style
10?
GG poker had queen of clubs, yeah. Or not.
Turn is a 4, and that will
He
do
got
it
a
for
bolt.
Buckley.
What did
Kim-
I tell you about Kim? This guy is an absolute lunatic.
I mean, he got 4-bet and he was
Easy
just
game, huh?
boom,
Yeah.
put it all in. And he passes the 1 million chip mark.
Insane.
Floor?
Can't find him on Hendon Mob. He's from Cambodia. We know that. And his wife is on the rail. That's cool.
Drink, please. Thank you.
Flying blind when it comes to Kim, but we know he's not afraid to put some chips in.
Yeah, easy game. 6 on flop. Yeah, we all saw it. We all saw it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tens of millions of people saw it. Don't worry. Tens of millions saw it. The bingo 6 on the flop. That's tonight. Not even a sweat.
The flop 6 coming.
All skill. All skill. Too many good players. All skill. Bang it all in. Back the truck up, down the lot. 6 is ace king. Bang 6 on the flop. When you know, right? All skill.
How much longer do we have in this level?
He got it. You got it.
I don't know.
He had it.
Hour 55 or so?
He had a bolt.
Look at him. 10-4 off now.
Boom.
Small blind.
12K okayed with 2 queens.
Exactly. Such sick. And the back doors. But yeah, it should be a 5-card race. A proper
Look down at a
5-card
premium
race.
against the crazy guy at the
Jack
table.
high,
That's the
big
dream.
rig. Queen on the turn. First word. Yeah. Exactly. For the fans, for the viewers.
Raise 36.
Makes it 36,000. Kim glances at the rest of
He's
it.
genuinely interested. Don't be surprised if they play a near 400K pot here. That's the kind of show we're in for.
Let's go.
discipline laid out.
Like a ball.
I've played with this, I have
tough
played
for
with
him.
this guy, and I
Yeah.
have never seen anything like it.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Thank you, sweetheart.
The main event could be over tonight.
Darling, sweetheart.
Same as US, yeah.
What they say?
He might win.
Any of those?
What do you
Vanessa
prefer?
Kate about $1.3 million in Crew Live tournament earnings. Plenty more online as well.
Don't have an opinion.
More to come in.
Hey, sweetheart, darling.
Doesn't sound like she likes any of them.
You're saying
Mr. Kasu.
Raise 8,000.
Like, I was speaking to the barmaid.
Honey, I guess, is
she
a
was
common
then-
one in Canada.
Sorry?
Honey, I guess, is a common one.
That's what I said. I was chatting with the barmaid. I think I heard honey more than anything else when talking to the woman. So just the barmaid here in Horseshoe, we're just having drinks in the bar and just chatting. She's a bit flirty, and I said, "Oh, thanks, honey." She said, "Don't call me honey." I thought she was insulted. She said, "Call me babe." I thought, babe? I thought, isn't that like boyfriend girlfriend? No,
Yeah,
I prefer
yeah, it
babe.
is.
Don't call me honey. Call me babe. I said, "Okay, babe. Thanks, babe." It's the barmaid in Horseshoe. Okay. What's this? A straddle or raise? You straddle? Live? You raise my big blind?
Let's just look at the cards.
Please, please. Please, King Jack, get it quietly, King Jack. Yeah, hero call, yeah, one pair, yeah, okay. Please. Look, no cards, you tell him. Tell him in your language so he understands. No cards, no comments,
language?
buddy. No cards, no comments. American, you speak American. All of you guys, you must all like speak 6 languages, right? I speak 8 languages, you guys at least speak 6.
What are the 8?
English, American, Canadian, Australian, Scottish, if you can find yeah, there's so many combos, right?
Do Scottish.
I can't do Scottish. I can speak 8
the
different
yellow
languages,
chip and the
like
red.
legit different languages.
Oh, you have a purple one here too. Okay.
So many chips, you don't know.
I don't think he drinks decaf.
Or flip side, does he need caffeine at all?
No, I don't
I
think so.
don't know which ones. We got about 5 minutes till the next Play PokerGo free roll.
Yeah, I'm getting in there again. Okay. I am
PlayPokerGo.com.
Ralph Drizzle. If you bust me, some sort of bounty. I'm going to make a run in this one. See if I can make it longer than 2 minutes. You got to sign up, register, play PokerGo.
Now the boss lady, obviously.
Click on tables, tournaments, you'll find it. The 1 million gold free roll.
Is that your bag?
Lift
Is that your bag?
standard.
The blue one?
Standard.
Can I get a piece of that gum?
Oh,
Good sunglasses. You know the bad thing for you? No one can see your eyes, but
Now, if everybody wants Doug Polk,
Polk,
the grinder, Mizrachi is our next 2 tables. Make sure you click that like button, that thumbs up, a little thumb job as the backer has rejoined us. He loves it so much. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already.
Standard button raise, any 2, right? Any 2 button raise. What was my line again?
You got it, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. Oh, I didn't mean to raise that. You got me excited, man. I shouldn't have let go of the chips.
I thought you said no bluffing on the feature.
No bluffing the feature. You show one, I'll show one. You
Yeah,
show
you're
both.
gonna show me 9 high.
No, I promise. I swear on my life, I won't show you 9 high. If you show me one, I'll show you one. You show me both, I'll show you both. I'm
Do
a
I get to
gentleman.
pick the card?
You have to show first. If you fold and show, you show one, I'll show one. You show both, I'll show both.
All right, I'll fold.
You fold.
Pick one.
Pick one. Mine are both the same. I'm guessing you're gonna pick a queen. I'm guessing it's a queen. What are the chances? What are the chances? It's like magic, white magic, white magic.
100%.
Only on Tuesdays. Only on Tuesday. Is it Tuesday today? I feel like it's Tuesday today. It smells like a Tuesday. Is it Tuesday?
I have no fucking idea.
I
I haven't known what day of the week it is in months.
I think it is. Literally, I need to wake up seriously. So I picked one card. You show me the 5. I had
He's
2
not
hours
awake?
sleep. I went to bed at 9:15 this morning. I still was late coming in. I was like nearly half an hour late.
Went to bed at-
Shower, change, and chilling, and catching up with messages, and then
At what time?
ridiculous. My sleep pattern's messed up, jet lag, and everything. Staying up late.
Well, thank you for the shower bit.
The what?
Or the shower.
Yeah, let you know. See, bit of hygiene, subtlety that I did actually bother to shower rather than just rush straight down there. Hence why I was half an hour late. I was taking my time. I thought I've got 430k to start of day 3. If I lose a few chips, I lose a few chips. I thought. Then I saw the thing. I thought I don't want to not have a shower sitting next to Vanessa the whole day. I thought, yeah, out of respect. And I thought if I have a shower, she might buy me dinner, and then you agreed to buy me dinner.
Oh, dear.
Had I not had a shower, you'd be like maybe not
Probably
so rude.
not.
But
That
then
must
said,
have been
"Well,
so traumatic that I
was.
blanked
had
out
to
the
think."
whole conversation
So I
when that
waited
happened.
half an hour to take a shower to make sure,
That's
I
so
was
weird.
legit, civilized, and All
You
that.
haven't even gone out on a date and you're gaslighting me.
No, no gaslighting, honey. I'm just saying, you were taking me for dinner anyway.
Oh
right?
my
You
God.
already said you're single, I'm single. You know. Let's go. Before I try and bluff these guys, hang on.
Does anyone get married these days?
Yeah, I'm married. Jeff's
Yeah, why
engaged to
not?
be married.
Raise 10.
What's up?
Really?
Same bet. Got to mix it up.
How are you doing?
I don't think
Same bet.
anybody gets
Whether I
married to
have 7
Kasuf
deuce,
these days.
9 high, kings or 8. Same bet.
I feel like anyone under 30 is never getting married.
Obviously, if I was bluffing, I'll make it 12 or 13, right?
Now that, yeah.
I feel like
it's more and more uncommon.
It's.
How do you know? Again, too many good players in this table. Too many good players.
I'll take one. Oh, there's the. Oh. I thought there was a girl. Are we getting another player?
Depends if it's male or female, if they're blonde or brunette. So we have.
Well, thank God for a promo. PlayPokerGo.com. There's the commish, Tim
There
Duckworth.
he is. There he is.
So you can play the free roll now on PlayPokerGo. Brent's in there, PlayPokerGo.com. Web, iOS, and Android. Our guy, Tim Duckworth. Look at that get up.
Look at him.
Blez, what
dressed-
do you think of this? The hat, the shades, the jean vest jacket thing. I mean, that's strong. The old school Binion swag.
Yeah, he could definitely pull it off. Great fashion sense.
Getting jacked up, too. The commish, still in the main.
Let's hope his poker ability can be as good as the way he dresses.
It's not.
It's not, yeah.
It's horrendous.
40
Yeah.
minutes from now, just random. Oh, let me see what that was.
But he's still in, and we're
I
not.
would love to with Tamayo and all the nonsense.
And Donnie
the
Peters
GTOs
is
and
still
all
in,
that
so the
shit.
PokerGo podcast.
Get me on the
guys.
final table.
Well, we go from Will Kasuf to Pat Lyon.
Yes,
You're
we
welcome.
do.
That's
What a
I'm telling you.
transition.
Go get all your dorky buddies to help you. I'll show you
What was
Pat
the
Lyons is
controversy? You
unbeatable.
had somebody running GTO. And
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. It's not cool. It works on un-ADHD people. You have
Paul
ADHD,
Sneed,
your mind
right
doesn't
there,
know
by
what's
the way,
gonna
he
do.
might knock Pat Lyons
Has, like,
directly
zero
out cold.
idea.
Just put him in a headlock. Yeah, he might kill him.
And I think he just showed up at this table, and he's already just, oh no.
What happened?
What did I walk into?
I don't think that was GTO play.
I know, huh?
And Dyer
I'm gonna
here.
start thinking we have a gambling problem. We're playing every hand. I'm on TV. I'm getting drunk with chips.
I played with him
Gives a
for
shit. Just gamble away.
a couple hours, I want to
Have a
say.
good time.
Deep on day
You guys wanna
two.
play a
I was
game?
impressed by
Predict- just
Dyer. He
predict
was a
one card
tough
on the
player.
board.
Really?
Did
Call
not
one card.
have
Eight of
nearly the
spades.
Eight of
chip
spades?
stack then
Yeah.
as he does
7
now.
of diamonds.
7 diamonds.
We were close.
Wow.
It's not this flop though. Next one. It's a delay. It's a 40-minute delay, so we get the next 40 minutes of hands. Boom! It finally
okay.
hit. Yeah.
How about this, Pat?
Now
I'll
Dyer
take
here.
$100 per flop.
I can't stop talking.
Continuing the betting here. Kite has a auto call here.
On the flop.
You never want to be
You get
raising
jack
middle
three
pair
deuce?
here.
I get Jack three deuce.
You never want to be folding it.
And you want to do $100 each time?
Let's see if Dyer turns any equity here.
Been losing a lot of money at the book. Then.
And he
I don't
doesn't.
know if I have that much money on me.
Doesn't, but I wonder if
I
he would
docked
ever
out
consider
20,000
bluffing at this
to,
card, trying to target a queen or a stubborn 6.
Oh, just a flop?
Now the thing with this is if you're Dyer, right? If you turn an ace and you actually make an ace, it's a spot where you would actually check behind a lot.
Right.
And maybe get value on the river. I think Kite's going to check this river. And
So
Dyer
it has to,
here,
it has to be
just
each
give
one
up.
for five. For five.
you know,
Each one is 100, and we're doing it 5 times.
I take it all
By
back.
trial.
So you can lose.
Seemed like a spot where maybe we just need to bet again. We
Or you
did
could
see him get
win
snapped
100
off and
if you
picked
have
off not so
splits.
long ago, so maybe the mental affected.
Yeah.
Okay. Jack 3. What's the other one?
Deuce.
Jack 3 deuce. So okay, so I'm not in, but I want to get pocket jacks right now. So everybody's rooting for him. Come on, give me jacks. There's one jack. Come on. Not a jack, not a jack. A jack. Good. Okay. Jack 3 deuce. Ready? Jack 3 deuce. Come on.
We're saying 5 flops, obviously. Not
Yeah, 5
hands.
Yeah, 5 flops. So the next
flops.
That's actually good, yeah. That'd be like a funny rule. It would have not have been it, you know?
The hell's he talking
Are
about?
we side betting? Or
I
some
don't know.
props to Sneed and Joyner?
Great.
Yeah,
So
that's
they're playing
definitely
a
not
game
a fair
right
bet.
now.
The real Juan Pardo here.
I don't know if I should tell him, but
No, I mean, the reason I
so
zip
it's
it-
3 out of 13 3 times. Like you're a big dog, but
Yeah, I know.
But
There's a reason
he
I
likes
only do
money.
it 5 times, so.
He likes money,
Yeah,
so
we'll get $100.
But-
It's a casino. He's gambling.
yeah.
We'll gamble.
It's a bit worse than roulette, but not
No,
much.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
much.
I know I'm a dog, so I didn't want to do it that many times.
It's gonna be hilarious when you win 5 in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
I should know the percentage, but I can't think of it now. But I'm guessing you're like losing like $8 a flop or something, $8 or $10 a flop. It's not much. Maybe 12.
Okay, 0-1.
No, he
Look
won.
at this.
I know. I'm 0-1.
Juan Pardo flopping top pair.
The first jack.
Overton here has a hand that is going to check here a lot, multi-way.
You can publicly do it. You're going to track those,
Pardo
you know, what hand we're on.
Yeah,
Oh, no, you.
is going to go for chips.
Yeah, I could even bust a tournament now. We made $100.
Yeah.
In the chat,
What
Beach
if it
Whale,
comes
thank you
Jack
for the
3
super
deuce?
chat.
That has to be a special.
$10. Dumb question. I always hear a player referred to how
Are
many
you,
big blinds
you're
they
on
have
the
left.
nose that there won't be every
With the
single one?
structure of the big blind
But if it
ante
comes
isn't
Jack
half
3
the
deuce,
amount
is
of
that
big
like a
blinds
victory
they have
automatically?
left.
He wins. Any Jack 3 or deuce on the flop.
But what if the flop is exactly
No.
a Jack 3 deuce? No, but that should be worth 500.
Stapes would say thank you for your question.
Yeah.
So we have a hustler over here. Good to know.
No, Paul knows I'll play the game though. I just, for one, I don't like making bets if I don't have it. I can fade the bookie till I get back home, but I don't want to sit there.
When it offers a bet like that, you kind of have to stick your hand in the back.
Yeah.
People do call me a numbers man.
I had a very fun bet on one of my other tables. It was like Bless against
Look at our
Tidwig,
tournament format presented
and
by
they had
Splash Sports. 10K
$1,000
buy-in
color
for the
flop.
main.
But every
Wait,
flop
2
that
hour
came out,
levels, 5 levels
Bless
per
had
day.
to give Tidwig $50.
Kind of play it by ear on
So
if
he's
we
he just have
make
a
the money
5%
tonight
payout.
or tomorrow.
He just wanted to gamble.
Yeah.
And like, even though it was a high buy-in, he was like straddling $1,000 flop bet. So like, that's how you know it's like fun day, fun table.
Which day did everybody play? I played 1D.
Played B.
1A?
I did not play day one.
That's empty, right?
Oh, you were late, Reg. Ah, plan.
He was like, I can late reg.
I'm gonna-
Late Reg, half a million on day 3.
I'm gonna double up off of Pat.
He's the smartest guy. He's all part of the plan.
All part of the plan. He was coming after the world famous Pat Lion.
100%.
Yeah.
Joiner here.
If I lose, it's a good story. I lost
Opening
to Pat
Queen
Lyons, it's
Jack.
cool. If you win, it's a better story.
He just wants the title for best player in the Bay Area.
Right.
Now you're going to start seeing, you know,
Yeah.
you're going to start seeing more and more
I'm the best, I
3
promise.
betting with big stacks.
If we can magically
You're
make
going to
this the
start
final
seeing
table,
more
I'm winning
tighter
this damn
folds with smaller
thing. I don't even care. I
stacks.
go in,
You're going to
I'm
see
gonna get my
players
chips
starting
back.
to take
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna
advantage
see little silly cards I
of
play,
certain
what
opponents that are somewhat getting
do it
short.
differently on a untelevised
When you have
table.
around
Like a
150,000 in chips, you know, in that range of 80,000 to like 125,000, and you open and get 3-bet, it's going to become very tough when you open hands like 7s and 8s and 9s and Ace-Jack and Ace-10 suited.
would have just waited like 4
Playing those hands against a 3-bet when you're shorter make it very difficult because
it's televised.
you're in a lot of spots where you're almost forced to shove
save you
or
the 40
fold,
minutes of wondering.
and your opponents know that, right? So start looking for
That's a lot of wondering.
a lot more, like I said, a lot more 3-betting with big stacks. The guy Kim on the other table is going to be extremely active here as we get closer to the bubble.
I got a bullshit kicker. I've got a 4 kicker. So if I'm playing it, I want the deuces and 3s to hit. So I saved you right there. Because I'm thinking deuce 3 jack. I'm thinking, come on, deuce 3 jack. Ace 4. Give me a 5 on the
I
turn.
know why you didn't choose ace at least. Every time there's a flop, there's no ace. Everyone's having the ace.
Hey, do you guys like this? You guys like this table? Like the televised table?
I hate to interrupt Pat Lyons, but Blez, I see from Carter's data in the chat. A 1-of-1
Hey,
gold
you know,
vinyl
actual
table.
SGA
There's a pretty
hit
good reason they
on
did this because of me.
Bless.
For one,
Hear
and
about that
two,
one? It sounds like a good
two,
one.
two, no, it's true.
Oh, yeah,
no,
it's
they've
probably
asked me
mosaic.
before. They've asked me before, Pat, we want to get you to the final table. I made mistakes.
Ace, deuce of diamonds
if we make our
here.
table talkative, we have a good time.
Coming
it's
in
good
for
our
a
game in
limp
general.
here in the first
And this is a
hole.
commercial interruption.
Again,
World
don't
famous
like it
Fat Lions YouTube
unless his plan is to maybe
Before
limp
big fans.
re-raise a hand
Now
like
back
that.
Like 870, something like that. Maybe get to
Juan
2,000.
Pardo here
Yeah.
folds.
They should subscribe to Matt the Mortgage Guy on YouTube.
Now,
That's my
again,
channel.
part of the reason why I don't limp with the ace deuce of
But if you
diamonds
subscribe
here
to that
is
channel and subscribe
Kite's
also
the
to
type of
World
player that
Famous
can
Fat
go
Lions.
for raising here, and he is. So he's raising with a very similar holding, right?
Yeah, it's just
and
18K. Holy.
I just can't wait to learn about mortgage.
now Snead has to almost.
Yeah. It's hard to
Snead is in an interesting spot, right? Because there's people behind him, and the betting isn't closed, right? He has to be a little afraid of Joyner here, who limped under the gun. He also doesn't want to potentially play
Just say random stuff.
a massive pot with someone
We have so
in a
much history.
situation where his opponent has him covered.
If I didn't lose
content, I was going to play in this event.
Lions
This is
here
not
is
a good
king
call,
queen
guys.
off in the small
Television land,
blind,
but
So now the
trust me, I can play
algorithms
very well
like
after
show me
the
all
flop.
kinds of
Let it
poker
go.
content.
and he makes
vlogs.
a solid fold there at a position. But
If I
again,
tell
let's
you
see what
exactly how
Joyner
we show.
does here.
You can see it in 40 minutes.
No, I'm not going to look. I don't
And he
care.
just
I'm
decides to
honestly, I don't
fold.
care.
I had a very good ace.
Again, all
Punch of the day.
chips, every
Most likely
pot
I
that
flip
you can
strong.
win
You have ace jack?
at this point in the
I've got
tournament
king
is so valuable. Losing any sort of
I
chips
wish you could.
really can hurt
You
you.
write on
What I'm doing.
Substack?
If you don't raise
You're on
something,
there?
Johnny.
What does your
don't raise.
friend write on
You only
Substack?
live for 4.
Yeah, no.
Just make it 10,000 right here.
I can't,
You know we're
I
coming
can't
in
have
as
you in
dogs.
here hitting a king.
No, we're coming in as dog. You tell me you have queens?
Got it.
Ace queen.
Ace queen? I'm not going to call you king.
Where he analyzes the hand.
You will see it soon.
I won't look at it. I don't look at it.
A pump by him, okay.
I'm an old school
That's self-deprecating.
live pro that knows what he's doing.
Your sevens could have been a punch of the day,
In
but
fact, it's a bad table drop.
when it gets there, it can't be a punch.
You almost made it
Disqualified.
We both
Still
know
gonna do
exactly what we're doing. This is silly.
You almost made it dog.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know,
you almost
but
made
he's
it.
down there super edgy.
Yeah.
He said he's doing commentary today, so he may be commentating on this very soon.
Yeah, over 100 bigs, all in on the turn.
Raise.
You had 10 clean outs.
Raise 10K.
Not like you were that.
35.
We raised 35K.
Yeah,
Lions 3-betting with ace queen.
that definitely puts a lot of pressure on any one pair of hands. Yeah.
I'm fast.
I told him too. I was like, he might well have had a
The
set.
closer I put
That's
the
how a
coin
set
to
would
it,
be,
I know what it is.
you know? And
The dragon.
yeah.
Show us, show. You want to see?
Yeah, I want
Well, you know I've got an ace. Ace
What'd
queen.
you show?
Ace queen. Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Ace queen off.
I was in
Are you
line
guys really
at
going to look back at this silly
one of
tape
my
here and
favorite
see how
places, Thunder
everything
Valley
plays?
Resort and Casino.
Study the world famous.
You know it's a
Pat
scam,
Registered
right?
for
You
a
know I'm
tournament,
doing
and
a
Pat Lyons
scam on
came
the
up to
table.
me.
I'm doing shit differently intentionally, so when we go back to the unlive table,
Asked
I can
if I
fuck
would
you guys
subscribe
up.
to his YouTube channel.
Sure. Yeah, we get F-bombing commercial
hoping
break.
to
world
kinda
famous
go
Pat
on my
Lyons
way,
and-
register
and
for the
is it the
tournament.
Morris channel?
So you're playing different now.
And
so
he
that,
just kind of waited there. He says, take
you're
out your
putting a lot
phone.
of,
I did the
I'm like,
same
no,
thing.
yeah, I'll
stake
get it
in
later.
that
It's like,
people
no,
are
no,
gonna
just take out your phone, pull up
study it that
YouTube.
way.
You
I'll
guys
show
are saying
you.
you guys are going to see it in 40
Thank you.
minutes. In the Legends, right? The W blank T, the W blank T, because we can't.
So I subscribed
say
to
all-
his YouTube channel. Fast forward to
YouTube
this
again.
World Series.
World famous Fat Lions. We got to get him off here. He's
I'm talking with
advertising
this
other
guy at the
nonsense.
table
Yeah, what's going on
who
here?
came back
I
late
have
from
a guy
break. And he said my
all the
girlfriend
hands
was
you're playing. Only
lost and
Like
she had to
after
walk over here. She
I'm
locked
sure I
herself
just
out of
showed
her
you. It's
room. She
He's-
had no
he's sending
phone.
every
She's
hand.
crying.
Are you
She's a
serious?
mess.
I told you, I know how to, you have to get me involved.
And this guy was
If I
next
won't
to
call
her and he was like
only-
trying to calm her down and he was really nice and I found out it was Pat Lyons.
You know I'm not making
Yeah.
moves. That's
So
the
my
thing, I'm not
girlfriend is
making moves.
crying and Pat's like,
That's why I can't believe
kind
it.
of helping her.
I can't look
And
at
she
my phone.
finally
Greg-
takes, a
Greg-
deep breath, like,
Greg,
okay,
yeah.
everything's
Like
going to
he
be
went
just
cuckoo.
fine. And then Pat says,
It's like,
hey,
I
have you
gotta
subscribed to my
really
YouTube
get-
channel? I had her pull out her phone and that she didn't
revolution.
have, but
No.
he emphasized that that was something that
The
she
whole
should do
table's
at the
gone.
end of the
Then
night.
You got rid of him. Just ruined the table.
So how's the channel?
Oh,
I'm not sure. sure it's great.
Is it a poker channel or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the second one. That's only the
This was
second
only
flop.
the second flop.
It's
Yeah,
only the
it's
second
been
flop.
pre-flop. I took it down pre-flop.
You ended up getting free rolled there, and he still gave you the
Honesty.
He still gave you.
Well, you know why it's honesty? Because we're on the feature table.
How would you act if
Now you need to win.
We're a good table. We're an honest table.
You need to win at least 2 out of the last 3.
We need to get.
Gonna win 100. Someone's gonna lose. I don't care.
Unless you get like the last 3, you know.
6K.
This is kind of sad.
He can maximum lose 5. So.
This is like a dead.
Yeah, no. Dude, we've been sitting next to him the whole day. You're lucky. You only been here half an hour.
I came here with a headache, and now it's like 10 times.
Yeah.
It's been great for me. I've only been here an hour, and I quadrupled my set.
Yeah.
I have no complaints.
He's like, you can just talk away
Yeah.
as long as you keep giving me those chips. Wow. Only call, huh?
Okay.
You've
Now
seen
you've
it.
now you've seen it for an
The novelty
hour, and then
factor,
what?
It doesn't matter about the hour. You showed me about the underwater stuff. You're in a
I did,
restaurant,
yeah.
you've got sharks swimming above you.
Kasuf is still
You're in
talking,
like
that's
your
lovely.
own little villa, and you go step out of the bedroom. You're literally in the ocean.
Yeah.
With turquoise, crystal clear waters. You don't get that in Kelowna.
David Lappin, by the way,
Anywhere in
reached
British
out
Columbia.
to me.
Yeah.
Well,
And
anywhere
he
in
said,
Canada, for that
please
matter.
reference that.
Actually, there's a lake that's
I
like
don't
a
really
shower
understand the
somewhere
reference that
Kasuf's
middle
apparently
name is
has-
Robin.
It is freezing.
Yeah, exactly.
But apparently it's the clearest water.
It's the clearest water. It's
So
not
there,
like the Maldives, is it?
There you go, David.
Not quite.
Because he
It's
did
similar,
the
but it's- yeah, it's a lake,
like
but it's not
roulette
the Maldives,
thing.
right? And the temperature's slightly
Roulette
different
chip? I don't
Maybe a
know.
little different.
My guy Tyler
And the color of
Patterson,
the
bracelet
waters,
winner,
and it's not so
two-time
see-through.
bracelet winner,
No,
by the way.
actually, it
Congrats
really
to
is.
Tyler.
See, because I found this lake
Won
on
another one this
Instagram.
year. He says
go to
Kasuf
Canada,
is
forget
like
the Maldives,
Cabral.
come to Canada, come to
Cabral
the
is a
lake.
complete idiot and
Which
not
lake is
funny.
this, by the way?
I'd have to look it up. I think it's like Johnson Lake or something.
You don't even know. You're telling me about a lake that I should go
I
to?
drove out there and it was a huge pain in the ass. You have to go down this dirt road for like 2 hours. It totally wrecked my car.
That's called Johnson Lake.
I think
Lake
it was Johnson, yeah.
Sounds more American. Johnson. Lake Johnson, like Lake Michigan.
38,000.
But I'd seen all these videos of it on Instagram and I thought they must have just been like edited. And I went out there and they were not. Like it is really that gorgeous.
Your guy, Kim. Splash mode engaged
Johnson Lake.
winner.
Okay.
I'm
might visit
telling
it one
you.
time, but I still prefer to go to
He is the
Maldives
most,
than any
I
other
think he might be the most
island or lake.
insane player
So I
that
can
I've
freeze my balls
ever
off and potentially, literally
had the experience of sitting with
freeze
at a
my ass
table.
off, as you Americans or North Americans would say. My big
I
blind?
think it was last year's main event.
Carl Statement, big blind special. Let's go. You want 4? You want another 4?
Another
Another 4? You want fries with that? Anything else? You want some
more than-
ketchup, some fries? Anything else? No? Please, shuffle up a deal. We're still playing the Hold'em, right? Unless everyone agrees round of each. Hold'em. You know the Hold'em, right? Just 2 cards? Yeah, one more round. Keep going, buddy. You're doing good. When you get to the button, you stop. Yeah, one more, 2 more. Done. That's it. Stop. And we wait for the action.
Do you want a deal?
No, I'm trying to help him. He's like a young guy, spring chicken, like 22 years old. He can only gamble in casinos.
Do I look 22?
22, you know.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You buy me a drink anytime. Any champagne?
I'm quite a
you
bit
like?
older than 22.
I'm not fussy. I'm not fussy guy. Any champagne you want to buy me in the break? You go for it, buddy. You're good to go. You're good to go. Call it cocktail. Cocktails.
Jamie Kerstetter says,
Champagne.
can Czech get a vote
8,000.
on one
Look
player
out.
to cut at
Incoming.
each table? Not a bad idea. I'm curious, who would you guys want to cut the mics from? Let's start with this table here.
I'm just counting out chips. It's not a bit. 8,000?
No idea who they're going to say.
My big blind like a boss.
My best guess would be
All these
Kasuf.
online knitback keyboard warriors, min clicking like they're at home now. Clicking buttons in China. They come to Vegas, clicking buttons on my big blind. I don't
Come
know
on,
if I can-
Brittany.
I don't know if I can fold. These two are all wizards. They're all wizards.
Fuck 'em up, Brittany.
Min click every hand. Where they got aces or 7 deuce, they just min click.
When you sat down, I did say
Mean
welcome
click.
to hell.
So sick. So sick. I can't fold. If you got it, you got it. Tell her. What's the line in American?
He knows.
No, you got to say it in American so they understand.
In American.
How'd you say it?
Heads up.
You got it, you got it.
Say it loud and proud. Don't be shy, bro.
I'm not shy.
yeah,
I'm just
that's-
tired.
Okay.
Understandable.
How many
Okay,
houses did
Jack
you have?
10 deuce.
No, I had 2. Don't block me. I had 2, Vanessa had 3. You can at least say 4, minimum. Minimum
I
maximum.
slept
flops
good,
to
but I'm
jack.
tired.
Brittany the open ender, 3 to the royal. Turn
You check
7.
the trap? Why would you check? Oh, you c-bet. Even if you got ace-king, you got a c-bet. Any ace should c-bet.
For the love of God, get there.
But if you're a checking, I'm a betting, right? If I have it, you don't have it. If you have it, I don't have it. Poker's a very simple game. You got it, you got it.
You know, I saw the hand with 8-5 yesterday, this time, and I thought it was pretty funny. You know which hand?
No.
Are you impressed, Becker, with Kasuf?
No, not at all. I'm not.
He had it?
Yeah, he did have it. He delivered it. It's called
What is it that disgusts you the most about this piece of shit?
What was the flop?
I'm just kidding.
I'll
Big
find
River, Brick City.
Runner, I mean, come on. Jackpot. Jackpot. Always coming 7, they say. Always coming 7. This pot's going. Spread the pot, please. A bit far away from me. I can't see many reds in there before I bluff the young lady.
You could just keep track of how much is in the pot.
Event. I mean, she's been clicking buttons, online, Knitbag, keyboard warrior, wizard, GTO, chart solver, professional. What do I have to do? What do I have to do to win a pot? I already bluffed this guy. First hand, bluffed it off with jack high like a schmuck. And he called me with a king jack, honey. He called me with a king jack.
I'm going to take a break. You guys have fun.
Oh, Jeff, I didn't even know you were here.
I don't know, but I was going to make it big to make it look like a bluff, but it's like a value. It's like a value bluff. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know. I'm going to bet something. Don't worry, I'm not wasting time. I'm going to bet something, but it's like a value bluff. I don't know how they say it in China, where it's value bet, value bluff, bluff value, small, thin bluff value, thin bluff value, whatever that is. I don't know. How much? 19? 19. No? Oh, I played it badly. Okay. No bluff, no win. You'll see it on stream, don't worry.
Great poll here from PokerGo.
You got it. I had it.
You live forever in unlimited funds.
Don't tell him I bluffed with a 9 high. Come on.
But William Kasuf is with you all day, every day.
Don't tell him.
You'll take it or you'll pass.
Come on, man. 9 high every time.
I'll start with you, Jared.
There's no 9 on the board. Of course I've got the 9.
Pass.
Please. They can see on
Same,
stream anyway.
yeah. Some
don't
things are
put
just
them on
not
tilt
worth
now.
it in life.
Put them on tilt in 45 minutes when they've all seen it, for real. Okay? Come on, buddy. Don't give my way, Gary. You can rail me, but don't say 9 high from the rail. Come on, man. Taking the piss, but come on, man. Play for $10 million here, man. Cash money, real money, huh? Tax-free. Tax-free from the UK, so I like it even more. It's tax-free. So I like money. Don't give my game away. Play for $10 million tax-free. Not 1 cent to the IRS here. Not 1 penny in land revenue back home. HMRC. Life is good. You should move to London. Move to the UK. Life is good. 0 tax, 0. Uncle Sam, there's no Uncle Sam. When we go to pay out this, I win $1 million, take home $1 million minimum. Final take minimum. 1 million, take home. Cash 1 million, take home 1 million.
Raise 8,000.
Cash 10 million, take home.
I hope
10
this
million.
guy's the only
You know
one that has to endure the big, beautiful bill.
How much people cash on the final table and how much they take home off pre-tax, before tax. And we'll see the UK guy.
You'll be in for 2,000.
Cash stream, whatever you want, sir. You want prize with that? Anything else? No?
Prize sound pretty good.
What's it that? I'm trying to tell a story to the realm, man. You raised my small blind. For the fans, huh? Wife watching at home. Sorry, girlfriend. Wife to be, maybe, if she'd like you. How much? 8.5? Makes you laugh, right? Makes you laugh. Wow. Oh boy, there you go, James, Mr. Pink.
It's
I'm scared
crazy.
of Mr. Pink.
I mean,
Reservoir Dogs,
we've
Mr.
been
Pink on my
through
left.
this
He's dangerous.
before with
He's
Kasuf,
dangerous.
but
No, come, nudge me under the table when
I
you fold it.
forgot
Nudge me so I can call and try and
what this
beat him in the-
experience
nudge me
was
that,
like.
bro. Like, don't make it obvious. Honestly, just like nudge me like they're gonna fold and
It's
say, yeah, bro,
non-stop.
give me the green
Well,
light. Give me the
my
green light.
biggest
and
issue
go,
is he
you know?
plays so
Just
slow.
don't make it obvious for the stream. Just like good nudge like that, but okay, just shouted, yeah, that you're gonna fold.
At
and I'll
least
be like,
Pat Lyons
yeah,
over
I'm
there
gonna
is
fold, but yeah, I'll
extremely
call,
fast.
You know, and then you can fold, and I will see a flop.
Wouldn't I do that if I had a good hand on the
Don't try and bluff it with the knee. If you do the knee, it means you're folded. Don't
Well,
do the double knee, the double-
Jeff's gone, so he's going to screw me with some sort of promo, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You can watch the World Series of Poker, the main event. It all begins tomorrow. Use that code WSOP25YT for $20 off an annual plan. Exclusive main event coverage day 4 through our champion at the final table. That all starts tomorrow. live on PokerGo. And for the high roller subscribers on our YouTube channel, that's right, the membership tier, you will also be receiving the coverage. You have two options.
Don't take anything for granted.
Pick your poison.
Don't take anything. You may not be here next year. You never know. You never know you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Not wishing anything bad on anyone. You get hit by a bus tomorrow.
Kind of morbid, man. Jesus,
you can drop dead in one day. Hashtag the saying, right? None of like one of us like not be here tomorrow. Anything can happen.
You didn't need to go
the
there.
booger sugar
go.
habit has to be
It's
so
reality,
expensive.
You know? No, touch wood. Is it wood? Yeah, nothing happens.
Just an endless supply of powder.
On my button, wow. The Chinese,
Is that
they are
three
fearless.
consecutive hands with
the
Jack
Chinese
5
players,
off?
I heard,
I think
they
it
are
is.
fearless. They see this sicko on the button, they still raise me. I call. Whatever that is.
Call 8,000.
Whatever it's like. They still raise my button. Fearless. They don't like to speak much on the table, but they think in their mind. The famous
And he's
line
decided
beginning
to
with
call the button with Jack 5 off. Absolutely horrendous. I'm here for it. We'll see what develops.
I feel like if anyone...
English only on the table.
And folks, I'm not alone in this booth, by the way.
tell him, dealer, that's
The
a good job.
backer is
Good
with me,
job.
but
You
he
force
is
the rules.
disgusted
The boss likes you, get
might be here next
promotion.
with what is on
Next
display.
year, you see that? They're watching. They're listening. They're listening,
They are.
Stephen. Yeah.
All my superiors.
You got to tell. I tell him, but then you tell him as a dealer. English only. Yes, thank you. Very professional. Keep smiling. Good for the game. Beautiful. Beautiful. Is it my turn to bluff now?
It is.
Three
There's
players?
something wrong with him.
Just the three of us. Me and the two Chinese sensations.
Has your
These two are
Nobu
tough
arrived
cookies to crack, I swear. They don't like to fold. You know what? They play the true spirit of
You're
the game.
dying
You guys should
right
take note of
now.
these guys.
You gotta have your
hold
food.
them, not
I can't
fold
really
them all the way
talk
to the river.
because
You never know when that gut shot might come
Trust me,
in.
I talk a lot too, but I
Texas, hold them,
can't
not
talk.
fold them.
How come, man?
We're right. Play the game, right? What are you guys doing folding? It's Texas Hold'em, not Fold'em.
You'll see on the stream.
You'll see on the stream. I'll show you.
So
you'll
does,
see
I
my
don't
hand on the
really
stream.
know. I played
I'll
with
show you on the
Kasub
stream.
back in the. Does he really play like this loose pre-flop?
I believe so. Yeah.
I'll just go around. Whatever this is. You can, Steve. I'm tired. I don't know what. Giving it away.
19,000.
You got it. You got it. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me drink up.
19,000.
What? What? They'll fold? Oh, he's done. I thought they both folded. I don't want that much respect. I come for the value. Protect my hands. All I can do. I wanted one caller. One caller. How, you guys are good. Can you see my cards? How do you not have King Jack? I got his hand. I played it because it's like a boss. King Jack.
But you gotta
Keep
give him
guessing.
credit.
That's a King
He's,
Jack.
he's earned the pot with Jack 5
How do you
off.
guys know? Are you both professional? You just nod. I know you don't say a word, but are you professional? Yes or no? Like nod or no? Are you professional? No, it's not.
Brittany's gonna
If
kill him.
Love
anyone
this
was
from
likely
Brittany.
to
She's
not
gonna
make
kill
it
him.
here tomorrow, I'd say on any given day, you're like the most likely. Honestly,
Most
it's,
likely
it's,
what?
it's like to not
not
be
what?
here tomorrow.
To not be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
We're gonna have a side bet on that, huh?
No, I just think like it's
Wow.
amazing you've made it this far,
Well, it
and
is.
like nobody
I was
is.
gonna say likewise, and it's only amazing you're still
Like,
here.
it's damn.
You see how she's looking at you like 50,
Oh, she can look at me all she
50, you're
wants.
done
She can
before
look at me
the
all
end
she
of the
wants,
day,
honey.
man.
You're lucky. You
She
should
could-
count your lucky stars.
she
You're
could
here.
take you.
You won
You're
one
in
big flip
serious
against
trouble.
me, but you can't handle it. I think she can handle me. I don't know if you can. 12
Oh,
hours.
she's ready to murder
12
you,
hours
man.
of me in your left ear. 12 hours, Vanessa. Can you handle it? Can you handle it? That's the question.
Barely.
The sunglasses look really good on you, you know? Everyone can just see your sunglasses. I can see your eyes straight up.
Raise 8,000.
Straight up. Everyone else can see your sunglasses.
If it was on you, what would you do?
You got brown eyes?
Great
Or are they
question
green?
by
It's like-
Vanessa
it's so
Cade,
light.
thank you.
It's like brown or green? Sorry, how much?
8,000.
8.
And then Vanessa wants to get funky fresh. You're going to say I'm not going to last. You think I'm not going to make day 4, huh?
That's not what I meant.
That's what you said.
I meant someone's likely to. I don't even know if I can say
Something
that
that's likely
straight.
to what?
To harm you physically.
Why? Why would you say that? Well, we're going to go for dinner first.
just
You're
look
gonna-
at your
I thought you were gonna-
cards, man.
He's going to be up
Holy
for the You're taking up for
shit.
dinner, you said.
I'll sit in
You
the
know
middle.
what? I've got to find out where I am. 24,000.
24,000.
Did he look?
So I'd rather be heads up with
I
my
don't know. I mean, we can't
favorite
see it because he
female
hasn't
poker player,
scanned him yet.
Vanessa Cade from Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada.
I might harm him.
Canada. If I get my chips in good, she knows it. I know it. She knows it. Everybody knows it. Some people call me the Donald Trump of poker, you know? I know it. She knows it. Everybody knows it. Get my chips in good. That's the line, right? Donald Trump. That's what I say. Some people call me the Donald Trump of poker. Controversial, polarizing, chaotic, but I speak my mind and I get shit done. That's the bottom line, and that's what counts. Oh, you want to see it? Shall I show the bluff? When
Yes, please.
when I'm bluffing, I'll
Please,
show.
please.
Yeah, it's a good blackjack, Karen.
ahead.
Yeah, 7 high like a boss. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. You raise me.
I almost 4-bet
You
that,
say I'm not going to
actually.
make day 4. I have to keep 3-betting
right.
to give me a chance to make day 4.
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, if I keep holding like a nit like everyone else, I have no chance to make day 4, right? Texas Hold'em, not Fold'em. You learning now? I'm teaching you. 7 high like a boss, double suited, diamond, spade, straight draw, wrap, everything. Combo, gut shot, backdoor, runner, everything. Come on, you got to.
Yeah, very strong hand.
Yeah, exactly. You play your ace high, ace king, ace check, 5-bet, 6-bet. I'm all in with ace high. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. When I snap your ass off with aces and you haven't got 3 outs, you haven't got 2 outs, you'll have 1 out the door and you'll be favourite to hit it. That's what I'm saying. It's true. It's true. Yeah, you back the truck up. You get ace king and 5, 6-bet, shove it up my ass. I snap call you with aces. You need to hit king, or you need to hit Broadway. That's it. You got to get lucky to get my chips. 9,000. Now he wants to get funky fresh. He's seen the 7 high like a boss, and now he wants to raise me. I haven't even looked. Let's have a look. I've looked at 1. It's a good one. I might even raise just looking at 1 card. This will be sick. Even the viewers at home don't know what this card is.
Good luck against Kim.
Vanessa, can you tell me what that card is? I've only looked at 1. I only looked at 1. No. 1 player per hand. 1 player. What's the rule? 1 player per hand. What rule is it? What rule number is it? Rule number 4. No, don't make up shit. Come on. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's a serious question. Do you want promotion?
I don't know the rules by number.
Do you want
It would
promotion
have sounded more believable if you picked like a really high number, like like rule number 112.
Yeah, 112.
Do you know there's a rule 116? Do you know rule 116 that they brought in this year? 116. Rule 116.
They brought in this year?
Yeah.
Thou shalt not take friends' money from
I heard
roulette
there's rule
table.
116, and it applies to me and a few others.
Like Martin?
Yeah.
And
I don't think they're really enforcing it like that, but apparently that's what I heard. Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Rule 116 called mouth closed. You cannot say anything that influences action. You cannot close the contents of your hand. You cannot say anything to in the pot. How much is in the pot? Unless
that's only new this year?
I think so. I
Well,
think
the mouth closed rule sounds
like
amazing.
Rule, and they dubbed it mouth closed rule. Like they had the Wilkersoof rule in 2017 about calling a clock. It's all the tanking and speech play. They brought a Wilkersoof rule in 2017. They didn't officially call that, but that's what they dubbed it, like Poker News was dubbing it. And effectively, you didn't have to wait 2 minutes every hand to call a clock. If someone repeatedly was tanking unnecessarily, like actions on them they haven't even checked yet.
11,000.
And it's unreasonable. Someone could call the clock within 30 seconds or 1 minute. And the throw would come, and they don't need to ask the dealer, has it been reasonable? They'll
Can
be
you
like, bang, 30
imagine
seconds.
if
If
Cabral
you keep
just
doing it,
showed
you're
up
gonna
on
be
the
10
rail
seconds.
here?
So that's why
I
they
don't know.
changed that rule to speed the game up, which I'm all for.
Could we handle that?
I think
Yeah,
I got unfairly singled out for saying he was tanking every hand. I had legit decisions every hand. So, like Vanessa seen, my VPIP has been like 90%, just like yesterday. I played like 90%. I played almost every single hand all day yesterday. For 12 hours, I played like 85, 90% of the hands, literally.
Really?
Yeah, whether I called, raised, 3-bet, 4-bet, bluffing, like 5 ways to the turn, and I bluffed with 9-6, 9 high like a boss, no pair, no draw, 5 players, they all fold. All fold on the turn. I took the photo, put it on Instagram for the fans, hashtag for the fans. Hashtag 9 high like a boss, hashtag heart of a lion. That's it. You go play with a lot of heart to win this game.
What fans?
No guts, no glory. I'm not playing to min cash. Not playing to min cash. Playing to win. So, the dream is to make the final save. I should have made it 9 years ago, but I got very unlucky in 2 hands.
Talking about old shit for?
Sorry?
What are you talking about old shit for?
Talking about what?
These
Oh,
are
you want to
two
talk
of our
about new shit? Let's
heroes.
talk about new shit, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's talk about good shit. But you,
They're accompanied
so
by
no shit.
6
It's all
others.
shit. So it's all ass and shit. That's all you Americans talk about. New shit, ass and shit. Hey, Vanessa, is it like this in Canada? They talk about ass and shit.
How much what?
Let's talk about new shit. It's not up to me. This boss lady, just look at this.
8,000.
Like a boss. Like a boss. Relentless. And now I've shown the 7 high. She will not believe me. Don't tell that guy. She won't believe me if I 3-bet. She'll think 7 high, 8 high maximum, right? You don't want to give the game away. 8?
8,000.
Nah. We're going upstairs. We are going upstairs, honey. You know what? I was going to make it 24, but I got a nice even stack here. I got OCD. So whatever it is, I'll let Stephen count it. I don't even know what I'm doing. If you got it, you got it. Whatever that is.
There is 21,000.
21,000. Do you remember when you were 21, Stephen? Last year, right? Last year, now next year you get a job at the WSOP Poker Main Event.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy. You're my hero.
Thank you.
You're my hero. You're really mature for your age, man. Well done. Keep it up. Good job, man. I can keep myself awake. I've had 2 hours sleep, I swear. I went to bed at 9:15 this morning. I'm sick. Staying out, drinking with friends, updating social media. Vanessa, you're going to see it on stream. This time, I have it. If you don't have it, I have it. If I have it, you don't have it. It's very simple, folks. You don't have it. You might have it, but I have it with a capital I. Be
Brittany's
careful.
gonna lose it.
The 3 fans from Kelowna won't be happy if you donk off the chips. Even though you're free rolling my chips, because you were technically going to be out of the tournament. I doubled you up, remember? So you're free rolling. They're like Wilkesoo free roll chips. Feel better when it's free, right? Oh, here we go. Look out, cooler.
6-5, no clubs.
Look at this cooler flop. We're both all over it.
Check.
You raised me with 7 high, I raised you with 8 high, and look at this flop. This is sick. This is sick. If you got it, right?
I feel sick.
All these coolers. See, like, nice even stack here. What did I make it pre-flop? Hey, Sim, what did I make it pre-flop? I forgot now.
Am I allowed to say? I can't remember.
No, it's 21. It's 21. Yeah, it was 21 because you're 22 this year. You're 21 last year. It was 21. That's fine. It's 21. So you know what? I'm gonna make it a round number. I was gonna make it 40, but 40 is too much, right? You're not gonna call 40. You won't call 40. I want you to call. So I'll give you a discount because I like you. I like the shades, and you're good for the game. And I want you to like slowly give me the chips, not all of it in one go, but it looks like 30,000, give or take nothing, roughly. No, think about it. Check. Sorry, I made a mistake. Can we see the turn? See the turn? $1,000. See the turn? Quickly, show me. $1,000, bro. 5,000? Come on. I tried, guys. Try to see the. Try. Next hand, please. Shuffle off a deal when you're ready.
Absolutely. Once I get those 2 cards, you know?
It's fine. Nothing to see here. Hey, Vanessa? Hey, Vanessa? Yeah, nothing to see here, huh? Yeah? You're going to see it on stream, honey. I'm not hiding it. You're going to see it on stream.
That's a waste of time.
Nut. Only nut today. Only absolute coconuts on the stream. I'm not going to disappoint my fans. They're already disappointed first hand on stream. Donk off to this hero. King Jack, ace on the river. He calls. What took you so long? It's like you slow rolled me. You were snap calling my ass with King Jack. Now call, snap. Why? I thought you were going to like 10 fold and you snap called me? Why don't you raise? Min raise. That would have been boss. Min raise me on the river. That would have been boss, right? You knew King Jack was good. No, but you know I had Jack shit. I literally had Jack shit. Jack 10. Jack 10 offside, Jack shit. Just min click it like a boss. You know your King Jack is good. Don't call. If you know you're ahead, raise, all the cards are out. No more bluffing. If you know you're ahead, raise. If you think you're behind, fold. It's very simple. All the cards are out on the river. It's not rocket science. If you're ahead, you raise. If you're behind, you fold, right? You knew you were behind. You knew you're ahead with King Jack. You should have raised me. What's he done now?
9,000.
Is this a straddle or a raise?
Raise.
It was a raise? Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know if it's straddle or not. He's got too many chips. I didn't see. I was having a conversation with this hero with King Jack. I fold then. If it was a straddle, I was going to raise. That's fine.
How you doing?
Let me just say, sometimes, you know, we perhaps make poor decisions when it comes to future table selections.
So what? We're going to see on stream anyway. Come on.
Some in the past have been good.
Every time.
Some in the past have been not so good.
We'll do it the hard way then.
New dealer coming in. Good luck to you all.
Stephen, it's been emotional. Thank you. Congratulations. We'll see you next
year.
This one's
pretty.
Thank you.
Later in the main, I'm sure.
Pretty bad. But if you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation and any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free. Save 10% off your first purchase. I'd much rather watch Masato scrolling on his phone.
Yeah.
Kasu.
There we go. This is peaceful.
This is great. This is great. Let's just stay
wave.
just for the next 48 minutes or so.
Little smooch.
Masato's the best.
There it is.
Or this table. That's totally fine too.
Yeah, you like this one a lot more, huh?
But in all the high rollers, they use it.
What is it about Kasuf that
What about the low roller?
you don't really like, John?
Where do I start?
Even though it's like unfair, because it takes way longer for us compared to the other normal tables.
That would even it out for sure.
They want to make it.
The reason why they don't use it is because the other tables don't have it.
Show the hand.
On this table, I still think they should just use it. At least we get the good dealers up here. That's a good thing. Yeah, that's true.
There you go, Brent. Pat Lyons with the deuces. You join her 2 8s.
I might become a big Pat Lyons fan if he wins a big pot here with Ballards for at least 5 minutes. I'll be a big fan.
Are you cool? You need my hoodie?
There's no chance he's ever folded a pocket pair, right? To a 3-bet?
What's wrong with your hand?
Ever.
Makes the call.
Yeah, make it 30. I just made it 10. Went cuckoo on me.
King Jack 5. Check, check, turn 7. River 7. Lions will try, Brent. Sizable. Goes 76,000 into 70K.
Yeah. He's got the heart of a lion.
It does.
Look at him.
This is nice.
He's gone
Can
full
it work?
Vogelsang here, covering up. Great board for him to pull this bluff off. Joyner see through this? Oh my God, for 76,000? It's more than half his stack.
Nice awareness displayed by Lions. Could that be countered by Joyner here?
And nearing the bunny.
So we are about 700 spots away from the money.
Look at the jewelry. Is that a
Couple circuit
ring?
rings.
Some skulls. What is that? A pink panther? What is that? Lovely. We might pass out. I think.
Hey, can he breathe?
I think he's choking himself out. Might need to get a medic after
There's
this
the call. It's a beautiful
Wow.
call at that with the two
Wow.
8s.
They call it 8s? What the fuck? Holy shit.
Good call.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
Great call.
Wow. Wow.
You both are damn lucky I play solid.
That's a really, really bad call.
I thought you called with ace queen
Good.
high. I was like, fuck.
Wow,
you're
really
missing
bad
that
call.
one.
sense at all.
Holy shit, right? Oh my God.
You know,
Ichikawawa.
worth noting,
That's
it's
a
like
super
the
bad
only
call.
time Lions wasn't
Ay,
talking.
ay, ay.
Yeah.
Was
Great
when he was
point.
bluffing.
Exactly.
Perhaps Joyner picked up on a little of that. That was nice. That's got to feel good in the main. Make a call
It's
like
better
that.
calling,
Absolutely.
Like, 8s than
Tremendous.
10s, like blocking all the Broadway cards. Just help the dealer guys on the corner.
I muck. You come in, I muck. Correct. No, he might raise. Depends how much you raise. That's terrible. That's a terrible one.
What do you fold? But you will never see the turn or river.
Of course he's.
Oh,
No,
wasn't
no,
it
it went
7
run,
7?
it went king.
7 turn 7 river.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to sweat on your own.
I thought the flop was Jack 7.
No,
Huh?
opposite.
So I had 700.
King Jack.
My buddy in seat 8 over here went crazy with pocket 7s. Pre-flop, raise, 3-bet ace.
You're getting famous now.
Yeah, yeah. You're
Only
definitely
if
making
you
it
had
to the
4,
someone
5, 6, I
followers
check.
like him,
Bet
you know.
7s, call.
Yeah.
Turn as an ace. Lead out huge.
Yeah.
All in. Donkey 8 on the river.
That's right. Pat Lyons and Gregory Dyer played a massive pot right before they came on stream. You heard Lyons say it. They got it all in on a 6-5-4
What's
ace
the deal with these cards?
board.
They have like,
Dyer just had 7s.
I know, but I just swiped my finger on it, and now
Pat
like,
had
the
ace
blue
king.
color is less.
And Dyer found the straight on
It's
the
less
river.
than-
If that doesn't come, Lions would have entered
if I
this
just swipe my
feature
finger
table with a
over the top
million
of it,
in
can
chips.
you see how it changed the color? Do you see that in that light?
It'll be like this. Okay, table, we're gonna go on a 2-minute break. A seat 6, you're off the table. We're gonna put a new scratching our RFID cards.
I mean,
I'm not scratching.
The deck is just $90 a deck.
I did.
Oh my
The
God.
decks are like. There's all
So
sorts
for
of,
every card you break, they're like, fuck this.
there's all sorts of weird marks on the cards I've noticed.
I got.
We got card marking going
Pocket
on?
aces.
Pocket aces, chop it up. Me too.
No.
No.
A suited ace looks like pocket aces to me with all the stuff I've been seeing. Yeah. So pretty.
You think Blaise quit for good?
Now you can double me?
No, I think he's
What's your
having
name?
some Nobu.
I
Man's hungry.
think he's out.
I'm sorry.
Never get him back in commentary.
He might sit it out
He
until
won't be upset. He will just
Kasuf
talk
has
about
been
it for
removed.
weeks,
Yeah.
you know?
I'm looking for a double, Pat, and I'm looking for a suitor.
We have to have another commercial break. We have the world famous Pat Lyons YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Where you could see players calling with a 2-picture board with pocket eights. The shit makes 0 sense. Have you on queens, and what's wrong with your hand? King hits the board. That's unbelievable.
Well,
that makes 0 sense.
It was a good call with 8.
Kind of the same thing. Anyway.
Who has a more notable main event hand?
Main event.
Actually, a really nice call, I thought.
I did too.
My mind's set up right now.
I like the bluff too
I said,
from
"You're gonna
Lions.
I'm going to get paid now. I just have to make sure I have chips. I can't believe that. That's an unbelievable call. It's like, what possible hand do you put me on? Sevens? I got quads? Yeah, but I'm raising free flop and then calling free flop. Makes no sense. Ace 10.
I think I'm going to get some more caffeine in me. You want
I was going to
anything
say
now?
the exact thing right now.
Oh.
I was just going to say
I actually only have one energy drink left, so.
I was just going to say that.
I thought you would say no thanks, man. I'm good.
No, do you have anything a little stronger?
You want me to go in the, out in the back alley, pick something up for you?
You know what? Just shoot me right in the face with a tranquilizer.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I got to get it.
And maybe a Celsius.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take care now. You're quitting as well.
terrible
That's great.
call.
I'll be alone
I
in
told
this
you, I'm
booth
too
for a
good.
little while.
Just
No
telling you
problem.
before.
Take care, Jeff.
minutes.
Blaise, thank you. The
Killing
backer,
me.
he's gone. They're having some
I'm
Nobu.
too good.
I'll just sit here eating my Archer Farms meat sticks.
Yeah, don't. I'm talking about that.
Just me alone in the booth, but at least I've got the chat. Thank you, chat. By the way, you know, the chat partially to be blamed for this Kasuf scenario. We asked who everybody wanted, and it was overwhelming. Lots of support, people begging for Kasuf. So, okay.
I forgot we put this up to the
Yeah, and
people.
then we saw the table, you know, Brittany, Cade. Now it's everyone's saying, get him out, you know, this, that.
I tried to take some blame earlier, you know, accountability, lead from the front.
Right.
But you're saying just put it on the people.
I'm blaming the people.
Yeah, Pat's got a lot of conviction with him being.
That was like a gambling problem galore on full view. Pocket eights, I don't give a shit. I put you on sevens. Oops, you got quads. I mean, I have ace 10.
Is that
raising pre-flop?
In all seriousness, was that the story you were telling that you had pocket sevens?
No.
I'm learning about.
I knew that was queens. I'm like, what the fuck? I knew it was queens. I essentially outflopped you.
As somebody who's learning,
I think it was
poker,
eights, but
I want to know what story you were telling them.
I have the king. I've got
Good
the
question.
The king.
I have a king in my hand, yeah. King, queen, something like that. Some hand that's not ace king, you know.
You're dumping 76 into.
No, I put the first raise 10.
Yeah.
Then we
Just turn it on.
I did. Sorry. That was bad. Very bad card to flash.
Right.
Yeah. Should have flashed the other one. That's important.
A lot of theory talk here between these two.
I think the GTO Wizard AI thing just melted down after watching. So hopefully we don't have another promo for that for a while.
All right, now the chat is all saying bringing back Kasuf. People are paying us money for Kasuf.
Oh.
We're getting donations.
You getting bribes on the side?
I mean, look at them. There's Zach, Daddy Matty.
And how about this from Overton?
Wow.
With the Jack 10 off, putting in the 4-bet to 76,000.
Uncomfortable territory for ace-jack suited. You may want to see a flop. Both of these guys very deep. Dyer, as we can see, well over 100 bigs. Overton, even after the 4-bet, has plenty of chips. He started the hand right around 75 big blinds. Something doesn't smell right for Dyer. I mean, would this guy ever have a hand when he 4-bets? Look at him. He's got the GTO, the middle finger, the camo. Yeah.
Well, we found one way to get Blaise back in the booth.
Well, the one and only Maury Escandani has delivered a, I'm going to call it a 5-pound bag of Nobu.
The tree is back.
For the backer who's nowhere to be found.
Dyer calls the 4-bet, and Overton does flop top pair.
160,000 now in the middle.
All of a sudden, all hurts.
At first, digging a hole, has found a way out.
How to proceed. Pot control. He's just going to check it on over to Dyer.
Overton finished in 7th at the 1500 6 max earlier this summer. His hand remains best on the turn. Check once more.
I like this post flop, especially out of Overton. This is a very bloated pot. Oh, it comes home on the river.
Ace on the river for Dyer.
Probably the last card in the deck that Overton wants to see. And he, again, of course, understandably so, will check.
This pot's so inflated.
It's a bizarre one for Dyer, too, right? Thinking, wait a minute, what? If I bet on the river, what is calling me? Is he at all worried about Overton actually having a hand like ace queen, ace king in taking this line where he sort of would be value betting it himself? He doesn't think so. He's going to reach. Look at this. Oh my.
It's 80,000, about a half pot.
He's trying to find hands that he can beat. King, queen suited might be about it.
We're did telling you. Where do you go? Can we show a bluff one time, Greg?
We're gonna say it.
Huh?
I mean, he had an ace, I had a king.
Well done by Dyer. Massive pot. He's now up
You
over
just flat?
700,000.
Ace, king, ace, queen with an ace showing.
Let's send it over to Natalie Bodie.
They're
out
with
in
Greg Merson, which 2012 main event champ. Not a lot of champs remaining in this field, but we've got to start with the milk because the back of his jersey also says Milkman. So there's a story here. What is it?
So I started a sports breaking card company in January, and wow, big pot. Okay, we all have nicknames at the company, and I'm the Milkman. So it's a tribute to poker where sometimes you got to get the milk money, right? Sometimes you're supposed to bet big, but you got to milk them a little bit. So that's what it comes from.
Very cool. Also, just because I'm curious, I mean, 13 years ago, but do you remember what you were doing on day 3 back then?
Yeah, I do actually, because I think that was the first time I was ever on camera in my career. So that I'll always remember that. And I went on a.
You on the feature table?
No, I was like, I got to top 5 in chips or something, so I got like a quick shot of me playing for 2 seconds, but that at the time meant the world to me because I had never been on TV before.
I'm gonna have to send you back, but were you nervous during that one? Were you ready for it to get you prepped for the big stage?
I mean, good question. I mean, I was so young and naive back then that it's like the nerves. I'd probably be like more nervous now than I was back then, if that makes any sense, even though I'm more experienced now. Just because it's more real. As you get older, you realize how real it is. And like I've played this tournament so many times, you don't have many shots, right? Even like at this point in the tournament, like, you know, you're not going to get here that often. So, and the farther you go, the less often that'll happen in your career. So you just want to like soak it all in.
Very true. Great perspective. You got dealt hand. I'm gonna send you back. Thank you, Greg. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Greg. Oh, we got to ask Backer about that. The Milkman, the Breakers Club. That Merson started. There's a lot of intersection between the sports cards. You see one of those cards there and the poker world. Scott Farenbrook, by the way. Actually, let's get to Scott in a second. Here,
Clock on feature table.
the clock has been called.
Oh, baby. Look at this.
Yeah, I've got a decision. here. It's a big pot. It's a big pot.
224K in the middle. Kim has a set of aces. Kasuf has a
I can't
flush.
say what I have or he has one.
Pre-flop, Kim opened. Kasuf defended. On the flop, Kasuf check called 20K. On the turn, Kasuf check called 80K. Action on Kasuf on the river.
And this is up against Kim, who's an insane player. I mean, Kasuf could just rip it, and Kim would call, I believe.
Okay, when the words are well, Kasuf, you got it, you got it. That's a cooler.
Bet.
Oh, no snap call. Maybe I'm bluffing with the best set. What are the chances? You got it, you got it. If I bust, I get the dinner table for the 3 of us early, right? 40-minute dinner break?
Just calling, yeah. I mean, we can't full tough set. I don't believe. Credit to Kim if he does just call. Does not look like he wants to raise.
Now we're playing poker.
Worried about the flush.
You want to play poker? Let's go.
There it is.
Got a call?
Yes. Let's see, flush.
Obviously. Playing about 9 high like a boss. See, I bluff with 9 high, I win with 9 high. He has to show anyway.
Yep.
He showed.
Yep.
Oh, just the 8. Oh, just top set. It's unlucky. It's unlucky. That's why the cooler.
Why you saw my pad?
Why did he show?
Because he showed Brittany.
Oh, understand.
She saw too.
If you show like that, you have to show the table. If you muck, it's okay. But you showed him, he saw it. Dealer, that's why dealer showed.
Kim is tilted.
Yeah, Bromberg saw it also.
My
So
favorite
I
hand,
think
9
that
high
was
like a
fine.
boss. I go get it.
Blinds, please.
Since the start of this tournament, every time I've had 9
Stake
high, I
on you
played
now.
it.
It goes back to you now.
Seriously.
You want a
Swing
bigger
around,
pot.
That's how to make a big bet there, make it look like a bluff. We talk about going for dinner. I'll get the table early at SW Steakhouse. He thinks I don't like $10 million. He thinks I like the steak dinner more than $10 million. Huh? So he called. You got a flush? You got a flush? Of course you got a flush. Are you kidding me? Of course I got a flush. Since yes, everyone else knew I had a flush. And there you go, flush. Who would have thought, eh? Even Dave knew I had a flush. He thought, are you kidding me? He calls. Yeah, show your flush, Will. There you go. Show your top set. There you go. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Everyone knew. Everyone knew. Even Dave knew. Dave, you should be playing. You're good. You knew I had the flush, right? And you knew I had a 9 high flush as well. I improved on the turn with a 4.
Super
I went
chat says,
giddy.
bring me back chance.
And he half,
You'll get
big
chance
half a line,
soon.
right? Have
Yep.
to bluff his ass
Doug
with 9-5,
Polk,
and I have to
Chance,
value bet his ass
Mizrachi,
with
they're
9-4.
all coming.
You guys watching this? When I have 9 highs going in.
Coming to
I've
save the
played
day.
every single 9 highs since the start of this tournament, I swear. And I think I've had it now 9 times. 9 times high like a boss, I've had 9 high. And I've won 7 of them.
Raise.
I lost 1
9
to you,
total.
and I lost 1 on day 1.
9,000.
Nice hand.
When the spring chicken wanted to call me on the river for his whole stack, 60 big blinds with 1 pair. With 2 pairs set straight and flush on the board, he called me with 1 pair. And I had the 9 high like a schmuck. How much is this now?
9,000.
Now he's
And
got
this
2
is where I get
jacks.
the hand and you give me some cheap stack, right? Oh dear, this game is a bit silly game, isn't it? What a silly game, what a stupid game we play, huh? And you wait for aces all day, you hit top set, you lose to a 9 high flush like a schmuck for the whole world to see. Now he's gonna go on tilt, banana man. And now this guy wants to raise me.
I think you could be a little classier in victory. What do I know?
Well, Jeb, some people
Oh, the
just
3's 33.
put the ass in
Gonna play bingo,
class,
let's
you
play
know?
bingo.
Raise 33,000.
Oh, the 3's 33. If you got it, you got it. Out of respect, because I like you, we're gonna go up to, if you show both, I'll show both. You can see on stream. But I get it in good, that's all I can say. Out of position. Protect my hand.
What is it, 33?
Yes.
Exactly what it says on the tin. Oh, the 3's 33. Story checks out. Okay, here we go. He's floating me now. Guys, he's floating me with a 9 high. I like it. Roll reversal. I've got the best hand. He floats with 9 high. I like it. You've got to get very lucky. Oh,
Queen
there it is.
4-3.
That was lucky.
And the crowd goes wild.
Johnny
You've got
Bromberg.
a stack now. We can play some poker rather than getting all in with bingo, huh? Now we can play poker. You know what? I was going to bet 50. And looks like 50. I saved this for the turn and river bet. I'll let Dave count it. Whatever this is, Dave, I don't know what I'm doing. You count it.
Does look like about 50.
50,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's the call.
Heads up.
All donations welcome.
174K in this pot.
Bingo.
Turn is the 8 of hearts.
Ocho. 8-ball corner pocket, huh? That was lucky. Lucky Chinese number 8. Let's have a look again. Make sure I don't want to make a mistake. Oh, there it is. Same hand. Same hand. Now I'm going into the greens. You know when I go into the greens, it means I have it, right? Means I have it. I see you stack again. You know what?
Is he really going to barrel off with 2 jacks after being called on the flop?
I don't know what the goal would be in that scenario. I figure you just still get called by better and then the worst hands start to fold. If you do bet on the turn. Action is on Kasuf.
Check.
I'm sorry. He checks and then Bromberg checks.
Check. Heads up.
River 7. Bromberg's hand is best.
Now Kasuf beats absolutely nothing. The flush gets there, 5-6 gets there. All of which Bromberg could have. Of course, as we can see, it's king-queen.
Check.
Question now becomes, will he go for value? Targeting a hand like 2 jacks, 2 10s.
The answer is yes. 55,000. Looks like some very nice awareness being shown by Bromberg.
It's the quietest the Kasuf has
Yeah,
been
it's
in,
quite
in
nice.
many years. I'm going to enjoy this silence for a little while.
Take it
Check
in.
it for pot control here.
Here we go.
Obviously.
God damn it.
You've
You
got
ran
bluff
that.
catcher. Check for pot control. And now you want to check turn, now you want to value bet river.
Yep.
Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you bet the turn if you had a queen? Unless you hit a 2-hour on the river. Jackpot, pocket 7. King Jack of diamonds. Everyone wants to be like seat 9, right? King Jack of diamonds. I've got a made hand here. Sorry, guys. I only beat a bluff. You could be bluffing with the worst hand. Or value betting with the worst hand.
Huh? You think he's value betting 10s?
I think it's gone check on the turn and then check 55 on the river. I was going to bet 100K on the turn. I was going to bet 100K on the turn. That doesn't make any sense unless you got there in the river. Call me 2 diamonds pre-flop. And you raise 3 bet, you call. King Jack of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds.
Clock on feature table.
Clock called once again.
Clock.
About
I
time.
don't want to pay you off, but there's so much in the pot. I'm curious just to see your hand, even though I'm going to see it on stream. I don't think you're bluffing here, but you could be value betting
What
like
are
I
the
said with the worst
bluffs?
hand.
I don't
Or
understand.
like 9s or 10s, betting for thin value. Hoping I have ace high and fold.
Yeah, 9s
But
or
I have an
10s.
ace.
Extremely thin.
Right here? He's had enough time to act on his hand?
Yes, he
You have
has.
30 seconds, so I'll give you a 10-second countdown. You can't forget. The clock starts now.
It's only the right decision. I'm getting the right odds to call, but I don't want to give you any more chips. But because it's gone check, check, I check for a reason on the turn. And then check, and now you want to bet river. And you do the 5 on purpose, so I don't break into the other one, right? See, 50 out of snap, but you know what I'm like, OCD.
10, 9, 8.
On the words of Will Kasuf, if you got it, you got it. Nice hand, nice hand.
Gets paid off
Nice
with the
hand, so
king
look
queen.
quick.
Lovely
Nice hand.
river value bet.
You got lucky. Nice hand.
From
So I check
Bromberg.
the turn for pot control. It's only a queen you can value bet. Nothing else makes sense. You raise pre. I don't think you
I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That's right, 20.
That's correct.
55, right?
That is correct. I thought I put 25.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
It's the only hand you can value bet. I think even ace queen, you even
Thank you.
you got to see bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been emotional. Made me think about it. There's too much in there. I have to see it. Only because it went check on the turn. I have to see it.
Nah, I don't care.
Well, there we go. Johnny
Welcome
Bromberg.
to the table.
Hello.
And where are you from?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from Turkey.
From Turkey originally. Wow. Hang on, I know how to say it. In Turkish, you say, how to say like a boss, you say patron gibi. Patron gibi, huh?
Yeah.
There's patron gibi, then there's eşek gibi. Eşek
Like
gibi.
a dog.
Lots of eşek. Not so many eşeks here, but I look around, I see eşek everywhere, you know? But here, not so many eşeks. We need some more eşek on the table, huh? Too many patrons, not enough eşeks, huh?
Can I get 20?
Good to know. I need to learn more Turkish.
Thank you.
And Moruk. There's Moruk. But there's no Moruks on this table. Not even one Moruk on this table. You look around,
I think
huh?
the
Not even one
scariest
Moruk.
thing is
I want a Moruk on the table. They can fold.
he's
I can try and
intelligent,
raise them.
isn't he?
All spring chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Literally, I'm the eldest person on this table, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm older than you guys. You just look older with a beard, ginger, pink top, trying to look different age. How old are you? You're not 51. Come on, ID please. ID please, James, no bluffing, James, come on. Got millions of viewers watching, 51. They won't believe you on stream.
85.
You're not 51. You're definitely, you're like 41, right? Hey, how old are you really? 42. Oh, close. You're the oldest on the table. We have to respect Mr. Pink. We got one. We got the oldest guy, Mr. Pink over here. 51? Do you play the seniors this year?
8,500.
Sorry, what's the bet?
8,500.
Blaz, are you with us?
Barely.
How was dinner?
It was solid. I love Nobu.
Raise 35.
We're back here. We're live. Kasuf continues to play like a complete idiot.
Makes it 35K with the 9-3 suited. And Nelson looks down at the ace-queen suited in the big.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Mike Nelson out of San Angelo, Texas, lives in Minnesota. His profession, he's an ice cream tester.
All in.
And the ice cream tester says, let's just put every single chip in there.
Every flavor of ice cream. Don't, Holly, come on, don't
this,
tank.
Please.
Oh,
come on.
God, what an asshole.
Wasting all of our time.
Oh. Come on, man. You got 9 high like a boss. Just say it.
140, that's 100 there.
Throw it in the muck.
149.5.
What's the problem? You don't want people to think you ever 3-bet bluff or something? Just people 3-bet bluff. We can snap fold and move on.
Did this before. Done this before every time, jamming. Chumps. There's 40 big blinds you shoved before. 139, 170?
149.
149.5. I would say it's 40 big blinds, but you're going to say it's like 35.
Clock.
Yeah, our
Like
count's a little off on
36 and
Nelson.
how many is it?
It doesn't matter
and
here.
change, as you'd say. It was like 38 and change. Yeah, 38
But
and
Nelson
change. Now you
has
shuffle
more
like
like
37 and change,
140-ish.
right?
So we'll get
Why so
that
much?
fixed. Again, doesn't matter here because he will
It just looks like
fold.
ace high all day long, but no, I'll let you have this one. I'll see you on stream. Show one card. Okay. Okay. I haven't even updated the fans, and we're nearly the end of this level. I've got to update them. So I've been playing every hand. Like a sick bastard. I'm playing every hand. I haven't even updated the guys. You put the link for your fans, right?
Yeah. I only got 2 fans, my parents.
So how many people you got watching?
2.
Your 2 parents?
My mom and dad.
Okay, well at least Vanessa's got 3 in Kelowna.
He has 3, I got 2.
A reminder that the NAPT comes out. That is a lot of chips.
Oh my God. What
Not
a
talking
pile.
about the stack in front of Brock Wilson.
Hang in there,
This
Brock.
November, the 3rd through the 12th, the NAPT returns to Resorts World. The main event, a 5K buy-in, always a massive turnout for that one. Always a great series over at Resorts World. A lovely property, 3 different hotel towers. The countdown is on. Raise your game, PokerStars North American Poker Tour.
Thinking, probably. Too big.
This is the game that has no bets out there. No antes, no blinds, nothing. Wait for the old lion, funny lion to come in there with some silly shit that connects. Let's see. This hand doesn't count. Next hand.
The main event, folks.
Raise, 8,000.
As we are now about 600 off the money. 5s in the straight draw for Snead.
Back to the action here. There's a 4 flush here. Expected to go checked around here as well. There's no reason for anyone to put any money in here, including Overton here, who turned a jack. We'll see a river card. And no one here has a flush. And look at this, Kite going for it. Betting over the pot here. And
Right. Hey, how you doing?
against the 2 hands that he's up against, I think this might work. When he sizes up like this, it's really a bluff or a, you know, or like a king high, ace high flush.
They want to know who you're rooting for.
Good bluff there by Kite.
What do you know about Kite? Have you played a lot of poker with him?
I've never played with Kite. I commentated him
out there in the other tables.
on the 50K PPC. Like I said, he played a bunch of stud hands really poorly, but
My buddy
he played well in a lot of the other games.
Gave me a huge bet because otherwise I'm over $1 million. The world famous Pat Lyons.
Figured he didn't after he checked the turn.
It's silly.
As Jeff was saying, we're roughly about 600 people off the bubble. There's a decent chance we make the money tonight. I'd say it's a 50% chance. If not, maybe early tomorrow.
Feature tables are going right now. Just ours?
Again, look for players to start playing even tighter. Folks that have around 200,000 in chips are not going to be opening a lot of pots. Look at this. Joyner wakes up with kings.
I think from
We're making a habit here.
Off of 270,000 in chips.
It's good to have you back, Backer. You needed that time off.
I needed
Every time the bad big blind.
Easy money.
I needed that banana.
I can never open the book.
You did miss a sports cards moment.
Did I?
Yeah, Natalie had an interview with Greg Merson,
I need good chips.
the
Really?
milkman. And the milkman started a
Yeah.
breaking company.
Wait, what? Greg
You've had
Merson
an
is calling
advantage,
himself
you're
the
looking at your hand.
milkman?
I haven't looked at my hand, but
Weren't
I
you
need good
here
chips.
for that?
No.
You were both gone?
I think I was gone.
Yeah, it's got like 300.
Yeah, you were talking with Boss Man.
Did he take the nickname from Makita and call himself the milkman? I've been
It's
calling
unrelated.
Makita the milkman
I know you
for
have.
years.
I know you have. By the way,
Which is fine. Greg,
only
just
have
hook me
more
up. You know,
chips,
Josh
no
Allen's, whatever you
withdrawal.
got. Send me all the cards,
My
mainly the
board's gonna
one-of-ones.
connect if
do
I
you know
do
who
know
knocked
that.
out the milkman of the main yesterday?
No, I don't.
Tim Duckworth, the commish.
He busted
Just took it right
Makita.
to one of the best players in the world.
Yeah. A great player.
Got a little lucky, but you know, hey, Makita, you're out.
The Aussie Kenny Powers. By the way,
It's
Les, I
uncanny though,
noticed
right? Every time
you
my
were
hand
dropping
raised,
some
every single time.
percentages. Here's what I'm going to tell the chat. Okay? Listen very carefully. If we get to 10,000 likes, right now we're at about 8,600.
Right, every single time.
10,000 likes, 100% we will change these tables in roughly 30 minutes.
This is blackmail, but I'm for it. I would like, okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes. We just need to get to 10,000 likes. So please, start clicking that thumbs up. A little thumb job for the backer here for Blesnik.
Let's get back to the action here. Look at this.
I'd love to.
Joyner's got kings. He raised pre-flop. He bet the flop. Snead here. Flops bottom pair. And correctly folds. You know, you're also... The one thing I've been talking about this whole summer is the time banks and stuff like that. You're going to start seeing, folks, a lot of slower play. Not just their hands pre-flop, but they're going to play a lot slower.
They're trying to give me chips here, which is silly. And then eights. I'm loving
You
that.
know,
That killed
there's
me.
there's going to be a lot of thinking,
No
a
show.
lot of fake thinking, folding.
No show. Got to show one time. We don't want to wait 40 minutes. We're impatient.
He showed the eights. You didn't see
Did you
those?
have eights?
You didn't see those?
He's talking about the other hand.
Oh, those are
And
silly.
Boosted
eights.
J
That was
here has
ridiculous.
absolutely no interest in what's
showed
going on
those.
here at the table.
Is he miserable out there, or do you think he's enjoying himself?
I think he's secretly enjoying himself.
Yeah.
It's funny. I feel like you guys are worried about me, but you're not. You're worried about right here.
And I'll tell you this right now from experience. Look for
I know,
Kite
it's
to be
again,
by
probably,
far the
yeah.
most active guy at this table.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's
He's
see.
got a lot of chips.
What can we do?
He realizes how tight people are going to be playing. Boosted J here. You know, we talked about it earlier. You should be defending almost all suited connector type hands. Suited hands heads up here in the big blind.
Nothing much doing.
And
besides a pair and backdoor flush draw.
And Kite here with a sneaky check. I expect Boosted J here to check the turn. And now I'd like to see Kite get some value.
And now he does fire.
Button move.
Boosted J's hand in the muck. All right, Brent said it. If we get 10,000 likes or more, we will switch feature tables. And one of those feature tables would include one Doug Polk, who's standing by with Natalie.
All right, here with Doug Polk. I saw your tweet, down to 12K in chips, now up over 400. What's the last 24 hours been like for you?
It's been absolutely insane. So I got all the way down to 12K chips yesterday. I thought I was dead. I ran that up to 100K, doing good. Then I punted it off back to 12K. I was ready to hit the rail. I'm texting my friends, looking at flights. Boom, before you know it, 440, 420, whatever we got now. Huge run up, good times in the main.
What do you know? Here we are. How do you approach this tournament differently from other tournaments?
Yeah, the key for me is I don't.
Okay, simply put, nothing changes, nothing at all?
No, I'm mainly teasing. Actually, I don't play too many tournaments, but I typically go out there and try and play big pots, look for spots, try and build a stack. You know, I'm kind of outspoken on some of my views on, I think maybe people try and value life a little bit too much. Although maybe this tournament, I'm turning over a new leaf. In fact, earlier I had ace-king. I didn't even 4-bet.
Wow, says a lot.
Look at me go. Look at me go.
All right, we're going to see you on the feature table shortly. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Doug. Buzz, it's like you're saying, you know, chips in the main, very valuable.
Yeah.
He just had 12K. You're still in there, baby.
And again, I mean, you know, Doug understands being there with 12,000 and where it's leading. The fact that he had 12,000, then got to 100, back to 12, back to 400 is unbelievable. And look at this. We're in the middle of a big pot here. Unsure of the action here pre-flop.
It was Kasuf opening, Nelson calling with the ace-8 suited.
Okay.
And Bromberg defending.
So if I'm
with the
Nelson
9-8.
here, again, we've seen this spot all day. You're either way ahead or way behind. He decides to call here in position. It would be very interesting here if Kasuf turns a club.
You told him?
Which he does.
Oh. Wow.
Just the 3 of clubs rolls off on the turn.
But it's a card if I'm Kasuf where
How much you got total, do you know?
King of Romania.
184 behind now.
you know, if I'm Kasuf, it's really a card where I would probably shut down. And look at this.
It was pretty big, 50 into 66.
I'm looking at this. How did he pick up the backdoor clubs and continues to blast off? He had 700 and was it 800,000 chips not so long ago?
I think 8 was peak.
He's
right?
just
you don't have green though.
Potentially torching it. I don't hate this, Les, but you know.
Well, I mean, there's a decent chance that Nelson's going to get away from this. Again, it's a good card for Kasuf in the sense that when Nelson calls the raise preflop, you can pretty much eliminate 5-6 in his range. If he doesn't have an ace, you can eliminate ace king, ace queen for the most part. Those hands probably would have 3-bet pre. So Nelson's hand is heavily weighted towards like an ace 5, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10. And those hands are, it's hard for him to continue here. Again, Kasuf is really just taking advantage of the fact that they're close to the money. And he wouldn't be doing this necessarily on early day one of this tournament, right? But he realizes that a lot of people are over folding now. And this is something that could work here a lot. And Nelson also has to understand too is that he can't really raise here, right? On the off chance that Kasuf just has a really big hand. And that's what people need to understand here, is that Kassouf is putting Nelson in a very difficult spot here, right? Because ideally in a lot of spots, Nelson's probably going to end up folding here. And again, it's really because of how can he continue? What is he looking for? And the fact that Kassouf is overly silent screams to me that it looks like he is potentially bluffing, right? He's been talking so much, and now he's quiet. Will Nelson pick up on that? This is interesting to see if Nelson is gonna, does he?
I would never watch this.
It looks like, yeah. And again, you're witnessing how powerful it is to be aggressive.
You're lucky, thank you. I wish you'd
in no limit hold'em,
I
right?
want you to call. Just shove, get it all in.
When we're done here, are we still at the same? We're just going back in there, but same players.
If they want us to carry on after the break or not.
Against
yeah, we have to be told.
He was yapping.
He was chatting.
Minutes. Either we're going to be carrying on. Is it? It's not dinner break now, is it?
Yeah.
It is.
After this, yeah.
75 minutes?
We will not have a dinner break, by the way. We're going straight through all the way through.
And we do have, by the way, 2 new tables coming in. We hit the 10,000 likes. YouTube, you saved the day. You heard it from Natalie. She broke the news.
I love you guys.
We've been alluding to it. Doug Polk coming to one of the features. The grinder, Mizrachi, will also be on another feature.
They're doing it out of empathy for me so that I get to wear headphones.
Saw Chance Kornuth at Doug's table.
Yeah, Chance and Doug both have a lot of chips.
That's if you make it to dinner break, right?
And now Kassouf, look at this. He actually makes up,
I mean, no,
makes up with a real hand.
going home to sleep.
No, we have to have dinner. You said we're having dinner, 3 of us.
I
He's paying.
never said that.
But he's paying. It's free. It tastes better when it's free.
I don't think he said he was paying either.
You said you're paying for dinner, right? For 2 of us? Yeah, he said.
It's about a 0% chance Vanessa makes that dinner.
Get ready, my Chan. You got it. You got it.
25. No, 26.
Looks like 26. Upstairs.
Every hand, you got it, you got it.
You got it, you got it. All these coolers, every hand. Every hand that plays a cooler.
We just saw Nelson 4-bet rip ace queen of diamonds
26.
a few hands ago. I would expect exactly the same.
Look at this, right? Nelson is ace queen suited.
Same age as you?
Kassouf is playing out of his mind right now.
You're 23?
Nelson is almost forced to put more money in here. Look at this, and he is.
Get rid of that by the time you're 30. Yeah.
I don't fault him, Jeff. I really don't.
And rather than jam, he's inducing in a way with this cold 4-bet. If Kassouf rips it, I expect Nelson to potentially call it off.
Yeah, there's no chance that Nelson is going to fold here once Kassouf puts it all in. Nelson's setting this up in his eyes as a trap here to get Kassouf to make a mistake with the worst hand, but unfortunately, he's going to run into a better hand here. I'll tell you this, I'd be shocked if Nelson doesn't snap call when Kassouf moves in here.
And notice Kassouf, by the way, with a big hand, running his mouth.
Yes. I'm telling you right now, Nelson is going to snap this off. Watch.
123 there, on top of that. So like 180, right? Talking about 180 total?
All right, all players in the main event, if you have a starter, please have one player start buying the 550 units. We will be taking a dinner break here in less than 10 minutes. We'll be raising them off. Please have one player buyer at each table buy the 550 units. Thank you.
It looks like Kassouf is going to raise.
Well, this could be the one, right?
Everyone could be the one.
Call?
It's a race.
No, race.
That is a race.
Does not just rip it in. Maybe this looks really strong if you're Nelson.
Yep, but you know what?
It is effective. Yeah, it's
181.
Here it is.
And here we go.
All in?
Hold. See if I can hold this now.
They all in the call to make it
Nothing
official.
stick, please. I'm getting it in good. So
Ace King suited versus the Ace Queen suited.
Of course, if it's less, I think it's less than 1 8.
Who are you guys rooting for in the chat?
I'll take a guess.
Good luck, guys.
387K in the middle with 2,000 players left at the World Series of Poker main event.
All right, get it in good. My big chip's going. That's all I can do. See if I can pay the 3 out of this time.
$994, chop
Oh,
outs
that's Vanessa's
immediately
9.
become available for Nelson.
Was that 9 or pocket 4s, Vanessa?
It was a 9.
9 what? So you raising 9 high like a boss, yeah? You raising 9 high like a boss?
Turn is a jack, queen turn for Kasut.
7 of diamonds on the river,
live
right?
queen.
7 of diamonds.
That would give Nelson the outright win. The
6 of
river
diamonds.
is the 6 of diamonds.
Good playing,
That
man.
does it for Mike Nelson.
Yeah. Good luck, man. I like it.
And that adds to a pretty sizable stack for Will Kasut.
You're a roller coaster.
Up and down like a yo-yo. I told you, I'm not playing to min cash. I'm not playing to get through today for him. I'm playing to win. That's it. Go hard or go home. I'm going hard and then going home. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make up for 2016.
What happened?
I should have made the final table. I busted 17th. I lost aces against ace jack, blind on blind, ace high flop. I got top set. He makes a flush with jack of diamonds. And then 3 rounds later, kings to aces, and I'm out. Wow. I was like 4th in chips. I could have folded my way final table, guaranteed 1 million, free rolling 10 mil. That was 9 years ago. So now I'm saying Donald Trump's my good omen. When he was elected president in 2016, that's why I had my deep run. Now he's president again, 2025. Hashtag 9 years later, high like a boss. This is it. So this is this year or no year. If I don't make it, have a deep run this year, I might take a year off next year for the first time in like 15. I've been coming here every summer for like 15 years, pretty much, minus the COVID years. So
By the way,
if I don't have a deep run this year, I
when
might
he
do
got
something different, just
17th,
play
I
in
think
Europe
I
or
got
something.
16th.
Or go to Asia or something different.
In that same
That was
tournament.
2016?
I
2016,
like to travel, you know.
I'm pretty
Nothing,
sure I
no,
got
no sexy
16th in the
thing,
main.
no.
Did you
event.
play a lot with him?
I played with him at the
Boy and
end,
girl, gun, traveling together.
but that was it. We
Yeah.
barely played.
We discussed it.
What?
There aren't
So yeah, that was the year.
noise
It was? I got
canceling
16th?
headphones in the
Yeah,
world.
he got 17th. I got 16th in that
Oh,
same year.
man. You had a real shot to win the main.
Yeah.
So you say this, but I always say, you know, you can get the best noise cancelling headphones, but they're not Kasut cancelling headphones. There's a big difference.
You should get sponsored by a noise canceling
You know
headphone
what?
company.
Yeah,
That
I
is
should.
fucking gold.
Listen, you sort me out, I help you out, you help me out, honey. Listen, we can do something. Really, we could do something. I can help you out, you can help me out. I think there's a lot of people approach me with some kind of like business proposition. They want to do something.
Then you should seriously, that would actually be really
They want me to join their podcast.
Yeah, it's like right on the demographic.
More than 30 bigs.
That's more of a fun and gimmicky thing.
Especially
because I talk
over a
lot of
button
different
open.
stuff.
Yeah,
And to do something
exactly.
serious, they said I should have my own podcast. You know, have my own show online. Not
Kim
much
really
streaming.
wanted to
wanted
play
to
with
call.
the
Too many
Ace
streams.
Queen.
And it's too.
Kings. I have kings.
She has to show. She has to show. She showed. You have to show. You have to show. She has to show, dealer. Show the cards. Yes, he showed. She showed both cards. She showed both cards. You saw it, right?
Did she?
She showed him. I saw
Okay,
queen.
Yes,
then-
I never saw it, but
Yeah, it's queens. Queen. Obviously, it's queens. Yeah, you think queen high like a boss?
I didn't
Come on.
even see.
It was queen. I thought it was queens.
Yeah,
I
I saw queen, but she showed him.
I thought she showed. Yeah. If you show one, you have to show all. Just
There
like
is
he showed
Brittany,
Camilo,
of course,
I
you
thought
know her
she
from
did.
I'm
Hustler
saying,
Poker
when you asked me to
Live.
see it, I only saw one
Okay,
queen.
but if she showed
High
queens, you have to
stakes
show the whole
poker.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I only saw one
Okay,
queen.
doesn't matter if you saw it.
Yeah.
If
And
you-
private
if you know
jets.
that he saw two.
I didn't know that he saw.
Okay. I think he saw two.
Yeah,
It's
well,
something. It's like
saw
you
one
do that.
queen.
You do that.
Yeah, yeah,
To
yeah.
a neighbor, it's like you're risking.
She's a
your
huge
rubber.
fan of Kasut.
No, same in shine. It's like he had queen high.
I had 2 unders. 2 unders.
4,000 coming.
10, 8. Spades.
This spade?
10, 8.
10. I'm playing my hand. Stand 2.5x. I want action. I always get a big hand under the gun. It's so sick.
It's
You're
already
amazing.
10. I said 10.
Yeah, I was talking to her.
Forelli here.
Here's James.
Calm.
The big floater, James. He's trying to bust my ass with 9 high now for the fans. Mr. Pink.
Jimmy Forelli, the Ace Jack suited. Brittany Muck's the King 10 suited.
Kim here is going up.
How much?
65.
To 65,000 with the Ace 7. Jimmy Forelli from Binghamton, New York.
Must be nice. Yeah, all right.
He
Get
and
it
his wife
quietly,
Beth
banana,
have
man. All right. We
5
know.
kids.
Still chip leader. You're the boss. You're the boss. We know.
Noah, Oliver, Alec, Christina, Phoebe.
65, huh?
Shout out to the Ferrelli family.
How much you got? Huh?
They're just moving.
Ferrelli cashed
Yeah,
the
no,
main
we
last
never
year.
break. Yeah.
Oh, we're not break, right?
No, no. But we move. But we'll move back to the table we were from before.
And he's in for the rest of it.
Wow.
It's kind of worked to perfection for Ferrelli, huh?
Wow. I really like it by Ferrelli.
Good luck, man.
And Kim, at this
another
point, says, I
Yeah,
got a
I
call,
know.
and there's
Naturally,
304,000 in the middle.
Brent, you were not lying, man. This guy Kim is something else.
I told you, he's the most absurd player that I have ever played with.
Tournament? Is this bounty?
I mean,
ever.
Ferrelli able
Always
to get
coming
in
seven.
his 35 big blinds in
That's what they
fantastic
say anyway.
shape.
Well, hopefully the best hand wins. Good luck, James. Hope you win this one. You're a good man. Hope you win it. Get it in good. That's all you can do. If you get unlucky, get it in good. You got it in good.
Oh, no, 7 in the window. Jack behind it as it comes Jack
Once or
7
twice,
deuce.
You can agree to chop it once or twice, up to you guys. Don't count out yet, it's not over. Don't count out yet. No jinxing.
Turns a 5, only a river 7.
I think it's going to be like the
eliminate
queen of clubs on the river. or
Ferrelli.
something.
We can see only
I
one
think
7 is left in
maybe
the deck.
queen of spades.
9 of hearts.
King of diamonds. I was close. It's
River
pain.
king.
I think it's going to be pain.
Ferrelli just like that, up
I
to
said queen, it was king.
304K.
If I say king, it's an ace. Good job, James. Good job. Back in the game, Mr. Pink, ladies and gentlemen.
140, 142, 143.
James Farrell, ladies and gentlemen. Like a boss. You learn from me. You learn quickly, huh? Get it in good. Make sure you got your opponent by the board. He's drawn to 3 outs. 3 outs maximum.
Yeah,
And
window
brick, brick,
7.
brick, brick.
What can you ask for?
Give me the money. Easy game, right? Nothing to see here, nothing to hit. Just get it in good. Ace, jack, high nuts. Easy game. You didn't even need to hit. Well, you kind of need to hit when you see the 7 in the window, right? You see the 7. I mean, it's not the best card. Yeah, but you see the 7 of spades, you know, it's like...
Shout out to Keegan from our bios
to
team
dinner.
for bringing us bio
And then after
information.
dinner,
He,
we're back
Christina,
in the
Steve,
other
Sean
room.
do fantastic work.
Are they buying the purple?
Great bios team.
Yeah,
at the
they'll be-
main.
yeah.
No,
He's
they're
gonna buy
just
the purple,
bringing
right?
us
Just
every
consistent.
single
Yeah,
bio
it's
for every table.
remarkable.
The next
What is it?
table's coming in. We're ready to
Here,
roll.
give me 10K. There's 5, 10. Thanks, brother.
What a crew.
What a crew indeed.
Do we just leave our chips here?
You could take them, put them in your pocket and walk
No.
out if you want.
Do we leave our chips here?
Yeah, we're good.
I was going to say, is the sky blue? Is the
Yes, I
Pope
do.
Catholic?
You leave your chips here.
You definitely leave your
for
chips
you.
there. You cannot take any chip off the table.
Daniel's out of the main.
It's not a cash game, man.
What?
Got to do with 9s against
How much?
Ace Queen.
12.
Simon Levy.
No.
Queen on the river. That
What?
does
They
it.
got Negreanu?
That
Last
does
hand
it for
before
Daniel
dinner break.
Negreanu.
Maximum pain,
Here,
maximum
who wants this?
Wow, Vanessa, I thought we were going for dinner together. We still can, right? We still go for dinner if I bust you in this hand?
The dinner with you two never happening.
Yay or nay? See, we've got 75 minutes to play this hand. You're on break. You don't need to call clock. You can go. You're official on dinner break as of now. Enjoy dinner break.
We're not going to dinner, by the way.
Right, no breaks for us. I mean, the players go to break, and we fast forward through that.
We are racing the 550 unit. So this will then the one player dealer to go ahead and do the full race off. Don't find any chips in the well.
But we're treated to one more Will Kassouf hand.
Joey Ingrams is mentioning Negreanu. Why weren't we watching it? Well, Joey, if you missed the first 4 hours of the day,
Yeah, a
which
little
I
much.
believe you did,
Oh, put too much?
we had Daniel and Phil.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you meant to take these. We're culling these up.
And
Can't keep them
Trying to
on
get
the whole day.
can't keep them on for more than 2 levels. That's kind of a shitty thing to do to people.
Ace, Queen, 8, 1 diamond. So
Be
far, so
careful.
good for Cade.
Last time for dinner break. I hope we both make it.
You be careful.
You be careful. Oh, you be careful. No, you be careful. You be careful, honey.
Bet 10.
Interesting. Blind on blind, and we both hit this flop, huh? This is what they call a cooler. Blind on blind. Like set over set, or top 2 pair against bottom set.
Jeff Platt and
Standard
Brett
cooler,
Hanks
heads
have
up,
been
fun
so
of
biased
that.
tonight with their commentary.
Already
It's
doubled you up
actually
once, Vanessa.
disgusting.
I don't want to double you up again.
You know what? That's
I like to
wrong.
win this pot, though.
His name is Brent.
And obviously
Yeah,
it's a good flop
and that
tonight.
guy's name
That's
who
why we
wrote
have a
that is
situation.
Uranus.
I'll fold by now. I'm not waste time on dinner break.
Which I kind of like.
Let me just make sure I still have it.
Not his specific.
There it is.
Anyway.
Same hand, same cards.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I should raise you, but because I like you, I'll call and I'll get rid of these. You need the change anyway, right? 6, I'm getting rid of the purples. Yeah, color them up. Yeah, that's fine, right?
I gotta call floor.
It's the top card. It's the top card.
I know. Floor.
What, no one saw it.
What do we got here? We got a blunder.
It's definitely a top card, though, right?
It is the
You
top
burn.
card.
You
The-
burn already.
Cards are in
Yeah.
order. They stuck together.
It's a pretty
Cool,
important
feature.
turn card.
Oh, yeah.
Just please no 8-7 or diamond.
It's gonna be your third.
Speaking
burn.
of bias
I
commentary.
just need to.
As long as it's right, yeah. You burnt already.
Yeah. Hello. Hey, the cards stuck together. They're in the right order. Only the bottom card got exposed.
She's already.
Technically, neither of us saw it.
We didn't
but
see it. It's
They
exposed
didn't
towards
see
her.
it, but
She's
it-
done the
they
burn
did
card
get
and she picked up 2.
Well, if they did have a chance to see it, if you're telling me it possibly became exposed.
It wasn't to us. No, it's towards her.
It was
But then
towards
she put
me,
it down.
but-
We did not see it at all.
It's not completely
Heads up, heads up.
impossible, but I don't.
I did not see the
So-
card. It was faced towards her. It didn't even flash.
Here we go. C1 saw it,
He's-
so
Okay.
it was
Okay,
exposed.
then let's expose that card. We know that that's the 100%.
Wait, the top card is the natural
top
turn.
card is the correct turn.
That's a different turn.
Yeah.
That is
We
the
get to
only
see the
two
burn
winners.
cards.
This is the burn.
That's the burn, right? Okay.
So put the turn card out, please. So they're going to act now on the tray.
You can't make it up.
This will be here
Right.
chilling, and
So-
then when the action's complete after that card, we're
Right.
just going to put
So
a river
that's
card
going to be that's the burn card.
It is.
And we're going to have just one card straight out on the river, right?
You got it.
Right.
Oh no.
Thank you, Ant.
Not like this.
It's the same card end, and as it happens, didn't make a difference.
Now again, we're not going to dinner break.
No.
Doug Polk, Chance Kornuth, the grinder, Mizrachi, they are coming right here.
That's going to be awesome.
In a matter of moments. The power of production. Fast forward. You guys have not missed a single portion of day 3.
28. Oh.
And we're going straight through all night long. We might hit the money.
I got to put a suit on if we're going to.
Yeah, you're going
Get
out
there.
there, buddy. 40K from Cade and Kasuf. I don't think
Last
it's
hand before dinner break.
possible
Blind on
for him
blind.
to continue. He's just wasting
This
dinner
guy's not even
time.
hungry. So sick. These spring chickens. Got
See,
hours
Cade
of
only
eating.
has 56,000
You're
behind.
hungry? You're hungry for chips, right? Just hungry for chips. You know I got something. I'm not wasting time for nothing.
Oh,
I
you
got a
quite
hand there. I don't know
frequently
if I believe
do.
You bet 10,000 on the flop, now 40,000 on the turn. Why so much? Why are you scared of the 3 of clubs? Any 3. Would you bet less if it was the 3 of spades? You really think I turned a flush or something? Why so much? You bet 10,000, now 40? Well, you're committed now, right? If I call this bet, you have to jam river regardless, right? Yeah. So then again, how much more it's going to cost me?
Well, these two might not go to dinner.
Same card, still there.
This could take a while. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Okay. Big laydown. Because I want
Thank
you
you.
to stay here. I don't want to bust you with this hand. Give me the maximum credit. You can show, because everyone's gone now. I'll fold. You
I
show?
guess you're going to see it on TV
You
anyway.
show one?
Sure,
Show
yeah.
one.
No, show both.
You want to show both?
Yeah,
If you
sure.
show both, I'll show both.
Yeah, of course.
I'm man of my own. Yeah, ladies first. Yes, yeah. I was going to turn you. I was going to
Go
rep
on.
all sorts on the river. Something like two. If that's 3 of diamonds, I'm all in.
Oh, and we say goodbye to Will Kassouf and company. And we say hello to Play Poker Go. Remember, free rolls every hour at the bottom of the hour. PlayPokerGo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Get in on that 1 million gold free roll. Let us know how you do.
Is that McAvoy on the right with the rings? I mean, sort of like Pat Lyons that we've seen all day.
We will bring in our new feature.
Here we go.
Right about now. As we look at the chip counts, they are presented by PokerStars, and we start here. See Francis Anderson and Tim Riley along with the grinder, the 4-time winner of the Poker Players Championship. He has 925,000 in chips. This man will be a blast to watch.
Les, what makes the grinder so good in the main event?
The grinder, his style, as I talked about when he won the 50K, he has a certain style in tournament poker that suits really well in this specific event. I'll talk about it after we look at the leaderboard.
Yeah,
here.
we're going to see some different styles at this table as well. Chance Kornuth, always a threat to run deep in the main. And here is Doug Polk. What's up, guys? With 413,000 in chips. Again, the look at the chip counts presented by PokerStars. That is where we will start.
We'll go back to the grinder.
Oh, yeah.
How did I forget I put a microphone on in like 2 seconds? It's crazy.
We are 500 players off the money at the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah. Those carbs.
And you were reading the t-shirt.
That's true.
Changed my mind.
That's true. Big upgrade in the t-shirt, by the way.
green,
Huge upgrade.
Hot tea.
I aim to
green with like honey and lemon. Thank you.
I got you. How's it going?
Chance here. Opening with, what do we call them?
Those are the mallards.
The
Les.
mallards?
Yeah. Familiar with a mallard?
Suited.
No.
You're from New York? You've never heard of a mallard duck?
No, I haven't. But Chance opening here with the mallards. Getting called, you're in position by Lee. Jack 10 suited. For those of you that don't know how Kornuth plays, he's probably one of the most aggressive players in this entire field. He might be one of the best players in this field if you ask a lot of the top pros. Very tough to play against.
Oh, my.
10-9 deuce.
And look at this. Chance here, first hand, flops bottom set here. And his image, he bluffs a lot. Very aggressive here. Leads out here for roughly about half pot. Now, based on the stack sizes here, I would like to see Lee make a call here.
And he does.
Yes, and he has a lot of equity here on a lot of turns. Let's see what the turn, oh wow.
Turn is a 7, so the straight draw does arrive for Lee.
Now here's the thing if I'm Chance. I would like for him to continue on betting. I'd like for him to go, 40, 45,000-ish, just based on the fact that if Lee has a hand like he does, he's not going to bet it, but he might call. And I think Chance knows that. Let's see what he is going for to bet.
An assortment of colors into the middle.
And he bets 37,000.
42,000.
No, 42.
We'll correct it.
Okay, exactly what I stated. And now Lee here, Lee has a very interesting decision. Why? Because when Chance sizes up like this, Chance is not doing this with a worse value hand, right? So for example, if Chance had like 10-8, maybe he would do this, but Lee really needs to figure out here is, what do I do here if I call and I don't improve on the river and a guy like Chance who's very aggressive bets 100,000, right? These are the type of situations where in a normal tournament, Lee's hand would be a clear call. But if there's ever a spot where I could see Lee folding And
Which
there it
he
is.
does.
And again, this is the beautiful thing about the main event.
That's an outstanding fold.
But again, it's really not, right? He was right, but he's right for the wrong reasons.
I hear you.
So
You're right, yes.
he's right more because he wants to cash in this tournament. More often than not, that's actually probably going to be a bad fold because Chance is going to continue with all his straight draws. And he happened to be right in that spot. But again, look for these guys, I talked about it, to continue to play on the fairly passive side. But I mean, I'm super excited here. You got Doug Polk, world-class talent. You got Chance, who's always fun and entertaining to watch. You got some other guys here. You got Lee here, opening 7-6 of spades. And again, King Jack off, right into the muck.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Look at Yan, snap folding ace-10. And folks, for this is why having chips late in day 3 is so valuable. Because look at these hands that are getting folded. I mean, Chung just instantly folds queen-10 off in the big blind, Brent. Yes. And you're going to continue to see tighter and tighter play. And that's going to heavily favor guys like Doug Polk, guys like Chance, guys like Chung that have a lot of chips here.
2 or 3. I'm at
Paul
11.
Lee, by the way, from New Jersey originally, lives in California.
I wouldn't say it
a
was
professional
a cap, it was
drag car racer.
I noticed his
I'm in
hat.
there.
It says Mr. Lee Racing, I believe.
NHRA, baby.
Yeah.
5-5.
And I know that, you were saying he folded Jack-10 for all the wrong reasons. He immediately opened 7-6 suited under the gun the next hand. I don't necessarily think that he's afraid to put chips into the middle, especially when you're a professional drag car racer.
Yeah, that's fair.
This guy lives on the edge, Les.
Yeah, that's fair.
We got there.
Chance here again.
Tough start to the table.
You're going to see a lot of
figure it out.
opening.
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to be the pro around here? Come on.
Am I?
King 9 off.
Raise.
I love it. And again, the standard play here would probably be to call. But he's taking advantage of the fact that Chance is opening a lot of pots. And he's basically min-raising Chance in position with 2 3s.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Prime time going to work with the crabs.
And again, I can't see Chance continuing here with a hand like this, even though he's getting such a great price. He's gonna be out of position here in such a tough spot on so many boards. Okay, I don't fault him. He is getting a great price. And look at this guy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
You think he's afraid?
Gary Petreme.
Prime time, please. Get it right.
I like prime time.
That's prime time.
I'm pretty upset that we had a nice,
like this guy
comfortable
already,
table in there.
Brent.
Yeah.
And because of Chance,
He has
they
2
have to move
3s. He
out
says,
here
I'm
on
playing
these
Chance
bright
Kornuth.
lights.
I don't
Look
care.
at the
Was
shirt.
so drunk
I think we
last
all
night
rallied
the
together. Maybe we can
police
kick him off the
pulled
table. What do you think?
somebody
You go back in
over
there.
on TV, and I pulled.
And I put my beer under the
Put my beer
sofa.
under
At least you got
Brent, I love this guy.
What an animal.
30K in live tournament earnings.
Prime
He has
time.
30,000.
This is what the main's all about, right?
Yeah.
Queen?
If he min cashes his tournament, he's 50% increase in total lifetime earnings.
Gosh, this
He
guy's
is-
going to final table the main.
He is playing for the Elks
3-5 or
Club
2-5,
World
right?
Series of Poker League.
Where is he from?
From Ohio. Originally
Ohio.
from New Jersey.
I
Your
love
hand
it.
looked pretty good there, I'd say. Looked pretty strong.
But again,
I'd be surprised if it wasn't
again,
better
we've
than that.
always been talking about this. This
Yeah.
is the only tournament in the world where you see stuff like this. This is the main
say
event.
Jack and
Where you
This-
see Chance
I said
Kornuth
back to the
versus
jump.
Gary Petreme
Yes.
from Ohio.
Yes, this is the greatest event globally that you're ever going to play in.
To a bunch of your earlier points, Chung on the button, ace jack, boom, just straight into the muck, not even a thought.
Yeah. And look at this.
Wow, and it comes ace 6,
Wow.
3.
What a laydown by Ace Jack would have been in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and just flops bottom set.
8,000.
Where is Yan from?
Yan is...
I'd love to know.
Easy, Blez.
Yan is from China, lives now in California. She lives in Berkeley.
I love it. Yan is getting check raised here. Look at this.
Wow. The
She's
dream spot.
And it's actually, it looks bad, but it's not a bad hand to check raise with. Middle pair.
Right, 4 clubs
The
working.
4 clubs is a key card here. It's going to turn a lot of equity. And Yan just flats. I love it.
Yan finished in the top 300 in the main last year.
Look at
and
this.
turns quads.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, Yan just turned quads.
The camera's rolling, the lights are bright on the main stage, and you've got quads in the main event with the whole world watching.
Now, here's where it gets interesting, right? The check raise on the flop and checking the turn. I need Yan to go tiny here.
Bounce, I understand. It's tough
I
railing
love
here.
this by Yan.
18,000.
I like it a lot.
But the real fans stick it out.
It's a good
Thick or
bet, right?
thin.
Because you want all your draws to stay in.
But you can leave. It's cool. No worries.
You know, that hand's going to fold, but wow. There's nothing better in the world than getting quads in the main event.
Yan looking to go back-to-back. As far as cashes go, she also cashed in the main in 2021.
So she's cashed the main twice?
Yeah, looking for a 9th overall World Series of Poker cash.
Wow. We saw a lot of bust outs at the 4,000 level. 3K, are we playing 3K, 6K next?
Yes.
Okay, so we're playing 3K, 6K next. Folds around here to Doug on the button. Doug, I expect him to open here at a very wide range, especially having chips. Look for Doug to open here. I like it. And again, Chance, knowing math, knowing his situation here, he's most likely going to defend here. He's heads up.
We get to see the stars of the show collide in Chance Kornuth and Doug Polk. This comes 10 at 9 at 4 with 1 club.
Now Doug here, you know, didn't flop well, but has a lot of backdoor equity here, so he decides to take off a card.
Card is the 8 of spades.
And, you know, with Chance really not connecting here at all, I don't know if I'd see him bluffing here with nothing. And now that Doug checked the flop, it's probably a spot for him where I could see him checking again. But I'm wrong. Look at this.
Give it to me, Bless. Say, look at this. I'm going to make some T-shirts.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, I'm very excited here to watch Doug and Chance, 2 guys that have won so much money playing the game of No Limit Hold'em.
Doug's a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
And that's really impressive because he barely plays tournaments. People don't realize that he barely plays.
Founder of Upswing Poker, partner at the Lodge. The great state of Texas, that's where he lives now.
You gotta bring the rail.
He and Caitlin have a baby boy, Otis.
Have to.
Good to have Doug Polk at the main.
And again, notice at the frequency of how fast everyone's folding. Not that they're folding, but they're folding extremely fast. They're giving away that they don't want to. And then if you notice the better players at the table, Doug, Chance, they keep entering a lot of hands.
Yeah, they're not folding.
Yes. They're looking at this 15K min cash as a way to take advantage of their opponents, as opposed to a lot of the other players just wanting to get in here. Polk raises to 10,000. Lee defends the big blind.
I like Lee, man. He's going to be fighting for pots. I think you were wrong on your original assessment of Lee.
I would agree with you here. Doug flops bottom pair, decides to check it. Look at this. He makes 3 9s on 4th Street. Look for Lee to continue on checking. And now Doug here, I could see him going smallish. Maybe like 12,000. less than half pot.
That is 18,000.
Okay, goes 18.
Quick
Completely
fold, quick
fine.
win.
Queen 9 again.
Look at Lee.
Oh, thank you.
Lee almost called
Yeah,
us.
really, that was nice.
He's good. I like this guy.
This guy
Borrow some of your
Lee,
chips for it.
he's interesting.
Uh-huh.
Only in the main event, Brent.
Yeah.
Cost you the
He kind of soul read chance that hand.
Yeah.
The opening hand when we
Yeah,
started
that's
this
true.
table, he
And
really
then
did.
end up like your
In
turn.
position.
I
by the way.
apologize, Lee. You might just be the best player in the whole tournament.
If you missed Doug's interview with Natalie about 30 minutes ago, perhaps you had the stream muted for whatever reason. Doug said he was pretty short stacked, not once but twice in this tournament, looking for flights. Thought he was on his way out, but you just never give up in the main, and here we are. Doug Polk, 440K.
Fold.
Chung in there with the ace queen.
How we doing, man?
As we move over to our secondary feature table, where
Les,
it's
look at
McCartney
this.
all in and at risk.
Well, to what you were saying earlier about the grinder, you know, there's certain events where people are just going to be better than other people in this event. For example, you take a guy like Ike Caxton, for example, great poker player. I'll take the grinder all day over Ike Caxton in the main event. The grinder is better at playing a random opponent than most. Okay, look at this flop, by the way.
3 with 1 diamond. You see, it's still about a flip.
Yeah. Well, then the reason it's a flip is because McCartney can just turn him dead on a 6 or a jack here, and Mizrachi can never turn McCartney dead here.
Turn deuce of diamonds.
Wow.
Look at all the outs from McCartney on the top of your screen. 19 of them.
Is it too many?
Wow.
I'm pretty good at all.
River card. It's the ace of spades. It was indeed too many. It's good game, Steve McCartney. It moves Michael Mizrachi up to almost $1 million.
But again, the grinder in this tournament, I said it in the 50K and I was right. He ended up winning. The grinder in this specific tournament is in my top 5 of anyone in this entire field. And he's got experience.
Wow.
He's gotten deep. I believe he's gotten 10th back in 2012. But the grinder has such good poker instincts and feel. And he knows how to play weak opponents as well as anyone. As well as anyone in the world.
The 4-time Poker Players champion.
Yeah. And you know what?
You know, an idiot was you would never.
Who's the fluffy guy? I like him. Look at him.
I know. Good,
He's got the Euro scarf.
You know, we've talked about it on a previous telecast about the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And I don't believe Grinder's nominated this year for Hall of Fame. And I believe that Nick Schulman will get in. But again, how do you have a Hall of Fame, right? And the grinder. Think about the grinder not being in the Hall of Fame. He has, in my opinion, from a poker tournament standpoint, okay, I know this is the main event, but I need the world to understand this. He won the $50,000 Players Championship 4 times.
Yeah,
that's outrageous.
He beat the best players in the world on 4 different occasions in less than 15 years.
It's incredible.
Okay? To me, that's an auto Hall of Fame.
Les, I actually did not realize he wasn't in the Hall of Fame. I think it was last year, Jeff. I remember we were talking about it. I was probably on some rant about Osmus or El Jefe, Kerry Katz not being in, or talking about how the whole thing's got to change. But I couldn't believe that Mizrachi, having already won it 3 times, in his resume, in his longevity, especially in these giant tournaments, the biggest ones in the world, was not in.
There's certain players in sports, right, that have accomplished. There's a lot of guys, we see it in the NBA, right? There's guys that win in the regular season, but then there's guys that can't win in the postseason, right? What's great about the grinder is he wins in the moments where it matters, okay? He wins in those big moments. And to me, that in itself deserves to him to be in the Hall of Fame.
Should be an automatic qualifier.
Yes, exactly.
You're in.
Yeah, there's certain things, like, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Benny Glazer, right? But to his defense, okay, he should be player of the year with 3 bracelets this year.
100%.
And I love Sean
Completely agree.
Deeb,
Yeah.
but Benny Glazer should get player of the year by winning 3 bracelets. And there's certain rules here that I don't necessarily agree with. And I'll tell you this, what happens next year when Grinder wins the 50K again? What happens if he go deep in the main event? I mean, again, it makes no sense to me.
He did finish 5th back in 2010.
His results are unbelievable, but we forget about it because a lot of time goes by. Back to the action here. 8, 9, 10 here. Birmingham here has top pair on a very, very draw-heavy board here. And it looks like he's getting chips. He's going for chips, Brent.
Where is Birmingham from?
I'm assuming Alabama?
He's from
that's
New York.
Birmingham's from New York.
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
No. But again,
Negreanu in New York.
you can only find this in the main event.
Where in New York?
Niskayuna?
Never heard of it.
From Troy originally.
He's from Alabama.
That's central
Went
New
to
York.
Ithaca.
Troy. Ithaca. Oh,
He's-
what a-
okay.
He's a public school teacher. Respect.
I love this. All right.
Mr. Birmingham. He and his wife, Lonnie, have 3 kids, Kathleen, Natalie, and Evan.
Here we go.
Birmingham fam. Rooting on their guy.
A New Yorker, a public school teacher.
That's awesome.
Went to Ithaca. I'm rooting for Birmingham.
So am I.
Now, he also is produced and starred in a movie called A Deal, which will be streaming on Tubi.
Yeah.
A feature film, offbeat family feature comedy.
He looks like
Nice.
a character. So does this guy with the I Love Poker
Now-
shirt and Fluffy next to him.
You guys will love him even more as he holds the New York State high school basketball record for, any guesses?
Hello. How you doing?
Free throws?
Yeah.
Is
that's
it
a good
free
guess.
throws? Oh.
For the most free throws ever made without a miss in one game of a state or federation tournament game. He went 19 for 19 from the line in the playoffs.
Wow.
This guy's used to the big moments.
In New York, we call those
What happened in
the
online tournament?
the sectionals.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
On your way to a sectional title
So
and
what
eventually the
happens?
states.
Yeah, so what happens then?
I don't know, but I'd like to know because that's.
What if you're in a WSOP event?
All right, Birmingham.
Yeah, they have to, you're right.
19 for 19. Little known fact, I won the free throw shooting contest at college basketball camp at St. Bonaventure University when I was 13 or 14. Anyway, not about me. New Yorkers can shoot the free throw.
Grinder here, wanting to play in position, suited 8-6 here. They're very, very deep. They're over pretty much 100, almost 100 bigs effective here. Sankari in the small blind here has a hand that is very bad. Good fold by Sankari. That's not a hand you want to be playing necessarily out of position against 2 of the chip leaders at the table. And even Riley here is in a really bad spot, right? Because he's getting a great price, but he has such a weak holding and a hand that's going to be so difficult to play after the flop here. Is he raising here? No, I don't think he's going to raise. But Riley here, these are the problems with hands like this, right? And look how he folds there.
Yeah, that's nice.
I like that fold, right? Because no matter what he flops, he's never going to be comfortable unless he somehow flops 3 6s. Oh, wow. And this could be trouble for Grinder. Grinder flops top pair. And look at this. His opponent is checking to him.
Jean-Louis.
And now...
You see no one to check. Well,
And now Grinder here, leading small here. Now, here's the problem, right? How do you pronounce his name? Lehuler?
He says his nickname is Frenchie, so let's go with Frenchie.
So Frenchie here, when he checks the flop, by the way, I don't see him raising because of the fact that Grinder has so many chips. I like his hand as a check call here. Wow. Frenchie.
He's going to go with the check raise.
So he is going to raise here. Now, it's an interesting raise because you do have the best hand here a ton, but the problem is that there's a lot of bad turn cards for you. There's a lot of hands that, you know, you can potentially lose a massive pot here. My thing is this, right, is that I don't know how big of a hand I want to play out of position with a guy like the Grinder. Okay, so just because he has the best hand here in the flop, and look at this, he's going for more chips.
I like this a lot. Denying equity from all the draws, targeting the 8s that are sticky. Let's see if the Grinder can see through this. It's very difficult if we think that Frenchie can have a lot of check raises that are semi-bluffs on that type of texture.
Well, I will tell you this. The one thing about the way Grinder plays is he doesn't like to fold. Okay? So, and there he goes, and he elects to call. Let's see a river card here.
That river's the Jack of Diamonds.
Okay, and now I'd be shocked if Frenchie value bets this, right? The Jack is not a great card for his range. It looks like Grinder could have backed into maybe something along the lines of a queen or a jack. I'd like this to go check.
Starts with a check.
And now Grinder,
Might
I
have got
can't.
there on the river.
Yeah, he's not going to bet here.
Your jack is good. No, nines? Nines.
Nines are good. Nice pot for Frenchie.
Frenchie played that hand. He got the complete max there.
Really did, yeah.
Frenchie got the
Check raise
max.
on the flop, the bet on the turn.
River again.
And again, that's a lot of knowing your opponent, knowing how Grinder plays. He doesn't like to fold. Again, just because a lot of times in poker you have the best hand doesn't necessarily always mean you need to put more money into the pot. Frenchie ended up getting the max in a spot like that.
Frenchie finished 38th, by the way, in last year's World Series of Poker Main.
Did he really?
That's quite a run for a $250,000.
Wow. What are Frenchie's results like?
Has about 430K in earnings at the World Series. Tournament earnings of about 660,000.
Okay, so he's another example of a guy that doesn't play a lot of poker tournaments but comes out for the main.
Seems like it, but he is a professional poker player.
Okay, so he's probably a cash game player for the most part.
Probably.
Grinder opening with ace-5 off here in the cutoff. Is going to continue being aggressive. He still is the chip leader at the table. Let's see here what Haim has in the big blind. These are one of the few hands I'd probably fold.
Can't fold if you love poker.
That's what I'm calling.
Thank you.
Queen 3 is a little loose, but again, it's fine. He's getting a good price.
This is Steve Haim out of Goshen, Indiana.
And now this is a flop where Grinder here, I could see him checking here a lot, but again, if anyone has, one thing about Grinder is that this is an example, right, of where the Grinder plays differently than a guy like a Chidwick or a Kuhn in a tournament like this. A lot of guys with top pair there with no spade would check behind. But now Grinder just gets 15,000 of chips as the favorite. And now Haim, look at this, he turns 3 queens, Jeff.
After check calling 15K.
And I would like to see Grinder check behind here at this point. I don't see any value in him betting at this point of the hand here.
Respect the shirt.
Let's see, Grinder usually plays pretty quickly.
Check.
Okay, he does decide to check. And the 8 rolls off here. And if I'm Haim here, your hand is not strong enough to check raise. And you got to figure Mizrachi's not going to be betting a lot of ace-X type hands. If I'm Haim here, I like for him to go for value. Make it look like he missed his flush draw. Make it look like he has Jack 9 with the Jack of Spades or King 9 with the King of Spades. Haim, I'd love to see you bet.
You said check, right?
I said I'm going to bet.
Oh, okay.
So
Said I'm going to bet.
Okay.
How much?
$35.
It's a great bet by Heim. The grinder here is going to have a tough decision. He does beat all bluffs. He beats any spade X. He knows that Heim here loves poker. And, you know,
so confident.
Again, grinder usually has the right instincts in spots like this.
You heard him say you seem so confident.
Yeah. And this is where the grinder has made so much money in his career as a poker player. Is his instincts have led him right so often here. It looks like he is raising chips, but he's not going to raise based on his facial
He's
expression.
definitely not raising after
No.
the body language and the antics, right?
No,
I
but
think he's leaning fold.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Does make the call. Heim does get paid off. They call him the Goshen Gladiator. Steve Heim, a service manager out of Goshen, Indiana, says he started playing poker with his grandpa in 1975 on his birthday, his 5th birthday. That was his first poker game with grandpa. Pretty cool.
I love that. What part of Indiana is that?
Goshen. I don't know. You
Goshen.
tell me. You're familiar with Indiana.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with Indianapolis, you know.
Yeah.
West Lafayette.
And West Lafayette.
Boiler
yeah.
up.
Boiler up. There you go.
I didn't see it.
Now again, when you are the grinder, okay, and you play as many hands as you do, you are forced to make lighter calls.
Yeah.
Again, he has an image where he has to look and play slightly different than most. We have a raise here with Anderson off of 20 bigs.
Francis Anderson, very experienced tournament pro, as I must say we are now about 400 players off the money.
And I'll tell you right now, look at Grinder's chips, okay? He has 814,000. But I expect him to make a lot of money here over the next couple hours in this tournament. Grinder is way more likely to get to $1 million in chips than to go down to 600,000. Riley here on the button has been playing fairly slow and fairly tight here. He has a hand that most people would play in position. Let's see what he does here on the button. And he folds. Again, you're going to see a lot of this, folks. You're going to see a lot of tight play here and a lot of stalling here. Look how slowly Heim is folding there. These people really want to cash this tournament. And now Frenchie here defends the big blind off of an undergun raise. And look at this flop.
Flops a wheel draw. Anderson flops a flush draw.
It's very interesting. I'd love to see, here's the thing with Anderson. If he puts money into the pot right now, that means he's pretty much going to be going with his hand here if he gets raised. Okay, the fact that Anderson bets small here, Frenchie flops a wheel draw. He's not going to fold here. The question is, does he raise or does he just call here, Jeff?
Does just check call. The turn is the 8 of spades. The flush comes in for Anderson.
Now this is where it gets interesting. If I'm Anderson here, he's probably not going to do it, but I almost don't mind a check here with his stack size. The fact that he's so short and is he checking? Oh no, it was a graphic error. Okay. But the thing is, here's the thing, right? A check here with his stack size is actually so good. It's so good. And again, you know, these are spots where, like, if they were deep, it's almost you have to bet, right? But the thing is this, is that when you check the turn, you can allow hands to improve against you that are drawing dead. Whereas it's one of those spots where if you're beat, you're beat.
I have a question for you after this as we take a look at Dylan Lindy, and we remind you that coverage shifts exclusively to PokerGO starting tomorrow. You can subscribe now. Use the promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Promo code WSOP25YT. Now, considering the short-ish stack that you mentioned, is it still fine for Francis to bet small like he did, knowing that that river size would be the all-in size, like kind of setting up the river jam.
I would say betting there is good in general. Betting small, it's just one of those spots where you're getting called by the big blind, right? So his hand is so wide. So if he has a lot of pairs that don't have flush draws in it, he's folding anyway. I just want to make my opponent try to make 2 pair.
Sorry,
try
guys,
to make
neither ad made the
a
cut,
wheel
so
or whatever it
there's
may
gonna be more. Over 2, neither one's in there. We're gonna have to hit the nail with a big
Salaya
hammer.
here, open folding ace-4
So we
suited.
get a couple nails in, you know.
Our boy,
what do we got to look for? Red lights?
Petramine
The
here.
dealer will give you a hint.
Petrine or prime time?
Prime time, please.
We'll call him prime time.
There you go. Yeah.
Schroeder made a good run at the WSOP Paradise main event.
Prime time here. Brent and I are both predicting he'll be at the final table.
There we go.
3.5 more
I would
hours,
love
so
that.
You should be good. I like your chances to find a good
And
one.
again, Schroeder
I'm gonna keep
here
trying.
calling, which not a fan of. His hand would play better as a 3-bet or a fold. Again, when you're calling with a lot of people behind and the betting's not closed, you become to put yourself in a bad spot here, especially when you're at a table with good players.
Let's watch what Doug Polk wants to do with just king jack off. He elects to call, come in on the button 4.
I'm surprised with Chung calling with the king 7 suited, considering how tight we've seen him play.
And now Chance here, he loves his spot here.
God, yeah.
Raising 3 callers to Kornuth in the small blind.
He has to call here. You know, he's calling 9,000. I mean, these are the dream spots at No Limit. When you have a small pair and you're getting a phenomenal price.
Back my cards, huh?
And now Lee defends the big blind here.
6
We're
ways
going
to
6
a flop.
ways.
Yeah, so much for everyone being tight.
We have not seen that today. Six, 6, deuce. The 3s, best.
And now prime time was the pre-flop raiser. He checks 6 ways, gets checked around here.
The turn, prime time.
People play very tight here in 5- and 6-way pots. It's unlikely that someone does have a 6, but there's a lot of hands that people aren't folding here.
Kornuth may want to lead, and he can control the pot. I think he'd rather lead small than call a larger bet. He can dictate size here.
Now, again, this is why Chance is so difficult to play against, okay? And look at this, prime time.
Even with all the players behind him.
I'll tell you, prime time just throws in these green chips like they're just, like they're $1 chips.
This could throw Chance for a little bit of a loop. The backdoor hearts presenting themselves. He may assign prime time.
Another easy decision is
a
heading
heart
on down
draw.
to Club WPT Gold and using code Doug today for 20 Soups coins on your first purchase. Wow, what a deal.
Thank you, Doug.
Now
we're gonna have security remove Doug from the establishment.
Now the problem here with Chance
If I had
is,
shame, I would have been embarrassed a long time ago.
Wow.
You know?
River 9 of hearts.
We just do it again.
now here's the thing, right? Prime time was the initial raiser, okay? But he checked the flop. So Chance needs to figure out. So Chance is shutting down.
Yeah, I think he's giving prime time credit for a flush.
Really, like
I
iron
really
the
do.
kinks out. It does hit different.
You saw Chance think I could have. Yeah.
No, man. He just didn't give him a 5, right? Because of what you pointed out.
No.
Where we're at, prime time was under the gun. There's no way he has a 5.
Exactly.
He thought it was hearts.
By the way, big super chat, but
rundown
first,
souls.
we'll get to that, but first let's go to Natalie Bodie out in the field.
Okay.
This will be good for the stoolies.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that'll be the good game.
With Mitzi, doesn't really need an introduction. I'm going to give you a chance to clear this up. There was a little bit of a viral graphic saying you folded 51 consecutive hands at the feature table. Can you confirm or deny?
I'm going to deny 51's. I mean, there might have been 12 or 13, but 51's a little excessive. The funniest AI was the one they did of me folding aces, which, you know, I've made some folds in my day, but I damn sure never folded pocket aces pre-flop. But you wouldn't believe I've gotten freaking 40 texts about it today from Poker World asking if I folded aces. Like, hell no. What do these people think I am?
I don't know. The graphic did you dirty, but I did see you tweeted about every 7 years you make a run in this thing. 2011, 2018. Are you due?
I hope so. That's for sure. I'm loving how today's gone. I mean, I only had 18 big blinds going to today, but I was proud that I got 45K in the bag, to be honest, because this thing's a war of attrition. And, you know, you kind of got to survive to thrive is what I've been saying. And it really goes down on day 3. The blinds are so low the first 2 days. You got to get to day 3 to just give yourself a chance. And I got pretty hot earlier today. So I'm grinding about 175 right now. You know, pretty wild table here. That's for dang sure.
Wild in what way? I'm about to have to send you back, but I need some more information.
There's a lot of 3 bets, a lot of huge pots pre. People are going hard. We got some good players here for sure. You know, just happy to be sitting at the dang table, to be honest.
Well, there you go. In the mix, Mincy. We appreciate it. We'll be following along.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Mincy. Disputes the graphic on social media that had him folding 51 straight hands yesterday. I want to get to Scott's super chat. Gave us $100. Says, apparently my $59 donation means nothing here for Blez and the other guys. We are sorry if we missed that.
For the memes, bro.
But we very much appreciate all of the super chats.
Appreciate the donation.
It's very nice. Again, still not sure where that money goes, but it's very much appreciated by somebody.
After the summer I'm having, guys, all the donations help. I need money for the 50K buying tomorrow.
Right back.
I'm going to cash out these super chats for Bless.
How about Mincy, by the way? Doesn't he look thin and slim?
Looks great.
Yeah, he's down to about his lowest weight in more than a decade.
He fasts on Mondays, he says.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Monday?
It is kind of empty.
Oh, it's good for him.
Yeah. It's nice, though. It's nice. It's got a good vibe.
Still can't believe he folded aces pre.
Yan here.
I made a loose open, and I was like, chance
is opening 5s.
Yeah, man, like, God damn it.
2 black 5s here.
At least I could do an ad read that won't be seen.
Silver lining.
Bronze lining at best. All right.
If you do it every time you raise fold, it's going to be a long night.
Action over to prime time here. He's going to call out of his big blind here. Oh my God. Look at this. Yan has quads again.
A second time?
Brent.
Is this real?
Wow. And she checked it. She checked the flop. Look at this. She checked the flop.
She's getting action. She's in disbelief.
Wow. I'd love for her to just call here.
This is incredible.
Flat, Yan. Just flat. Please just flat. No. No. I hate it. No. How does she have quads again?
It just clicks it to 30K.
Oh, I hate it, Brent. I hate it. God, her idea was so good to check the flop.
Show the bluff.
It's incredible.
It's incredible how she raised the turn after checking the flop there.
You know, if she was up against a flush or a king,
she's going to make the money anyway.
She gets action,
yes.
You know, but I understand.
But leave bluffing hands in there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what are the odds of Yan making quads twice in a matter of 30 minutes? Unbelievable.
We went up to the Smoky Mountains.
We continue the action here. Like I said, around 400 off the money. Yan has played 2 hands at this table, 5s and 3s. He's made quads on both. Folded here. It's a chance.
The grinder's better entertainment than Chance and Doug over here.
Okay, look at our boy Lee here. Lee has a very opening hand here. 8-9 suited here. Going to go to 11,000 or 12,000. And look, you can just tell. You can tell by the body language here. The man on the button here is really wanting to just cash here. Now, I'm going to say this right now, okay? I don't know if he's going to do it. But Schroeder here, I would not hate if
you're in until you're not.
You can play this as a call, by the way.
Sure.
You can. He's probably going to 3-bet, but you can play this as a call. And it's because of range, the way that people look at certain ranges, okay? This is fine, too. This is the standard play. But the reason why I like a call with a hand like ace-king is because when it comes ace-high, you make so much more money.
Or king-high.
Yes, because they never see it coming.
Yeah.
Okay? But again, he also is aware of how active Lee has been.
I like the sizing, too. If you're going to 3-bet, size it up. He has pushed out 9-8 suited. That's fine. Drag the
Even with
pot.
the
You're
promos,
nearing the
you're
money.
faster than some of the Euros I was playing with
Maintain your stack, hovering around 200K.
There was some
That's
nice
understandable.
By the way, the shorter looks a little like Elon Musk.
You see, you got Musk in there.
You see
With the
that?
mask on, you see Elon Musk.
A little.
You see the eyes? It must be the eyes.
The eyes, yeah. See it a little.
Those are also just needless because they're, I mean, I don't know, balancing or I don't even know. Like, just,
I don't know, man. I don't know what it was.
oh, sorry, earmuffs. What? Talking about Euros. I just don't want you to be offended. You seem like a nice one.
No, he's fast.
Yeah. No, I like him. I'm saying like Euros in America.
I was ready to say that I love shot clock.
I'll tell you, man. I'm really glad that we're not seeing any more Kasuf.
Overall, I like the shot clock. Here's my problem.
He
with
got
it.
under your skin,
It
didn't he?
incentivizes
It's not
people
even
to
that.
wait
It's,
until the end of the shot
it's
clock.
just too much. I don't mind the
So
banter and
all
the
of a sudden,
talking.
stuff that could
It's
have
just
been 5
you got to
seconds or
limit
3
it at
seconds
some
becomes
point.
25 seconds because you want to be, or 15. It used to be 30, but now it's 15. Okay.
Chance here. Look at Chance. When he starts making hands, man, watch out. Watch
Yeah,
out
it would
for
be
this
nice if
whole
people
tournament
just
if he starts getting real
acted
hands here.
reasonably.
Look at prime time, folding 8-7 suited on the button.
But it's been a long time since I've played high rollers, so I don't see that much of it anymore. So no reason for me to really complain. Like this tournament doesn't have that much tanking, a little here and there.
For like streaming table, I think everybody's playing pretty.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. It's smooth. It's fast.
Yeah, we have a fast table.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
would-
4-bets Doug in under 30 seconds every time.
I would say this table's playing
very quick.
fairly quick
I love it.
compared to most.
You know, when I did the second 3-bet, and it went back to him, and he took his bet back, and I'm like, what am I doing?
You're like, again?
What am I doing here?
You saved me 30K.
Yeah.
We have an
Yeah,
open
I
here.
guess I could just, I don't even know,
King,
man.
queen suited.
You just fold ace queen, is that a thing? You just fold ace queen? Oh.
You know it's okay to call, right?
That's an option.
Just
Is
think
it a
about it,
wave?
roll it
What
over.
do we-
You know,
Thank you.
not required.
Wants a count.
Optional.
It's a good tip.
Yeah.
Can I learn more at Chip Leader Coaching Team Pro over here?
Chip Leader Coaching, CLCpoker.com.
Yan here folds the small
Some
blind.
people have no shame.
Wow.
Like, for example, Code Dog.
Look at this. Chung is in the big blind with ace king suited.
Viewers are like, this is the worst thing ever.
I would like for him to just
bring
move in
Hellmuth back?
here against the
Viewers
stack
have
size
PokerGO
of
on one tab.
110.
Chip Leader Coaching on another. and Code Doug on the third.
So many tabs.
I actually don't really like it by Chung. It's too small.
So many tabs.
Again, I know
so
he's
hot up
short
here.
in chips. I would have liked to go a little bigger, maybe
feel like
35K.
Just programmed everyone.
You know, I would have preferred him to move in here.
Is he trying to induce? That's what I'm wondering.
He is, but
it's
but the reason I would just move in
For lampshading.
is because you can fold
For
out,
lampshading.
you know, a lot of middling pairs, right?
It's like
So
you kind of let people in on
let's just
something
say
you're doing, so they
that
feel like they're part of it.
LeBroux has like sevens, right? He's almost priced into call, and if he sees a low flop, he
Good way
might
to
just
have
go
it.
with
even
it.
with that stack size.
Well, I mean,
he might be priced into calling king queen suited. The hand might be
Yeah,
too
Norm
good
McDonald.
to
Norm
fold
McDonald
in
is very
position.
but it's also a spot where if you're Chung,
He was funny, man.
you want to get better to fold. You want
Oh,
a
I saw
pocket
your
pair to
second thing. It was
fold.
pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
What if
Yeah,
this
and,
guy has
thank you.
eights and he just moves in? It's hard to call
went-
with eights.
As well as I really could have hoped for. It was
Yeah.
great.
I mean, I had really low expectations.
It's good.
So that's why I was like, wow, this is good. Yeah.
King queen suited is a
It went- it
hand
went
here
great.
where, and he lets it go.
Not every hand.
Almost. One of three.
You guys can see the replay. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not bluffing.
I will definitely watch it.
It was a sick rush, though, man. It was sick being on that show. It was just... It's like go to stand up with an audience.
Oh, this is a great story.
Is just the craziest feeling.
I can't imagine. It sounds nerve-wracking.
No
story.
Oh, I thought
It
he
was
was
just
going to
so
give the
awesome.
whole story of it, but
But right before I went out,
Okay,
the
you're right.
nerves, crippling.
Yeah,
Crippling.
I can imagine.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
And you had some bet with the guy to get on there or something? What was
Yeah, we played like a poker match, and I put 20K to get on, and he beat me, and then I was like, double or nothing, and we agreed to a double or nothing basically, and I won, and then we had a final one, and if I won, I got 2 appearances, so I technically have another appearance still.
Ah. Wow, you guys are even.
Well, this time I had ace-5, and I... Dude, I look back there, you had 2 Miller Lights. Look back, now we have 4. It's escalating. Jesus Christ. We're 55 minutes into the show. My Lord.
Back
Yeah,
to
I've been
the
hanging out with
action
some of,
here.
Like, the comedians in Austin. Actually, they have a poker game at the lodge. They have like a comedian game.
That's cool.
Like every week, yeah.
3K, 5K.
1-1. But it's like all these like.
Yeah, my wife worked it for a long time.
Players are going to play one
Like,
more level,
Tony
I believe,
Bray,
after this. 3K,
William
6K.
Montgomery, Kim Congdon.
There's still a
Yeah.
decent chance we hit the
That's
money
actually one for the
tonight.
day.
Correct.
Depending on how this plays out and how fast or slow some of
Rachel
these guys
Wolfson
play.
From Jackass.
In years
Yeah.
past, we've seen the money at the end of day 3. We've seen it at the beginning of day 4.
MGM, because I get to now.
Chance
Indulge
here
in all the
wakes up with a pair of 8s here, opens to 10,000. Notice how fast. Look at this.
Yeah,
Chung
no,
just had
that's
ace
a
king
walkway now.
suited, and now he's got kings, Brent. He has kings. And I'll tell you this about Chance, as good as he is, he doesn't like folding. He's one of the most sticky players that you're ever going to play with here.
my own money.
Nope.
Now, we noticed Chung just went up to 30K out of position, and he's
you're not
going to
going wrong.
30K
Yeah.
in position here. And
That's
see,
like
this
the-
is what I was telling you earlier, okay?
Killer's row right there.
Chance
And
is
then
in a
just going
spot
down on all
now
the- that's
where
all my
he's going to
favorite
call. He's getting a good price. I don't expect him to fold here for 20K more. Okay,
Does
Chance.
make the call.
Yep. And Chance, I got news for you. If it comes 7 high here, this might get ugly for Chance. Oh, wow.
994.
Now this is a flop, and knowing how Chance plays here, I expect Chung to bet between 25 and 30K. Look at this, he goes for 30,000, and it's great. It's really good. And now Chance here has a forced call on the flop, right? If he puts his opponent on ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, he's way ahead. Here Chance goes. He's going to call
I think 2
here.
levels, probably 4 hours.
This can get ugly. Like I said, Chance doesn't like folding, and
doubt they're gonna
wow,
switch it
6 on the turn.
it doesn't make it any easier for Kornuth.
133K in the pot.
Listen,
Kornuth has
though.
176 behind.
We have
I don't think we've gotten
observed,
a lot
and
of
I'm
times.
sure
I
Chance
think
has.
most
Maybe
may
his
have the
read's
grinder
entirely
kind of doing
different.
his
They
thing,
played
right?
together
So
all day.
he's probably
Chung's
putting on
been
a show.
folding a lot. He's one of these guys you've pointed out, Blez, that's just trying to get into the money to make sure he cashes. Would he really try and bluff?
But this
Chance?
is why I go back to guys like Grinder, and they're so good because they know the difference between a main event and a tournament like this. Brent, you're exactly right. I hate this by Chance because the ranges are different in the main event. They just are. What do you do in the river bricks here? Wow.
River's a 10.
And that's the thing. Chance has risked half his chips here. And if you're Chung here, you need to go for the rest of it. And he is.
Does.
Wow.
If Chance calls, his main event is over.
I'd be shocked if he called it off.
Brent,
He's deducing that it's ace, queen, ace, king.
But we've seen earlier guys like Hellmuth folding ace king preflop, right?
Yeah.
Guys like Daniel folding ace queen preflop. Chance is a different type of player.
He's
He
not a
hates-
folder. He's not a folder.
He
You're
hates
right.
folding. Chance is the player when he gets hot, he's going to win a tournament. But if he gets hands like this, he's going to lose a lot more than other players. This is where Hellmuth, you realize Hellmuth would have folded pre-flop with Chance's hand. He would have just folded to the
Really would've.
30,000. He
We
would've.
saw him do it.
Yes.
I agree.
But again, this is why this event is so special. You need to think about it. This is the main event. Chance is, I know what's going through his head right now. Is he trying to get me off a better hand? We're near the money. This and that. Chance loves to make the hero call here.
Is this guy capable of even bluffing in this spot? I don't know. We don't know.
We have no idea. But the thing is this, right? Chance opened in early position, okay? He opened under the gun, for the record.
He did.
So he got 3-bet pre. So is this more an ace-king, ace-queen type hand?
That's all you beat.
Yeah. I'm telling
Two
you.
things for Chance. Number one, he has admitted that hero calling is perhaps his number one flop. But number two, he has also
This guy's
preached
smiling.
playing against the player and not doing, you know, what the computer or solver tells you to do.
He's smiling at Chance.
Yes.
That is such a.
You look at me like that, it just really feels like you have it.
But the thing
Okay,
is,
there you go.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Let me tell you something, okay? Chance has made a living off of reading people at the poker table.
This
He's
guy's
one of the best.
telling him he's got kings.
Yes, but the thing is, knowing Chance for 2 decades, I've seen him call in spots like this. He's probably going to lean towards fold, but I could see Chance still calling, even though he feels like he's beat.
He can't go. He knows right now this guy's got aces or kings.
I'm telling you, Chance hates folding, Brent. I'm telling you. He doesn't come from the Hellmuth or Negreanu
Doesn't
school
he
of poker.
pride himself on live reads as well? Isn't that a calling card for Chance? I've heard it over the years.
He's
I mean,
such a good live reader, but he does make mistakes. Will he make the wrong decision right now? Look at this. He doesn't want to. I told you.
He flicks it in. That's it for Chance Kornuth.
I'm telling, and you know what? That is a textbook example of the difference between Chance and a guy like Phil Hellmuth in this tournament, and a guy like the Grinder. Hellmuth would never lose that type of money in a tournament like this. He would have folded pre-flop to the 30,000. And listen, you're witnessing one of the best no limit hold'em players in the world in Chance making an error. And again, that's the beautiful thing about this event. Even some of the best can play poorly at times.
I'm shocked. I mean, the guy was smiling at him. That was strength.
And Chance said it.
He knew it. He called anyway.
He didn't want to fold. When he thought for over a minute and a half, he really didn't want to fold.
I thought
You can tell frustrated with himself on his way out.
He called, you went.
It's Chance Kornuth.
No, I mean,
Chung.
if he called it, I figured he had like full house or a set or something.
The options trader from Vegas, originally from Korea.
He called it. Oh.
Yeah.
Finished 14th in the 2006 main.
He's side because he's like, more money, yes.
Slow roll,
No,
yeah.
No, he wasn't a slow roll, man. I flipped over.
No, it wasn't slow roll. It was just
No,
like
I thought he had a set to call me like that.
If he had a set, he would have called you much earlier.
No, he did call me all the way.
Well, I know, but you know what? Let's leave it here.
Good call, Doug.
You're the pro, so.
I'm with you on this one. If he had a set, you would have lost. I agree. Hard to disagree with that.
Back to Elon Musk here. Queen 9 suited here.
Today, though.
Opening here for 10,000.
All right, I'm on the button. 2 seconds.
And now Yan here has a decision with ace-jack. Again, we've seen people play hands like this. I think they play better as 3-bets than calls. She elects to fold. I think that's the second best decision here. Chung here, look at this. He's won the last 2 pots. He had ace-king suited. He just busted Chance. He's got a lot of confidence. He's got almost $1 million in chips.
Bit of a heater.
And he's calling here with 6-5 suited. And now pricing Lee in the big blind. Let's see a flop.
How's it going, Joey?
And these are the type of hands, when you have a lot of chips in the main event and you have hands like 5-6 suited, they're really good hands to play in position here. I would love to see Schroeder here continue the betting. He has key cards in his hand here that block a lot of that board, right? When Chung just flats pre, he's not supposed to have a big ace, etc. And look at this, he's going for to bet. It's a great bet. And Lee should be folding here his 10. Perfect. Good bet. It's a great board texture for Schroeder to continue to betting. And again, this table has surprisingly been playing very, very fast here. You know, half this table I'd say is probably recreational, half of them is pros.
Here lies a man whose soul and chips were one. Thank you very much. Just a bad vibe. I have 1 green. Can I get 5 red? I'd love just to not have greens.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I think the moral of the story
first
with that chance hand is don't bluff him.
Almost.
No, I mean, I said it.
Ever.
Listen, I said it as the hand went on. Chance is one of the most sticky players in poker. There's certain guys that I've played with over the years that just never, ever fold, right?
I want to make a meme. I want to make it into a meme. Is that?
Well, let's start with what you're trying to say.
Oh, wow.
If I make it into a cool
Oh,
clip.
wow.
then-
What clip?
Top
I don't know,
two
whatever
here.
one we might create right now.
And now Doug has a hand here that can get him in trouble here.
I think.
The 6 blocker can get him into a lot of trouble here, Brent. Look at this. He's going to bet. And again, Celaya, these are interesting spots when you're near the bubble, okay? He decides to just call. A lot of great players would raise here, but he doesn't want to go broke, and he wants to play low variance. And now the king of spades.
Is Doug going to feel compelled to continue on this kind of turn
And
card?
I'm telling you that Doug, I would not be shocked here if he continues unbetting here.
I don't know if the 6 gets him in trouble, so to speak. There's a path where he can just barrel this thing off.
Look at this. I'm telling you. That 6 is a key card.
I know.
And now if I'm Celaya, because I called the flop, his only play here is to call the turn. There's no reason for him to raise in a spot like this. He should just call, and he should check all rivers. Okay? He doesn't want to raise and get out of hand like this. He also can get, if he's beat, he's going to be out of the tournament. And he doesn't want to do that, so he can only just call here. What is he doing?
Fold.
And he's raising.
He's just going to rip it. He's just going to shut it down.
I got my clip.
Save Doug, perhaps.
I think it probably did.
But the thing is this, right?
I should have done it.
Is that I don't really like that raise
Harder
on
to
the
do the ad
turn.
read when you're losing, you know?
If your opponent's bluffing, let him hang
Doug?
himself,
Yeah, when
okay?
you're winning, it's much easier. And you know where you're always a winner?
Oh, boy.
The World Series of Poker main event.
You need a marketing job. I'm hiring you.
You know what? I might already have one.
The thing with
How'd it go
Celaya there
I didn't want to see any
is
more
that
cards.
the hands that Polk is betting the turn with
So new guy.
are hands that most likely are way behind.
So strong.
Let's pick up the
This is
action
Francis
here.
Anderson all in with 2 5s
Wow.
after Frenchie opened.
So Frenchie opened the button.
Frenchie opened cutoff.
Frenchie opened the cutoff.
Francis jammed on the button.
Wow. Now again, we discussed it earlier, Jeff, the ranges in this tournament, okay? In a lot of other tournaments, when you're shoving for just about 20 bigs, this is one of the toughest spots pre-flop in No Limit Hold'em, okay? He has a decision where in a lot of spots he'd probably call, but in the main event, I don't fault him. People don't want to risk chips in spots that are very, very close. And Frenchie also knows he could pick up a lot of better spots than that.
If you guys were up against an established pro, and let's say you know he's an established pro like Francis Anderson who plays all the time, would you call there with ace-jack knowing you dominate a decent amount of hands? Hold that thought as I tell you about GTO Wizard and its awesome AI software. You can save 10% at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. We typed it all out for you. We made it nice and easy. Beat the best, crush the rest. That's what 2022 main event champ Espen Jorstad has said. As we are out in the field, we see JC Tran in the commish, Tim Duckworth.
Wow, is
in a
that
hand.
Phil Locke over there as well? Is that the Unabomber?
Absolutely it is. Let's hang out here for a sec on the Queen 7-5 flop. Now this is nice. We get out to the ballroom. Tim's in a hand against Jonathan Lewis. Lewis checks. Commissioner Duckworth fires and wins the pot. The Cowboy.
I can't tell how many chips he's got.
He's got 150-ish,
Okay,
it looks
all right.
like. Yeah.
He's all right. Hang in there, Commish.
By the way, JC Tran, legend.
Yeah.
If he gets chips, it looks like he's got a lot of chips. He could make a deep run in this event. He's done it before. Phenomenal poker player.
This guy, by the way, getting the massage, or at least has the massage pillow next to Phil Hellmuth. Look at how many chips he's got. That's well over $1 million.
Yes, it is.
We'll hang here for a couple hands. Love this. Out in the ballroom for more coverage.
He's got about 1.1, 1.2 over there.
I believe that's Blue 400. Pull up our trusty WSOP Plus app. And we see that seat 2 is Alex Bergfors.
In Newark now? Oh man, I guess it's been years since I always go Philly now.
This is Brian Nerney opening here. Jason Zipfel defending. Jack 4-3 Rainbow. Nerney bets 10K.
Yeah, so like this guy was on the north part of New Jersey, so
Turn is the 8 of hearts, second heart.
they just go out and buy the biggest guy every year. You know what I mean? Like, I would just rather than like suck and have guys come up and get better, you know, like it's always like mediocre.
Would you have called there with the ace-jack?
Yeah. You?
Yeah.
I was trying to promote GTO Wizard too, because certainly the tools and tech there probably have that sort of spot carved out.
Probably
in
say
theory,
call.
but
Yeah.
there's probably again, there's
in the
a
main,
lot more
to Bles's
it.
point, yeah.
Individuals, certain situations, scenarios do differ themselves. And I know we're watching this hand unfold and develop, but we have to point out the chip leader of the main. I've been keeping my eye on her for quite some time. Juliet Hegadis, I believe is how you say her last name. She final tabled the ladies championship. She's got 1.6 million.
She's one of Berkey's students, right? I think.
I think so.
We reach
but
out, he would know.
Incredible showing. She has been at the
1.6.
top of the leaderboard for quite some time.
All of it. Zipfel jamming on the river.
Well, no snap call. That's good news for the all-in player, at least at the moment. Who is this guy that is in the tank now? Do we have a name?
This is Brian Nerney.
Brian Nerney.
Nerney with about 147K in live tournament earnings. Oh, from the DFW area, I believe. Let's it go. Good
Shows a bluff, maybe? No, I
pair
see
of threes?
a 3 and anything else. Is
Was
that
it Jack
king
3 or
sub?
was it King 3?
Was that a bluff?
Jack 3 for 2 pair or King 3 for the bluff?
I don't know. Maybe it was the best hand. He might not know.
You think the commish plays this next hand?
Highly doubt it, although
It's queens or better, he might be in there.
the commish has been on one. I mean, he called a 3-bet with 10-6
true,
of clubs
that's
yesterday
true.
on the button.
He busted Makita, Atsukuski.
Are we going to get a peek under the
We're
hood?
a little
Can we
close.
see these cards here?
Kind of uncomfortably close. We got to be a little careful. Okay, we moved away. Oh my, oh, I thought. JC out.
Is there a fist fight going on at the feature? What happened there?
Just want to mix in some outer table coverage.
All right.
We're back.
Yeah.
The main stage, and we have Mizrachi betting 25,000 on the river.
Oh, Tim Riley, he's an absolute hell on this kind of board against Mizrachi. Out of the big blind, he can easily have a 6. Obviously, we can see it's an ace. A pure bluff catcher, and just being taken to value town by the grinder.
7, 9, 9, 10. Those 3 hands you could beat. The rest I'm not bluffing.
And they're talking. Listen to the speech play by Mizrachi.
Probably still favored to win. Call.
Oh my. I mean, this is art. If he gets paid off here.
It would be sick if you actually have 7-9 before you say.
That's 7-9. No, I didn't have 7-9.
Oh.
Good pull.
Time, Sam's coming back.
I thought I gave you jacks. No? Yeah, I wish I pushed in then. Sucked out. Oh, yeah, queens? Wow. Queen kings?
Oh my God.
Brent. This is sickening.
No.
This is sickening for Kim.
No way.
What a spot for Chung.
Jeff, look at this hand.
Only the 10 of spades can save Kim.
Kim is going to be out of this tournament. I don't see how Kim is ever going to get away from this.
He started the hand with 70 bigs.
It doesn't matter. I can't see him getting away from. He has a straight flush draw as backup.
He's got number 2.
Oh my God. He's out of the tournament. Oh my God. If the turn's a brick, Kim is out of this tournament. Oh, wow.
That could save him.
Just pair the board.
I mean, maybe that can save him. I don't know.
I don't think
208K already in the middle.
There's so much in the middle here, and Chung is fairly aggressive. And I would expect Chung to continue the betting here. He can't assume his opponent. Look at Chung going for chips. I mean, Kim can't fold here, can he?
Listen, he can have Jack-9. This is a defense from the big blind from Chung that check-raised the flop.
So it was just raise call?
Pre-flop, it was raise call. On the flop, Chung led
10K. Kim raised it to 30K. Chung 3-bet to 90K, and here we are.
Do you ever expect Chung to just lead 10K with the ace-high flusher with Jack-9? Maybe Chung
that's what I'm saying. I think Jack-9.
But it has to be exactly that. That's tough.
I'm telling you right now, if I'm Kim, I can't. Kim is going to be out of this tournament.
He might, and you can't fault him if he does go with it, but possible.
I can't see Kim getting away from this. The only thing that maybe makes it okay for him to, like, the fact that he also has the queen of spades helps him. But again, he can't fold here.
Chung is just torturing this seat. This is where Chance Kornuth once was positioned up against Chung.
Look at this. He's going for chips here. Now, if I'm Kim here, though, I don't know necessarily what's better to call or raise here, right? Because if your opponent has the ace of spades, you're now giving him a better price to get there. But the thing is how often is Chung bluffing here necessarily? The other thing is if Chung had like any flush, I could see him doing the same thing here. This is hold'em. It's very hard to make a flush.
You beat a lot of value hands.
Yes, you do. I'm telling you right now, I can't see Kim getting away from this. No.
He looks like he's going to make a hero fold.
If he folds, that would be outstanding.
I think he gives Chung a lot of Jack-9s. I really do.
But it's so hard to fold. It's like, it's so hard. Can Kim get away from this? Okay, he does call. I can't see him getting away. Oh my God, and that's not going to help Kim whatsoever.
For ace, we know what's coming.
I'm telling you, Chung is going to move in, and Kim is going to go into the tank, but look at this. Kim's going to put him in. Does he?
Did he bet enough to put him?
He bet another.
No, he only bet
100.
100K.
Wow.
Oh.
And it looks like
I mean,
Kim is 158K behind. So here's the thing, okay? He's never raising here the way that the hand played out.
Can he ever have ace-9 with the ace of spades?
Chung could.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Chung and maybe was spazzing out a little bit on the flop.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If Kim can somehow get away from this, I mean, this would be unbelievable. I don't think he can. I don't think he's good enough. But if he can find a way to fold this, this would truly be unbelievable. Especially, we've watched this table now not that long, but we've seen Chung get involved in so many hands. He has produced the nuts for the most part. Kim is sick to his stomach here right now.
To Brent's point, Kim is new to the table.
He's brand new. He knows nothing about Chung.
Really?
Nothing. He took Chance's seat.
Okay, you're right. I apologize.
He knows nothing about Chung.
Wow, that's even more interesting.
Yeah. It also makes it more difficult, I believe, to get away.
I think so too.
Wow. Kim, what are you going to do here in the main event? The problem is Chung is capable of value betting. If Chung had a hand like 10-7 of spades, I feel like he would do the same thing. But Kim feels like he's beat.
He really does, you can tell.
He really feels like he's beat here. He has a king-high flush. The other thing is that Chung flatted pre, so he's not supposed to have like a big ace suited. You know, an ace-king suited would a 3-bet pre, so it eliminates a lot of aces in his hands as well. There it
Puts
is.
in the call. Lucky, though, to hold on to his tournament life.
And honestly, like, and look at Kim. He's so frustrated. Kim, I don't fault you. That's part of the game of no limit hold'em. You get into spots that are unavoidable.
Chung is now up to nearly 1.2 million.
But Kim still in the main, left him with about 10, 11 big blinds.
And I'll tell you this,
That
Jeff.
was a really good joke for not your
Is
native
Chung
tongue.
played that hand
Right?
brilliantly.
That was a great joke.
If he moved him in on the river, I almost
fires
feel
go
like
out,
Kim
but
would have
lava
folded.
stays
He
firm.
might have.
He could have
Ish.
folded. He
Firm-ish.
saved him 58,000, and as we've seen over and over in this tournament,
Jesus, man.
Polk was down to
Jesus.
12,000. He's got 300,000 plus right now.
Caliente.
Kim, do not give up. You still have
That's right.
you
Can
still have
never give up
11 and
in
a
the
half bigs in the greatest tournament in the world. Do not give up here. Play good poker.
He feels like he's out.
Don't just rip this in there. Relax, take a deep breath. We're about 300 off the money. No, you
Kim.
gotta relax.
Kim, this is a disaster.
Gotta
Hold on
pump the
now.
brakes.
Maybe he
Oh
gets
my
it through.
God.
Maybe he gets it through.
This is a disaster by Kim. He's losing. He's tilting. He's losing his mind.
No, Ace Jack could fold. You know, maybe he
It
gets it
can,
through.
but this is such a bad play. I just told you, Kim, you have 11 bigs in the main event.
Hang in there.
Call.
I'm not giving up. Okay, he's out.
Oh my God, what a bad play here by Kim. Kim, what are you doing?
Left with a chance at tournament survival and now on the ropes for his tournament life as we see Doug muck a 7. And how many times, Bless, do you think we see this exact same scenario take place at all of the outer tables? Somebody loses a big pot, they're tilted,
But again,
they're out of it.
Again, I like talking about guys like Adrian Mateos, guys like João Vera. They never make errors like this. They lose a hand, they fold, they realize their value in this tournament, and this guy Kim is doing the complete opposite, and now he's 24% here,
we go.
to win.
Cloud, WPT,
11 and a half bigs, Brent. I mean, that's like, that's so much play in this tournament.
I know.
It would be wrong.
Kim, oh man, I hate to see him go like this.
9-6 deuce. Backdoor straight draw there, but for now needing a 7. We can see there's only 1 7 left in the deck.
Yeah, Kim.
I'd sacrifice a kidney to still be in with 60K.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The turn is a 6.
Kim,
Love the side-by-side.
I'm rooting for a chop here. Please.
9 or deuce would do just
I
that.
want to keep Kim in so I could see him make another mistake.
River card is an ace, and that does do it for Kim.
Good play, man.
Kim put himself in a spot.
Aye.
He had an unavoidable king eye flush. But again,
Actually, might be as bad as it can get.
you know what the #1 thing is to me in this
bad.
tournament?
play a few hands,
Stamina.
and
Okay?
Yeah.
You have to be able to take a beat and you have to be able to overcome it and play through it.
Chung's
This
world, we're just all
tournament
living in
is
it.
almost 2 weeks long from start to finish with the breaks. You need to be able to play great poker. We said it
seems like
earlier.
it's been coming.
One mistake in this
I haven't
tournament,
seen
you can
much
play
going.
great for a week. It doesn't
Where's it
matter if you
going?
make the big mistake when it matters late in this tournament.
I think we all actually all voted, and we voted that different seats get the nuts now. So sorry.
You gotta start passing them
Yeah,
around.
yeah, pass it
I think I'm first if I.
Go counterclockwise.
Pass it around.
Hard to be
Oh, yeah, clockwise.
Grateful
Clockwise. I
to
want
remain
clockwise.
present after you run second nuts into
Sure,
the nuts. I
sure.
understand that, but in a way, that's the other perspective, right? You're still in the tournament. You're not out.
Probably the most important bullet point that you can always
very
revert
nice,
back
man.
to
I appreciate that.
in the main, as nobody's ride is smooth. It's impossible. Even all of the champions.
You know, people say that you have to win so
Right
many
on my
coin
turtle
flips
here,
deep in this tournament. You
here.
don't.
No.
You
I think
actually
you're on that
don't.
weird little angle
You can
there,
play
but-
small ball poker. You can play a lot of Negreanu poker for 5-6 days and slowly win pots, right? You can do that. And then if you're like Chung right now,
My man, yep.
you don't have to be and put yourself in high variance spots. You can just flop the nut flush and have your opponent flop the second nut flush. And that could happen. What I've learned in this tournament, and this is very important, I want the viewers to understand this, okay? All you have to do in this tournament is win one massive pot every day you play. When I say massive, you need to win you need to cooler someone like that. Nut flush over set. That could happen. All that needs to do is happen once a day for 8 days, and you can win this tournament.
Or even half the days, you
Yeah.
can still win the tournament.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
When I got 16th, I didn't do a lot of great things. I coolered people in spots like that, okay? And if you get to do that, you're going to go deep in this tournament.
Playing mostly on Titan, so on game, full tilt.
Which, you know, sounds easier said than done to just run well and cooler somebody for 8 days straight.
We have a 4-bet
Speaking of
here.
coolers.
Oh, we have aces versus kings. Ace queen also involved.
Oh, Mizrachi, he is.
Wow.
He is in a world of
What do you
hurt.
got a decision over there?
Wow.
So it was open ace queen,
Tighter.
3-bet,
By Joey
aces.
Padron.
Take off his glasses. He did for you.
grinder 4-bet.
You can see me now.
Only when he folds.
Where is Padron? I need to get a look at this guy who's sitting here with aces.
Padron from the Philippines, lives in Alaska.
Wow.
He's a
There he is.
warehouseman there.
Wow.
And he has the goods.
I mean, just looking at him now, eyeing him up, I'm not folding kings. I'm probably not. This is going to be impossible for Mizrachi to get away.
Well, now, if you're Mizrachi here, okay, if you're Padron, right, Mizrachi's put 81,000 chips into this pot with no money invested, okay? We know he's really not messing around here. The question is with Padron, what does he do? If he thinks his opponent has kings, maybe he should just make a big raise or move in here.
And these stacks are so deep. I think
Oh
you put
my-
in another raise.
Wow.
Yeah, this is sick.
And again, we've been talking about this all day.
Wow.
Ranges, okay? Grinder,
What do you have total? 400?
Be a hero, Mike.
again, if this was Hellmuth, he would fold kings here. He really would. Is the grinder good enough to get away from kings? Here's the question. There are players, I can probably give you 5 players in the world right now that can fold kings in this specific spot. Is grinder good enough to get away from this right now? Because I'll tell you right now, if he doesn't, he's about to play a 1,000,000 chip pot. One of the biggest pots in the main event. Look at this, grinder.
Ace.
Can he do this? Can he get away from kings here pre-flop? You can play no limit for a year and never fold kings pre-flop. Can he do this in main event? He wants to fold. Look at him.
Yeah, he's agonizing. This is genuine pain.
Look at this. He really wants to fold. Is he that good, Grinder? Are you that good to get away from this? The problem is, if this is what's going through Grinder's mind right now.
No.
Does jam,
He's
and here we
not
go.
Almost folded.
Aces versus kings with 884,000 in the middle.
And again,
I was gonna fold. I should have folded. Huh? Almost folded.
Mizrachi can find a way. He's one of the tournament chip leaders.
There?
I'll tell you this. I don't want to be results oriented, but if there was ever a spot to maybe get away from kings, it was here.
470.
It's so hard to fold kings.
Let's see if the Grinder can get lucky. Not on this flop of Jack 9-6. It's either the king or the queen 10 for a straight.
Almost folded.
I believe him when he says he almost folded.
No one has a club in their
7.
hand.
Has to be a king to eliminate Padron. River 6. Padron wins one of the biggest pots that we have seen all day.
I'm telling you, man. There's, again, when I think of guys in that spot that can get away from kings, I think of Hellmuth. I think of Mateos. I don't think of Ike Axton, okay? But I think of guys, Kuhn, I could see him folding there.
I think Negreanu, too.
Negreanu,
he would
maybe.
for sure fold. I think he would fold a lot in that
There's
spot.
certain guys that get kings and they're never folding, right? Guys like Chance, guys like Ike, great players that are never folding. The Grinder's one of those players that it's very hard for people to fold kings.
Listen,
it's so hard.
He's got a roulette wheel tattooed on his forearm. I don't think he's folding
No,
kings.
he was
and,
also-
and he's left with more than 50 bigs. He's fine.
He also was playing slots before the start of today.
Yeah, you know,
I see. I got the update from someone.
He's not folding, man.
No, but again, you know, the problem is this, right? Is that Grinder had no money invested, okay? Again, I keep repeating myself, but I need you all to understand this. Ranges are different in the main event. That's what it's supposed to be, folks. It's supposed to be kings versus aces. I'll play a 250K buy-in, and you're going to see ace-queen to jacks or ace-queen to ace-10 in spots like that. But in this event, when you're putting 500,000 chips in pre-flop at 3K, 5K, it's going to be aces and kings.
And let's just say,
I mean, I'm like 2-1 favorite.
to make a point, let's say, Blez, you make a mistake and fold the kings and it was queens. And that mistake, it just costs you 80K. The other mistake costs you 440.
Well, the other thing is this too, right? Do we really think, okay, that Padron is doing that with queens? Do we think he's doing that with queens?
I say no, but then, you know, the Grinder presents an image of his own. Like, I'm going to be super aggressive.
But the thing
many
is
different
this,
scenarios.
but Grinder put in 81,000 pre-flop, having no money invested into the pot, right? Padron, he's most likely not doing that with a hand worse than kings, okay? Even ace-king, he has to be afraid of what Grinder could have. Grinder could wake up with 2 aces or 2 kings there. So a lot of it's about what your opponent has. I'll tell you this again. If there is ever a spot where Grinder in that spot could have folded kings, there's 5 people in the world in that spot that I know that would have folded there. And the Grinder's not one of them. But again, this is what makes this event so great. You watch Chance make a big error earlier. You just watch Grinder make an error here, right? You're looking at elite, talented poker players making mistakes in the biggest poker tournament in the world.
And then on the flip side, you watch a guy like Kim make a mistake with the A7 offsuit. So you can see how many mistakes are being made from this wide spectrum of players throughout this 2-week-long tournament.
Yes, but to the other point, you're also seeing a lot of good play.
Absolutely.
So you're seeing great play as well. You're seeing a lot of world-class folds. You're seeing people make plays that they wouldn't make in any other tournament. Very good stuff.
50-50. I thought it was 2-1 probably the best hand.
The drone turns
like
a jack.
80-something, like 380. So close.
Check on the flop. Padron here, I'd like to see him go for a little value. Let me ask you guys, have either one of you ever folded kings pre-flop?
Once when I was 21 in a $200 tournament at Caesars.
Well, I'm not going to count
I
that.
haven't folded since.
Have you ever folded kings pre-flop?
Yes, multiple times in this event over the years.
And
Yeah.
do you know every time
both times
if it
I
was
right. It was
you,
shown.
You got
Yeah.
shown?
Yeah.
Really?
How about you, Bless?
So you're one of the five. To be honest, I can't say I folded kings once. Again, I don't play a lot of no limit, but folding kings is so tough.
I think I'm
Look at
just
this.
abnormally tight. Everyone's gone.
An empty room. That means that they're moving everybody into the ballroom because they want to have everybody in the same room if we get down to the money, if we get down to the bubble, if we get down to hand for hand. Everybody's got to be in the same room. Jason Mercier is in this room, the former EPT champ. Is our stars spotlight. It does shine on Mr. Mercier.
Mercier, one of the best all-around poker players in the world.
Yeah, you
Cash,
talk
tournament.
about instincts, too. This kid has got it all, and it is nice to see him back thriving in poker. He's in the best physical shape of his entire life. Fitting, by the way, former Poker Stars ambassador to have earned the Stars spotlight this evening.
You know, Blaz, Donnie Peters folded kings on day one and got shown the aces.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So one thing I'll say about Jason Mercier.
I'm nervous for all the lights, but now you guys are going to.
He's got one of the best poker minds.
Well, I'm not going to fold, I'll tell you that.
Across all games
I might make a
in
mistake,
poker.
but not one that big.
He's just, anything he does, is he's just going to find a way to win.
This might be the meme I was talking about.
Look at this, Celaya flatting.
And this is an
here.
important note. He tried to open, but he only put out 7K. He meant to put out 12.
Okay,
so it
it's-
was ruled just a call.
Okay, wow. Now, okay. That changes some of the action here.
I gave you some respect.
Same
there.
difference, same difference,
I
yeah.
could have done some shit, but I didn't.
You could have taken it to the streets.
I really could have. But it just had a weird.
I got to work on my chip flick. I left one behind. I left a soldier behind.
It just had weird energy.
I had a,
Had weird energy in that one.
I'm just gonna be more vocal next time. Vocal. That's the thing.
Vocal's good.
Fold. There you go.
Good job.
There you go.
Very clear.
Chung here.
Fold.
LaRue here in the big blind here.
All of it
Moves
with
in.
A7, big blind versus button.
Now, okay, Chung snap folds here.
He's human.
Chink in the
I
armor.
can
There you
fold.
go. Here
That's
you
the
go.
first pot where Chung has put money in and not
I can
won.
fold. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
It's my Korean brother on that. Didn't you? I told you I'm half Korean. I told you.
That's right.
It's my bad. Yeah. Just such a big table.
Pedro doing for us. I think he final tabled an event this year, maybe the employees event.
So you're new here. What we're playing is seat one wins. And so what we do is we all play.
Okay.
And then seat one wins.
What if he's not in the hand?
We still give him the chips. I don't, even if he's not in the hand.
Have we experienced that
Whoever
much?
wins, we just toss him the
We have
chips
a
anyway.
little promotion.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. And who's doing that promotion?
This is Eddie Blumenthal,
Oh, thank you
from
very much.
Wisconsin.
12,000. There you go. There you go. There's that vocal.
Oh, look at prime time here.
With the ace king, quickly, 3 bets. Primetime doesn't waste any time.
No, he doesn't.
Gotta use the restroom.
And the way that Celaya has been playing, I could see him just getting away from it here. He's been playing fairly tight.
Restroom.
Can't see him calling here. Oh, and he snap calls. Wow.
In there with the queen jack suited.
Let's see a flop.
That flop is 9 deuce deuce with 2 diamonds.
Wow. Let's see how Celaya plays this. And look at this. Primetime just loves throwing in 50,000 in chips.
Making a mess of that burger over there, friend.
Oh my God, another
Turn
9
brings
rolls
another
off.
9.
Now, if I'm primetime here, and look at this, he just checks behind, and he
And
gets
river's an ace.
Wow. Now the problem is this for Celaya. Okay, he raised under the gun and called the 3-bet, so he doesn't really have any deuces in his hand. He doesn't really have any 9s in his hand. If I'm primetime here, and he's just going for value, I love this guy. He just puts the money in.
Boom. 100K.
And he's thinking exactly what I'm saying to you guys right now, is that Celaya doesn't really have any deuces or 9s in his hand, so he's nutted here in a sense with ace-king.
Yes, he has plenty of worse aces.
But again, you're witnessing Celaya here playing his hand slow, okay? If he check-raised the flop and was the aggressor here, he has a way more higher chance of winning the pot right now.
Here comes Doug Polk.
Is it anything but an ace?
Bathroom break, and he makes it back. He's gotten in good shape over the years, so.
Must be that run good.
I was going to say an easy run back, but he seemed pretty tired
I
after.
get some chips, and I just got to give them to my friend over.
There you go.
That was me. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Look at Primetime now with more than 800,000. Doing it for the Elks Club somewhere in Ohio.
Been a couple years. I made a big fold that hand, kind of. King Jack suited.
The ace, when the ace hit.
Ace came out?
Oh, this last hand though, you went to the restroom?
Yeah.
It came 2-2-9-9 ace. Your king high might have been good.
Well, I would have been playing the board, I guess. I sprinted, and I got my hand. It all worked out. Thank you. It's on the. Thank you.
A bit of a situation developing out in the ballroom that we will go to now.
Well, it works well with the sprinting.
I believe we have a warning. Delivered to seat 4. He was talking with Nate, the floorman. Seat 4, David Cabrera. Now seat 4 and seat 1, Alan Tenorio were getting into it. Floor was called. Warning stall. Meanwhile, Wagner Wysachansky firing 85K.
Got queen flush.
Winning with the ace-3.
What do you mean they were getting it? They're fighting? These two?
Danny Allen, poker beard. I think fighting's probably a strong word. But
this guy in the
there were
blue
some
hoodie
words
and then the one
exchanged.
seat
Yes,
there that just sat down?
like. Look at all the chips in front of Wagner.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a tower of green.
Is that all natural? The blonde, the platinum there?
Probably,
or is that dyed,
yeah.
do you think? Yeah. Where, he look, is he Swedish? Norway? Doesn't sound Swedish. A lot of blondes.
Ready to work. Zog, zog.
Oh. Back to the action here. Again, 3K, 5K. Jeff, how many? We're a couple hundred off the money.
Yeah, we're about 200 off.
Wow.
Brad, Owen, and Nemi.
We are scheduled to play one more level tonight.
He is, both are.
Again, folks, I
They're
would
in
say
there.
we're probably 50% here to get to the money tonight.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
If we don't,
Bristol's Connecticut,
we'll definitely hit it early tomorrow.
Oh.
So make sure you
Okay.
tune in to PokerGo to watch this develop here.
I see.
Lee here, opening on the button with 7s. Primetime in the big blind's going to fold. Look at all the chips that Primetime has. He has 800,000. I would love to see Primetime make a run in this.
I think we're witnessing, Primetime making a run in this thing.
Folks, this is the tournament. This is the moment. This is the event that someone, you will see people with 25 left in this tournament. You will see someone at the final table that has never made a final table ever in poker. This is the tournament that will change someone's life forever. And I want you to think about it. This is the moment, In less than a week, someone's life will get changed forever. And the best part is, folks, we have no idea who it's going to be. We have no idea.
It's a wide open race.
And you know what's great? This is the one tournament that everyone in poker watches every single year.
That's right.
You see a lot of these big buy-in tournaments throughout the year, all these high rollers. This is the event that brings everyone out to play. This is the event that everyone's watching. We all remember last year, one of the best players in Christie. We were all pulling for her to win the main event. And then she made that error with the king-queen, and the whole poker world sees it,
I have 3.
Everyone watches this event. Everyone wants to win this tournament.
The bracelet, they're all bracelets.
And I believe that for the rest of our lives, we're never going to see a repeat winner. I believe we're going to see a different winner every year for the next 60, 75 years.
A nice notch in your belt. That's an amazing insult.
What the best player in the field, whoever it may be, in a 10,000 player field, what odds would you give that best player? It created a lot of social media buzz when one of the offshore sports books put Jesse Lonis at something ridiculous like 20 to 1.
I saw that. No, I mean,
what would you put the best player at odds-wise?
Mateos, Alex Foxen.
He's now known as Hung Chung. I think that's fair.
I mean,
what?
If there's let's say there's 10,000 players. There's a difference between what they're offering you and what the actual odds are.
Of course.
So, like I said this earlier on the telecast, that I believe Foxen's 10,000 is probably worth 50.
How much is
So his buy-in is worth 5x what he's putting in. So you can run the numbers. So what does that mean?
He's like 2,000 to 1?
Probably. He's probably 2,000 to 1 on real odds. If he wanted to bet me, I'd probably lay him, 400 or 500 to 1 because he's never going to get a price.
The action's different, right?
Exactly. Maybe 300 to 1. I don't know. But if you take someone like Foxen, who a lot of us believe is the best player in the field,
what was that energy?
Maybe realistically 2,000 to 1.
What was that?
Because the thing is, Jeff, you got to understand that you can play perfectly, but you're eventually going to run into something that's unavoidable.
So true.
That's the problem with this event. Is again, you can play so good, but we've seen it twice here in this level. That what's her name? Yan. She's had quads twice.
Yeah. Only 2 hands she's played.
So I don't care how good an Alex Foxen is. If you have top full and you run into quads, you're out of the poker tournament. And that's just what it is. And those are spots you just can't avoid. We got to see Blumenthal put some money in here.
And now it's probably safe to hunt for some value, right? No, he's going to check.
And it's fine. Again, I don't hate it. It's a little too nitty. Chung, you probably would have heard from him with a better hand by then, by the river. And I'll tell you this. One of the biggest disadvantages for some of the top players in the world.
I'm really thirsty, right, guys? How many Heinekens did I want? I'm very thirsty.
You have.
I'm so thirsty for a lot of Heinekens.
Big one.
So do I.
You also want a God, so many Heinekens. It's going to be an incredible number.
You have to understand,
I got it.
When you look at the greats in No Limit Hold'em.
Fold.
There's so much film on a lot of those guys, okay?
Yeah.
you see the guys like Kuhn and Davies. You see these guys play all these high rollers in Chidwick, right?
You know
And they're
what the
great
spot?
players.
15 Heinekens.
But if you're a guy like
I
Chung
got
in
that
this
itch.
tournament,
so
no one has information
for
on
you,
Chung, right? No
and I
one
want
has
15
footage
Heinekens.
of Chung. No one watches
Right,
the way
right.
Chung plays.
15
And in a
Heinekens, right?
tournament like this, that's a massive advantage.
And nobody's going to watch most likely. If they're still in the tournament, they're probably not watching the coverage, right?
Yes, the people that are watching this are people like
16,
us
do
that
I hear
busted that
7?
aren't in the tournament, right?
18, do I hear
But the thing
19?
is this, if Chance had a lot of footage on a guy like Chung, he probably would have
You guys
gotten
want
away
anything?
from
Yeah.
eights, okay?
You count my Heineken inside?
It would have just taken, what, 2 or 3 hands that we saw
go
on
first,
stream? You
players.
know, Chung folding the ace
Players
jack
first.
free, Chung folding the king 7 suited
Viewers,
free.
they
That
get
would have
the
been
scraps,
enough,
the
just
other
right
14
there.
Heinekens.
Yes, and look at this. Yan here is in the small blind, okay? A lot of people would 3-bet this off the button.
I don't think
She's
so.
going to as
And
well.
she is.
32,000. 37, excuse me. 37.
I like the sizing.
I'm pretty sure she done the rate.
And again, she's been playing very, very solid poker here. Hasn't gotten out
I
of
think
line at
she'll
all.
figure it out. I
Realizes
believe.
that Schroeder has been opening a lot of hands. And
you wanna go
notice
back there
here,
and get them?
you're seeing another example
Nice.
of aggression. You're seeing another
I don't think it
example
would be a paid position.
of the same hand here getting
Yeah.
Maybe
folded
internship,
because of aggression. Well played by Yan.
Number of
Yeah, with
Heinekens
a
is better
top
than time,
300 finish in the main last year.
Had good hands, too. But I believe
Also cashed in 2021.
your hand is better.
Folks, there's 1,650 players left. We started with almost 10,000 players, 97.35. They're all playing for a $10 million first prize. If you make the final table, you're guaranteed $1 million. Second, $6 million.
Don't look sad yet.
This is the greatest poker tournament that will ever exist year over year. This is the one tournament that every single person that plays poker wants to win. This is it. It's day 3. There's a 50% chance we make the money tonight. We will be here every day to see how this whole event plays out.
It's a big raise down there.
And our coverage will shift exclusively to PokerGo.
All right,
Okay.
you got a customer. Maybe you knew your customer the whole time.
Polk defends against the Primetime Open. Primetime goes big here, goes to 16K pre.
Specifically one.
Oh, and look at this. He has, oh my God, Primetime has top 2.
Comes Jack 10-3.
Wow. And notice, look at Doug, how quickly he folds. Look at his instincts.
The experiment is
I'll tell you, man, Primetime is that type of player that doesn't seem to care about the min cash. He
The
is
cat.
playing to win this
See, that was the
tournament.
hard part for me.
yeah, but
Cat.
it's experiment.
Schroeder's cat.
Okay, so the
So
cat in a box.
Yeah, and
Okay.
basically the cat can be alive or dead. So they say both at the same time. When you don't, since you don't open the box yet, the cat can be either dead or alive at the same time. And once you open the box, you know. But before, can
So
be
you're
both.
just guessing if there's a dead cat in there.
Yeah, this is the experiment.
This doesn't sound very fun.
It's a physics,
Also, what's the
man.
experiment?
Physics. It's
Hey,
not-
is this cat dead? Science.
It's a physics theory experiment. Google it. Schrödinger cat.
Okay. Shredding your cat?
Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah. Give it 4 days, then you'll know.
Okay. I'm just worried
Back
about
to
this
the action
experiment,
here.
frankly.
Chung picks
Cool.
up 2 black 8s here on the button.
I'm concerned about this experiment.
Opens for a raise. Gets called by the big blind here. Oh, wow.
6-5 deuce with 2 clubs, and LaRue also has the ace of clubs.
This could be trouble, Jeff. This could be a lot of trouble here. And let's see what Chung does for sizing.
Looks like about half pot.
And you know what?
They don't even use bottles.
The key card here for LaRue is he has the ace of clubs as
You just
backup.
like hear him taking out the garbage.
He flops
like,
middle
oh,
pair.
beer.
He has to think he has the best hand here off a button
I hear a
raise.
lot of beer.
Let's see a turn card, and he turns
it's
a
the
club.
queen of clubs.
What's going to happen here? And now Chung has a decision here. If he bets here and gets shoved on, he can't really call. but he's going for chips.
That's 30,000.
And he still believes he has the best hand, which he does. And now LaRue improves to the nut flush draw with his pair. And it's really hard for him to fold here. He knows he can make the nuts with a club. He has a pair. Does he want to raise here? If he does, I feel like Chung could actually get away, but it's so hard to raise all in for your turn. Look at this. He is moving in. I love it. And this is the problem with Chung when he bets the turn. Exactly. It's like I said, when you bet the turn, you put yourself in a bad spot here to call off. He might be getting blown off the best hand here there, but how can he call with just 2 8s? If his opponent just has a queen, he's in such bad shape.
LaRue dodged the snap call.
I got to tell you right now, I don't think Chung's going to pay this off. I don't think he's going to call. I really don't, Jeff. He could just be in such bad shape. And he
does make the call.
Wow.
260K in the middle. Wow. Gaetan LaRue needs some help.
For a club, ace or 5.
Wow, and look at this. Chung made a great read. He's 73% here to eliminate LaRue from this tournament.
0 1 time.
12 outs for LaRue.
Ace 5 club.
Ace 5 or club. River card is the 10 of diamonds. Chung scores another KO.
I'll tell you, man, this Chung guy is tough. He's going to put people in tough spots.
Who won that pot? Oh.
Gonna stick.
A lot of guys would check the turn there with 2 8s.
One guess.
He got the stone maximum.
One guess.
The nuts.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seat 1 Wins. Picking up right where we left off, Seat 1 winning. Stay around for more from Seat 1. Who's going to stop it? Who's going to be the man to put the foot, or woman?
I don't know who can stop Luke Chung
who will
here.
Be the person? That's how we say it, English. To end the run. The reign of terror.
Chung lives in Vegas, originally from South Korea.
That's impressive. I gotta
to
say,
school at Cornell. Studied
You-
chemical
I mean,
engineering.
This is a performance.
No,
So I with aces.
13.
It's a performance. I mean, there's no way around it. It's just an absolute performance, a master class, if you will.
Celaya. Oh, wow. Look at this.
With 2 10s.
He's not going to get carried away, though. Yeah,
No.
this is a great hand to just call.
Is that going to me?
Oh,
No.
wow.
Look at
queens
this.
for Eddie Blumenthal.
Wow. This could get really, really interesting right now. Blumenthal has 2 queens.
What a dream for Celaya. This 3-bet is to 52,000. It's going to most likely allow Polk to just get away
I'll tell you
for
this.
just 2.5 bigs.
He just rips it.
Just rips it home for 55 bigs.
You know, we've talked about it. You know, I mean, Polk folded 10s there within 3 seconds, which obviously is a good fold. But, wow. Blumenthal.
Blumenthal has a lot of experience, by the way, both live and online. I could genuinely see him getting away from 2 queens here.
Here's where it's interesting, right? Blumenthal knows that it's not jacks, okay? He knows it's not jacks. He knows it's not 10s. He also knows that Polk flatted on the button with most likely a decent hand, right? So that helps Blumenthal make his decision a little easier.
And there was no thinking, by the way, for Celaya. Is it ace-king? Maybe. But
here's the thing, right?
It feels heavy.
Here's the thing. I think Blumenthal is going to fold based on this logic.
Yeah.
It's 3 hands. It's ace-king, aces, or kings.
Right.
And that's it. He has 2 queens, so he can eliminate ace-queen. Okay? I don't think Celaya is doing this with jacks. He's definitely not doing this with 10s. Remember, it's the main event. The ranges are not what they're used to being here. Bloomington knows he's either flipping as one of the hands or he's either kings or aces to the other two. I expect Blumenthal to get away from this because of this sizing and the fact that Celaya has been playing so good. But again, it is very hard in the moment, folks, to get away from 2 queens. But if there are spots to do it, it's the end of day 3 in the main event.
And I'll tell you this as well, Jared. Having more than 100 big blinds, as Eddie Blumenthal has right now in his stack, is extremely valuable. It's not worth risking more than half your stack.
And he calls.
Flicks in the call.
And this is abysmal. Oh my God, I hate it. This is so bad.
564K in the middle. Celaya's tournament life on the line.
And again,
that's all for you to come on.
I don't like this by Blumenthal. I'm a little surprised based on what you were just telling me.
You know better being better already.
Well, he doesn't love it. He's clearly found the worst hand that he'd be willing to call here.
If you believe your opponent's not doing this with jacks, you have to fold here with queens.
9-6-6 clean flop for the aces. We know 1 queen's already in the muck. So it's just the queen clubs that would do it. Turn is a 5. We've seen a river queen 1 outer before today. Will we see it again? The answer is no. Paint sweat, but it's a jack. And Celaya is up to 564,000.
And they, you know, folks, you got to understand, right? Brent, you made such a good point. You have 100+ bigs. Even if you fold queens there, you can just slide your way into the money. You could play post flop. You have a lot of chips. Why risk it if you're Blumenthal? He's going to regret this so much, and he's going to tell himself, I wish I folded in a spot like that. Because, again, it's 3 hands there, but it's more weighted towards aces and kings. Because I believe if Celaya had ace-king off, I don't think he's even doing that either for that many chips.
Yeah, he might just call the 52K.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. People don't like putting all their chips this
In defense
close to
of Eddie here, who's, you know, obviously bumming out, he's very new to the table.
And very jacked up.
He's been here. Oh, yeah, he's always been ripped. Wisconsin guy. I love Eddie. Go way back with him online. He has no idea about anyone at this table aside from basically Doug Polk, right? He doesn't know anyone at this table.
Again, we've seen kings. We've seen Grinder with kings call off into aces. Eddie just called off with queens. It is hard in the moment, folks, to get away from these hands. And look at this.
Mizrachi staring at a check raise by Frenchie. Made it 28,000.
How did Mike get down to 185? He had 350
yeah, you're
a
right.
moment ago, so he's really hemorrhaging. If he gets married to 2 6s here, I'd be shocked.
6 of spades also.
Obviously,
might be worth seeing a turn.
We all saw the aces versus kings hand, but there's a
right,
part
there's
2
another
to
hand.
this
Yeah,
story
for sure,
that we have not seen. For him to be down to 185.
Let's just fold the 6s.
5's no good.
Gets away there, very cheap. Okay, that'll send the players to a break. We will not go to break. We will keep it here for the last level of the night, which perhaps will include bubble coverage.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll see.
My hands are just sweaty from the lights and it sticks.
We'll cover the bubble no matter what, whether it be tonight or to kick off play tomorrow. We look at Scotty Wynn's banner as we remind you that the North American Poker Tour, the NAPT, returns. How is that pronunciation of returns? Not great. It returns to Resorts World in Las Vegas.
Maybe Scotty's going to play.
This November. Maybe he'll be in there.
Yeah.
November 3rd through the 25th, the countdown is on. Raise your game with our friends at PokerStars. Can't wait for that one. Always a fantastic series. And here we are, the last level of the evening. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and Jared Blesnick in the booth. Natalie Bodie has done a fantastic job for us on the sidelines. We enter the last level of the evening, the question being, will that last level include playing down to the money? Jamie Gold, Jerry Yang, not a part of this main event. We look at
the list of players who still are. This list of chip counts brought to you by PokerStars. Joey Padron after the aces versus Mike Mizrachi's kings. Up to 914,000. Todd Birmingham, Brent, perhaps the recipient of some of the rest of Mizrachi's chips, as that seems to be the biggest movement in chips. He's at 726,000.
Cocktails.
Blind versus blind here, Frenchie versus Francis. We are 149 players off the money.
I know how you feel now. You're the one who's
It was a flip when you folded each there.
Sankari and Carmacci get moved to this table.
Yeah, you had dominant.
Yeah,
no,
maybe I should have
one
taken
hand
it.
was like 50 or 54, but. Yeah,
Would you have been happy with me taking a flip or not? Maybe not.
No.
Next time I'll call you though.
I understand.
I don't think you would. I mean, 5 is fine.
It's not like I had ace-9, you know?
Yeah, if I had ace-9 or ace-10, I would be absolutely pissed.
Sankari here. Jack 10 off. Elects to fold. Riley here, we noticed him play fairly tight pre-flop. Now, again, this would be a standard open
right?
in most spots, but not 150 off. And there he goes, and he folds. Heim here. You're going to start seeing tremendously tight play. Frenchie here.
Like that, cut off 30 bigs, just straight into the muck with the ace-9.
Sounds like us.
Let's go back here. Oh my!
Wow.
Aces versus kings again. This time it's Doug Polk with the aces, Chung with the kings.
Brought to you by Club WPT Gold. My name is Code Doug, and you can sign up today.
Oh, it's a king in the window.
No clubs. No clubs.
King 6-3, all clubs.
Might be what he deserves for the shameless promotion, but let's carry on.
Not even Code Doug can save you with a 100 coins free roll on September 20th. Sign up today using
Better get it in now.
Code Doug.
Chung is unstoppable.
Needs an ace. It's not there. That is sickening.
Great playing, Doug.
Say good game to Doug Polk. Class act on his way out.
You have a good one.
As we would expect. That is painful.
He's taking it in stride with grace. Hugs, handshakes. The one and only.
A lot of that real there for that man right there, Doug Polk.
Of course.
Beat Club WPT Gold ambassador. If
You're the superstar now.
Fucking
But Jeff, to your question earlier, right? Doug Polk, phenomenal player, gets his money in with aces.
That's why I didn't want to
you still have to fade it.
Yeah.
And you got to fade it over and over and over. Even if you're 81%, you still got to win.
What a heater, by the way.
This is unreal for
Up to
Chung.
1.5, nearly 1.6 million.
And you know what? He's, for the most part, he's played really good poker. You know, we haven't really seen him make that many mistakes. He's gotten dealt a lot of great hands, and he's gotten the max on all of them.
He's been solid.
He's been playing really good poker. But again, I expect Chung here to be very active here.
That was fun.
Do you think it's
very aggressive in these spots. 1.5 million in chips at 3K, 6K blinds, Brady. He has so many chips.
Got to be one of the overall tournament chip leaders.
Yan here with a min raise to 12,000 with King Queen.
All about the social media, advertising, starting his companies. Yeah, it's all good stuff.
C3 doesn't have a name, folds. And here, prime time here is going to defend here with
Chung's
pocket
going to be at the final
threes.
table and be like, I played with that guy. I played with that guy on day 3.
And it looks like prime time's checking the dark.
10-10-9 flop.
And it's a good flop for Yan to continue on. It's a very good flop for her.
Got to run hot, yeah.
Any picture card would make her an improvement.
Seat 3, by the way, Samuel Dre.
Look at primetime. He's check raises to 30,000.
Baby doll.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
I really do.
Here, World Series.
I really love this guy. And the thing is this, right? He's playing the situation of the tournament. He's telling his opponent, hey, if you don't have a 10 right now, it's very hard for you to continue. Yan has 2 overs and a straight draw.
2 years ago.
What is she going to do here, folks?
So it was a 1,500 limit.
She's going to call.
It was like a...
93K in the pot.
That's my game, man. This is the stuff I don't know.
Turn
Limit,
deuce.
And now prime time with a check.
Last year.
I would love to see Yan put a bet out there.
I think primetime was
when it was like the first
check raising for information, and he may be fearful that Yan has an overpair.
He was check raising to see where he was at.
Exactly.
Old school poker, and now Yan's going for it, and I love this bet, Brent.
Yeah, this just wins.
How many bounties?
You never know.
I think it just wins. I think primetime got his answer. He believes that she has a pretty big hand right now.
Now here's the thing: Yan is using her image right now to her advantage.
It's outstanding.
Okay?
Yeah.
Primetime here doesn't really know
when I was on this table
what he should be doing right now, right?
I came in as a,
great play by Yan.
Nicely done by Yan.
Very impressive by Yan.
Hours later,
using her image, getting a better hand to fold. Had outs to improve.
Quad fives.
You know, Yan showed quads twice.
Quads all day.
Fives and quad threes.
Quad fives, quad threes.
I understood quads.
Huh?
I understood quads.
She's missed quads. She only plays quads. Right?
No, quads, no bet.
Great play by Yan.
Got a pretty big one in progress that we
This not
just
even a deep
picked
run
up
yet.
on
This
the
is only day
river.
3.
Oh, wow.
Karmachi gets paid off with the straight against Frenchie's 2 pair.
Wow, the gut shot got there from Karmachi. You saw that Frenchie had opened queen 3 off on the button and flopped 2 pair.
And again,
very painful.
He's opening in a situation where he's playing
this side.
the bubble. He's playing aggressive.
7,
the one
8, 9.
problem I have with that is that he raised into a big blind that had him covered.
The table's
So
tilting
you want to
with it.
play a lot of pots,
Yeah.
but you also want to avoid people that have covering stacks as well. So if you have 500K in chips right now, it's a lot, but it's not a lot when you're playing an opponent, let's say, that has 700,000. But if you're playing against a guy that's got 200,000, he can't really hurt you as much.
Well, the only way that you can get to $1 million if you have 500K is if the guy has you covered.
Exactly.
Just get it right in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Folds around here. And again, we're getting closer and closer to the money. Look at Sincari here. He's going to tank fold here. You're going to start seeing a lot of this. This is what's happening with people that have chips around 150,000. They really want to go home and tell their family and friends that they cashed the main event. Can I get a Seablez update, by the way? Is there any chance he's still in this tournament?
Let me find out.
Because I hate shorting my brother, but I'd be shocked if he's still in.
Now, you predicted that he would not make
I did.
dinner.
So it's
Correct.
past dinner. I want to know if he's still in this tournament.
All right, let's find
I'll
out.
be happy if it is, but I will be wrong.
I still see him in, and he has 360,000. Still alive, thriving.
There's a chance he's not even playing. He might just be away from the table. Just to try to play. Does he?
Mr. Birmingham,
Look at
public
this.
school teacher out of New York, has 2 kings in the big.
Now again, he's got to go bigger here on sizing. He's out of position. I want to see 40K plus here. I'd like to see it by Birmingham. Go 42,000 here, please. What is he going to do?
32.
32,000.
32.
Pretty small.
It is small. Again, he's got a really big hand. And Frenchie there has a hand that can't continue.
Todd Birmingham. Mentioned it earlier, Jesse Martin gave us some more details on X. Watervliet High School in New York State during the championship game of the State and Federation Tournament. Named MVP after going 19 of 19 from the foul line, which is still an all-time record.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Folks, if you're just tuning in live, you are watching the greatest poker tournament on planet Earth, the main event. Almost 10,000 entrants. They're all playing for a first prize of $10 million. This is the biggest and best poker tournament in the world. Starting tomorrow, it will be streamed on PokerGo. So if you don't have a subscription, I apologize. Buy one, watch it on PokerGo. They're going to cover the rest of the event from day 4 on. Like I said, we are most likely maybe going to hit the money tonight. If not, we're going to hit it early tomorrow. Don't stop watching this event. Almost 85% of this field has been eliminated. We have watched throughout the day guys like Hellmuth, Negreanu, Grinder, Chance, Doug Polk. We've watched some of the best players in the world in this tournament play against a lot of recreational players. We've seen a lot of people make mistakes. We've seen a lot of great folds. We've seen a lot of great calls. We've seen aces into kings and multiple queens into aces. You are going to watch some of the greatest and worst poker you've ever seen in your life only in the main event.
And we'll be covering every single level for the rest of the tournament.
Yes. And again, what's great about this tournament, Jeff, is that it's covered every level, correct? From start to finish?
On day 1s, we just cover the last 3 levels.
Okay,
day
but
2s,
it's
we
day
miss
one.
one. But but it's day 1 coverage.
But I
until
can
the very end.
comfortably say that you pretty much covered the entire tournament from start to finish.
Yes.
God, greatest non-bluff raise I ever made in my life.
God, imagine if you had 8-9 there and you're bluffing.
No, he thought I had 5-6, obviously. Towards 10-4-7, 10-4-7 turn ace river deuce. He thought I probably had 5-6.
Okay, yeah. And like 5-9 1
or 8-9.
Yeah, exactly.
Very much appreciate y'all watching. Encourage you to try playpokergo.com.
Oh my God.
Free rolls every hour on a half hour.
Folks,
at the bottom of the hour.
I'm telling all of you right now, if you want to get better at playing poker, you learn by playing and you learn by watching tournaments like this. Okay? There's a lot of information out there to get better and improve in poker. But the best way to learn is to play. And if you can't play, then watch. You're watching people with real money invested here. You're watching all different types of players. And you're watching all different situations. This is how you improve and get better as a poker player.
I was trying to rep 3-5. He had like 200K, called 150 off.
Hey, speaking of Play Poker Go, free roll coming up in just 6 minutes. Look at this guy with the cigar, standing next to Jerry Wong. Very cool. PlayPokerGo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. You can jump in the free rolls. 1 million gold coin on the line. It's free. It's real poker. No strings attached. PlayPokerGo.com.
Brownies and alcohol.
Was that Najad? Who was that?
Yeah.
With the cigar? I don't know.
Yeah.
Back to the action here. Under 1,600 players remain in the main event. Heim here is going to think and fold. We got Frenchie here.
Oh, we got Mizrachi going to town on one of Frankie C's all-in protein brownies.
Jack 7 of diamonds here. Carmacci's got chips. Again, realizing the situation. Good awareness.
13.
And by the way, Carmacci's in a really, really bad seat. because the two
Yeah,
people
true.
that cover him are to his direct left. Birmingham and Padron both cover him. And I'll tell you right now here, Birmingham, I would love to see him put more money in there. I prefer him raising over calling, again, because he has his opponent covered. Okay, Queen Jack, it's not a bad hand, but it's also a hand that plays a lot better as a 3-bet in position here. These are the type of spots that are very tough to play when you're out of position and you have covering stacks and you know you can lose all your chips in one hand. It's hard to play against opponents like that. And look at this. Carmacci actually flops the best hander with a 7. I'd love to see him continue betting here. And he doesn't. And what is Birmingham going to do here on the button? I'll tell you right now, if I'm playing in this event, I don't want Birmingham to my left. I mean, this guy, and he checks.
Why?
He just...
The free throws thing?
The free throw yeah.
He's too good of a shooter?
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Carmacci turns a diamond draw here, and I'd love to see him bet now. And Padron is going for chips here. Okay. And now that he leads, Carmacci here he's never going to raise and he's never folding here. Carmacci's going to call. He has too much equity. He could very well have the best hand like he does.
Of course. Shouldn't take long.
And he's also in position. Okay, well, they're going to be head up here. Mr. Free Throw Shooter is going to fold. And let's see what the river brings here, because Padron can still get there too. He's got a queen or a 10. And the king of diamonds. And in a sick way, Padron can lose more here because he actually has the queen of diamonds. And he knows Carmacci didn't bet the flop. Will he bluff at this?
Yeah.
He's thinking, and he shuts it down. Good discipline there by Padron.
Deuce is 7, no limit.
And now Carmacci has to believe here he has the best hand. The question is what type of sizing does he go here? A lot of guys in this spot go big. They go big because they don't want to get raised in a spot, and they also want to get a lot of value here with hands like a jack-eye flush. Look for him to go for at least 50K. And I said big, and he's going even bigger than I thought. Look at this. It looks like he's overbetting.
I call again.
Yes. Oh, he's betting
Pot
this
size bet.
And again, like I said, a lot of guys go big there. And you know, Padron here is obviously going to be done. And again, the reason why I felt like he was going to go big, it's either one of those spots where you have it or you don't. And I feel like if Padron had a hand like 2-pair, it's hard for him to get away the way that the hand played out. People in the chat are asking what happened to Mizrachi's chips. What happened was Mizrachi was in a spot where he had kings. He 4-bet it cold, got 5-bet by aces, and
but
put it
just
all
real
in.
quick, because we're showing the pig on camera, that's the favorite toy of Arseni's son. He has a baby son, Fedor, perhaps his name. He and his wife Ksenia from Slovenia, the home of Luka Doncic and Kara Scott.
Kara Scott's from Slovenia.
She lives there now.
Okay.
I don't believe she's from there.
Isn't she British?
I thought she was Canadian, from Canada.
One of y'all are right.
Where the hell is she from?
But she lives in Slovenia.
I think she's from Canada, though.
I think so, too.
I need verification on that. Carmacci here opening with a pair of 2s. I'm not supposed to know that she's from Canada, but I think
she's Canadian.
She is.
Regroup. We gotta
I'm not
regroup
supposed to
over
know that, but I did.
You nailed it. Kara Scott, icon, by the way.
Yeah, legend.
Owe a lot to Kara Scott in this WSOP broadcasting world.
Carmacci here with a pair of 2s, opens again. Look at the grinder. Look at the grinder. He got this nickname for being able to grind out wins. Sankari, who's been playing very slowish pre-flop, been very thinking, wants to cash, has a hand where he should probably call here, getting too good of a price against a late position raise, suited ace. And again, as someone like myself who's played so much tournament poker, you kind of learn a lot, right? When you're playing against guys like Sankari, you kind of understand, like, all right, this is a guy that really wants to cash. You could tell he's not necessarily trying to win as much as some of the other players. And look at this, he flops the nut flush draw.
7-4-2 hearts.
But this is where this situation is so interesting, because a lot of players on this flop would check raise. But with his stack, I expect if Carmacci were to bet, I think Sankari is just going to call here. I don't see him putting more money in at this stage of the main event. And let's see if Carmacci does continue. And he's going for chips. And let's see if I'm going to be right here. I think Sankari is just going to flat with the nut flush draw. He doesn't want to play, even to an 8,000 chip bet.
Yeah.
I can't see him raising based on the way that he's playing pre-flop. He's playing very slow. He doesn't want to build the pot. He'd rather make his nut flush draw and then make the money. And let's see what he does. He's thinking.
And you said it, does check call.
And again, he just calls. And again, this is my instincts of next level poker, of knowing how these guys play. And look at this, he turns an ace. And that's a great card for him. Why? Because he doesn't have a lot of aces in his range. And this is one of the cards where I feel like he can make more money now. He can make more money here by checking. And this is a card where Carmacci, I could see him bluffing at this.
Absolutely.
Because he has to say to himself, hey, my opponent never has ace-queen, because I would have heard from him pre-flop, right? Maybe he could have ace-4, ace-7, but it's unlikely. I could see Carmacci attacking this again.
Attacking the 7s, the 4s,
Yeah.
the straight draws, the other flush draws as well.
Even a queen.
But let's say Carmacci, let's say Sankari has a hand like queen 9. He can't call a big bet on the turn here. He can't call because he has to assume on the river he's putting him all in. And look at this, Carmacci's going for chips, and I like it. I actually like it, even though it's not going to work.
38.
But again, like I said, the ace rolling off on 4th Street is such a good card for Sankari. And again, this is another spot where I don't think he's going to raise. There's no reason for it, okay? If your opponent's bluffing, let him keep on bluffing.
I think fast forwarding in this hand, let's assume he's going to call, and you're right. I'm very curious about Carmacci on the river.
Yeah, same.
But
that's what I'm very curious about.
But here's the thing, we have to see what the river is. Sankari here is supposed to call, okay? He's supposed to call. And I'll tell you right now, okay? Carmacci knows. Let me hold that thought here. Look
There's
at this.
the call.
There is the call. Sankari's playing it perfect. Let's see a river, Brandon. Let's see what happens and how this develops. Oh my God.
The river brings another ace.
And this is a, you know what?
That's an action killer. I think it is.
No, you might be wrong. And I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because again, he's not supposed to have a lot of aces in his range here. So let's say, watch this, right? If Sankari had a hand like Queen 8 with Queen 8 of hearts or whatever, I'm telling you right now, I could see Carmacci.
Yeah, you're right. Queen X of hearts is there.
But
yeah.
Here's the thing. Sankari's not supposed to have an ace. I could see Carmacci moving in this spot. I really can.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I wouldn't
take
fault
it back.
him.
Queen X of hearts being a very likely hand that Sankari can have.
Or if he got sticky.
But I think he can shut it down.
Okay, and he does.
Does check back.
And again, Sankari got max value there. Carmacci. The other thing too is
a blank river, very interesting. Sorry, but let's go ahead.
No, but how about even this, Brent? What if he had queens and sevens, or queens and fours, and just called the flop? Then the ace rolls off. He might call the turn. Now he gets counterfeited.
Yeah, I think it would have been a very ambitious bluff, but
to your, you could check back and win in a decent amount of spots against the draws of the world that are like just not going to go for it on that river ace.
The straight flush combo draws.
Yeah, all that just whatever. You just beat them. Any other flush draw.
You have some
probably not
value.
bluffing on when it goes ace ace, or maybe bluffing less. Meanwhile, here, Yan has been in the tank. We are going to go over, I think, as Yan has been in the tank for at least 5 minutes, facing a check raise from Blumenthal.
Are you sure, Jeff?
Don't trip that.
Okay, you're right. We're going to swing it.
There we go. Yan has 2 pair, and Blumenthal has the goods, has the stone colds, has the straight.
Wow. And you know what's interesting is Yan has been playing such great poker at this table.
Blumenthal in the big blind just defended pre. Check called flop, turn went check check, and the river he put in the check raise.
Oh, so the turn went check check.
Turn went
And
check
look at
check.
the texture. 2 flush draws have missed. This is filthy. Really tough spot for Yan.
And 9-10 gets there also. So it's not just a king 10 that beats you. 9-10 as well. Yan, you know, I will tell you this to her credit. She has made the right decision the entire tournament from what we have seen.
Yeah.
And let's see if she continues to make the right decision.
Also has the Queen of Spades and the Jack of Clubs are not great cards,
Yeah,
right?
great point.
You're hoping your opponent has something like that they can be using. What is turning pairs into bluffs while missing their flush. So you're removing those combos of Queen X of Spades, Jack X of Clubs from your hand.
I would love to see Yan get away from this. She's been playing such good poker. Yan, can you get away from this? We're about to find out live. She wants to fold. If you've noticed, a lot of players are making big hands and they want to fold, but a lot of players have made the wrong decision.
True.
Can Yan get away from this? Yan wants to get away. And Blumenthal's giving away nothing. He's giving away no information. Yan wants to fold this so badly. Can she get away?
She's been in the tank for about 7 minutes.
Has she? No one's called clock on her?
Nobody's called clock. I mean, some of the stacks are like, you know what? We're kind of close to the money. Take your time.
And that's the thing. I don't think Yan's doing this based on the... This is a tough decision.
Sure. I don't think this is money related.
You know, you back into 2 pair after it goes check, check on the turn, and your opponent is check raising you big. You only beat bluffs. You beat no value. Blumenthal's never doing... And wow, and she makes
There
the call.
is the call. Blumenthal does get paid off. Scoops a nice pot, is back up to almost $500,000 in chips.
And that was the first mistake.
Yeah.
I don't even want to call it a mistake, but that was the first hand that we saw Yan lose.
Yeah, tough spot.
You know, Blumenthal's been playing good poker.
Yan is fine, by the way. I know it's frustrating you lose that pot, but still has $325,000. That's a pile in the main event.
Okay, we've been talking about it. We take a look at Steven Chidwick still in the main. Tomorrow our coverage shifts exclusively to PokerGo. If you have the High Roller membership on YouTube, you're good. You can also subscribe now on PokerGo.com. Promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. We are with you the rest of the way over there on PokerGo.
You know, as good as Steven Chidwick is in No Limit Hold'em, you can make an argument that he's actually better in Pot Limit Omaha.
I've heard this, and his results are off the charts as well.
Chidwick's
right?
results in Pot Limit Omaha are just unbelievable. As good as he is in No Limit Hold'em, he is just phenomenal at winning all ins in Pot Limit Omaha tournaments. He's just the best.
What hand did you have on the break?
Which one?
When it came King 3-5.
Final table 5.
Last hand before break, 2 spades.
Oh, I don't know.
I can see it now if I want. I don't know. It will take me 1 second to go get it. I know I had the best. I'm pretty sure I had the best hand.
If it was an important hand, it'll show soon.
14,000. Very pointy.
Small.
Birmingham from New York.
What?
Opens King Jack suited.
Oh, no, like the hand that you're asking.
Okay, Sankari here, who just won a big pot with the ace-3 of hearts, has a pair of nines here. The way that he plays, he's most likely just going to call here pre-flop. Not going to 3-bet a hand like this after he thinks for about 40 seconds.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, it was a small pot. It was not small. It was just bet 8 candy raise and I folded.
Great note, by the way, from Chris Vitch on Twitter. He tweeted at us and he said that Carmacci on the side feature table, all right, so who we have right here that just had the deuces a moment ago, he 4x pot river jammed on day 2.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. He said he is a good one to watch.
By the way, Sankari just folded 2 nines to a raise.
I saw that.
And again, he's playing this tournament to cash, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that is a very, very tight fold here in the main event.
That's why I very much wanted to see in that hand.
Yeah, I think he was going to go for it on a lot of different rivers.
And I'll tell you this right now, if Carmacci shoved the river there with a pair of 2s, there is a world where Sankari actually folds 3 aces. There is a world where that could actually happen.
Yeah,
It's not an obvious world, but there is a world where he could fold. But again, we saw it earlier with Chance, how he lost all his money with 8s. Again, ranges, right? It's the main event. This isn't some 100K super high roller ball.
Wow, look at that tank top and the triceps on this guy. Who is that? Lou Ferrigno? Who's on the rail here?
I actually think that's.
Is that part of the Mizrachi
yeah,
crew?
that's Mizrachi. That's. Oh no, actually I don't know.
Little cocktail down the hatch. He's got the whole tray right next to him. Whoever it is, helping himself.
I'll take a tequila soda, please.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Mike's getting on the sauce now. Yeah.
Rocking the tequila comisario hat.
He's had enough.
Alcohol, but yeah.
Here with Dakota, active duty Air Force based right here in Vegas, playing in his very first main event. How exactly did getting a seat in this thing come to be?
Yeah, so I took $500 to the win, played PLO, spun it to 2K, and then fired the 2K satellite here and won a seat here. So it's my first main.
So how pumped were you when you found out that you spun it up in a couple satellites to get this seat and you're still alive day 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream, right? It's so sick, so everybody back home sweating me and people on base sweating me. So yeah, it was my whole goal for the summer. I've just been really busy with work. Haven't played any events besides the satellite, so.
How long have you been playing poker?
For about like 4 years now, since COVID, so like 4 or 5 years.
Very cool. And the group chat right now, can you give me an inside look? Because, I mean, you're around 100, 120 away from the money. Are they all freaking out?
Oh, yeah, they're going crazy. My dad's already booking the plane ticket out here. I'm like, it can go so fast, you don't understand. But, yeah, they're pumped. It's insane, so.
Love it. Very cool story. Thanks for taking the time. Best of luck.
Oh, absolutely love that. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you on behalf of all of us for your service. And Dakota's got some chips.
Yeah, what a story for Dakota. How about that? He's got dad coming out. Going to start sweating on day 4. Little ways to go.
Thank all of the active and retired men and women who have served our country watching us right now.
What a great interview there.
That was great. That's what the main is all about.
I love stories like that. And I love seeing people on day 3 get into the money, and then all of a sudden you see them on day 7.
Yep.
And I hope Natalie can go back to him on day 7, and hopefully he's still in with his whole family being out here.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
It's impossible to not cheer and root for Dakota.
Look at Francis with the king 3 off.
And I love this play by Mr. Anderson. No fear.
I always have it.
Playing to win. Telling his opponents he always has it.
No, I think he genuinely does always have it. He's you're not going to see him getting out of line here, Bless.
This guy plus. I don't plus.
I mean that, genuinely.
Well, the king
This
3
stage,
off?
Yeah.
Yeah, the king 3 off, he put in a 3-bet, 100 off the money.
I'm kidding.
Oh.
The king 3 off. We just saw the hand. He'll pick his spots. Yeah, no, he'll pick his spots very well. Tough player.
Very tough.
You know, he plays a lot of strip poker. Have we talked about this before? Great videos, images out there of him getting down. And we just saw Natalie Bodie, by the way, on camera. And, you know, she's just joined us here in the booth just saying hello.
That's good. She told me that she missed you. She hadn't seen you in a while. I forgot to relay the message, Natalie.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Here we go.
You want to say anything to the people?
Yeah, please.
What a
It's
moment.
a large headset. Brent, did you get this custom made?
Big head.
Can't respond right
Big
now.
head.
That's the best part. I just want to tell everyone in the chat, thank you for all the kind words. Keep sending along compliments to my friend Jeff Platt. He needs it. He got roasted on Twitter a little bit earlier. From that guy that was insulting your questions but didn't watch the broadcast.
But he said he didn't watch. Yeah, that guy.
I'm also getting a lot of compliments. So thoughts and prayers to Jeff. I'm signing off.
Thank you, Natalie, for that. That's great. Thank you.
How about that?
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah.
Natalie Bodie, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
I was going to compliment her on the interview with Dakota, but after that, I just decided to let that one go.
Now, wait a minute. You're doing sidelines tomorrow? Natalie's out?
Yes, I believe so. And then the plan day 5 onward is Natalie will be out on the floor, and then the second half of the day I'll join her.
Wait, tomorrow?
No, day 5 onward.
Day 5?
Yeah, day 4 I'm on sidelines all
so
day,
if
and it's just you in the booth, right?
On tomorrow, I mean, I need somebody to
Yeah,
join me in the booth still. Is that?
I thought you were going solo.
I was told that they're working on it.
I feel better, though.
Who's they?
I can't go
I thought you're the
solo
guy.
all day 4.
Maybe I'll join you for a little bit of it. How
Well,
about
what
that?
else? What are you going to do? You're just going to follow the bubble around all day and call it a day? I mean,
Yeah.
we're going to
No,
get like
I'm not. It's not like it's
we're
not like
gonna
we make
get-
the money and I'm like, all right, good night, everybody.
we're going to get 3 interviews
Every
all
time I
night
had a
long.
drink, like one of the biggest rushes.
What? So, what's your point here?
Sorry,
Blaise,
you
please
have
give us a
time
sec.
to do, but you can join me in the booth.
I'd be happy to,
Yeah.
but not on the bubble. Just let the bubble
No,
pass.
the
we make the
bubble
money.
I can roll.
Okay,
you
and
know,
then I'll
yeah.
come back.
Now, Blaise, also, there's an option, you know, depending on how the 50K goes tomorrow, which, by the way, I'm rooting for you.
You're in trouble because I'm going 3 binds in that. So.
Oh.
Okay, so it's going to be hard to see
Which
Blaise
means
tomorrow.
the next day
I'll be in day 2 no matter what.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to go 2, and then max late reg the 3rd, and that's how I won it last year by max late reg.
There we go. Okay.
And that 3rd max late reg, is that the start of day 2?
Yeah. No, I think it's like the 2nd or 3rd. So, you know.
So does that mean you're out for day 5 as well? In the
Most
booth?
likely, yeah.
Wow. So
Unless
this
I-
might be it for you.
Unless I get enough donations here in the chat. If you guys want to start sending these $20 donations, you know. But I'll tell you this. I love sitting here with both of you. I really do.
Thank you. We
We
really
love
loved it, genuinely.
Having you in here. I hope it's not the last time. We'd like to have more.
You know, I really love being here. I really love commentating. You know, people have been asking me, what do you enjoy more, playing or commentating? For me, it's not even close. I'd rather commentate.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I love
I got a
it.
fan over there.
I really do because I'm a fan of the game. I'm super passionate about it. I just love watching the game of poker.
Now, have you been getting a lot of great advice from those that are broadcasters in the space? Any messages, words of wisdom?
I've actually been getting a lot of advice. The most common thing I'm getting is that I'm doing a good job, but
he doesn't know how long this
I'm
is.
saying some of the same things a little too much.
I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah, they just showed it when I was walking
That's good. That's good.
But I will say this: as much as I do love poker, my number one love will always be sports cards.
Sure.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
But I love being here.
Yeah, mine was wild.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And there's that Venn diagram, Blaz, with the sports cards fans and the poker
The
fans.
commentator is my close friend.
Well, what is Frenchie thinking about here? We've been on the river for a long time.
I have
What
no
am I
idea.
missing? Queen of Hearts in hand? Does he want to
I
go
thought
bananas?
I thought like the screen was frozen. What is Frenchie doing? Frenchie is capable of going off, isn't he? And again, remember what Chris Vitch said.
King Jack hand was.
Karmachi is
yeah.
a psycho, right?
True.
So maybe Frenchie's looking to turn Queen 10 into a bluff.
Top two.
The turn did go check, check.
Uh-huh.
99 away from him.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about pulling the trigger. Queen high, probably not consideration of calling, maybe?
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. He was considering jam. Cue it.
You want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots? Check out GTO Wizard AI. That man is a GTO wizard. Study any situation, any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now, gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free. Save 10% off of your first purchase. Axton with some chips,
Now,
about 700.
You've been talking about Ike, how you'd rather have Mizrachi or Dan. Ike's out there with a pile. He's dangerous in this field right now.
Ike's super dangerous, but the problem with Ike is if he picks up jacks,
he's out.
He's probably going to be out of the tournament. If someone's covering him and he has 2 jacks, now listen, he might get 5 million chips before he picks up jacks.
Well, Lee is at risk right here.
But
2
he's in some
overpairs
trouble.
on this
No,
board.
in all seriousness, Ike Axton is truly one of the greats. Just got second, by the way, in the 100K PLO to one of the best poker minds on the planet in Sean Deeb. And look at this. What a cooler of a flop. 2-2-3 with 2 spades.
Our drag car racer is in some trouble.
Yeah, Lee does not give up easily.
Now, Jeff, what was the action pre-flop?
Schroeder 3-bet
So
versus the Lee Open.
Lee and Lee call. Yeah.
Schroeder on the button.
It's a tremendous spot for Schroeder, as we can see.
And you know what? These are some of the most difficult spots in the game of No Limit Hold'em. You're looking at Lee. He has a pair of 10s. He knows that if he had the best hand pre-flop, he has the best hand post-flop here. Okay? The problem with Lee's hand here is even if he calls and he's winning right now, he can let his opponent maybe catch up by not raising. But then if you raise and you happen to be beat, there's a good chance you're going to lose most of your chips.
I don't know if you guys are catching it. They are just staring at each other directly in the eyes. Look at Lee.
Face off.
He is not moving. Elon Musk here is looking directly back at Lee.
And again, we watched this earlier with Lee, right? He had top pair against chance with a straight draw. It made a great fold. His instincts have been really spot on.
That's true.
If anyone at this table could get away on the flop here, it could be Lee. But his hand just seems a little too strong to get away.
They are locked.
Who's going to break first?
Yeah.
But
It's a staring contest.
Yes, and this is the beautiful thing about live poker. You can look at your opponent and make a read.
Bet with somebody.
Can Lee get away from 10s here?
Yeah,
Can he do it, Brent?
Wow.
That's
Lee.
fantastic.
Lee.
Wow. That is fantastic.
The General Lee. What a fold.
Wow. I want to go on record to say that that was the best hand that we've seen the entire day 3 of the main event. It is so difficult to call a 3-bet pre-flop with 2 10s on 2-2-3 and put no more money into the pot. Unbelievable by Lee. Wow.
We're not good for TV. They're going to put us now.
What a fold,
That's
Brent.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Unbelievable. This guy's instincts, Lee is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Next level instincts.
He soul read chance earlier, and he just did it right there to Elon.
Bravo, sir.
Wow. Unbelievable fold by Lee. I can see the cards, and I can still tell you that I probably would not have folded on the flop. That's how good of a fold that was, Jeff. You got to appreciate greatness in the main event.
Celaya just folds the king-jack suited.
Well, you know.
When's the last time you folded king-jack suited? 1998?
Never. Yeah, not. I mean, that's not a good fold.
Hellmuth probably 7 times today.
Hellmuth
played
king-jack suited.
I mean, Celaya's, late position, king-jack suited. He's got
90 bigs.
537,000. You have to open that pot. But I mean, nothing is certain. Celaya can do whatever the hell he wants. Doesn't have to listen to us in the booth or the chat pros here that have joined us. And by the way, we love everybody
Do love the chat
that have
pros.
joined us. Make sure you click that thumbs up.
If you're a chat pro, you have to click the like button.
Yeah, subscribe.
You know, this is unbelievable coverage, folks. Wow.
7-5-4.
Look at Yan here having 8s here.
The overpair and the straight draw.
Flopping Jin here. Dre might get himself in a little trouble here, though. He's got a double gutter. He does have an over.
Excuse me? You fold ace high.
This is Samuel Dre from France.
Yan's got to be putting money in here on the flop. She can't slow play this hand. It's very vulnerable. She needs to put money in now. I want her to go big. I want her to bet like 30,000 here. She goes small. And that's fine. Good, Yan. Good.
Let's go to Natalie Bodie. She's standing by with Michael Mizrachi.
And you
get a quick chat in with the grinder.
You need to talk very slowly to understand. My English is very bad, sorry.
Here with Mizrachi, the grinder. Best finish in the main event came in 2010, 5th place. What stands out from that run?
Well, I mean, there's a lot. I've had a lot of great runs. I mean, so far, well, in 2010, I won the Players Championship, then came 5th. I was hoping maybe to repeat it, but I had a really, really bad level 14. It's probably the worst level I had since I was 21 playing tournament poker. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you're still in this thing, but I'm going to give you a hypothetical now, okay? So you have 4 PPC titles, of course. Money, not an option. Would you trade those 4 titles for a main event title?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, it's somebody you could win a main event, but to win 4 PPC titles, it's quite an accomplishment, and people would be happy just to win one of them. So, 4, I'll take the 4. I'm looking forward for 5 next year.
Very prestigious. You're absolutely right. Had to ask it, though. We appreciate the time. Do you want to add something there?
No, good. Just get some few hands, and I'll be happy.
All right, wonderful. You look like you were going to say something, so just want to make sure. But we're going to send you back. Best of luck. I know it's been a rough level, but you're still in this thing. Good luck out there.
Okay, thanks so much, Natalie. I want to stick up for my girl Natalie out there a little bit. That last question, that was obviously a Maury question.
Yeah,
the Poker Hall of Famer. He should leave the sideline reporting to us. He was like, what if we asked Mike about this hypothetical?
Yeah.
Mike was like, of course not. Why would I trade it? I mean, you can speak to the prestige of 4 Poker Players Championships.
The thing is this, right? As great as this tournament is, there's still so much luck involved, okay? There's not as much luck when you win the Players Championship 4 times. And again, there's something about beating all the best players that people love in poker.
Yeah,
okay?
I would take the 10 million. Give me the world championship and the 10 million, man.
Yeah,
But we're different.
Like 10%.
Well, no, but I mean,
you've got 10 million. I need it.
In all fairness to the beautiful Natalie, she asked if the money didn't matter.
Yeah.
So she said, "Oh, what would you rather win?" I just think, and I keep saying it, but winning that event 4 times is the most impressive feat in tournament poker history.
I agree.
It's an auto-deserving of the Hall of Fame for the grinder, no questions asked. And I personally love the question by Natalie.
I thought it was good too. Perhaps I interpreted it a little different. I thought essentially the question was world championship and the money.
No.
Or 4 titles in the PPC.
No, I think she meant if the money didn't matter, what would you rather have?
Fair.
And I got to say, I'm very impressed with Natalie. A lot of these questions, you know, wow, look at this. Heim backs into 3 10s. He makes the best hand on the river.
This has been a rough stretch for Frenchie.
Yes, it is. And this is supposed to go. I would hope that is Heim going to bet this? Because I would hope this would go check, check. I don't see Frenchie getting value here on the river. And look at Heim here. He's just playing with himself. He's.
I mean,
I like that actually. It's a little blocker bet here. It's a really good bet. Worst can call you. Frenchie has had a complete disastrous last hour and a half here. I really feel for the guy because he's playing good poker. He made queens up when his opponent made a gut shot straight there for a big pot. He's losing here to a spot where an ace would have made him straight. Heim got very lucky here. I mean, Frenchie also knows he doesn't really beat anything that Heim's doing this with, and he's gonna pay it off.
Yeah. Obviously, there's only 3 hands he has. Ace, king, queen.
I mean, he's gonna be sick to his stomach when he sees this.
Oh, he can have kings too. He can have kings too. He can have the other 2 kings.
Everybody, that's it for me.
Very close.
Frenchie is furious. I don't know if he's mad at himself for that. Being taken to Value Town and paying it off. Unclear.
I will tell you this. You know, Frenchie has just had such a bad run of cards here in this last level.
And you heard Mizrachi say to Natalie, just need a couple hands, then I'll be good, then I'll be back. How about that? He called it his worst level in his whole career.
And I believe him.
Yeah.
I mean, I
The
don't
significance of it.
do we know how many chips he came into this level with? Or he must have had 500,000 at peak at least.
He had more, Bless, because remember, that was the jam was for 430 once they got all the chips
That's
in.
right.
And he still had 3, so he was probably around 800. You know what? No, I remember he had 925,000.
Did he?
I remember that on the leaderboard.
I don't know if he had that many chips.
I think it was 925 exactly. Somebody in the chat will know.
I don't know if it was that much. Riley here. Based on the way he's been playing, I expect him to open fold here with the King-Jack. Even after counting his chips. He just has not played a hand, and I don't think he's going to start now. Probably going to fold King-Jack.
Less than 100 off the money.
Yeah, and again, there's going to be a lot of people that get into the money with around 100K in chips. And there, Riley does go with the fold. And Heim, look at this. He picks up 2 10s. And again, you're starting to see the people around the table, the players that want to actually play pots and win near the bubble, and the other guys that want to try to sneak in to the money. Heim here wakes up with a hand of 10s. Frenchie now. He's got queen 2 offsuit. He's sick to his stomach. And look at this. Anderson here with ace-king suited in position, but Heim does have him covered in chips.
Thumbs up.
But I still think Anderson should go for a 3-bet here.
That's all I got.
I'd like him to size up to around 45,000. And he does go for a 3-bet. Let's look at the sizing.
Great.
He also does the thumbs up.
It's got a company. 48.
48,000, I like it. And again, if you're Heim now, okay, this is a very tough decision. This is a rare spot where you actually have 3 options. You can call, try to see a safe flop. You can move in if you think your opponent's weak and try to win the pot now, or you can fold. This is one of the rare spots in poker where all three options aren't necessarily bad. And it's based on the chip stacks and the sizing. Heim has been playing fairly solid. So is Anderson. I don't think Heim's going to take the line. And look at this. Heim does fold. And again, it makes sense. When you have a spot deep in this tournament near the money, you want to go with the side of caution. You want to go with a situation where I don't want to risk a lot of chips. But to the other point, look how tight your opponents are folding, right? Just look at how much bluffing you can do if you can get your opponents to fold 10s pre-flop. We watched Polk have 10s, lose the minimum. We just saw Heim. We saw Lee just earlier on 2-2-3 have 10s and lose the stone minimum. We've seen a lot of people play 10s great here.
I'm just going to open muck 10s next time.
As we remind you that the NAPT returns to Resorts World in Las Vegas this November. The countdown is on. Raise your game with the NAPT presented by PokerStars. This is just a fantastic series. Y'all got to come out and join us. We'll be blasting off in it. Brent, I think as part of the No Gamble, No Future partnership, they gave us each 4 entries into the main.
What? Wait, so 2 each?
Yeah. No, 4 total. So 2 a day, 2 days for both of us.
That's great.
It was
that's
very nice of them.
It's in our
yeah.
contract.
It's just in our account. It's waiting for us.
That's nice.
It's very nice of them. We thank our friends at PokerStars. There's the commish, Tim Duckworth in the cowboy hat.
Surviving.
Looking sharp. Still in the mix. Phil Locke, JC Tram, what a table.
I feel like JC Tran stack hasn't moved since we.
And the chat said that Mizrachi was at about 925.
Mizrachi was,
when
yes.
we came to the table earlier.
But
yeah, Tran is just.
But what was Frenchie at peak?
Oh, that's a good question. Frenchie, 5-ish?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Get him, commish. All right, good laydown. See Brian Nerney get involved once more. King 7-5, 2 hearts.
We've got the king of diamonds now on the turn. Check,
we do
check.
indeed. Deuce of diamonds on the river. $30K on the river from Nerney. See the chips going from Alani. Ron Alani, very accomplished poker player out of Israel. Finished second in the 3K here for more than 550K.
Well, he looks like a non-believer. This might be a stubborn call with ace high. Some straight draws have certainly missed.
What's the commish got in front of him? Let's see, 100, 150, 160-ish?
Yeah.
Money.
He's fine.
He bubbled this main 18 years ago. Does call, and Ernie has, is that, I believe that's King 5
Is that
for
a full house?
Probably
Yeah.
the best hand.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Ernie building about 600,000. The commish with the stash, the mullet, the cowboy hat.
He needs a couple of big earrings.
yeah.
To go along with that
Compliment
outfit.
it well.
I can't tell if the commish is going through a significant midlife crisis or if this is just a bit. But he dresses like this every day. Which,
yeah, it's a different outfit every day.
Yeah, it makes me think more like crisis mode.
I would probably lean towards crisis, which is great. You know, all good. And he's out. Commish is gone, running for the hills.
Try something. Check this flop.
Right? No. Don't give him any ideas now.
Let's head back to one of our featured tables.
I'm in.
Mizrachi raising on the button. Believe this table is going to break after this hand.
The Mizrachi table
Yeah.
is?
Riley, the king-jack suited in the big off 12 bigs. We're still about 90 away from the money. You see him glancing at the clock.
Is it
13.
13. Call. 13.
Riley does defend. Comes queen 6-4 with no hearts.
Okay. 7. Not a good sign.
What?
Not a good sign. Might move back to blue.
Get all his bad.
No. Yep.
Oh, the table like breaking? We're gonna get around the table? Oh, breaking. Oh. Alright. Our table's breaking. Like breaking.
Riley's like, you couldn't have come one hand earlier. I could have avoided the big blind.
You guys.
Yeah, good game. Good game.
Oh, I guess in the break order, our table's supposed to break.
Riley going to be down to about a starting stack, which is still 10 bigs in the main.
No, they were breaking the blue section earlier, I think.
They're just breaking from what table we left from.
Yeah.
That's considered our table.
Kind of random. Trying to be strict.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
Okay.
Blez.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Tomorrow, special guest joining me, confirmed.
Okay.
Was just given the thumbs up by
Okay.
the boss. I'll get back to it
Thank
after
you.
this music. Cue it. We've got a sleeping dog.
The dog is down for the
That's
count.
the guest tomorrow.
PlayPokerGo.com. It's available on web, on iOS, and Android. It's fun. It's free. It's real online poker. Deal yourself in at PlayPokerGo. PlayPokerGo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android.
I was just informed
Yeah. Can't wait for this.
Tomorrow on the horn will be J-Bex.
Oh, baby. You and J-Bex?
And you. I'll be in and out, but I.
What do you mean you'll be in and out?
Well, I've got a lot going on tomorrow.
What? I've got silent reporting.
I know, but they've asked me to do most of the bubble.
Most of the bubble commentary? Or?
No, they want me. Turns out, Jeff, they want me out in the field.
You and Natalie? And
Just
it's going to be on the sidelines?
I mean, if you haven't noticed.
Am I getting pushed out here?
Well, no, it's a. Natalie and I have the ability to see over top of the crowd.
I should have seen this coming.
And, you know, with you, it's a bit of a.
What? No,
struggle.
I'm the best. I can sneak through. I hit
true,
the hole.
You are very
Besides me just punting it off.
frail and agile.
Agile.
When's day 4? Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow. It'll be straight now, yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting that dog in here. Just to hang out.
Kind of feel like that dog.
Yeah.
My flight's Thursday. So.
Oh, there you go. Either have a
Gerard
reason to cancel or
rocking
not.
the University of Utah gear.
My flight, I had a flight out on Monday.
James Gerard
That's how much
resides in
confidence I
South
had.
Dakota.
Now, I also reached out to
I'm here with
Berkey
somebody.
earlier today.
For a tournament broadcast?
Yeah, you know.
Does he
maybe
play tournaments?
If Berkey wants to come in here and hop on. My thing here. Berkey was great on the mic. You know, with his podcast that he was doing. Did you ever do the podcast with him, Bless?
I saw Berkey.
The OnlyFans?
So I saw Berkey.
Friends?
I ran into him on day one of this tournament. We did a 1% crossbook. And I actually asked him, I talked about the podcast. And
Yeah, that's what I keep telling.
He told me he hasn't done it anymore. He said
Yeah, they're
since
done.
April.
No, yeah, they went under.
I wanted, they went under. But no, I wanted to do it with Berkey.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, real quick. Look at Gerard.
Came out Thursday.
Raising here with the Queen 10, 10 in hand.
Okay, I am believing this guy 100
Day 1, day 2 is what
100 out of 100 times. Look at Gerard is the way you phrased it. Yeah, I'm looking at this guy directly in the face, and I am never thinking that the guy wearing the Utah Utes 3/4 zip, you know, unassuming, I think he's got the stones.
This is fantastic.
I love
Look at the. Would you ever think he's bluffing you? Ever?
I got to be brutally
advantage of that
honest.
image.
No.
No.
The Utah,
That's what I'm saying.
The
Look
Utah
at him.
hoodie gives it away. I mean, it gives away, like, if you look at a guy to me that's never bluffing, it's that man right there.
Right.
I would.
This is the beauty of it.
I would fold so fast.
Yeah, how
to
is
him.
one pair ever good?
A
Two
river
pair
raise
decision.
to 150,000. I am just snapping the muck with top set.
But again, this is why this is the greatest poker tournament on planet Earth. You're watching a guy in a Utah hoodie who looks like he has no idea what's going on right now. He just check-raised 150,000 chips in the main event on the bubble. Look at this on the river.
Turns out this is actually.
This is
I'm
brilliant.
checking the bios. This is Mikita Badzakuski's father.
Gerard opened 3, Blumenthal called, check on the flop. Gerard check called on the turn, and now on the river puts in the check raise. Blumenthal sick at this point.
And again, these are the type of plays, we've seen people do this, but they've been so nutted. If Blumenthal can pick...
I saw your hands.
What is he saying? What is he doing?
I don't know.
He wants to call here, but I almost think he can't.
I think I don't fold, but it's better you have Queen 10.
Who the hell is talking right now?
Yeah, that just...
I think it's
I think
Elon.
it's shorter,
I'm seeing Elon's
It's better you have
So
mouth muscles.
I want to tell the viewers this next level information, okay? If Blumenthal had a hand like ace-queen or ace-9 or ace-7, it's actually harder. Great
Let's
play.
it go. Let's it go.
Great play.
Well done.
But my point is this, the fact that Blumenthal had ace-jack, it's easier for him to call with ace-jack.
Look at him.
than
Look at him. Look
Yeah,
at
the
him. Thumbs
thumbs
up.
up.
This guy's a psycho. I love him. I love him. He's making a run this year.
Wow, Makita's father.
That is his father.
Next level.
Yeah.
He taught Makita that.
Yep.
Look at this.
Dr. Blocker.
Nolano.
Looks
is
like
all
Ike
in.
Paxton has almost $1 million in chips.
Yeah, he's a problem. I know you've been dogging him a little bit, but he's probably had jacks hold quite a few times.
I love Ike, but just don't give him 2 jacks.
Try to get to as much outer table coverage as we can. And
that was unbelievable.
Money.
Jeff,
for 231K.
Cold beer, pal? No?
After the main.
Well, you know what they call this? This is the beer level,
This
the
is
final
indeed.
level of the night. And for the first time in history, the broadcast team, well, 2 of the 3, we're going to have a cold one with them.
You guys deserve it.
Thank you, producer Drew.
I can't get over that play by Makita's father. That was just unreal.
James Gerard out of Sioux Falls,
What
South
is
Dakota.
Makita's what is it? Fish 101 or something like that?
Something
Fish 1,
like,
2, 3. That is
Fish.
Dr. Blocker.
Oh,
Makita's
so I had
father.
Tens
wow.
looking at the open for Blumenthal.
And
That's
we've
2
seen,
jacks.
we have seen pretty much everyone in this tournament play 10s correctly throughout the entire day here.
Yeah, fold.
And Celaya here goes to 40,000 with 10s on the button. And again, jacks and 10s are some of the hardest hands to play in No Limit Hold'em. They're hands where, you know, we call them trouble hands, right? Because they're hands that are really good, but not good enough in a lot of spots. And you're witnessing 2 hands right now. Even the thing is this, right? With Blumenthal,
53.
I can't see him re-raising here. I just can't. He
does make the call.
He's going to call here. I like it. Now, if I'm Celaya, there's a lot going on in my mind right now. What types of hands is Blumenthal calling me with? And this is a good flop for Celaya because it's going to save him some money here. He might bet the flop, but it's not a spot where he's going to lose a ton of chips because on a flop like this, now Blumenthal has to be worried that Celaya could have a hand like ace-king. So in a spot like this, look for Blumenthal to just call here on the flop. He's not going to raise. I don't expect him to fold. He has the jack of diamonds. There's 2 diamonds on the board. He can't fold here and just give his opponent ace-king, aces, or queens. And I'm wrong, and he makes a horrible fold. Blumenthal. But again, we're showing why aggressiveness is so important this close to the money in the main event. Wow. What a misstep there for Blumenthal. And he's been playing fairly solid. I mean, you said you have history with him.
Yeah,
Good player.
I mean, he's been around a long time, yeah. Yeah, he's
about $2.5 million in live tournament earnings.
A little surprised there.
probably a bit of a feel guy. Plays a lot of the mixed games. I don't think he's playing as big as you are in some, you know, the 50Ks and whatnot, but just all around good player. He's been in some tough spots. I didn't particularly care for the Queens all-in earlier, but I also understood it. He was left with more than 50 bigs.
This card kind of flashed. I was paid.
Again, we're less than 100 off the money here. Look at prime time here on the button. Now again, look at this, okay? They both have similar chips, blind versus blind. I don't expect Schroeder to fold here. He's going for raising chips, and I love this play so close to the bubble. Because if Yan, and look at this, wow.
With the ace-queen.
And now Yan here is way ahead of Schroeder's raising range.
I guess PokerSmart does some stuff with him too, so.
But will she 3-bet here?
Everybody's friends.
I think she will. I think she's going to 65,000-ish. What is she going to do?
I don't mind. I would prefer 3-bet, but I could understand call in position as well. Remain under reps.
I would call
in position in the hand.
So here's the thing: I would call against certain opponents, but not Schroeder because he's been so aggressive.
He's just got one of those faces you want to 3-bet.
Yeah, and look at this. Yan does go up to 54. I love it.
Kind of leaves the door open for Schroeder, and I don't mean that with 4-bet intentions, but I might even peel King 3 suited blind versus blind.
I wouldn't. I think Schroeder has two options. He's probably going to lean fold.
Yeah.
This isn't a hand you want to be calling with to a 3-bet.
I guess what I was getting at, I might 3-bet larger.
Yes.
If I'm Yan. That's all I'm suggesting.
But you know what's so great about this? Imagine if Schroeder put a 4-bet in there. You are sick to your stomach with ace queen off. Less than 100 off the money when you're covered.
Oh yeah, you're not happy about life.
You know, we've seen Schroeder be very active pre-flop.
You draw for day 4 or they stay at the same time?
Why does it feel like the last
Yan has
30
made a
minutes are
lot
like
of good
they're
decisions,
over
by the way.
Well, because you've been playing for 10 hours. That's why.
Oh my gosh.
I've been here since noon, and it's like midnight.
I think you said sick. I think Schroeder is actually sick. I've heard some coughing, and you know the mask is on, which is very kind and courteous. You know, if he is under the weather.
I also think that he is extra cautious. If I remember this correctly from the WSOP Paradise Main, I believe he and his wife have a young girl who they want to be extra cautious around. I don't know the specific reasons behind it. So I think he always wears the masks now.
Respect.
Absolutely.
And I'm hearing coughing. I thought it was him.
Yeah, I don't know
might
if
be
it's
wrong,
him.
but
Right,
yeah.
right.
Did you play yesterday?
Yes, I did.
1,510 players left. Main event.
Back to back must be
day
tough.
3.
Yeah.
Winding down.
If you win this thing,
one-day break in between.
You've
makes a
watched
difference.
so much
Yeah, I mean, I had
great
the
poker
one-day
throughout the day.
break after day 1, which was nice.
We've also seen
But hey,
a
to
lot
win
of
this thing, you
very
gotta go back to
interesting
back to back to back
spots.
to back.
A lot of big hands that could have been folded that weren't. A lot of coolers. A lot of people that could have gotten away that didn't.
May as well start getting used to it.
Day 3 is one of those days where if you came into today with not a lot of chips, you're basically playing to survive and go to day 4. If you came in with a lot of chips, you want to be attacking your opponents. And then once you hit the money on day 3 or day 4, that to me, when the money hits, is when things get real in the main event. When the money hits is when you start seeing people start making a lot of very unique plays where they've already gotten paid.
Yeah.
And they play a lot differently.
Yeah, they feel like they're free rolling at that
yes,
point.
Exactly. And when you feel like you're free rolling and you feel like you're playing on house money, you start playing hands a lot differently. You start bluffing more. You start value betting lighter.
I'm going to watch Dad Zakuski as Matthew. I got to give credit to Bucky, Matthew Wantman. He loved Makita's father, and he immediately came back with Dad Zakuski.
That's a good one.
Very well played by Chef Wantman. I was hoping to see a savage check raise there with the 10-3 of clubs, with all the backdoors and that type of board, you know. But
that was great.
You ever had Bucky's cherry tart pudding?
No, and I have no interest. And I love
ready
Bucky's,
for this?
I love Bucky have no interest.
Cherry almond tart pudding. That is his specialty. He can make it. It is. Blez, I'll tell you this right now.
Okay.
It's the best pudding in the world.
Brent, I'll tell you this right now. I pass.
I have something, Blez, that might interest you. It's about a certain player.
I have no interest in the cherry.
I know the pudding.
Tart, whatever the hell almond.
I know the
Once you
pudding
said
does.
almond, I'm out.
How about this player?
Okay.
His name is René Charles Angelil. Do you know why that name would ring a bell at all? I think if anybody could get it,
I think
but
I get it already.
Brent's starting to get it. Blaise could get it also because he's a big.
Is this where I think you're going?
Probably, yes.
Really? I mean, I know the answer. Let Blaise marinate on this for a moment, but
So, say it again.
Is he at the table right now?
I'll even let you see it. René Charles Angelil.
Where is
He's
he?
out in the field.
Okay,
out in the
all
field.
right.
How many chips does he have?
Like 600K.
I'm assuming that's the guy that busted me on day one.
No.
No, it is not. Think bigger picture. I mean, I think it's fair to say that his mom is icon would maybe be an understatement in the music world.
Well, near far, wherever you are, Blumenthal, top pair, top kicker. He's finally connected in a great spot.
And you've listened. I've watched your Instagram stories. You've
17.
listened to some of the music.
Blumenthal's heart will go on.
You're losing me here. I'm not good at this. Who is he?
He is the son of
You get the deal only in here.
Celine Dion.
You get the deal only in the feature film.
Really?
Yeah.
You
and
know
he
who
is
that is,
still
right?
in the World
Celine
Series of
Dion.
Poker.
I'm not. Yeah, you genuinely know, or do you don't know?
I love Celine
Th-
Dion.
see, this is what you. Yeah,
Okay, I was supposed to know that, but I.
He's still in. I intentionally didn't tell Natalie that so I could get that interview tomorrow.
Wow.
Donnie Peters, the co-host, I should say, of the PokerGO podcast, he and Tim Duckworth.
What
Perfect
a dick.
time to remind you.
What a dick. Not Donnie, you, Jeff. You didn't tell Natalie about that?
No, because I want the interview.
Wow.
Promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Remember, it's exclusive on PokerGO. If you have the high roller membership on YouTube, you're good. Let's go, Donnie. Working with a little under 300K.
Well, Donnie got it in with queens versus kings versus nines in a three-way all-in. Queen on the river
Bang.
to eliminate two opponents, and that's
Let's
how he
go.
skyrocketed up to nearly 400K at the time.
Celine Dion. I know we're off topic here, but
It's okay. It's worth it.
You want to talk about one of the greatest performers of all time?
Yeah.
She's there.
I think she's the GOAT.
You do?
The GOAT.
So she's in my top 5. My GOAT, actually, not going to surprise you. I would say Whitney Houston.
Okay. It's fair. It's hard to argue.
I'm sorry.
So
hold on. You guys are saying are we talking specific category here?
No, I'm talking about in music.
You're saying
And are you?
Celine is the greatest performer slash
Of all
musician of all time.
She's in my top 5.
Yeah, I think greatest performer of all time.
I think Whitney Houston has
Whitney's-
the
I mean,
greatest
Whitney-
voice
Can't
ever.
argue that.
Ever. You want to talk about someone that's had so many elite songs throughout the years in the 80s and the 90s. But Celine Dion, I mean, you want to talk about a song like That's the Way It Is? That might be in my top 5 songs of all time. I mean, Celine Dion has had so many good songs. Where are you going with this? Talk to me. What are you thinking
what do
right now?
you think? Who's better?
I mean, I don't want to ever upset, especially her son is in the field. You're going to go interview. I can't say no. I'm not allowed to disagree, but I think that there are probably a lot of performers, musicians out there that would be up there that might not be Celine or Whitney.
Without having,
I mean, Elvis Presley, is that, or is this like
Very
modern
good.
era we're talking about?
Any era.
And I'm not sure. It's any era. Okay.
I'll say this right
Yeah.
now.
I mean, Michael Jackson may have had something to say about
Michael
that.
Jackson's up there.
Without any information, I would make a large bet that Whitney Houston's probably had more #1 songs than anyone.
Listen,
at least in the how about this? At least since 1985. I can't go back to the 60s and the 70s.
It's got to be Taylor at this point, right?
I don't know about that, Jeff. I really don't. And I love Taylor Swift.
No, I love Taylor Swift too.
I love Taylor Swift.
We're really bonding here.
We are.
Over the love for Celine and Taylor.
Again, I wasn't alive during this era, but like Frank Sinatra, I mean, that was
a great, yeah.
Actually,
wish I could have seen Rat Pack.
You know who are not? How about this? You know who might be the GOAT that we have not mentioned right now?
Steven Tyler.
No.
Who's that?
No. How about Madonna?
Yeah, Madonna.
Madonna.
But Madonna's voice is just not as strong as the Whitneys and Celine.
Hey, Cousin Eddie, by the way, Blumenthal, he's finally got himself a great spot with the two jacks that have been giving him problems. We'll get back to the greatest performer of all time.
I want to go back.
I think Madonna's up there. Maybe we'll just stick on this conversation regardless of the hand being played. That's fine.
I think this is the hour of the main where we shift the talking to non-poker, and we talk about music.
I would love that. That's usually what I do every show.
I'd love to talk about how your Buffalo Bills have choked every single year.
Oh, wow. Didn't know we would go there. Fred almost choked on the pier.
No, we're not gonna go there, but we continue. Back to the action, though. Look at this. Chung is betting 30,000, drawing dead, but he thinks he has the best hand, and I don't fault him.
Blumenthal calls once more.
Oh my God!
Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Now here's the
Chung
thing.
is the same hand.
Chung cannot bet this river. He needs to shut it down here. He just can't bet here for any actual reason.
After you've been called twice, you're absolutely right. There's no reason to bet. He does shut it down. Well played by both.
And you know, we're both wrong on most #1s since 1985.
Hold on. So have we said the person?
We have not mentioned this person who has 19.
You know what? Something just came to me.
Okay.
I feel like I'm going to get it.
I think he's going to get it too. I don't know why, but
Mariah Carey.
You got it. You nailed it.
It just came to me, Jeff.
Nailed it.
It just
you just
came
nailed
to me.
it.
Mariah Carey.
Yeah. I mean listen, I'm more of the.
Tell me you're impressed by that.
I am. And who do we have here?
Vanessa's just going to lose her mind. She's like, I've got 30 more minutes left with Kasut. Can I make it? Can I survive?
She is.
We all feel for Vanessa Cade.
She's at least laughing.
One time I'll have to smoke it for that call. There's have to smoke it, right?
Producer Aiden wrote in the log, Vanessa Cade's still in the struggle. You can do it, Vanessa. Just survive a little longer.
If you got this and me on 2 hours sleep, thinking that he's got ace queen, soul read.
Is that the
cigarette?
Is he about to fire up a dart right there? I mean,
Drags another big pot.
That's not Farha. I don't think Farha even smoked, but Kasuf had the lighter in hand. He might just spark it right there.
Just in case I flop quads.
So Mariah Carey, huh?
Possible.
Most #1 song since 1985?
Yeah.
I did not flop quads.
You know, I'm
just so.
Again, I think it's an amazing story that Celine's son is out there in the field. And Jeff, I missed it. Does he have a lot of chips?
The last app update had him at 500K. I'm not sure.
That's a lot of chips. That's a lot like Seablez, who I believe had around $500,000 out there. Blez, that's your brother, by the way, Becker.
Yeah, you know, I want to say, like, when you talk about people that are in the field in different professions, you ever heard of a company called StockX?
I've been here the whole time, too.
Is that the sneaker company?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a friend of mine who created StockX
really
is in this tournament.
No shit.
Yes. Yes, a dear friend of mine. And real quick, I want to shout out, he's launched a new company called Ghostwrite, which are these little figures, these sports figures. It's the coolest thing. But Josh Luber is his name. Created StockX, created Ghostwrite. He had a lot of chips. I saw him earlier today. I don't know if he's still in or not, but there's so many unique characters that come out, like I said, to play this tournament.
That's fantastic. We got to keep tabs on the StockX founders.
Yes.
On the list.
Might be in the field. That's another interview that Jeff will steal from Natalie.
no good. I don't know. He might have got me.
Chicken.
Oh, great. Bob Weiser.
I feel confident
Okay,
when I read.
Bob, listen. Bruce Springsteen, he mentioned in the chat. I would say Bruce is probably up there as well. Kenny Chesney. Bob, Jesus, man. What is wrong with you? Bob,
Talking with someone
I
earlier
just
today,
saw
if you're
him
not
at
going too thin once in
the
a while, you're not
greatest
doing enough.
performer of all time. You're putting Kenny Chesney on the list?
Brent, look at this. Bads.
Thinks my tractor sexy. Kings for
Before I did it,
Dad
I bet
Zakuski.
I know what's going to happen.
Dad Zakuski's got 2 kings. And he's got 750,000. Look at his avatar, too. It's great. Everything about this guy is great.
I love it.
Jeff, where is he from?
South Dakota.
Oh, it's even better. South Dakota. And look
I
at
think she
this.
definitely had
Prime
two
time is in the
variants,
big
just don't know
blind
which
here.
ones. Yeah.
And notice now he's getting away from it.
Yeah, you look familiar. I'm
Jeff,
from-
let me
I'm
ask
from
you this
Wisconsin,
question
but I
off topic.
play
Yeah.
everywhere.
I know you're a big wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite wrestler of all time?
I was going to ask you. You look
it's-
familiar to me, too.
I mean, it's a cliche answer. I'm not thrilled with him after the transpirings of WrestleMania, but it's The Rock for sure.
Pretty often.
Just the electricity in the
Could do that,
building
too.
when The Rock's music hits, I think is unmatched. How about you?
Excuse me?
I mean, I have to say Stone Cold.
Okay.
That's
Brent,
mine
you
as
break
well.
the
Stone
tie with
Cold.
Stone
I'd have to say Stone Cold.
What do you guys in the chat think?
Last year in the Mystery Bounty.
Speaking of The Rock, what they did at Elimination Chamber, that was unbelievable.
See, that was great.
I know, but then
that was perfect.
But then they just
then they
destroyed
torched it.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah.
That was the seniors.
You know.
You watched Elimination
Yeah.
Chamber with the boys.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Yeah. It was.
And they lit that on fire.
Look at this Yan opening with 9s. I feel like if there was a poll, between Stone Cold and The Rock,
I don't know. What does the chat think? I'm seeing a lot of Undertaker out there.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite WWE?
If people had to choose Stone Cold or The Rock,
You ever make a
in my opinion, can we do a poll, by the way? Because my honest
If anyone's
opinion,
even awake moderating the chat, can you do a poll? Who's your favorite
Just Stone
WWE?
Cold or The Rock. You went
Stone
just those
Cold
two.
or The Rock?
my
Yeah.
guess is that it would be 68%
I've
Stone
probably
Cold.
played like 15
Yeah.
times.
I think he's winning.
15 maybe.
I think Stone Cold's winning like 100% of the time, but I think he's actually winning by at least like 65%. I just do.
33%, like in the last third of the time.
The last 4 years, it was like not Stone Bubble, but like 2 years ago, I
And look at
bubbled
this Yan.
the Kings. Like I had like 10 bigs or whatever.
one time.
I really
And
like the
other
way
three
that
of the
she's
last 4
playing.
years, I lost King's Ace is always
Her beautiful little dress on.
You won again.
What's the
More one
chat's-
time you won.
Finally, a real dealer coming in.
We're seeing a lot of Hulk Hogan, The Rock, a lot of Austin 316 out there,
But my
Undertaker.
point is, if you had to pick Austin or The Rock, Stone Cold's going to win every single
Yeah.
time.
But you think it's like
There it
almost
is. That's what we're
70-30.
having
There's
right
the cold
now.
beers.
Yes, we
Cheers to everyone. Blez, cheers to you. Jeff, pretend cheers, to you.
cheers,
All the
cheers.
players out there.
Enjoyed it.
Everyone in the chat that has been tuning in. If you're having a cocktail with us right now, I don't know what hour it is. If it's the morning, you might want to go talk to somebody about that. But regardless, it is beer hour.
Our viewers in Europe, 9 a.m.
This is a tradition at the main event. The final level, once you slide inside, call it the last 30 minutes, or for the real sickos,
Gonna move down to Florida soon.
which is a 2-hour level, you just start pounding them with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, it is.
You know how many people bust out
Wisconsin winter.
in this spot just shy of the
They say I'm
money
too young to be a snowboarder.
because they've had
I
a few
disagree.
too many?
Yeah.
That final level.
How
You know,
many?
you get the beer power flowing through you, and next thing you know, you're all in with Ace-5 suited.
How many times have you played the main event?
I think it's my 4th time.
Okay.
So if I cash, it will be 2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Not so bad.
It's a good rate.
My first time.
First time?
First time.
Well, you're doing great.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. We got 23 minutes.
Don't jinx.
That's what I was looking for, Shane. Coffee, liquid courage.
It's a dangerous table. These dealers have been putting some people in some spots.
You've had some big hands at these featured tables.
You know, another thing we haven't talked about this event, which makes it so special, this is one of the only tournaments where you get to play with your opponents for the whole day.
At King's Day,
because it's so deep, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting 10 hours of play with the same people. You're not moving seats. When we play a lot of these high roller buy-ins, we're constantly moving seats, playing with different people. You're playing with the same set of guys all day long.
Are you here for that? King's Aces?
Yeah, against him. Yeah, my call against him was terrible. That was
Which makes
that was super bad.
this dynamic
That was just you guys are gonna get in for sure.
a little bit more difficult, right? Let's talk about Dad Zakuski. He's a fresh face at this table.
Yes.
Whereas the rest of this group, they've been together all day long. He just comes in blind, and you add the element of television, the cameras, the lights. It's about 140 degrees out there underneath the lights.
And we got the bigger.
And what does he do the first time we watch him play?
He makes it an incredible, next level bluff.
He bluffs Blumenthal's ass on the river and gets it through. He took advantage of the situation because that group that has been so familiar with one another all day long, they know nothing about Dan Zakuski.
Yes. Like lose a big pot and be like, oh, exactly. Be like, look, you got 60 big blinds. You know, like you can lose these. Like my buddy, he had a bad day too. He only had 45K going to day 3, and I go, this is a weird tournament. I go, you still got like 18 bigs. You know, you got less than a starting stack, and you got 18 bigs. You're fine.
And 2 hour levels.
Yeah, in 2 hour levels. I mean,
in my table, there was one guy, he got like 1.2 million.
Yeah.
In 1 hour, he bust. It's crazy.
Does it have to be 6?
I mean, just a couple coolers against the right person, or you punt it off. or something.
Sorry. It can go very fast,
yeah.
actually, even if the super is
I feel like every time I have a big score in a tournament too, you're not doing that great. You're just kind of hanging out, and then all of a sudden, in like a half hour, just boom.
Yeah.
Well, Chance, Kornuth, right? He on day 1, he was down to 4,000, but the blinds were only 2-4.
No, we've noticed Chung
He
here.
still had 10 big.
He is very aggressive, likes to value bet thin. Yan has second pair here with a good kicker. This is a limp pot, blind versus blind. Chung goes really small. I'd like to see Yan put in a call here. She still beats a lot of the value hands that Chung could be betting. If Chung had a hand like ace-3, he might value bet this. And no, wow.
Just didn't believe him.
And Blaise, I want to work in some thank yous to our crew who has done an outstanding job over these last couple days. So we're getting set for our really, really big coverage like CBS Sports. That starts on day 5. In the meantime, we have producer Aiden, and Haley is directing, and Megan is TDing. We've got James and Drew here. We've got DK on cameras.
I'm the tightest player here, man.
Ryan and Marcos out on the field. Matt, David, Bob, Jimmy. But that's it.
I gave you respect. I'm just flat
And we're still covering everything. So major props to that crew to be able to pull this off. Day 2,
I was really ready
day
for
3,
Ace or King
day
to come
4
out
of the
and
main.
blast off at me.
It's very impressive work that they have done.
I want to give credit to Natalie.
Yeah, for some reason I have this.
It's not easy to go out and find.
So true.
I want to give a lot of credit to Natalie.
So true. She's done an outstanding job and a great addition to the
it's
coverage.
not easy when you're covering the main event. It's not easy to just go out and ask certain questions to certain players, right? Especially when you don't really know who these people are. Give Natalie her flowers.
Absolutely, as well you should. Of course, you probably received great advice from the other sideline reporter. Just saying.
You're trying to sabotage her career, Jeffrey. I know what you're up to, Jimmy Platinum.
Which is it?
No, I'm pumped that Natalie's
We have
here.
heard it. We have seen it. You're hiding people
Hiding
from
interviews.
her.
I had one person,
Celine's son, for Christ's sake,
She'll
is out there,
understand.
and you're
It's Celine.
You've blocked her.
What'd you start with, like 3?
Back to the action here. Rosenthal has a pair of 9s. He pretty much knows he had the best hand pre-flop. I still think he has a high frequency chance of him having the best hand here.
Yeah, and 200 in day one, and at the end of day one, and 400 at the end of day two. And
Cousin Eddie has done a fantastic job recovering since that queens into aces spot. Remember, that left him around 340,000. He then had horrible situations with pocket jacks, drifted down to about 260. Take a look at the stack.
And now
435 and in a great spot.
And now that, you know, another 7 rolls up on 4th Street. Now, if I'm Schroeder here, a big part of me thinks I could have the best hand here, but he decides to check and see a river here.
You got it.
I think Blumenthal needs to put in some sort of value bet here, mainly because A, he could have the best hand, but B, he's never getting raised off of his hand in a spot like this. Right? He would have heard from a 7. Schroeder's now thinking that he actually might have the best hand.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
He's considering value betting these 2 threes.
I think he is. And if he goes smallish on the size, look for Blumenthal to snap call here.
We're 30 right now.
You know, but again, Schroeder's thinking about it. And this is a spot, even though he could have the best hand, he has to be thinking what hands can be calling you that are worse. I would have liked to see Blumenthal put a small value bet in on the river.
$100 that we're going to get there tonight?
Yeah. No, because I had it on good information that like.
And you just heard what he said. He said he should have bet.
And we were going to get there.
Does not look like we're going to make the money tonight. We're still 30 off. About 20 minutes left in this level.
But Jeff, we're so close.
Yeah, we'll start tomorrow basically on the bubble, it appears.
And if we don't make the money tonight, tune in tomorrow. Tune into the coverage tomorrow live on PokerGO and watch how this all develops.
Over under, how long will the bubble take? Set the line, Becker.
So are you asking me the bubble meaning like how many off you're saying?
We're on a stone cold bubble. How long will it last?
So we're like hand for hand?
We're hand for hand. We're hand for hand on the stone cold bubble.
Not as long as you would think.
What the fuck? What is what is the over under?
The over under is probably 47 minutes.
47? Well, okay. I would have, when you say not as long as you think, I would have taken the. I would have thought it was going to be a low number coming from me. No, I'm with you. About 45 minutes, just under an hour.
I've always seen in the main, right? Is that what ends up happening? Someone's going to get ace king, someone will get kings, they'll be all in, and maybe Badzikowski, what is this?
Dadzikowski?
Dadzikowski.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll find a way to bubble this story.
No chance. Look at him. Look at him. I mean, I can. His brain.
Somebody's going to watch the coverage tonight, and then the next day they'll be like, "Wait a minute, this guy does blast it off."
I love this guy, by the way, Dadzikowski.
Yeah,
I love him.
I do. He just has that vibe, that look. This man is going deep into the main.
If this guy wants to walk up to a sports book, right?
Yeah.
He might be the sharpest sports bet in the world. You could bet $500,000 on a game. If you want to look like that,
yeah,
I will take your action. I will just take it all.
He has a worldwide blackjack ban. This guy,
does he?
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's no way he's allowed.
This guy's barred from every casino except for Caesars. This is the only thing in Vegas he's allowed to do. Is play this
tournament. That is why the main event is the greatest poker tournament in the world.
There you go.
Because this man is barred from every casino from here to Atlantic City, but he found the one event in the world that he can enter in with a $10,000 buy-in.
He's pretending he's from Utah.
But he's from South Dakota. But he's really from probably Belarus.
Right. He's 100% from Belarus.
He's from South Dakota via Belarus.
Just do it.
20 more thumbs ups to come.
Yeah, last year was like my starting table was the worst starting table I've ever seen in the main event ever. It was literally just 9 regs.
Really?
Yeah, and then no, like last year, and then I lost like half my chips. I finally got moved to the best table ever, and literally first hand I got kings on the button to ace cut off.
The guy was next to you that took chances seat.
Yeah,
that guy was a big. You looked him up. He was,
I just kind of laughed. It was like the table was. They were like announcing that.
Natalie in the chat says
drinking
Buzz
full
gave
or
me my
whatever.
flowers.
This is
She's
great,
pumped.
firsthand.
Shouts out everybody in the chat.
You know, I can buy myself flowers. Miley Cyrus is going to be a contender for greatest performer of all time. You know, give her.
I'll short that.
Her flowers. You're gonna, well,
That's
all right,
not.
that's
She
fine.
got, she's tremendous, but no.
No.
You came in like a wrecking ball.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Da, da, da,
What a
da,
voice.
Da, da, da.
I was thinking more of the Flowers song when he said Flowers at Miley Cyrus. That would be the one.
I love that
It's a
song.
flower.
I'll take Natalie over Miley Cyrus. You could have.
What
Miley
does that
Cyrus.
even mean?
I don't know what that means.
So you guys,
not if you hit the queen.
Miley's not even.
Even if I
What
had
are
to
you
clean it,
talking
it's
What?
about?
How
I don't
does it
think she's-
compare? We're not.
We're talking,
comparing sideline
we're
reporting
talking about a
ability.
voice. We're talking about a voice.
for sure.
Like the show?
How many great songs has Miley had?
A lot, I think. I mean, I like the Flowers one.
Well, how many has Natalie? I still don't get the comparison, Natalie and Miley.
Let's move
I've
on.
had like an
Okay.
absurd amount of huge.
I've heard her
sporting
do
hits,
some.
yeah.
What is it? Didn't she do the Fleetwood Mac cover?
Yeah.
Did she?
Miley or Natalie? There's Justin Zaki. Perhaps with the double
Landslide.
up.
Yeah. Oh, Zacky's still in there.
He spent some time in Egypt, I believe, during the World Series of Poker.
How about that?
Perhaps Mr. Zaki making a bit of a run. Mattisau behind him.
That was part of the reason I didn't want to change my fucking deck. I had business class on deck, 1800, which is huge.
The ballroom where everybody is except for our one featured table. It's where everybody will start tomorrow.
I see a guy there. You might know Al. Is that Mattisau?
It is indeed.
Like the mouth. And he's got
About
chips.
500, 600,000.
I gave Mattisau a little pep talk here going into this tournament. I told him he's playing too tight. He might have $1 million in cheap. What does he have? 800,000.
He's got a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot.
I mean, probably 300 degrees, 4, 5, 6,
Over
6.
7. That's more than 3 in green, isn't it?
At the 10-minute mark, they're gonna.
Maybe it's a little more. Maybe it's a little more.
Good for Mike. Have yourself a summer, Mikey.
Too much taking, and they're 27 people away.
He's like the Walter White of poker. At this point.
Back
I
to
could
the
see him
action.
slinging a little math out there, no? He's got a lab.
You know, Mikey, I'd love to see him go deep in this tournament. He's long due to have a deep run in a big event.
What's that?
It looks like, did Dre check the flop here, Jeff? Did he check
Yes,
behind?
it went check, check.
Dad's Bakuski. Look at this. He's got a king. If anyone can get top 2 to fold here, it's Dad's
That's right.
Bakuski from South Dakota via Belarus.
They're starting to have a lot of really good senior tournaments, like different ones and different buy-ins, and yeah.
Oh my God.
River 8.
My buddy's dad.
Can he do the
he's
unthinkable
amateur.
here?
He plays like a little bit here
Can he
and there,
just
but
move
came out
in?
and He's been making some runs.
It would
and
work.
He's got a bunch of good tournaments for him.
Look at this guy.
Do it.
Look at this
That'd
guy.
be sick. He does check.
What'd that get you? Very nice.
We would have gone bananas.
Well, if Dre goes for a little value
Okay.
with aces and
And
jacks,
opens
maybe
the
the
door.
door's open for Dan Zakuski to just grip and rip.
Sick, please.
Now, again, we've talked about this earlier. Dre has a hand that's most likely winning, but how much value is he going to get? And what would happen if he bets and actually got raised all in? What would he do? The hand is not done, by the way. Dad Skakuski can still win this pot here.
We're going to see
If anyone
he
can
goes
find
for
a
it.
Look at this.
We're going to see.
Yeah, if anyone can find the check raise all in, it's Dad Skakuski.
I would fold to him 100% of the time if he did it.
Okay.
Oh, there he goes.
Three
more hands.
Put your cards away and ask for batting. Players, very important. Once you receive your bag.
So lock raising pre, the commission, the big blind, Tim Duckworth folding. I don't think Timmy D has played a hand since the last time we checked in on him.
Neither is Phil Lock. I think that's his first one in a while.
But the locks left, Birch first has about 1.2, 1.3.
A very good hand to 3-bet flop and fold down.
approaching the bubble at the World Series of Poker main event. This room will host everybody except for our 2 feature tables.
Also, dealers, if you lose a player in these last 3 hands, make sure you push that bust request. Very important that you print clearly.
At this point in the tournament, with eliminations being so crucial, and it's so crucial to keep track of it, it's a bust request button on the app that the dealer does make, and the floor comes by to confirm.
We're head up. Blumenthal calls the raise on the button with 4s. Dre has been very passive post-flop here.
Queen 7-6.
Or no, I apologize. Dre has not entered a lot of pots.
Great fold.
I would assume Dre here would probably lean towards checking the flop here, having a covering stack against him in position. Let's see what he does. He's going for chips. And he goes 13,000 here. And Blumenthal's going to make the call here in position. Let's see what the turn brings. It's a 3 of diamonds. Now Dre picks up a flush draw, and so does Blumenthal. But I would like Dre here to check, because he's going to check a lot of his range. He's going to check a lot of his king queens, queen jacks. He has a diamond. And when he does most likely check, Blumenthal is going to have an interesting decision. And look at this. He's getting chips out.
Firing about half pot.
And now Blumenthal picks up a straight draw. He has a flush draw. But his opponent keeps on betting. What is he going to do? And he's humming.
I just aired. That just aired.
Dre has been really
It's gonna be fun
solid.
watching it back, right? Everything. I'm only curious on a few.
Blumenthal has to assume that if he hits a 4, it's good. If he makes a 5 and makes a straight, that's good, and he lets it go. Well played by
Once again,
Dre.
turn players, once you receive your bag, please print clearly your name. It must be your real legal name, no nicknames.
Okay, Michael Mizrachi. Looks like a 3, maybe 4-way pot here.
He's chipped up a little bit since we saw him last. I don't know who his neighbor is there. That's a new guy. Is this a new table for the grinder?
Yeah, because remember that table broke.
That's right, we broke it.
Loses that pot there. We scan over and we believe we have our chip leader, Juliet Hedges.
Yeah, that's Juliet. We've been keeping an eye on her. She is playing fantastic, has had chips throughout pretty much the entirety of the main event. And at one point today, and by the looks of it, she might currently be the chip leader towards the end of the night.
Berkey says just call her the Queen of the Felt. Seems like a fitting title based on the way this main event has gone for her.
Well, we caught a glimpse of her during the ladies' championship, and she was fearless.
Seemed very sharp.
I should.
Dre calling here with the ace-queen suited.
Just know that it works somehow.
Got Jessica dealing for us, one of the best. Prime time with the ace-3 suited, I think. Yeah, he's in there.
All right, let's go.
Queen 6-3. Top for Dre.
Nice finish for Dre here towards the end of that, assuming he's going to drag this pot. And you were right too, Blez. He's been very solid, dare I say passive. He just flatted pre with the ace-queen suited.
And I'd like to see him continue the story here and flat the flop.
Yeah.
His hand's very disguised. I like him calling here if he can do it. And it can.
Yep.
I love
Very
it.
nice.
It is very nice. This guy Dre, man, very solid. And now prime time behind his bottom pair in a bad position, in a bad situation, gets away from it. And now the ace rolls off, and it improves Dre, but more importantly, it's a card where Schroeder might potentially bluff at it again. It's unlikely, but he could. And if he happens to bluff at it, Dre's going to have another spot where he should just call. Because he called pre-flop and told the story of what he has, he should not get out of line here and put more money into the pot. What is Schroeder going to do here? He raised under the gun, keep in mind. That range hits him more than it's supposed to hit Dre. He's thinking about it. And look at this, he is going for chips.
Dre's gonna draw some more.
Yes. And he's going more than half pot. And now if I'm Dre here, I have no raises and I have no folds.
You got to put Dre up there, by the way, on the performers list. You know, the Chronic Classic album. To the river we go.
Yeah, and this is where Dre is going to think about it. He's not going to put more money in. He has his opponent in really bad shape.
Can't put in the raise. It just absolutely cannot.
But again, why is this a good bet theory-wise by Schroeder, right? Because when you call Queen 6-3, you have a lot of hands like Queen Jack, King Queen that are not supposed to improve. Dre's not supposed to have Ace Queen here the way that he flatted pre-flop. Let's see a river card.
Oh, and the river is the 10. Now it is the 10 of diamonds, 4 diamonds on the board.
Look at this.
Absolutely filthy.
But it does grant Schroeder the edge.
Oh, beats by Dre.
Now, that was good. But here's what's interesting. Is I think it's going to go check here, right? They're both afraid of the diamonds. Schroeder backs into a straight, but he still doesn't necessarily believe here that he has the best hand. Because again, Dre's not supposed to have a hand like aces up. His hand's more weighted towards like a queen diamond X. Queen with the jack of diamonds, queen with the king of diamonds here. So look for Schroeder here to check, and look for Dre to check behind, happy to get the showdown with aces and queens. And let's see. What is he going to do? Is he good enough to value bet this? This would be sick. I still believe he's going to check. And he does.
He does.
And Dre's going to happily check behind here in about 7 seconds. And there it is.
The reaction from Dre is going to be sick to see this.
And folks, you have to respect the way that Dre played this. He lost a hand, but he played it perfectly. And that's the part of poker where you can just get unlucky.
Put himself in prime position.
He was a 91% favorite with 1 to come, and he got his opponent to put in so much money with the worst hand, and he got there. Can you imagine, by the way, if it was an offsuit 10?
Oh, that would have been
imagine that. Imagine if it was an offsuit 10.
Yeah, I mean, Schroeder gets another street for sure.
Well, he
I
might
just
get
don't
it
know
all.
how much.
He might just move in. Got a call with ace queen.
For Isaac Haxton.
Don't give Ike Haxton 2 jacks, please.
Same 360 man.
Or 10s.
I think he's adjusted. You know, I think he's up against a lot of these amateurs. Ike
Ike has adjusted. You
Bag
got to
and
give him
tag
credit.
for Haxton, bag and tag for the
He's
PokerGo.
not, every hand isn't, he's not treating it like he's up against, you know, Badzakuski or Dadzakuski. He knows he's up against Walter from Wisconsin, and you know.
You would think he would know that.
Yeah.
If Ike Haxton's on the feature table tomorrow with 2 10s, watch out.
The PokerGo podcast hosts, Donnie Peters and Tim Duckworth, moving on to day 4. Liv Baree, chips in the bag.
It was a bluff.
TJ Reed from Poker.org.
And
Bet
again,
on Drew, Darren Elias.
Again, some of the people in the chat are saying, "Oh, he should have raised the turn with Ace Queen." No,
absolutely not.
No,
No.
you want to be a 91% favorite and give your opponent a chance to bluff the river.
Vanessa Cade bagging 274K to day 4. Good for her. We were all rooting for her.
What did she get up to?
274.
Oh, that I saw her dip to around 50. So she shot it up.
Great.
Yeah.
Nate Silver, 570K.
Nate Silver. That's another interview you're stashing away from.
No.
Natalie.
Natalie's aware that Nate Silver's there. Brad Owen, 328K in the bag.
Okay.
Andrew Nemi.
What?
226,000.
The vlog father.
We are 15 off the money at the World Series of Poker Main Event. Landon Tice chips in the bag. Adam Hendricks moving on to day 4.
Who else you got? That's it? You gonna leave us hanging
I got
on
a lot
Hendricks,
more,
the
but
Iceman?
I want to encourage you all to tune in tomorrow. Remember, that is when we shift coverage exclusively to PokerGo. If you have a High Roller membership on YouTube, you're good. You're fine. Otherwise, you want to subscribe at PokerGo.com. Let me give you that code one more time for the good deal. It is...
There we go.
Yep, definitely not going to find this one in time.
Just
something with YT25.
I think it's WSOP
YT25.
Yeah.
There it is for you.
Great
Go
job.
subscribe. $20 off your first year of a new annual subscription for our entire crew. For Brent Hanks, for Blez, the backer. It's a real thrill having you in here, I must say. I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for day 4 of the main.